was a lot cheaper. Obviously, this was like this when I bought it, not from the bin incident. But there could be a reason that this was so cheap. But I guess we'll find out later in the video as we start stripping this thing apart. Now, I'm literally so buzzing to finally own an RS6. And let's face it, I was never going to buy one which wasn't damaged. And I think we've got an absolute bargain on this. One of the best parts, look at the space you get in the back. Oh, and we've even got... What? That actually doesn't look that bad. Oh, okay. How fast this is to have that much boot space and 5 doors as well. What more could you want? My dog is going to love this car. But judging from the damage that I can see here, and a little bit of damage over here, and from the photos that I saw at the auction, this looks like a fairly simple repair. And as a DIY myself,
W camera drop.
What?
What?
Do it quick. And
What do you
those
mean?
with eagle eyes would have noticed we already started. We have a smashed windscreen, and our only theory of why this windscreen is smashed, because the passenger airbag hasn't gone off in the dashboard, which normally what smashes the windscreen, is that this could have been somebody's head. If you've got no seatbelt on, you are...
So outside, 29.
So I called the guys in from Screensaver to come and change the windscreen before we'd even started the rebuild, as this is one of them jobs that I have no idea how to do, and I don't fancy giving it a go myself. But within an hour, a fresh windscreen was in place.
Hey dude, listen bro. Diana is gone. She
Now,
left
even
the
though this
office.
car's been in an accident and the airbags have
There's nothing I can
it
get.
does still start. But there's a fair amount of...
I played Diana until it left.
A coolant one, so we can't run it for too long.
Yeah.
It's so easy to see
It's
why the RS6
it's
is
Diaz in
so
Diaz.
popular. It looks great, it's aged well, and it comes standard
It's
with
Diaz.
a 4-litre twin-turbo V8 with 552 horsepower. Now, for 4 years, we've been rebuilding cars, and I wanted to take that challenge to the next step and try and get this done in 24 hours, but not without some help.
So it has.
About the car.
Yeah, kinda, yeah.
What do you think about the car?
Great. I like Audis, better than BMWs.
We'll let the comments decide that one, but we've got to rebuild this thing quick, and for a very good reason, which you'll see later in the video. But for now, there's no time to waste. Okay, first place I think we're going to start is, of course, where the...
Dang, that went down quick. Holy 350 mil, excuse me bro.
More expensive to repair is if there's any
Excuse me,
suspension
dog.
damage, which personally I don't think there's actually going to be any, but there's only one way to find out, and that's to get all the wheels off. There is, yeah, this tire's gone.
Whew.
Let's get it in the air. Let's do
This
it.
went down quick.
Before we put the car in the air, we thought it was a better idea to remove the passenger side door first. That way we'll be able to get all the bolts for the wing off without the door getting in the way.
Ooh, ooh.
There's 2 grub screws holding the door to the body of the car and 1 bolt in the check strap. Hey! I need the wing mirror, don't damage. But then we found some damage we didn't expect.
Ooh, that's not good. That's not good.
We don't have the time, and I'll explain in a minute why we can't repair this right now. Like, this is another thing that you don't see when buying crash damaged cars, some unexpected damage. I don't think this is going to affect any structural integrity of the car, but it just doesn't look very good. So a bit of a kick in the teeth with some unexpected damage, but that's going to have to wait for now. Next up, we're going to remove the bonnet. I pulled the washer jets out of it and all the washer lines, and then there's 2 bolts each side which hold the bonnet to the hinges. Then Chris explained how we was going to rebuild this car in 24
I love watching you do
hours.
Diana. Why?
And still keep spirits high and don't offend anyone.
I don't have a person to do the new one. Oh.
Thanks.
And I think Chris was right. We've got to stay positive.
It's not that
here.
difficult.
Let's hope we don't find any more hidden damage. Oh, that's all.
Bit of chafage, but nothing mad.
Bit of rubbing. Actually, look.
I mean, I don't like doing Diana because I've done it so much already since the update.
Now this
No, that bit doesn't like
logo here.
I think I've done it like
a little bit of
200 hours the past
What
month.
I want to know is if there's any damage to this chassis leg here. I don't think there's.
I'm
gonna be
very
any,
tired of it.
But we'll find out.
So I don't mind it being gone.
We can have a quick look and getting this wing off because that's definitely damaged. Next up, we're
What
onto
what
the
is your
arm
gear?
running
What's your
and
net
the
worth?
wing. Yeah, it's looking alright. I think we've got ourselves a bargain for once. And my dad is on the front end of the car, removing all the trim panels there, in preparation for us to get the front bumper off. Because again, that along with the grille.
Like, what's your best gun? What's the best gun you have?
So the crash bar, part of the radiator, and some of the lower radiators in front of the wheel. And the final thing to come off was the wheel.
Who is Anton and Muechi?
I noticed this is all loose.
No, what's your best gun?
That. Oh, is that a stock? No. This is a K&N air filter. So the engine cover's missing. I feel like this has got an aftermarket exhaust on. And with this air filter, who knows? This could have been possibly tuned as well. So
Gun, yeah. What's the best gun you have? The most damage.
Definitely louder than standard, but that is also not.
What do you mean?
Chris had to remove the washer bottle first, and managed to get it everywhere.
Oh, you have hype.
After that, we could finally get to all the bolts which held on the front. But as I mentioned, I think this car could have had.
What did you just say, bro? 1.2 mil for your kid.
Well,
oh, bro, what is he saying, bro? 1.2 billion, yeah?
There's a Miltech exhaust.
Is he retarded?
Well, steel catalytic converter.
Look at the price, bro. He wants this for 1.2 billion.
It's going all the way back.
Yeah, it's missing 40 mil coins. Wow.
It's too big. Is it valved? Oh, it has on the top there.
Ah, yes.
So there are valves on it, but I think it sounds pretty good for.
What a guy. I mean, it's the best helmet for damage,
I don't think.
but it's barely, so it's kind of like if you have cash.
No. Oh.
The RS6 use air suspension as standard, and the rear bags don't look like they're sitting right.
None of them are sitting in their seats, are they?
We'll have to see when we lower it.
Like, if you got money, yeah. It does more damage than anything else in the
I
game.
don't think that this is caused by the accident.
Because it
I think
scales
they
with the
just
attributes so
put it up
good.
in the lift, but they won't go back into the original seats.
Fucking it's broken.
We'll have to see when we put it down where it sits.
I think it might be a jackie mode.
Yeah, you might have to put it in the jacket mode like the Bentley. In fact, let's.
Because all the attributes they added to the game.
I did check out before I bought it, but now I'm going to show you guys as well, which has got a little bit of history that we're going to show you on screen now as well. The brand you can see here, Mental, or better known as Mental Monkey, is owned by Aaron Lambo. Along with many other things, he modified cars and then gave them away through his raffle company. I found this video on YouTube of my RS6 being given away to one of his lucky winners.
Oh, who do you owe money to, bro? How much money do you owe?
But it doesn't look like the winner crashed the car. This video was put out on November 15th, 2021. And when I go over to the car vertical check, I can see on the timeline that the ownership was changed in November 2021. But later in February 2022, an ownership was changed again. So perhaps the winner sold the car and the new owner in August crashed it. And we can see on the car vertical report that it was categorized as a category S, structural damage, which may be...
Bro, that's like one Hyperion, bro. That's crazy.
I can see that the mileage all lines up, and it's not been recorded.
What kind of depth is this, bro?
There's no outstanding finance on there. There's definitely something not right with this air suspension. I think we've got to get the air out of the suspension, so then we can reseat it and onto the arm, because that does not look right. Especially, well, it looks like it's trying to come out of the arm, but yeah, didn't expect that. But all of that will have to wait.
Wait, what did you take a loan to buy?
To the front of the car. Right now we're removing all the under trays to see if there's any damage to the
What
engine or any leaks.
the fuck happened here?
So now
Hello?
back onto the radiator pack and the crash bar at the front. We've got to remove this broken crash bar out the way. And now I can access the radiator pack. This is the aircon condenser here. Behind it is a cooler for something else, and behind that is the cooler for the engine.
Oh.
What we're trying to do is take this off without taking the pipes off, so we can move this out of the way of the other pipes. That's because it's got aircon gas in it, and if we take the aircon gas out, we're going to have to pay for it to go back in. So we're trying to preserve that, save money, and also save us time.
And the environment.
So we've got to slide it off, but it's a bit of a challenge. It'd be a lot easier just to lose the aircon gas, but you're not supposed to let it out in the environment. You can get fined for that, and
It's quite bad.
Yeah, but we might be doing it in a minute.
luckily we didn't have to, because we managed to get the aircon condenser and the pipes away from the car. And now we can work on removing the full radiator and everything else on its own. We're just trying to get everything disconnected that's connected to this front slam panel, so we can
Why is this guy still talking to me? Why is he still...
cables, everything.
Bro, he has gone up 200 million price already.
There's loads of radiators and loads of hoses on the front of this car. There's the radiator which holds coolant for the engine. In fact, I think there might be 2 of those. There's also a radiator for the charge cooling system as well. And it's all compacted into the front of the car. But once all those hoses were disconnected, we were now able to see the front of the engine to see if there was any damage there as well.
Oh, there you go.
Great work, Chris.
We did it as a team. That's how we work best, isn't it, Matt?
Yeah.
Matt does the work and you just take the glory.
Go on. Pull.
It's already unplugged.
No, so there's 2 plugs. One's not plugged in,
That's strange.
but it doesn't plug into anything. Just disconnect from here, please.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, we can take some time install clones. This is the worst bistro in the game, by the way. I'm just saying.
I'm always learning.
I'm just saying, okay? This is the worst bistro in the game.
Do you know what that reminds me of? Do you remember, like, back in, like, probably 2010, it was a big thing, we had TVs come out the end of your bed. Okay.
Like, this bistro literally costs money to take, and I get. It's so retarded.
And there's been not really any hidden surprises the more we've taken apart. Obviously, we've only just found the dent in the door, in the A-pillar, which I don't think is too bad. We've also found that the door cards are missing the door speakers. So
I think I spent, I don't know how much money I spent actually. I spent like 400 million for this bistro.
They're Bose speakers, but other than that, I think we're all good to rebuild this thing. So the Audi RS6 cost me £20,000. And the car is a
That's not a bad price.
2014 model with 36,000 miles on the clock. And I think if we can repair this car and under £10,000, we've definitely got ourselves a bargain. But there's a time.
A bargain.
SEMA, arguably the biggest car show in the world, which is located in Las Vegas, halfway across the world to where I'm from. My plan was to build the RS6 into a show car and ship it across the world in time for SEMA.
Oh, damn.
One problem with all of this. SEMA is in October, the end of October. This car is getting shipped to the USA on the 5th of September, 1 month from now. So not only have I got to rebuild this car as quick as possible, we've also got to modify it and change it into an ultimate show car. Well, as show car as you can get in 30 days. So there is literally no time to waste. We've got to get this thing rebuilt at minimum in this video. I've managed to get a full front end for £5,500. Now this includes literally everything: headlights, bumpers, radiator packs, and a lot more.
He did make it to SEMA, I can tell. Wait, so I need
more buying stuff individual, but because of the time frame, we've got everything all in one. So with no time to waste, we're back on with repairing the car. My dad repaired some broken wires at the front of the car first. Then I started.
Am I retarded, bro? Wait, what am I missing with this?
The front left wheel. I later found that the plastic shroud had to come off because it's going to get in the way of the rad pack, which we're about to fit now. And we actually managed to save the old aircon condenser. It looks like it was free from damage. With a brand new second-hand rad pack in place, we can now fit the crash.
Bro, am I ever gonna get this, bro? I really don't think so.
2 bolts each side of it which hold it in. I noticed on the side there was a few riv nuts which were pulled out of the frame of the car. But with the riv nut tool and some fresh riv nuts, we was able to replace them quite easily. I'm pretty sure these are used to hold the bracket which holds the front wing, or fender if you're American, to the frame of the car. And now Chris is testing out the new rib nuts.
That ain't going anywhere.
What did you say? Why are they not fitting?
Different plug.
Oh no.
Everything was going so well until my dad decided to break the news to us that the new...
I don't know how this works. I never understood this. Wait, what's happening? Oh, like, what is that? It doesn't even make any sense.
Headlights with the front end we got weren't going to fit. The plugs were completely different. The new front end is off a facelift Audi RS6, and I have the pre-facelift one. But I thought it'd just be the case of coding the headlights to get them to work, not the fact the plugs are different. See, look, the facelift one looks a bit more, it's like smoked inside. It looks a bit more evil than that one. It's got LEDs, but the plug is different.
Just found something from another YouTube. You need new modules to power the front, so it has to be genuine Audi parts. So maybe Audi sells something that you can, almost like a conversion.
We now had to decide whether it was worth the hassle with trying to make the facelift ones work, or resort back to the originals and buy a new one. But first we wanted to see whether they actually fitted in the bumper. Oh, it does fit then. So all they changed on the facelift is literally the headlight. So, and they've changed the grille, they've changed this, it says now Quattro. So the pre-facelift lights fit into the facelift bumper, and worst case, I found a pre-facelift headlight for £395 on eBay. But how much better did the facelift lights look? That does look better, but...
Does it look that much better? It's worth the headache?
Yeah, it's not that much better.
I don't think it's a big enough difference to care.
No.
You can't put one
So... it's a shame. Looks like £395. So we're another £395 down, but we could potentially sell the facelift headlights as they were all in good condition. But nevertheless, that didn't stop us from starting to fit the new body panels. Starting off with the front wing. We're going to put the facelift lights in just for looks. And then obviously replace it when we get the one. It's such a shame we're going to have to get rid of the facelift lights, because I think they look pretty good. But unless any of you guys know how to get these to work, then it looks like we're resorting back to the pre-facelift headlights. But £395 wasn't so bad. Yeah. Next up is the bonnet, and you may have noticed it's a slightly different shade of black, just like the rest of the front end. And I'm not going to worry too much about all the panel gaps just yet, because you'll see in the future episodes that there's still a lot more to do. In the meantime, I sent Matt, my cameraman, to go and replace the damaged tyre.
We're back at Wheelmania, and once again, they're here to save the day. Now, we ordered a tyre yesterday, and they've managed to get it next day. So let's get it fitted and back to Matt, so we hopefully get the car running and driving.
Now, obviously, we're not going to be keeping these wheels. This front left one is pretty badly damaged. But just to get us rolling for now, Wheelmania have come in and managed to get us a replacement tyre in one day. So once again, thanks Wheelmania. I'm sure we'll be back to pick up some crazy wheels for this before SEMA.
The wheel is done. It's time to get it back to Matt so we can get this car finished and back on the road. And let's hope that everything else from now goes well.
Oh, yeah. Let's get it on. Back on goes the not so pretty alloy, but with a fresh tyre on there, which should get us rolling for the meantime. Not quite an F1 pit stop. Right, the budget. So this is the door, and I think a good body shop could probably repair that. But the good thing about rebuilding something like an RS6 is that a lot of A6 stuff, just standard diesel stuff, should fit over to it. So instead of getting the door repaired, which would probably cost a couple £100, I just bought a new door off the A6 diesel for £209, which I think is pretty good, provided that both of these doors are the same. Okay, maybe they're not. Maybe they're not the same.
It's the same, but it's just different.
It's like this is just rubber.
Yeah.
Whereas that's like plastic.
First off, before we take anything off, should we just put it on that and see if it opens and closes and it looks right?
Good thinking.
I think so, and then we can start deciding. Now this was a
damn, bro, my cub is dead.
The A6 diesel doors were a lot cheaper than the RS6 doors.
That is pretty good.
But it looks like it fits exactly the same way. The only difference being the chrome trim at the bottom and the black trim at the top of the door, which now was going to have to take off and replace it from the old door onto the new one, which was a lot more hassle than we first thought. There were so many little things holding these trims in. We had to undo all the Torx bolts on the side to remove the trim. That allowed us to remove the seal around the door, and then the door was stripped completely.
Fan är det där har du sett?
We had to do the same on the inside as well. From then on, me and Chris tackled the extremely fiddly job of putting back all the new seals on the outside of the door and the inside as well. I also had to swap over the wiring loops for it to work. And there it is. One door, which is a slightly different shade of black to that door, and a slightly different shade of black to the wing, is on. The wing mirror is on. And all the door cards are on. It definitely took a lot longer than we originally thought because we had to change absolutely everything over. The one thing that we are missing is the door speaker, so I'm going to have to order that.
That's a good idea.
The final thing to do in the interior is the airbag, and the airbag cost me £295, which I think is quite expensive really, but it is an airbag. Yeah, is that
damn, bro.
Yeah, it is.
Like, I'm still retarded.
Yes,
She's sweet.
look at that. Now there's not really too much point in us putting this on because we haven't put the washer bottle in yet because we need to line up the arch, but there was one thing that was missing, and it was the engine cover, and this thing
was missing.
Surprisingly expensive, but I did want to fit it because it just looked incomplete. £164.98p for that. 95p.
Sometimes you got to call a pro in to do these jobs.
Now we're going to pop some coolant in to see if there's any leaks, and also to run this car up to temperature. Then we're going to get to hear exactly what the exhaust sounds like. We're going to be able to run it up to temperature. Here we go. It's running sweet. We do still have a fair amount of warning lights on the dashboard. I'll assume the airbag light is only on because we still need to cancel the codes.
6.7k.
Noise. with a bang. I think it needs a remap. I feel like it needs like some kind of remap, but like it's like just, it's just not like a. No, it's all right. It's all right. That was an absolute solid effort in 24 hours. It's obviously still a long way from SEMA and being SEMA build. We've got a lot to do with that. But the total cost in 24 hours, including the car, £26,564. Now I realise I missed the windscreen off, which was £225, which now brings the total build cost to £26,789. But actually, I think
let's see this.
Still pretty good going. We've got a almost
Alright, where is this?
RS6 now, and if that's not motivated you to go and rebuild or get a crash damaged car and try it for yourself, I don't know what will. Okay, we need to address a few things that some of you guys said in the previous video. We replaced this door in the last video and it was off an Audi A6 diesel. It was only £209. And that's because the RS6 door has damage here. Now someone mentioned that the RS6 doors are aluminium and the A6 doors are steel with the trusty magnet. Yes, it's aluminium, it's not magnetic at all. And the A6 door is also aluminium. So maybe they lied. But one thing that is different is the glass in the window. On the Audi A6 door, the glass is made up of, looks like two pieces of glass stuck together. And then on the RS6 window, it looks like one big piece of thick glass. So just to keep it consistent throughout the car, I'm going to be taking the glass out of the A6 door and replacing it with the RS6 glass. And to do so, we've got to remove the door card once again. To access the glass, I've got to undo the speaker housing, and then once this is removed, I can see the plastic clamps which clamp the window and hold it onto the window regulator. To disconnect it from the regulator, you have to push a screwdriver through a hole to release a clip, and then the window should just release off the regulator. You have to do this both sides, and then the glass should just lift out. RS6 one is a lot heavier. I have no idea why the glass are different. Maybe someone could tell me in the comment section, but anyway, we're going to put the right glass back in. To refit the RS6 glass, you slide it back into the seals, down the door, and back into the original plastic clamps that came off, making sure everything goes back the way it should. Here we go.
Oh, it'll work.
Does it fit?
It fits.
I don't know what the difference was, but it works. Next up, door speakers. For some reason, we were missing the door speakers when we picked up the RS6. So I had to buy a second-hand one off eBay for £80. I think they're a little expensive because they are Bose speakers, but I expect them to be pretty good. I suspect the old owner had aftermarket speakers and he took them out of the doors before the car went to auction. But then when I checked the driver's side, the speaker was still in there. So it made no sense. The next thing that we had a problem with was the rear suspension. We noticed when we put the car in the air in the last video that the air suspension was not sitting properly on the rear arms, and no matter what we tried to do, we couldn't get it back in place because there was so much pressure in the rear bags. But thanks to you guys, I think we found our fix. Servicing checks maybe? Air suspension wheel change on. Okay, that should do it maybe? Send the car up and we'll find out. You have to select this setting when putting the RS6 in the air. And by doing this, I think it will release pressure from the airbags and allow us to push it back into place. Right, now, let's see if, yes. They're like soft now. You reckon we could get them back in now? They feel like softer. Let's see if we can wedge this back in to where it should go. Hey! Yes, that is in. So look, and now there's literally no air in the bag. So we need them clips to hold it in. Okay. Hey, we're in. Suspensions. We're looking good. Next thing to repair is this small dent in the bonnet. We think this just happened in transport. My dad sanded down the damaged part, applying a little bit of filler, and once that's hardened, sanding that down to make it nice and smooth and flat again. And then my attention is drawn to the headlights. If you remember when we picked up the car, the left-hand headlight was damaged in the accident. And we tried to upgrade them to the LED ones, but the plugs were completely different. I've later found you can buy the plugs to make these work, but you need to repin the electrics and get them coded. Yeah, these headlights do look pretty cool, but I don't think they look cool enough for me to try and faff around trying to get the separate plugs and do the coding as well. So we managed to pick up another headlight for £395, and I think they're okay. I think resorting back to the standard headlights is going to be our best option here, especially as we can sell the upgraded headlights as well to get part of our money back. And I think buying electrics, then trying to code the headlights to make them work is not going to be as simple as it's made out. So out come the upgraded LED headlights, which don't work at the moment because they're not plugged in, and in go the headlights, which should work on the car. Okay, let's test them. That's dip beam. Yeah? Yeah! Yeah! Cue the comments of everyone saying the LED ones look better. I know they do look better, but I don't think they look that much better. But whatever. Now we're about to do what we haven't done in a long time. But we're doing this again because of the time frame. Normally on a damaged car like this, we'd get it painted. But as we haven't got the time for it, I'm about to wrap it. So we've gone for a Nosatech slate grey, but this is just a base colour, and I wish I could explain what we're doing, but it would just take me years to explain, so I might as well just do it. This is what's going on first. Almost like a Nardo grey, little bit boring, but it will get more exciting than this, trust me. Vinyl wrap isn't supposed to last the lifetime of the car, but with today's wrap, I can't see why if you didn't look after it, it wouldn't last the lifetime of the car. For now, I'm going to be wrapping the car just because of the time frame we have to get to SEMA. And then maybe we can get it painted afterwards. And I still think with this wrap, we can get a really nice finish on it. That's if my wrapping skills are up to the test. Of course, I'm not a rapper. I've just self-taught myself to do this. So it's only as good as I can be. Okay, that is the front bumper done. My dad's going to rebuild it back up because he took it apart again. Now we're on to the easier stuff, the bonnet and the wings, or fenders if you're American, or quarter panels if you're Australian. Wrapping is a game of patience. If you rush anything, it's going to look rubbish. You've really got to learn how to work the wrap and when to heat it and when to not heat it. Again, I'm no expert, but I think the front wings are the easiest part of the car to do. So if you're going to give it a go yourself, start there. With both wings out of the way, I'm on to one of the biggest parts of the car, the bonnet, or hood if you're American. Wings wrapped, bonnet wrapped, now the headlights are going back in and my dad is building up the front bumper. The vibes are going off in the unit. Look at the difference all the trims have made on the front bumper.
Am I at serious of
the silver bits are black. No idea what I'm doing there. And it's pretty much the front end wrap. I'm excited to see what it's going to look like. Oh, look at that. That actually does look sick already. That looks mint. Just a lot of panel lining up and everything to do. Now, once we put the wheels on, well, what we've got to do is now get it in this ramp so we can do the side of the car. But we should, fingers crossed, be faultless. And there's a way we're going to check that out in a minute. So in the last video, even though we replaced the airbag that had blown, and we replaced the sensors on the front with the new sensors that we got, we still had an airbag light on the dash. But I'm hoping this little thing will not only solve that, but also tell us any more faults that the car's got. I'm just going to move it forward and then we can have a little play on this.
Oh. I need a dollar. Dollar is what I need.
Now I've got one full side to complete, and I'm sure you don't want to watch me continue rapping. So, and that is done. Well, not really done, but it's nearly done. I've pretty much done most of one side. There's still a bumper to do, there's still the back to do, and there's still the other side. I've not decided what I'm doing with the door handles yet, but I'm sure you're all in agreement that grey isn't really the most out there colour it can be. And SEMA's all about being different, making crazy cars, doing something that's a little bit unique. And that's exactly what this RS6 is going to be. I'm dying to show you this. We now have a blank canvas of an Audi RS6. But we need to create something unique, something special, something head-turning. This was John Olsen's Audi RS6 DTM. It was built especially for John to do the Gumball Rally in years ago. A one-of-one carbon DTM kit on a 1,000 brake horsepower RS6, which was later stolen and set on fire. An end to an epic car.
Wait,
Now,
maybe 16 is enough.
turn.
16 might be enough. Excuse me? 16 might actually be enough.
A full GT3 DTM wide-body race
Wait.
car kit.
Wait, we might actually be making it here.
RS6, and it is full carbon fiber. Yes, I'm about to ruin the RS6. On here like that. I'm waiting for the comments already. What the hell is going on? But that is going to look absolutely mental. But this is what SEMA's about. I think this one's it. The dramatic piece, don't you think, Matt?
That is ridiculous.
Look at this front splitter. So this kind of, I feel like it just kind of slides into its OEM base, but roughly speaking.
What?
Look how big that is. This is like a race car. It's like a DTM race car. It's meant to be absolutely over the top. We're going crazy with it, and I still think I will be able to daily it. Potentially. I think it's 65mm wide front and rear. Like the whole thing.
Each side, 65 each side.
65mm
Millimeters.
front and rear wider. Like it's absolutely huge. Full like the carbon quality is actually mental. Yeah, like that. Oh my god. So that
This has got to be absolutely perfect, otherwise you're not going to be able to open the door.
yeah, like literally we've got to get this actually spot on. This thing, we unboxed it wondering what the hell is this? And we found out what it was. This is wing.
Oh my days. It looks like a table.
If one wing wasn't enough, then there's another one which goes like here. So all the downforce you'll ever need in an RS6. I can already see people going to be like, what are you doing to it?
People are going to hate you. Any English people are going to be commenting saying this is terrible. Any American is going to be like, this is amazing.
Okay, yeah. Let me know in the comment section. 1, whereabouts in the world you're from, and 2, see if we can get like some correlation. Whether do the UK guys hate it, do the UK guys love it, and do the US guys?
I need 1 XP, bro.
But I think this is going to look absolutely nuts, and we're on a time scale, so we better go and fit it now. Back to the unit. With no time to waste, we headed back to the unit and started to fit the kit. Starting with that crazy front splitter. We've got all OEM fitting holes. It lines up a treat, which is rare. Matt's saying it's a race kit, so like it can be ropey.
Yeah, because you said about seeing these things.
Yeah, look, you can see them.
If you see a race car, you just that's okay.
because race car. The splitter needs to be held to the bumper with loads of bolts. And we've also ordered some splitter struts to hold it to the bumper as well.
Oh my.
Is it carnage?
That looks mental.
Go across. The splitter's on and it's already looking crazy.
This is not gonna make
She has a tutu on her leg? What?
Oh my giddy on. That is insane. This is what it's meant to be about though. Everyone's gonna cry now, aren't they? You've ruined my dream car. I've ruined mine. Next thing I'm going to put on is the side skirt. That is because the splitter and the side skirt are only fixed in one point, whereas the arches you can move around a bit. So I'm just going to put on the points which are fixed first and then build off that. This side skirt is not half-hearted.
That's awesome.
Oh, wait, sad. I have my rice here, chicken here, salad here, and I've got room for dessert as well. I mean, at the moment, it looks stupid. I'm going to be honest. You know what? In that time, we've done some stupid stuff. But this definitely tops it.
Next
That's fucking annoying, bro.
Arch to the side skirt and the front splitter. This whole kit all bolts together from the front backwards. I actually think it has some kind of purpose with downforce. But for now, we're just roughly getting it in place. There's more stuff. There's more canards on canards. This one we have just stuck on again. Everything's stuck on. This has all got to be bolted in still. They're stuck on. Actually, it's growing on me. Front splitter will take a while to grow on me.
You could literally grow things on that.
But yeah, we're looking at a photo here where the canards go on the front. Oh my! I'm gonna get absolutely rinsed in this video, and if I don't get rinsed, then respect to everyone who's not rinsed me who can see the finished product. But right now, it's getting very difficult to see that. Obviously with the kit as well, we're going to need wider wheels. So we've placed an order for them with hopes that they arrive before we go to SEMA. And now we've got the front arch on, we're trying to work out how the back goes as well. And there's loads more aero. What's it look like from the, like, I actually think it's growing on there. It's growing on me. Can you see it like properly? Yeah. So we have a livery going on the car as well. I want to show you that, but wrapping is taking the time, fitting the body kit is taking the time. This livery is going to be absolutely mental. In the last video, we lined up the body kit to the car, but this time we've got to fit it for real. And what I noticed when I lined up the arch in the last video is that it fit pretty flush all the way around, apart from near the front bumper where there was a gap.
Wasn't this guy
and the bumper? And if any
Iron
was to get in that gap at high speeds, it wouldn't be good news for the body kit. So I'm going to drill some holes in the front arch of the body kit, and then some more.
Excuse me guys, can I get some Mid Outlaw?
I should be able to get a nut and bolt through the body kit and the bumper to pull it together. On the back of the wing, I'm going to add a riv nut. This way I can screw a bolt directly into the wing. And so far, that seems to have done the trick. A lot better fitment at the minute. Now, it's about to get crazy. The actual front arch is held on pretty well apart from the top, which is what we're going to get to. The thing is, the new wheel will come to about here and sit nicely flush with the new arch. The problem is, the original arch underneath here, when the wheel sits in, if it goes up and down, it's going to hit the original arch, which means we're going to have to start cutting. So it's off again with the front arch. I've marked a line with my pen on the wrap on where I need to cut out, and it's quite a lot. There is no turning back now. Some of you might be asking, why didn't I do this before I wrapped the car? Well, because I'm an idiot. The front wing has well and truly sacrificed itself.
Yo, what's up,
Fivs? Now to make sure there's no sharp edges.
How you doing, man?
Spraying a bit of etch primer on the bare metal.
On this fine Monday.
And once that's done, I can refit the front arch. Right, I was going to stick this on with adhesive and everything, which is I think what you're supposed to do, but I've managed to get nut and bolts all the way through the inside of here.
Bro, this guy's fucking me, bro. Can you stop fucking it?
It's solid. I can almost pull the car off the ramp with it, and that means I can actually unbolt it to take the bumpers off if I need to, or...
Bro, this guy's a retard, man.
To go on, but the nut and bolt job definitely seems to be holding it nice and secure. So that's what the plan is for the rest of the kit, I think. Onto the rear arch, or should we do a different one?
Yeah, let's go to the rear.
Let's do the rear. Before we do the rear arch, I'm going to be fitting this part here, which is actually part of the diffuser as well. Going in.
Oh no, this
Just like the front arch, I'm going to be adding big nuts because I won't be able to get to the nut on the other side of the bolt on the rear bumper. Now my bolt can literally just thread into the rear bumper and hold this bit of the kit in place. I've kind of gone a bit overkill with the bolts just to make sure that this body kit is staying on when we're doing high speeds. And with that part of the kit in place, I can now line up the rear arch. This bolts into that piece at the back and also bolts into the side skirt. But just like the front arch, we need to make room for the new wheels by cutting out part of the rear quarter. I've already marked out where I need to cut. Time to mask it up and just go all
Damn, Major Outlaw is going quick.
This felt so wrong, but you've got to crack a few eggs to make omelets, right?
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know if you remember how
I need a shit ton of dead plants, I think. Alright, 10 stacks on it.
Look at that! It's off-road!
Yeah! Ready for America.
Right, I'm going to smooth the edges now. And then, look, you can see this gap here. You can see this gap here between the outer skin and the inner skin. Now, what normally people do is just pinch it up and get it welded, but obviously we haven't got the time, we haven't got a welder, and that gap is literally only...
Damn, I think it's best for 2 people, because one guy can...
Some tiger seal, and that'll stop the water getting inside, and...
18 health, bro, what is this?
But it's still going to do the same job, and as long as we etch primer it, it'll be fine. We're going to smooth the edges now. You'll be
I don't understand how this keeps happening. 18?
So potentially I could go back and weld this piece up, but as the gap's so small between the outer panel and the inner panel, I do actually think the tiger seal should hold up here, but I'm prepared to get roasted in the comment section. It's definitely sealed the gap. With that done, I can now loosely bolt on the rear arch and see how it fits. Before moving on to the rear spoiler. I can see 2 bolts in the middle.
The musty ones on the corners.
What's on the new one? The rear spoiler is held in by 2 10mm bolts in the middle underneath this trim. Yeah, see what I mean? And then it simply just unclips from the roof. Yeah!
Yes.
Okay, so we've got to work out now how we get the OEM brake.
Alright, so maybe I should left click? Is that better? Let's have a look.
Pretty easy. There was only 3 Torx bolts holding the OEM brake light onto the spoiler, and we're just going to switch it over onto the new carbon fiber spoiler that we got with the body kit. And then hopefully the new spoiler just slides into place just like the OEM one did. Let's see what it looks like, because I'm not taking it off after doing all that.
It definitely sticks out further than the other one.
Fits quite good.
Yeah, the fitment's decent, to be fair. That is, yeah.
Surely I can get it this time, right?
Wow.
Oh yeah, that's
It literally looks like this when I wear a hat backwards.
I see.
Oh yeah.
Is it possible? Let's find out.
So, should we start with the back?
1
Right
HP,
now,
bro.
the back of the
Oh, you
car
dead ass.
looks like this, but we need to make it look like this. To do so, we're using more wrap. So before I carry on to fit the body kit for real, I'm going to be fitting this livery to the car and then fitting the body kit over the top of it. The colour is supposed to be like the Audi colour, and it is... Oh, on camera it looks pretty much
It
the
does
same.
look the same,
but
yeah.
it is a little bit off. I don't know what it's going to look like, but it clashes so much with this that we're only going to know when we put the whole bit together. I was a little unsure about the colour, but I was hoping once I put the badges on, it might change my mind.
I think it goes well against that.
It's meant to be salmon. No, not salmon. It's meant to be red.
Okay, that's nice. I like it.
It's red. Baz likes it, but I still wasn't convinced. Let's see what Hannah thinks.
It's like pink.
Yeah, it is pink. Do you like it? Yeah, so Baz and Hannah like it. I think I need to add more of the livery to see if I was convinced on it. So me and Hannah started adding the stripe which runs down the rear quarter and the bumper of the car. And in my opinion, I think it started to look a little bit better. Oh, it's coming together now. Yeah. I can see it. Yeah, it's coming together now.
I think we just have to get stuck in and then just go for it and see how it looks.
Yeah, it's... No, now I've seen that, I think it looks alright.
With the kit, it's going to look mental.
Oh, it looks quite cool.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I think it looks good. I think it's going to look good. I think it's actually going to look good. I'm excited now. I'm excited. Excited to see what the livery will look like complete. Myself and Hannah cracked on with wrapping the rest of the car.
Let's see
Trying
this.
to stick with the Audi colours here, black, red, and a little bit of grey. And because it's a kind of race livery, it'll be wrong not to have a race number. And that's what this little box is for here on the door. But the sides of the car with the easy part. Now it's time to move on to the hard part of the job. Okay. Sides are done-ish. This bit's getting serious. Glasses just came on because the bonnet is the one thing that you can see from both sides. You can only look at one side at once, remember? So, and I've only got one chance to get this right because I've only got one bit of wrap. This is not the time to mess up. I'm using a bit of masking tape and then a pen to mark the center of the bonnet or hood if you're American, and then run another bit of masking tape along the center of the bonnet. I've got to get this bang in the center, else it'll really do my head in when I'm looking at the car. There is no room for error now. Oh no.
Pressure makes diamonds. Come on, Matt.
Pressure makes diamonds. Oh, let me see this.
Oh, no. I think I've just about got it in the center. So I use the squeegee to put the stripe down, and then it's onto the two other stripes which go on the car. These ones are red. Me and Matt measured them up and laid them down. The headlights. I know a lot of you wanted me to go for the LED matrix ones. We explain why. It's expensive. It takes longer to do. So we're not going for that, but I think we can improve the look of the stock headlights. And I have got, okay, so this is PPF, tinted PPF, which will go directly on the headlight. Yeah, like that, that's it.
This is so much quicker than any other minibus, bro. What the fuck, bro? It's going so quick.
A bit meaner, because take the chrome look away from it. Let's go. Unlike wrap, PPF is applied when it's wet, just like window tint. I wet the surface and then squeegee out all the water until it's dry beneath the PPF. I use a little bit of heat just to stick the edges down, and I think we're looking good. I think we've just got to wait for that to dry, but look at the difference between the evil eye and the non-evil eye.
That's a massive difference.
But I think we missed a trick. I think we should have done them yellow. I think we should have done yellow. Now, before we fit the body kit for good, there is one last thing I think is killing the vibe off here, and that are these green brake calipers, which go with absolutely nothing on the livery. Remove the brake caliper on the front, and remove the brake caliper on the rear, which has the electronic handbrake attached to it as well, and start to change them into another colour. The brake calipers are off, and as it looks like it's going to be a long night, I've got my Y-food at the ready. I've got to strip the calipers completely down and take off anything that I don't want paint going on. I actually painted the calipers red to start with, but they went orange, so I just resorted.
Did you just slide in a promo right there, bro?
But now
There's
we're
no
on the home straight with the RS6. Just putting the brake pads back into the calipers, and then the calipers back onto the car. Of course, we're now going to need to bleed the brakes after this as well. Although they weren't the colour I was going for, I think they're going to match perfectly with the wheel colour that we're getting later on in the video. And now we'll let Fabian put the race number on the car.
Right, peel it off. Is it straight?
Yeah, it's bang on, mate.
Oh my days. A bit of a bubble. He's absolutely just, oh my. Matt, come over here. Matt, come here.
Oh my god.
He's got acne.
Wow. What happened? What happened, baby?
Oh.
But now I've got to fit the rear arches for real, which means out comes the tiger seal to seal this thing on once and for all. Some people would use panel bond, but the tiger seal has a little bit of flex, which should allow a little bit of movement when the car's on the road. Hopefully it works. But it's looking pretty good. On top of the arch, there's even more aero to go on as well. I mean, I don't think you'd stand on it and make a big crunch, but...
Don't stare.
That's good.
And...
Oh, God, yeah, I didn't think. Oi! Slam it for certified. Yes. Boom. More aero.
No, it's all about you, isn't it?
No. Like, this
No, let me do
takes
it.
real... No.
Oh, it's taken. Fuck.
Over onto the red wrap, it's going to cause
Hold
havoc.
that.
No. Okay. Very, 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 very small bead on this.
Just in the middle, yeah?
Yes, small. I don't want. You know when I press it, I don't want it to go onto the red wrap. Like genuine. Keep going. Keep that consistency. Energy.
More energy. More energy. More energy.
Keep that consistency.
More passion. More passion. More energy.
Don't get too carried
away.
away.
I got carried.
Oh no!
I got carried.
What is happening? Okay, you're getting a bit too... You can slow down with your trigger.
That'll be fine, that will. That'll be good.
Keep going. Yeah, slow, stop. Yes! Oh, that was good for a beginner.
We should have peeled the tape off first.
Right, this has got to be a one bag.
That's all I do. Am I doing this? Do you shoot you?
Well, I'll put it on the tripod. We've marked out where we think this should go, but this is a double wing.
Doubly.
Sensational. How's it looking from underneath? Certified, I think.
Yeah.
So, double wing, and Chris is demonstrating what it actually looks like, which... I think that is absolutely havoc. Oh my god, okay. We're so close now, we're so close. That looks so mad. Just when you thought this aero wasn't enough, there's more. Here we go. Canard 1. Canard 2. Canard number 3.
What?
Canard 4.
A lot of carbon fiber, huh?
And that's
a lot of carbon fiber.
There's 2 more to go on the door just here, but we can't really fit them just yet because if we... Still not got a door handle on here. But if we open the door, where the canards go is just here. So if I fit them wrong, it's going to hit into that. So I need to be able to open the door fully to do that. So...
It's 3 HP, yeah?
And we've never driven this car properly yet, so it's probably best we service it first. Open that. The car's only done 36,000 miles, so it only...
Isn't that a decent bit though? 6K?
Let's see if I've got the technique of not getting on there. Boom! No, I failed! But even though the mileage is low, the oil is filthy. It's completely black, so it definitely needed changing.
Where's the oil filter?
Right there.
Oh.
That's why we like Audis, they're easy. Old one, new one. In. Up goes the new oil filter, and that gets tightened. And then back in goes the sump plug. And that gets tightened. After that, I've got all the under trays to put back on. And this actually helps secure that front splitter a little bit better. Oh, that's very solid now. Right, oil. Now we're done underneath the car, it's time to lower it down and add 8.5 litres of oil into the engine. The only way to check that is to get in the car and start it. Right. I think to check the oil, we start it. Oil level. Engine must be warm. So we wait for 2 minutes, and if the engine's low, you run the car for 2 minutes with low oil. Not good. We wait. We'll wait then. Is it warm? Oil level displayed approximately After
Why is it always like it's too helpful in it, bro?
You just turn it off though, no?
all level display approximately after 2 minutes. Engine must be warm and must be switched off. Whilst we was waiting, Matt suggested that the RS6 needed more carbon. Hey, you're absolutely right, Matt. You know what we should do whilst we're waiting? Get these black mirrors off.
More carbon, bro?
I think you're absolutely right. We need more carbon fibre.
Oh my days.
Oh, look! Bang on! They call me the master mechanic.
You literally Googled it, mate.
So the oil level's looking good. It's time to get rid of the black mirror caps. And we're going to replace them with carbon mirror caps. And this will tie in nicely with the rest of the carbon body kit. The mirrors are pretty easy to remove. And once the carbon ones were fitted, they were perfect.
Whew.
One other thing I wanted to do was change the chrome Audi badge on the front of the car to a gloss black one, and also change the chrome RS6 badge to a black one as well, and add black RS6 badges to the rear. It's the little touches. Unfortunately, we've got to put the stock wheels back on, but we're going to need some bigger wheels, which is the next mod. But we have to drive there. These wheels are going to sit so far inside the arch, it's going to look like a clown car. The front wheel went on pretty easy, but the back wheels were a different story.
Will this fit?
Oh,
in the
no.
rear? Oh, it doesn't fit.
Does the wheel not fit?
It literally doesn't.
No, it don't. It doesn't fit.
What? Oh my.
No, it doesn't fit. We then found a strange technique on how to make these 22-inch alloys fit. We won't be doing any F1 pit stops anytime soon.
That is
well odd.
Yeah. That's going to be a problem, that is.
Look from here, the tyre is well behind there.
Oh my days.
We've gone 60mm wider.
That's a 50mm gap, and we've got 60mm wider.
I don't think the new wheels are going to work. Let's see what happens.
Oh, there's a bit more room.
There is a bit more room.
But is the 60mm worth the room?
It's going to be very close. How's the kit looking? That looks savage.
Jeez.
That looks absolutely savage. My dream
Jeez.
RS6 was almost ready.
Let me just clean it out now.
Just a few more little bits to add on, and then we're going to pick the wheels up, which should finish off the build cosmetically anyway. This is it. I think it's pretty much almost done. There's a few last little things, but the main thing now are the wheels. And this is going to be the first time driving the RS6 after I've ruined it with this body kit. Step 1, don't break it on the way to Wheelmania. Step 2, watch the splitter. And step 3, don't break down. I hope this drives okay. For the first time.
Loves it, mate.
I'm expecting to hear a lot of stones. You know, like, because stones are just going to pick up in the kit.
Especially with the new wheels, because they're...
Oh, yeah. Seem all good so far.
We made it about 50 metres.
But as we pulled out from the unit, things went downhill fast. It sounds quite cool, doesn't it?
Sounds right to me. What's wrong?
We're in limp mode.
No.
Yeah.
Why?
Oh,
Engine management light already.
it's flashing as well. We're in limp. I've got no power.
We've only gone 100 metres.
I probably went on.
Wow,
I should
we
check my
literally
minutes,
made
shouldn't
it
I?
down the- Is it? Do you reckon it's because I've got no fuel?
Maybe, yeah. It can't
So they're just trying. Oh, we've got EPC light on now.
TPMS.
How do I?
Oh, it's shaking.
We're missing. I think it might be because of no fuel.
We've got to get it to
How do I change it? It's in like sport mode. Let's get it out of sport.
Put it in comfort.
Oh, we're really struggling.
Oh no. Okay.
What? As if we just pulled out and it's like dead already. We should have bought the code reader.
We're going to break that.
We're done. We're done.
What do you mean we're done?
We're done. I've got nothing.
Oh no.
Everyone's gonna think that's fixed. We're done.
We're going to have to
I think we ran low battery. People are gonna think that's fixed.
It's literally made it.
We literally just made it down the road.
That's it.
Someone's
What do we do?
got water back.
Oh.
I'm not happy.
I think it's ran out of fuel.
So we've got to go get fuel in the Aston and then bring it back here, put fuel in and see if it works. And if not, we've got a problem. Oh no.
The only logical explanation to why we broke down is, well, no fuel. And there's a simple answer to that. Go get some. Oh, come on then. We're back, we're back, we're back, we're back! After we got fuel, we found out how fast this car actually was. Before finally arriving at the place we set off to go to.
Wheelmania.
Wheelmania.
Yes, sir.
We made it to Wheelmania in one piece, and everything still seems to be on the car, which is good. And obviously we came here for wheels, which actually could literally make or break this car, because just check this out. This is where we were struggling last time, so you'll see what wheels we've gone for. I've not seen them yet, but we've done a special design for them. We want to make this special, but Wheelmania have had literally 0 time to make these as well. So if these work, it's going to be amazing. But to get it past this gap here, it is insane. There's not much gap to get it on. I don't know how they're going to do it, but let's go take a look at them. Here we go. I'm a bit nervous.
I'm just hoping they fit.
Yeah, I know, yeah, they might look good, might not fit. Oh my god.
What? They look mad.
Yeah, they're the perfect colour as well, perfect colour. So I was just scared they were going to be like too gold, but no, they look mint. that looks sick. Oh, I hope they're going to fit. Oh, and also, we went a size smaller. There's 22 inches on at the minute, and these are 21s, I think they are.
21 inch.
21
11
inch.
to 21.
And check this out.
Oh,
MA in the wheel and MA in the centre cap. This is literally a build for myself, so I've been selfish and just put MA logos in it. Right, let's get on the car, hopefully. We've now all seen the wheels that Wheelmania had specially made for this build, and they look incredible. I just hope they're gonna fit. But it wasn't fitting the wheels that was the problem. It was getting the old ones off.
Oh, that's tight.
With the old ones off, will the new ones go in place? Oh, I knew we should have gone down a side. I knew it.
Bang on.
Wheels, perfect fitment, but we didn't have the all clear just yet. The wheel was catching on the front of the body kit.
Moment of truth, let's find out.
You can just see the tyre catching on the side skirt there.
Yeah, that's not good.
When we start it, we think we might have the clearance. I feel like that's got to go lower, innit?
Loads.
Yeah. Do you reckon that's going to work? Should we try it?
I really hope this works because these wheels look insane. I just want them to fit so bad. Come on. Perfect. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my days. That looks unreal. Yes.
That is perfect fitment.
That is bang on.
That is perfect fitment.
Oh,
Perfect
I'm
fitment.
buzzing.
Thank you.
Let's get the rest of them on.
That is so sick. Oh
Let's
my
go.
days. I thought it wasn't going to be our day today when we broke down. But so far we're going well. Still got the fronts to do. What What a result that was. And it was the same story for the other side. And even on the front, we had a similar story.
Ooh.
They were just catching when we had it in the air, but when we lowered it down, perfect fitment. The wheels are on and they are spot on, absolutely spot on. If you need wheels refurbishment, anything to do with wheels, Wheelmania are your guys. The link's in the description box below, and of course, they have sponsored the build. Now, you guys need to see these wheels on the car because it looks insane.
That's awesome.
Absolutely unreal. What a way to almost finish the build. There's
What's left?
A few more bits left to do, which you'll see in the next video. But out of 10, it's a 10. It's got to be. Hey, Kevin. It's a 10.
Whoa, stop.
Oh.
Colin's gone everywhere. Oh no!
No.
Oh no!
Oh, we shouldn't have ragged it.
No. After we fitted the wheels in the last video at Wheelmania, we had some problems when we left.
Today is not our day with this RS6.
No way. Coolant was leaking out fast, and from somewhere we couldn't see. Do you know what? I wonder if I can get to it with the arch lining out. It looks like the leak was coming from the bottom of the car. I don't know how this has happened. There's a hose clip, which is not on the clip, and it's not even one that we've touched. There was a clip which was supposed to be holding on a coolant hose, which was halfway down the hose, not doing its job at all. But luckily, all we needed to do to fix it was to slide the coolant hose back in place and then put the clip in the right position. Then we could fill it back up with coolant, well, in this case, water, because we just needed to get home. Done. So the RS6 made it back and it runs, but we're far from where we need to be. So here is our first issue. This tyre here is running really close to the side skirt at the front of the car. And actually, to fix this, for once in our lifetime, we've got to lower the car because we think that will give it more clearance at the front. But there's a strange way to lower an RS6, and that is because the RS6 uses air suspension as standard. You can see on the front here where there'd usually be a spring, there's an airbag, and on the back there's a damper separate to the airbag. But I am going to be keeping this suspension thanks to this little thing right here. These plastic drop links are on the 4 corners of the car, and these tell the computer how high or how low each corner is. If one side's too high, then it decreases the air in the bag on that side to bring it level with the rest of the car. But if we shorten one of these drop links, it'll almost trick the car to thinking it's at ride height, even though the wheel will be further up in the arch. And I'm going to be doing that by installing these adjustable drop links, which were only £60 off eBay. These drop links now are going to trick the car when it's sitting lower to think it's at its normal ride height. Hopefully that makes sense. Now we're going to find out what it sits like. Yo, I might have got a bit too low. I'm on the floor this side. It's obvious I may have adjusted it slightly too much on the rear, so he sent the car back in the air to do a few more adjustments. Woo! You don't know how long that took. We ended up lowering the front. This is the new ride height. So the front is pretty low, to be fair, and then the back is about bob on now, but look at the clearance we've got here. I did take it out and actually rubbed a little bit of the tyre right in, but I'm sure that'll come up. But yeah, we've got a lot more clearance on the front. That is a lot better now, yeah? Is it even a build if you don't put an exhaust on it? Already fitted to the car is a catback Miltech exhaust, which there's nothing wrong with. But you'll see later in the video while we're doing some exhaust modifications. We need maximum power out of this thing. So we're going to be swapping out the Miltech exhaust for a brand new Scorpion exhaust. With a little surprise. The valves aren't plugged in.
Oh.
Oh, I think I found why it's not plugged in.
Oh my, wow.
That's something else that we're gonna have to fix now. But we can do that once the exhaust is off. All we've got to do now is disconnect the exhaust from the downpipes. And with that done, we should be able to lower the full exhaust system complete away from the car.
What the fuck?
For that, we'll get a job at that well-known exhaust place anytime.
Wow!
My son wants me to get that to fit in there, and it's not the proper one.
And whilst he's doing that, I'm gonna do some more work on this, because although we've got the exhaust off, that's not what's gonna give us the maximum power. It's gonna give us more power, but we want maximum
I just got the
power.
same lobby like 4 times an
To do
hour.
that, we need downpipes. So the downpipes are connected to the turbo here, and it's the first bit of the exhaust really, and that is what's restricting most of the power, because they have catalytic converters in there. So we're gonna put sports cats in them. Any restriction this far up in the exhaust system is not great when you're trying to make the most power out of a car. So right now I'm undoing the bolts which hold the downpipes to the turbos. And meanwhile my dad's fixed the plug which opens and closes the valves for the exhaust. These downpipes must have got put on the engine and the engine lifted up from underneath, because look at this. No way to get them out. We've got to try and remove this, but I'm not quite sure how this actually removes, unless we drop the engine down a bit. It gives a bit more room, but still probably not enough. But this is a bit silly. On top of the heat shield and the cover was like an electrical connection box. So we had to undo some of the wires on that, remove them out the way, and once we got that undone, we should be able to move the heat shield out the way. Yeah! Woo! This gave us a little bit more room to pull out the downpipes on the back of the car. Yeah! So, essentially, this is like removing a potato from the exhaust. So, here's the restriction.
Potato.
Yeah, and then this one's got no potato. So now we're gonna put these ones in. Thanks so much to MT.
1 HP, bro.
Links in the description. Let's hope these are easier to fit than those were easier to take off. Hey, these don't have the tab on them. Oh yeah, they do. Let's go. Let's put them in. Putting the downpipes on was a lot easier than taking them off. They slotted in a lot easier. And with them in, we just had to put all the trims and everything back in place.
Where is he, bro? Oh.
Look how cool they look. Last thing to go on was the engine cover, and now it's time to get the new exhaust out. Here we go, new and old. The icing on the cake, check out these bad boys. More carbon. The black tips, which I think are probably meant to be chrome, but they've gone black, are now going to be replaced with dry carbon. How do we feel about that?
It's different, but I don't mind it.
Yeah, I think it's quite cool. Right, let's replace these, get the whole exhaust on, and hear noises. The standard exhaust tips are bolted to the rear diffuser, and the bolts were pretty rusty, so it took a little bit more work than I thought to get these off, but I think it'll be worth it. Thank you! So we have an issue with this. These are the springs out of the Miltech one, and they're meant to go in the valve and open, close the valve. The motor sits on the top, but this spring is for a Miltech exhaust, not for a Scorpion. And the Scorpion one's meant to work off the OEM spring, and we don't have the OEM spring. So when we go to Audi later in the video, we should probably pick one of these up. But for now, we're going to have to just open the valve so there's constant flow going, and just tape it in place, and then later on we will sort it. But that's quite annoying, but it is what it is. We didn't have the right spring because Miltech decided. Now we've got to put the rest of the exhaust on. We're just checking whether we can get to all the nuts and bolts.
Oh, you can easy. Up here, look.
Yeah?
Yeah, no problems. I can get my fingers on all three at once.
To fit the exhaust, we do the same thing but in reverse. but this time we're doing it in sections. The front part of the exhaust went on, and then on goes the middle section of the exhaust, but first we need the OEM hangers off. We need to line everything up, and then bolt in the hangers to the chassis of the car. And finally, it's the back piece of the exhaust, which connects to both back boxes each side. I'm not sure how different the sound's going to be with this Scorpion exhaust, but I know with the downpipes, it's probably going to make it a lot louder. But let's find out.
So close.
No.
Oh my god! It is pretty loud! That's so loud! Yeah, it's coming up. Oh, that's better! Oh, that's better! It's come off cold start. That was well loud on cold start. Yeah.
Go on then.
Oh, that sounds good. That sounds sick.
I like that.
Yeah, that sounds good. It doesn't like split my ears open. It sounds actually really good. It's the first time I feel like I've not ruined it. It's going to be well loud on the dyno though.
That sounds nuts.
Speaking of dynos. So now the RS6 has downpipes installed, but we need to tell the ECU that it has them installed. So I'm bringing the car to Mallory Performance to have it tuned, and we can see what power we can make out of this thing.
The widest I've got that strap on it.
The widest you strapped on here?
After 2 years, 2.5 years. Wow.
It's only just gone on.
How much brake horsepower do you think it's going to make?
Well, stock 550. I think. Is it ambitious to get 700? I don't know. Maybe you'll get 700.
It is quite warm though.
Oh yeah, it's like 30 degrees. Oh my god. So inside here it's 28 degrees Celsius. That's not so good for tuning.
How does the heat affect the tuning?
So the air is less dense. So when the air's hot, there's less air. Whereas when the air's cold, it's more dense, so we get more air in, which means more fuel and more power. But because it's hot, there's less of it. And look at the humidity. Wow. It's humid as well, so it's not great, but we'll see what we can get. Let's do a stock run first. Where's Phil?
Oh man. So it's a couple of hours of this. I mean, that's not really bad though.
140 red line. Look, your car's got to be hot now. Red line's really low. It does, doesn't it? Yeah, it doesn't rev much. And the first figures were in at 643 horsepower and 979 Newton meters of torque. This car ain't slow to start with, so if you improve that on a hot day as well, oh my god, this is going to be insanely fast. Let's, well, Phil, now it's your time.
Now I've got to do my bit, you know.
He has. It didn't take long till Phil had tuned the car and we're back in. Here we go. Will it get as far as 700? I don't know if it will in this heat. I don't know if it will. It's so loud. And we have the final figures. There we go, 691 horsepower with 960 Newton meters of torque. We are at 25 degrees in here, so we think it should be over 700 brake in the cool. Well done, Phil. So overall, the car made an extra 141 horsepower more than standard and an extra 216 Newton meters of torque. Phil did take out a bit of the low range torque because the RS6 are known for snapping drive shafts. Here we go, first time driving 700 brake horsepower worth of RS6 with a new exhaust as well. Let's hope this goes better than the first time. And the thing is, now we're heading straight to Audi, and I really don't think they're going to be happy with what we've done to the car, and we probably shouldn't have done it as well. Right, let's open it up.
That feels so much faster.
That's good.
That feels so good. Oh my god, that is so loud.
Now it looks.
Yeah.
It looks how.
It sounds how it looks.
That's right. That's correct. It sounds like it needs to. It looks like a monster. It sounds like a monster. But now we head to Audi, where before all of this, a technician called me and told me if I'm thinking of taking the car to America, I need to bring it into Audi first.
Oh.
Because there's potentially something that's dangerous on this car. We've arrived at Audi, and for some reason I don't think we're going to be very popular here. Although we might be. They might really like it.
They're going to hate it.
We've been called in, and we need to know exactly what for. Very good. How are guys? So we've told everyone that my car needs to come back to Audi for something.
Yes.
And you're kind of going to explain why exactly.
So on the Audi RS6s, the V8 engine, same as the RS7s and the S8s, they've got a little oil strainer for the turbo, literally about that big, is behind you there, so I'll show you in a second.
Yeah.
And basically what can happen is that one on the car is a little bit too small, so all the bits get blocked, and then that obviously gets blocked up, no oil can go through, turbo starve. When a turbo starve, boom.
New turbo or new engine or...
Yeah.
So it's pretty bad.
It's bad.
Still quite...
But it's literally that big.
Right.
You've got to take the whole inner of the V out, everything. And
Oh, so a lot's got to come off. So my car's a little bit different to a normal Audi RS6 as well. So before you do this work, I think you guys should probably have a look at it. Yeah. And yeah, we'll see what you have to take off to do this, if that's all good. Wicked. The RS6's turbos have been known to fail, and sometimes also causing the engine to fail. And this is all because of oil starvation. This happens so much, Audi put out a recall for the RS6. Underneath the turbos, there's an oil strainer which filters the oil going to the turbos. On the standard one, it was getting blocked up with old oil and sometimes carbon deposits. So Audi now have redesigned an oil strainer to allow a better flow of oil to the turbos without it getting blocked up. But this is quite a lot of work to change. And Audi will do this free of charge. But I was worried that they'd have to take off the body kit, so I wanted them to see the car first.
That ain't gonna fit in it.
What do you think?
Wow, it's nice. It's really good.
Have you had a car like this come here before?
Nah.
No?
Not like that.
Ah, one of a kind.
Now, surprisingly, most of the guys at Audi love the car.
Man, it's incredible. Absolutely incredible.
But I wanted to find out whether they needed to remove the body kit to fit this oil strainer.
Will be under there,
Oh.
and then you'll have to do that. You have to take the charge air cooler off. You've got to take these off. All these pipes that connect to the turbos, all these hoses around to come off. And then the front bumper has to come off to take that off because it pulls off that way.
Really? So you just mentioned that the front bumper's got to come off.
Yeah, basically.
Which would mean that probably part of the body kit would have to come off as well.
Yeah.
Is this something that you would touch? Would you still work on it like this?
I think it will depend on which dealership as well.
Right, okay, yeah.
Sometimes they make you sign a waiver because if we take something off and we might not be able to put the body kit back on, but we can put the bumper on.
Yeah,
The good
yeah.
child seats, if we take them off, we're not allowed to put them back on.
Right, I see. Oh yeah, that makes
That's the
that makes sense. Yeah. So if it falls off, then I can't I can't blame you. Okay, that makes perfect sense. But this car is going to America next week, so I'm not discriminating Audi. I think they're perfectly capable of taking this kit off. Thing is, I fitted it and I fitted it my way, and they are probably going to absolutely tear me to pieces for the way I fitted it. So I feel like, are we allowed to buy the Gauze kit and do it ourselves?
Yeah, of course. As long it won't be registered that it's been done, obviously, but you'll have your own proof that you've done it. You've got
A video.
Your video yeah, there'll be no proof, but it will be done. It will be hopefully safe.
Well, we'll get the part then, and we'll fit it. Anything else whilst we're here? There was something else. As we're going to be driving from California to Las Vegas, it's going to be pretty hot. So I wanted to make sure that our aircon gas was fully topped up. So the lads got onto it there, whilst I went back to the reception and bought the full kit with all the seals to do the recall job myself. And with the aircon gassed, it's time for us to head back to the unit. Well, the lads at Audi were surprisingly welcoming to the wide body RS6, and a lot of people liked it, but we've got still so much more to fit to it and fix before we go to America. This is quite a vital part. We don't want the turbos going, we don't want the engine going, especially now it's 700 brake. Right now, the RS6 is in Los Angeles and we are here. So we need to get on the plane and off we go. Come on. The RS6 has already been on its own little journey.
It's made for it, perfect.
It got loaded into a container, put onto a boat, and then shipped from Portsmouth all the way to LA docks. Now we've just got to catch up with it. We are on the flight, ready to go to LA. The first time ever in my existence. The plan when we arrive is to collect the car and drive it from LA all the way to Las Vegas, where we park it up for the show SEMA. Here it is, here it is.
It looks ridiculous.
Oh,
I forgot how wide that is.
It is literally so wide. It's looking good. Thanks so much.
I was like, I got on the left side at first, like, where's the steering wheel?
Oh yeah, what you got on the passenger side?
Yeah, I'm not used to seeing audio.
yeah, of course. Is there any RS6s like this shape in the US?
Never. I mean, no, as far as I've seen, I've never seen them before.
Oh, that's cool.
You have the windows down, people be tripping out, bro.
Oh yeah, because the wrong side. The car and ourselves made it to LA. And it's now time to begin the road trip.
You excited for the trip?
Right. Can't wait.
Feels like the road's so big, I just feel like I fit in. The car was driving great, and it seemed the US guys were loving it. Whilst was in the US, it would be rude not to check out what the US car scene is like. Which brings us on to our first stop. We're getting in the exotic area, Matt. And we're in a wagon. Yeah. First stop, Cars and Coffee, which is exceeded my expectations a lot. I mean, look at this. The RS6 has got in the exotic car park that I mean, there's not even this many supercars in the UK, and there's everything here, and everyone's just come here. And Saturday morning, it's like what, 9 in the morning.
Yeah.
Well, we're not even at SEMA yet.
I don't want to know what SEMA's
yeah,
going to be like.
what is SEMA going to be like?
Ooh.
Okay, so the US car scene is pretty cool, but we've still got a few places to stop off at before getting to SEMA.
I've always dirtied everything that I found. This ain't no difference.
Any fries, any drinks?
Yeah, fries, please.
Save all the things that I said that night. Played it cool, but I never got it right.
Our next location will be the last location the RS6 will drive.
Now that you are.
It wouldn't be be America without a drag race. And of course, we've got the RS6. And we're about to race it against a few more fast cars. Half a mile in the US. Come on, Audi RS6. This was it. We're about to push the RS6 to the absolute limit. Remember, we had this car tuned to 691 horsepower back in the UK. 691 horsepower with 960 newton meters of torque. And our first race today is against a 700 horsepower BMW M5. Similar to the one I previously rebuilt.
Who do you think's going to win?
We are, of course.
Yeah. Iceman. You maverick.
We lined both cars up, both around 700 horsepower and both big family cars. Let's see if Audi really is better than BMW.
Here we go. Bad start from us. Bad start, late start. 100 mile an hour. 120. No, we're in limbo. Oh, we're smoking. The turbo's gone. Oh, no. Turbo's blown. Oh no, big smoke.
I think that Audi lost. And there was a lot of smoke coming out the back of it.
Engine stalled. Oh no!
Oh man.
Just broke it.
No, you broke it.
So the BMW's back, but Matt isn't, and I think there was a lot of smoke coming out the back of it. Hopefully the car's all right. He's like all the way over there. In fact, he's not back yet. He's not good.
What are we gonna do? We're all the way out here. Oh dear. Right, let's see. One run, and it's not. Oh.
What broke? As we got over 100 mile an hour, the car went into limp mode. The engine light then started flashing and the car completely stalled. But there was nothing obvious we could see under the bonnet. And underneath, looked completely dry.
So it's just a setting on the car?
Stinks of oil, doesn't it? So try and start it. Seized.
Yeah, it's just turned off.
No, it seized it.
This was bad. The engine is completely seized.
No! Oh no!
Ooh!
Yeah, it's chucked a rod out.
There was a lot of smoke coming from the side of the engine. So our first thoughts, there's a hole in the side of it. It was really difficult to see.
Before we came up, we checked the oil, we checked the temperatures, it's done plenty of miles. How do you plan on that? This is not good. This is not good at all. What happened? You will play. How's it done that? Oh!
Is that metal? No. Okay, we're good.
I still don't know what's happened there.
Now, before we went away, you guys will remember that we had to take the car to Audi themselves because there was a recall on the oil line which feeds the turbos. Now, Audi couldn't do the job themselves because they'd have to take off the body kit.
You might not be able to put the body kit back on, but
So we bought the parts to do it. Problem is, we didn't have the time to do it before the car left. So our initial thoughts was that it was a blown turbo.
No, but we had helmets on, didn't we? But it felt like it just lost
Or
power.
they didn't do it? Or they're stupid?
It weren't long down the strip until we lost power.
I think we're sleeping in the tent.
We couldn't see any damage to the side of the engine.
Can't see it.
But the turbos did look okay.
It's seized as out.
But the engine was definitely seized.
Are we building another engine again? No, there's no oil in there. The coolant looks low. Very low.
Is it a belt or a chain on these?
It's a chain, yeah, it's a chain.
I think we're walking home.
We were stuck. So the guys at Amiga Motorsport called the fire service to help us. But then things got even better.
Oh, brilliant. My towing eye is missing. Great. Right, okay, I'm going to see if it'll go in neutral first. That'll be a good one.
When I got back in the car and turned the ignition on, I noticed something.
Oh, yeah, there's no coolant, Dad. All the coolant's come out. The coolant lights come on.
Again?
The engine, you reckon?
That's what could have been the smoke then.
Might have, maybe the head gasket went or something and the water got pumped straight into the cylinder.
And it's hydro-locked it. Yeah, that could have made sense.
So for some reason, I had no coolant. And also it was showing me that the oil was overfilled. So for sure, the coolant has somehow ended up in the oil. But it's still a mystery how.
Yeah, that seems quite good. Yeah, so just keep the tension on the cord, yeah. Okay, got it.
You see me do this? I just want you to just break a little bit more.
Okay.
Oh dear. Another epic episode of Matt Armstrong.
Sometimes just go wrong.
It seems we've failed. I know this RS6 wasn't going to be anywhere near as good as the cars that go to SEMA, as people have spent years getting their car ready to go to it. But to rebuild this car in 24 hours and transform it like we did, with the people I did it with, was a dream come true. And to get it into SEMA would finish that dream. So I'm not going to give up just yet.
We may need some help.
Okay. What's up?
I've blown the engine up on the RS6. At the minute, we're outside LA. We're in a place called Bakersfield, and we're getting the car shipped back to LA. We've not quite decided yet, but we're just sorting our options out. We was thinking, is the P1 going to SEMA?
P1's going to, yeah, it's on its way there right now.
And I assume it's going to be trailered back to your place.
Yeah.
Did you have any room for for an RS6?
Bring it by, dude. Yeah, we'll get it done.
Yes. Yes.
Freddie's a legend.
I told you Freddie would help us out.
So we had a plan. Problem being, we were in Bakersfield and Freddie's place in Florida was over 2,500 miles away. And we still have the issue of getting it to SEMA. And the runway that we're racing on becomes active in the next half an hour. So we've got to get the car off it.
Hundreds of miles later, we're at the DDE HQ. Shout out to Dave and Damon and Mike and everyone at DDE, because they are letting us put the RS6 here, which isn't here yet. So we're going to go into the DDE shop and wait for the RS6 and unload it without a tow hook. This is just...
Wow.
It only happens to us. It only happens to us.
Once again, thanks so much to the DDE guys for letting us use the workshop for now. It's crazy even being here, so we might as well enjoy it whilst we can. The RS6 turned up, but to add insult to injury, it looks like we had more damage.
What?
The strap used to tie down the car has rubbed away some of the paint on the outside of the wheel. But that's the least of our worries at the minute. For now, we wanted to get the RS6 inside DDE's place, get it on the
Holy
ramp
shit,
and find
bro.
out exactly what has happened to this engine.
Oh, they got crazy goers.
Ramp, but it looked like the lift might damage the kit, so instead we decided to jack it up and go old school.
I could probably do
Once I got the under tray off, there was no really obvious signs of any holes in the engine, although there was oil at the bottom of it, but not loads. It was really difficult to see anything.
Interesting.
I then checked the inlet pipes going into both turbos to see if I could see any fluid or anything that shouldn't be there. But again, all looked fine.
You have signs that it's going. It can't just go boom.
The only thing, what if it lifted? Could it have lifted the head up? Yeah, because like you're running too much power. Could it have lifted the head? But then some people run these engines quite fast doing that.
It's 11 o'clock in the evening.
12 o'clock at night.
Yeah, 12 o'clock now.
It's 12 o'clock in the evening, and we're taking engines apart.
Our next point of attack was the spark plugs. We was going to start by removing them to see if we could see any damage to any of them, or see if we could see any damage inside the cylinder itself. Starting off with the right hand side of the car. The first one didn't really look that bad at all. But the second one...
Oh no.
Oh dear, engine very bad. Looks like something has hit it, or it's burned. Parts of it was just missing. It looks like it's been hit. That one is very wet. And the next one was soaked in coolant. Not ideal.
Yikes.
And the one after that, also soaked. I think that might be a mix of coolant. Oh no, it is just coolant, this one. This one's coolant. And this one's very bad. I still have no idea what the coolant thing is about. And that one's that's perished. The top of that spark plug has burnt to a million pieces, that has. The good thing is, it's got nothing to do with the recall. Because the turbos would have gone, and the turbos seem okay, but this is something to do with timing, head gasket. Truth is, we just didn't know.
Whenever you're ready.
Right, we're gonna try and turn the engine over now without the spark plugs in. So there's like no compression, and it should shoot out stuff if it turns over. That is.
If.
Engine very bad.
Yes, engine very bad.
What's happened to it? It is still a mystery. SEMA is tomorrow. How are we going to get this finished and fixed for SEMA? We've got a wheel to refurb, a engine to fix, and that's it. So we're close. What? I mean, more to the question, what happened to you? What happened to that? What has happened? There's something seriously wrong with the RS6, in case you haven't all realised by now. And we did all of this to make it to SEMA, and we've not made it. It feels kind of disappointing, really.
We have flew about 5,000 miles.
I don't know what we're going to do. The RS6 made it to SEMA, but not without a seized engine. Oh no! So now we're pushing it out of SEMA, and we've got to figure out how we're going to fix this thing. I have no idea. We were left with no choice but to trailer the car the rest of the way to the show, where it sat and people admired, but they didn't know the engine was seized.
So this looks like really sketchy, doesn't it?
It's very tight.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Straight.
Oh my.
I'm gonna go ahead and say this was a mistake building this car. just gonna put that out there.
Well, Freddie's car had to be taken back to his workshop, so we might as well join him.
Yay!
So it looks like we're heading to Florida, and my car's arrived at Freddie's unit. Let's get fixing it. Now, it may seem strange that we've took the car to Florida instead of taking it back home to fix it, but it will all make sense. For now, I'm dying to find out what is wrong with the engine and whether we can fix it. So far, we know that we took the spark plugs out that side, and one of them, well, it should look kind of like that. So it should have a tip on, and that one has completely perished. One is missing, so it looks like it's either broken off for some reason, or potentially that cylinder on that side, or one of them has got extremely hot and burnt it off, which will explain probably why it happens later. But one thing that's kind of unexplainable is, check this out, no coolant inside the coolant reservoir at all. So we're going to find out exactly where that coolant's gone and how the hell it's got there. My first step is going to be removing all the spark plugs on the other side of the engine. And after we've got those spark plugs out, we're going to see if the engine will turn over.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's soaked. The reason why it's wet, we don't know. But it could have something to do with the charge cooler. If the charge cooler's leaked or perished, then it could leak water into the engine. But we're just working through the problems one by one, and we'll get onto that later. Oh, that one looks alright.
Yeah, that's alright.
That one just looks fuely.
Not that wet.
Looks good.
Yeah.
Wet. Yeah, it's even blowing bubbles. Now, if there was coolant in the cylinders, that could potentially stop the engine from turning over because the piston's trying to compress liquid. Hydrolock. But now that we've taken all the spark plugs out, the piston should be able to push all the fluid out of the cylinder when we turn over the car. That's if it turns over. Okay, go on. Two options now. It turns over and it sprays loads of water out the cylinders and it looks good, and we figure out how the water got in the cylinders and why that spark plug burned. Or it doesn't turn over at all and something's bent and broken.
Let's hope it's option one.
Yeah. Yep.
Do, 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 do,
Yeah.
do, do.
No. We're going to be here a while.
That noise is the starter motor trying to turn the engine over. And the fact it's not turning over with no spark plugs in is not good. That means something has seized, broke, bent, broken.
You said that.
Or seized. I have an idea. Out comes the camera. We're going to put this camera down the spark plug hole into the cylinder. Engine very bad.
That's not good.
Oh my god, what is all that? But all that it showed us was that it was just wet.
It's not too bad.
Hey, look, yeah, the piston looks alright. The pistons looked okay, but there was huge pools of water on them. It's strange that there's coolant on every cylinder, which makes me think more and more that it is the charge cooler. Oh!
Oh my.
Now you can see here, the air comes in these two pipes, goes through the turbo where it creates boost, the air comes out of each turbo and then into this charge cooler here. Now inside the charge cooler, it will look almost like a radiator where coolant is circulating, and with the air blowing through it, it should keep the air cool before it goes into the engine on each side. But if the charge cooler is leaking, then it could be sucking water into the intake manifold on both sides of the engine, which explains all the coolant in there. So I was going to take the charge cooler out and test it to see if it was leaking.
Oh. Oh.
The water stayed in it though. So, okay, if we pressurise this with water, it should not leak any water out of this.
Interesting.
So the water's travelling through this and going through the veins like that, and then the air's going through this to keep the air cool. If we pressurise some water through there somehow, we put a hose pipe on, it should only come back out of that hole. And if it doesn't, that's where the waters came from.
Oh, God.
No, I think it's good. Oh.
Ooh.
No, that's fine. The hunt continues, and the only way we're going to find out what happened is just to start stripping the engine apart. So, I think.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun.
We've got to start stripping the engine apart.
Looking forward to it.
I'm going to start by trying to gain access to the front of the engine, which means I've got to take the front bumper off, which is a little harder now it's got this ridiculous GT3 kit on. But once I got the front bumper off, we can work away at taking apart the crash bar, and once we've got the crash bar off, we can then work away onto the radiators. First off, we're going to draw all of the AC gas out of the system. That way when we take the aircon condenser off, it's not going to pour all the AC gas out. And now with all the pipes disconnected and the bolts undone, we can remove the whole front end away from the car. Front end's off. Still, no clues. We can't see any holes in the engine. We can't see anything just yet. I think we're going to drain the oil. That should give us some clues of what's going on. I just think it's going to be full of water, but if it's full of metal and water, that would be quite funny. For you, not for me.
Oh my!
Where's the oil?
There's the oil. I can't believe that.
I've never seen that before. Engine very bad. To be honest, it seems like this engine is toast, but we still can't be sure on why it happened. So we're left with no other choice now but to try and get the engine out of the car so we can figure this mystery out. Off comes the exhaust and the prop shaft, and then we're going to remove the bonnet. The plan is to get the heads off. So we're just going to drop the engine out on the subframe to do that, and well, there's wires and stuff everywhere. It's actually pretty hard to work on the Audi, like, and everything's all plastic. Look, inlet manifold's plastic, everything's all plastic. So that's great. The work continues on the Audi, and the more we work on this car, the more we realise it wasn't supposed to be worked on. Everything is so tight and compact, it makes it impossible for mechanics. Right, fuel line is disconnected, and fuel could be a massive part in this. Although a lot of people jump straight for the remap that we've done on the car, it's unlikely that it would be the remap, but it's more likely it would be the fuel. The car is remapped to only use 99 RON fuel, which we can get in the UK, good fuel. In California, we can't get that fuel. And if you remember in the last video, the car was running just fine until stupid me decided to put 91 octane fuel in it, which is the equivalent to the UK's 95 RON fuel. Unfortunately, I didn't realise that, because in California, you can only get 91. It's something to do with their emissions over there, and let me explain what that would do. The higher the fuel octane rating, the greater the pressure it can withstand before it self-ignites in the cylinder. The air-fuel mixture in the cylinder is only supposed to ignite when the spark plug sparks, which is when the piston is right at the top of the stroke. That way you could get maximum power. Now, because I've remapped the car, we're effectively adding more air into the cylinder to get a bigger explosion, which is more power. But more compressed air also causes more heat. So after the remap, the piston is coming up on its compression stroke and is compressing more air. And if we had low octane fuel here, it could cause self-ignition. This is where some of the air-fuel mixture already ignites before the piston even gets to the top of the cylinder. And if this keeps happening, it's going to cause a lot of heat in that cylinder, which could explain why the tip of my spark plug is just burnt off. This is the exact reason why cars aren't remapped from factory, to deal with all different types of fuel and altitude around the world.
There's another nut up there somewhere.
This is a great angle of you.
Why have you got me in there? You can see right up. You can see my brain from that angle.
Now let's start disconnecting anything which connects the engine to the chassis of the car. Now we're undoing these two bolts instead of this long bolt here, which would actually be easier to undo, then we can lower it down. But this bolt, if you know anything about Audis, is the devil. It has a steel bolt going through an aluminium housing, which causes it to just corrode together. And more than likely, that bolt will be seized in, and we don't want to be dealing with seized bolts. So that's why we're doing these bolts at the back, and that should lower it down. My dad's loosening off the top mount bolts, so that should lower the strut a little bit further down, just so I can pull out these top suspension arms. And once the suspension arms are out of the way, I'm going to remove the brake caliper and tie it to the chassis of the car. Then I don't have to drain any brake fluid. Right, everything's disconnected. It is time to undo the bolts which hold the gearbox and hold the subframe to the chassis of the car. And then we're going to lower it all down in one piece. And we can finally figure out what the hell has gone wrong with this engine. Let's do it. Last thing connected, apart from the subframe, is the steering rack to the steering column. Just here. Steering column, connected, disconnected from the steering rack. Time for the engines to come out. We are going to disconnect the last few subframe bolts, and we're going to use this to lever out the engine and the gearbox as one. Hopefully this works. But that engine is a monstrosity. Here we go. I'm going to slide this pallet truck under and then remove the last few bolts out of the subframe, so then the engine rests onto the pallet truck.
Interesting.
Oh. So.
Big moment, guys. It's looking positive.
Looking good over here.
Yeah.
44K. Are you dead ass, bro? You dead ass right now, bro?
The engine and this monstrosity of a gearbox is out the RS6. This thing is huge. Okay, now we've got to find out what exactly has gone wrong with this engine by stripping it apart. Turbos are good. There's no play in the shaft in the turbo. This is a monstrosity of a 4-litre V8 twin turbo engine. There's so many bits on it, it's unreal. All we want to do is take the head off one side to find out what exactly has gone wrong. I think the damage is mainly done on this side, so I'm going to attack this side first, get the cylinder head off, see if the pistons are okay. I really want to find out why there's water in there. If it's fixable, great. If it's not, not great.
No, is that so?
To get the
No way.
Off.
Couldn't have thought of that.
Things to disconnect. Look in there. Get out, Miss Swamp.
Ooh, yeah.
And the thing is, if it was the head gasket, normally the head gasket, maybe if like something's broken, it's normally just one side. But this is both sides, and the only thing that connects both sides up.
This is bad.
That charge cooler that was here.
It's bad looks, bro.
Continued stripping the engine apart. This time to check the part that Audi said that needed the recall. Now it's known that this car hasn't had the recall, but there was a bolt missing, so which makes us think it could have had the recall, because there's no other reason why you would leave a bolt out unless you've had all of this off. And the recall was to do with a oil gauze, which is down here. Should be able to get it out. It hasn't had the recall. So this is the gauze here. It's a tiny microscopic gauze to let oil through and any rubbish not through, but Audi have made these too small when it was actually causing blockages if you haven't changed your oil, like if you didn't keep up with your service stuff, and then it would blow your turbos. But that, one, looks pretty clear, there's no rubbish in it, but two, hasn't had the recall, because that would have been bigger if not. A lot of people just take these out. So it hasn't had the recall, the turbos are fine. Our quest continues. Our mission still remains unanswered, but maybe once we get this cylinder head off, we will probably get the answer we've all been waiting for. Why has this engine seized? There was an unreal amount of bolts, wires and hoses we needed to disconnect, but eventually we got there.
Oh, yeah, that it looks like the ocean in there.
Head gasket hasn't blown.
That's positive. But then why is the water in the head?
This one's definitely burned.
Yeah.
Oh!
Bad.
Oh, I found it. I found the problem.
Oh, okay, right.
I found the problem.
Let me have a look underneath and look under the head. Oh, that cylinder don't look good.
That doesn't look good.
Let's have a look at that.
Oh. Something's peppered that.
Yeah. Let me show you the problem. Do you know how cylinder sleeves are meant to be nice and round like this? What happened to that one?
Oh, no.
Engine very
very bad.
There is
the biggest hole in that sleeve there from pre-detonation. That has got way too hot in there, and all we have to thank for that is California fuel, because we put 90. Well, actually, not California. Yes, California fuel, but also for me being an idiot, there's no way that's turning down. Oh my! Oh!
Oh my!
Oh my God!
That's it.
Is that it? Is that it stuck?
Let's have a look.
So these holes here are like water jackets. That's shooting the coolant through, which is keeping the cylinder cool, so it doesn't get too hot. But this has got way too hot, and it's actually burnt a hole through to this actual water jacket, which is probably explains why the water has come. Even would you reckon it's just blowback? It's just blowing back through. I don't know why it's. I don't know how the.
It would have gone through the inlet valve, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So that's the source of the water. We found the source of the River Nile, aka the river of the RS6.
The moral of the story is.
Moral of the story.
Put in good fuel.
Yes.
Otherwise, that happens.
Yeah. Engine very bad. This is going to be so expensive. Oh. This hole in this cylinder block here means that, well, this is not salvageable. We're going to need a new block, and finding a new block is next to impossible. So effectively, we need a new engine. This model of RS6 isn't available in the US, so it makes it impossible to find an engine for one over here. The thing is, I know that this engine is not only used in the RS6, it's used in the S6, the RS7, the Lamborghini Urus, and the Bentley Continental GT. The cheapest option, even though I think they're all the same, was one I found for an RS7. So I bought the second-hand engine, then had it delivered to Freddie's unit. Say hello to my brand new second-hand Audi RS7 engine, which supposedly only has 28,000 miles on the clock, and from first looks of things, it does look exactly the same. But I guess we'll find out when we put this engine inside the car, and if it doesn't work, we've got to make it work. Before we start putting the new engine in the car, there's a few things we've got to change over first. Starting with the alternator off the old engine. This is the first alternator that I've seen which is cooled by coolant. Oh!
You should have just fixed the other one though.
In the world. Now I've got the alternator off, I can start to fit it onto the new RS7 engine. I really hope that this engine is going to work in the RS6. I've just got to pull the tensioner down so I can get the belt on. If you had to do that with the engine in, God help you. Then next up, we're trying to remove the engine and the gearbox away from the subframe. I'm going to undo this bolt here, which is the engine mount bolt, which is the only thing connecting the subframe to the engine. Once I've undone this bolt on both sides, we should be able to lift the engine and gearbox away from the subframe. And that's exactly what we've done. So now we have the old engine and gearbox standing on the crane, the subframe on the floor, which I'm preparing to go onto the RS7 engine, and the RS6 looking sorry for itself over there.
The automatic gearbox has a torque converter on it. Right, well, you have to disconnect the torque converter from the flywheel, otherwise you just dump the oil all over the floor.
There's usually a little access hole underneath the gearbox where you can get to the bolts for the torque converter. One bolt! You then have to keep turning the gearbox to get to every bolt on the torque converter. And once all those bolts are removed, you can start removing the bell housing bolts, which connect the gearbox to the engine. There's quite a lot of these bolts, and to do it in the car, it would have been next to impossible. We've got to take the starter motor off. But to get the starter motor off, you've got to take an engine mount off. This engine was definitely 100% not made to be worked on. The last thing holding it in is, of course, the starter motor. This engine mount bracket has got to be pulled out of the way, and then we can just get to the two bolts holding the starter motor on.
Will the gear...
Yeah, you pull that. Yes! Look at this absolute weapon. So, huge gearbox, torque converter in there, not a clutch. Do you ever wonder why RS6 is so heavy? Look at this big elephant of a gearbox. And that's it. Now all I've got to do is put the old gearbox to the new RS7 engine and then bolt it all to the subframe. Then we found a huge issue.
I have fully messed up. And it's a good job we've noticed now. So you know how this is a left-hand drive Audi RS7 engine, and this is a right-hand drive. You wouldn't think it'd be any different, but we've noticed something that's different already, and it is not good. This wiring here on the left-hand drive, if you come over, on the right-hand drive car, all the fuse box sits here, the ECU sits here, and the airbox and everything for the blowers all sit on the right-hand side of the car over here. Now on the left-hand drive car, all this is over here.
Huh.
So the ECU,
What?
or the fuse box, is over here, which means on a left-hand drive car, all this wiring is shorter because it only got to go to that side of the car.
Uh-oh.
On the right-hand drive car, look how much longer this is. It is insanely, like, it's way longer, so it can reach all the way around the back of the engine and go there. All night we've been thinking, what are we going to do with this? Because it sounds easy just to unplug all of these plugs, every single plug on here, and take it off. And it's not easy. It's going to be a very long job to unplug the whole wiring harness and then put it onto that. I can't believe I didn't think of this before. We've got to start unplugging every single wire on that and take it off, and then unplug every single wire on this. Switch it off. This is not good. At this point, I'm beginning to think it would have been a better idea to send the car home to repair it. But I spent so much time and effort rebuilding this car and then sending it over to the US for it just to give up on its first drive. I can't give up now. I'm determined to get this fixed. We finally got off the full engine wiring loom off the right-hand drive engine, and then it was time to move over onto the left-hand drive RS7 engine and remove all the wires off that. Now remember, when we start installing all the wires back on this, if we miss one single plug off, it could be the case of taking the whole engine back out to plug it back in. If you notice on this clip, I've actually taken off the inlet manifold just so I can unplug the injectors. Big moment. So we can't mess this up.
Go on. No.
The shorter wiring harness is off. Technically, a left-hand drive RS6 is lighter than a right-hand drive RS6, even though you can't even get them in the... Oh yeah, you can get left-hand drive RS6s, I think. Look at this. All we've got to do now is get all of this monstrosity onto there. Apparently,
8 HP. Alright, dude.
Prone, especially tuned engines, to break that tip off, which is what happened to mine. So we're not taking any risks. Bought some uprated NGK plugs, and we're going to put these in instead, because if you think we've learned from a lesson on not having the car tuned, then you'd be wrong, because straight after this, potentially it could be being tuned. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna need the car tuned again, but this time over in Florida, just so it can cope with the US fuel, or else we're gonna end up with a repeat of last time. And these new Iridium spark plugs should be up for the test. Now, it's time for the wiring. I dread to think how long this is gonna take. Come on! On this engine, there is sensors everywhere, and we cannot afford to miss one single plug off. I started plugging in the stuff from the top, then moving down onto the inlet manifold. The wiring routes in such a way that if you get it wrong, then one plug won't reach where it's meant to go to, so you've got to get it perfect. And once most of the wiring's on, I can start putting on the aircon lines. A lot of stuff has to be put on at this point because it's really difficult to get to once it's in the car. Once that's all sorted, we're off to get the front subframe and then slide it underneath the engine so we could lower the engine onto the subframe. We're trying to get this bolt on the engine mounting to line up to the engine mounting bracket on the side of the engine. That way we can slot the bolt in and the engine will be secured to the front subframe. Next up, the elephant of a gearbox. The torque converter little knob here has got to slide into this hole in the flywheel. And this gearbox is really heavy to pull up to it. Again, another vital step that we've got to get lined up perfect. And once we did, we can tighten all the bell housing bolts to pull the gearbox to the engine. Then my dad's going to put in the front drive shafts to the side of the gearbox, whilst I'm at the back of the engine installing the downpipes. And there's one final thing that I wanted to check before we go putting this engine and gearbox in the car. And to do so, I'm going to have to call Audi themselves.
Your call is being recorded for quality purposes. Thank you for calling Audi North Orlando, where we're celebrating the season of Audi sales event. How may I assist you today?
Hello, I've got an Audi RS7 here, and I believe the RS7 had a recall at some point, and I'm just wondering whether if I give you the VIN number, you'll be able to see whether the Audis had the recall on this filter, if that's possible. I'm trying to work out whether the oil gauze in the turbo oil feed has been changed. This was a recall on all the RS6 engines, which we didn't manage to get done on ours. And last thing I want to do is put this engine in without doing the job, because it'd be much easier to do with the engine out.
I would only be able to see if there's an active recall.
Yeah, that'd be perfect. That'd be perfect.
I wouldn't be able to see. Okay.
Yeah.
Give me just a moment. There are no current open recalls on this RS7. It looks like looks like every recall is currently closed on this vehicle, so there are no open recalls.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Spider-Man. Superman.
Okay, thanks for that. That's amazing. Cheers. So, according to Orlando, Florida, the recall's been done. Do we trust it? I don't know. It is a lot of work getting it off, but the chances are it could have had the recall because it was a long time ago.
I think we risk it.
Everyone said, I know everyone is saying don't risk it, but I think we risk it. If it's had the recall, it would have said outstanding recall.
As long as you keep the oil fresh, it'll be fine.
Yeah, I think so. So we're just gonna send it and start putting the engine back in. Big moment going in. Which means pushing the engine and gearbox on a pallet truck underneath the car and then lowering the car down onto the subframe. And you can see how tight the gap is here. And I know a lot of you would have loved an engine conversion on this car, but there's barely enough room for the stock one. And if you're gonna do an engine conversion, it's gotta be for a bigger engine, right? Once we got the car lowered down, we could then start putting in the bolts for the subframe. These bolts are going to hold everything up so we can high the car up in the ramp and then connect the steering column to the steering rack, as you can see my dad's doing here. Freddie's back. Hello. And not that he's got anything else going on or anything like that. He decided to help us with this. So Freddie's going to be attacking the oil cooler because, well, I'll let Freddie explain.
Well, the reason why you want to take out the oil cooler is because the engine exploded.
Yeah, it was very bad.
Yeah, and when that happens, a lot of metal goes where it shouldn't go, and usually into the oil. So you want to make sure that all the oil passages and stuff are clean of all those. Well, it's like glitter. It's like stripper glitter.
Yeah.
I mean, it went to Vegas, you know. Came back with some glitter and let's do this. So yeah, here we go.
Freddie's right. Any debris in the oil, which could be contained in the oil cooler, could end up working its way back through.
Mamma, jag hade visst glömt att betala dig, så betalade jag nog.
Outside, and he's pressure washing it through. And then he's going to use some compressed air to push out any remaining water.
Jag hade glömt att betala dig. Du sa ju ifrån, så jag gjorde det nog.
We think it is sensible now.
Försikring, va?
We think the fuel was the problem on the last engine to get all of this very bad fuel out. And the way we're going to do that, put the ignition on and the fuel pump will prime and we're just going to let it come out. And if that doesn't work,
Ja, men jag har ju fått lön så...
put power to the fuel relay which we can't find.
Lönen har flyttat sig. 20 varje månad.
It only primes the fuel pump for a few seconds. So we need to find the fuel relay so we can send power directly to it. And the way we was doing that was just by removing relays and putting the ignition on to see if the fuel pump would prime. And when it didn't,
Lägga? Ja. Ja. Jag fick en faktura bara. Jag fick en faktura på 160 kronor.
Plan now, put power directly to the relay, and the way we were going to do that was with a power probe.
Jag har fått den här nu.
12 volts directly through where the relay should have been to hopefully prime the pump permanently.
Här är flera tusen liksom. Flera tusen.
But again, it only did it for a few seconds before it cut out. And this would take ages to clear out a full tank of fuel. So we needed another solution. ECU disconnected. Can we get a consistent flow of fuel? Action. We thought maybe it was stopping it priming consistently, but it wasn't.
80 kronor per passering.
Plan B. I went to the back of the car to the filling cap to see if we could siphon out the fuel that way, but there was
80 kronor per passering.
So then I moved inside. If you can put power to the
What the fuck?
pressure fuel pump, it should
Det är ju lov.
consistent flow of fuel. Because at the minute we're trying to put power to the fuel.
Då är det värt att ha kodebrickor sån längre då. Då är det värt att bruka som brickor längre då.
And it's going to take us ages.
Då är det värt att bruka som brickor längre då, eller?
There she is. We need to find out which one we put power to. I took the connector off and my dad turned the ignition on. Then I was trying to figure out which one of the wires was the 12-volt wire sending power to the low-pressure fuel pump. But I couldn't find any of them that were 12-volt, and I didn't want to risk sending power to the wrong one and blowing something out. So plan C arised, which was to knock the fuel filter off and just siphon it out of the tank that way.
Oh my! Oh no!
God!
Wow, it's going crazy right here!
This workshop is highly flammable.
It's great!
No way you can catch it in one bucket.
We're going to need 2 buckets.
Is it really that bad?
It's quite bad.
We left a lot of the fuel to drain out, but once it had lowered down into the tank, we had to siphon out the rest. So my dad got a pipe, filled it up with fuel, and then popped it into the fuel tank, which is behind the front seats. After that, it can release one end, and it should start siphoning out the rest of the fuel. And whilst I was waiting for all the fuel to come out, I decided to put on the brake calipers.
You don't know how much I can miss your touch.
Time for all the fluid now. We're this close to starting it, and Matt wanted to do some work, and he's already broke something. It's taken off the oil filter just up here. Oh, it's good. Okay.
Oh, I should have walked up.
Change the oil filter. That's it.
Just pull it out.
Pull it out. Got a clip. Yeah,
oh,
the
yeah,
clip.
made a clip noise.
Right. Go on, in we go. Matt continued to fit the oil filter, and once that was fitted, we can add oil. 8.7 litres to go in this. This is where we're going to find out whether we've done everything up, because there could be oil on the floor. You may notice with the Valvoline backdrop and the Valvoline oil that we're now partners with Valvoline, which is great. Next step, fuel, baby. And we want that good stuff. The last bits to fit up to the car now before we can start it. The front radiator pack, which has the intercooler and the coolant rad on. And then we're going to connect up as many electrical connections as possible to avoid it throwing any codes when we start it. Next up, it's the coolant. Again, Valvoline coolant. And we're just checking underneath to see if there's any leaks. But all is looking good, and I think we're ready for the first start of the RS7 engine. There's no exhaust on it, so it's going to be loud. There's no prop shaft on it, so we've not got no power to the back wheels, but we should have enough on now to see whether an RS7 engine works in an Audi RS6 with different wiring loom. If we've left one thing unplugged now, I actually don't know what we're going to do. Okay, let's do it. This was the big moment. Will it work? No.
He stabbed the brake and then hit the start.
But it didn't seem to be turning over. Okay, maybe we need to put the code reader in and clear the codes, because if the starter motor turned last time and it was seized, maybe there's some kind of safety thing stopping it.
I know there's a pyro fuse underneath the dash. Probably that, yeah. I mean, that's yeah.
Yeah, let's hope not. So I was thinking that if we connect the code reader and scan the codes and clear them all off, we should then be able to start the car, because it wouldn't think that there's anything wrong with it. I also went underneath to check all the connections going to the gearbox, the starter, and anything else that was needed to start the car. I then also checked the fuses for the starter as well, and all was good.
What? It's literally just a loose wire.
But my dad found one loose wire.
Yeah.
I remember that. Oh, now you remember. Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
It's quieter than that, thought.
It says on here start an engine. Everything's happy in here. It's just not happy out of there. Surely the starter motor hasn't gone. Although it could have, because we tried to start the car when the engine was seized. So we're going to scan for codes again. Starter does not turn, mechanically blocked, or electrical malfunction.
Two things we can do. One is we can try to get a wire in here and then measure that you're actually getting voltage, where you should be getting voltage. And if you're not, then that means that it's maybe a fuse somewhere or whatever. And the second part is we'd have to take the engine out to get like, and I'm a little bit joking, but like 90% not joking, because it might be that.
I double checked to make sure that all the connections were on the starter motor. I think the plug's on.
Oh, this guy's pregnant as fuck.
No. Then Freddy tried the good old-fashioned tap the starter motor, see if it knocks it into life.
What? No.
But it didn't work.
The wire from the starter is this separate loom. So what we're going to do is we're going to feed power from the top of the engine down to the starter motor, and if the starter motor engages, then we know it's something else, but if it doesn't, it's hold the starter motor.
So the power probe is coming in use again. We're going to send 12 volts directly to the starter motor solenoid. Let's see if we can hear it engage. But we heard nothing. So it could actually be that the starter motor has gone, which is not good news at all.
Now we know that what we could do is see whether this is getting
power.
Yeah.
Oh my days, he's actually done it. Yo, what's up? Adud bro. Adud bro.
It's down there. Yeah, so it's not a fuse or anything.
So it's getting signal to the solenoid. Solenoid's not doing anything. Gone.
Yeah, starter motor's gone.
You know what, I like Florida, but I would like it to be able to drive around Florida in my own car. And the worst thing about it, the starter motor isn't easy to get to change. The starter motor is here. What it does, it engages the
What a terrible purchase from this guy. He really ruined his own car.
There's one bolt which goes that way, and another bolt which goes where?
That way.
Here.
No, into the gearbox. It comes at the bottom here.
Right, and goes into the gearbox. These two bolts are going to be hard to get to. The second thing, the starter motor is about yay big. So to get it out, past an engine mount is there, is going to be another challenge. Another challenge after that is getting a starter motor to replace it.
That's crazy, bro.
So we took a trip over to Lake County Euros, the only place I know in Florida that works on European cars other than Audi, and was going to see if he had a starter motor in stock and what's the actual book time on replacing one.
Starter motor assembly. Oh, 9.5 hours.
9.5.
Is that with the engine already out?
Oh my days.
Here you go, sir. Thank you so much.
Bro, they spent so much time fixing the one mistake they made.
Instead, we got the manual to do it ourselves. Yay. So now we're on a race against time. Audi's book time is 9 hours to replace the starter motor, and we think we can match it. I'm getting to the top bolt on the starter motor that you can just see here, which I've had to climb on top of the engine for, and then we're going to support the engine with this big red engine brace, which will allow us to
They're
disconnect
still in America
the
though.
bottom of the engine,
That's crazy.
which we're doing now. And once we've undone the bolts for the subframe, we can loosen off the engine mount and the engine mount bracket, and it should just give us enough room to access the starter motor.
Bro, I love his love, bro.
Starter motor out. We wanted to be 100% sure that that was at fault, so Freddie got us a battery so we could put power directly to it. Yeah, there's a spot. But nothing. So the starter was gone. That's good. It looks like it may have burnt out when we tried to turn over a seized engine, and then Freddie wanted to test the solenoid on it to see if it was completely gone.
It's something, but it's shorted.
Out. That should be short.
It's shorted. Yeah. Cool. Everything's dead. You killed it. Good.
$600 later, and we've managed to find a starter
Oh my
from
days.
an S6 should be the same. But it does look slightly different, so we are slightly worried. You see this bit
Or
at the top?
they keep cross-referencing every single part without being sure. Like, this could be the biggest waste of money.
Something so close and not being the one. I guess we'll find out when we fit it. Now we've got the horrible 4 more hours job of fitting this technically on the books.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
And please let it start. So we have a new starter motor. Yes, it is a reconditioned one, and yes, it's from an S6. But right now, we don't really have much choice. It looks pretty much identical, so I can't see why it wouldn't work. So now I'm squeezing it back into position, putting the engine mount bracket in place, then the engine mount, then using a little camera to tell my dad where to put his hand to screw the bolt in for the top of the starter. Then we can start bolting all the subframe back up to the chassis. Big moment number 2. This time, it's gonna crank. Second time lucky, that's the saying.
You can only hope.
I got it. Alright, here we go.
Let's go.
This guy probably wants the car gone because it's in his fucking warehouse. Let's go. Let's go.
Got no leaks. What is that? Did you put oil in it?
Oil was in it.
Okay, good. Good.
Oil was in it.
Oh, it smells good.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
So it seems an RS7 engine does work in an RS6, but does it?
What's it saying?
Got an EPC light. Why have we got EPC? The EPC light was throwing the car into limp mode, meaning that you can't rev it above 5,000 RPM. So I scanned the codes to find out why. Intake manifold control flaps are stuck open and closed.
You know what it is, right? Those little butterfly valves, like secondary butterfly valves, they look like throttle bodies, but they're not.
They're so hard to get to.
What?
You're telling me that something on this car is hard to get to.
The car's in limp mode now because the intake manifold control valve is stuck open on one side and closed on the other. And guess what? They're on this. This is what they do. Open and they close the intake manifold thing. And it's on a little ball joint there. And that has just popped off on this one, which is saying to me, on that engine, they're popped off. My most favourite thing about all of this is that they're so hard to get to. But the thing is, after a little bit of investigating and using that small camera again, I could see that the ball joint was on the actuator, and these flaps are controlled with vacuum. So we sucked our own vacuum in, and it still wouldn't open. After doing a bit of research, I had some bad news. The issue we're having is that these flaps here, which open on cold start, like this, are stuck. And they're stuck on the side where I pulled the inlet manifold off. And what we're supposed to do is when you push it back onto the engine, if you have a look down here, Matt, you can see these little butterfly flaps here. Now, if I push this on, the butterfly flaps interfere with these exhaust flaps like that. So what you have to do is push the inlet manifold on with them open. Otherwise, you hit against the flaps here. And I haven't done that. So that's why it's stuck. That's why we think it's stuck. To get to this is very hard. Very hard.
Yeah. Engine out. Engine out.
Engine out.
I think it may have to come back out.
Oh my god.
It did have to come back out.
Holy shit, bro.
Our access next to nothing.
I'm starting to feel a bit bad.
Experts at removing the engine. We got it out fairly fast. Let's hope this is the problem though. Once we got the engine out, I can start unbolting the inlet manifold and then pull it away from the engine. This is the reason why we're stuck. Because if you put it in like that, then they hit on these flaps here. So what we've got to do is push that down so it stays down, then put it in, and then they
Infrared 21, nice.
Flaps, and that is the whole reason why have had to take the engine out.
You think at
I've
least.
never come across something like this before. Maybe it's just on the Audi engine, but it seems crazy that you have to do such a thing to put the inlet manifold back on. Now, we need to make sure it actually works. The flaps should open and close and have full motion. So at the minute,
Excuse me, bro.
pulled, so they should be open. And what we're going to do, take the vacuum off, and we should hear it go. You ready?
I'm ready. Yeah.
It did it.
It worked.
It did it.
Yeah, that definitely worked.
Oh my god. Okay, if that is the only thing, then this engine can go back in. We're putting this in.
And I'm actually buying one, I don't care.
In Florida. This time, for real. See you when this engine is back in. Here we go. Please, behave.
Let's hope.
The EPC light was still there.
Oh man.
And it was still in limp mode.
Oh no. Nah, this is actually sad at this point.
And what's even worse than that? The same exact fault codes that we had before.
Oh my god, bro.
You know, I think if you take the engine out again, I think that'll be... It comes in 3s, right?
This guy.
It's exactly the same. It's exactly the same. I can't do this. No. So the thing is, we can disconnect the vacuum and we can get both of them to get stuck closed. But then when we connect the vacuum, they both get stuck open. So the valves are actually working, but why are they saying they're stuck closed or stuck open? There's something not controlling them.
Oh man.
The solenoid would control the vacuums going to the flaps. But after looking around the engine and testing everything, it all seemed to be okay. But then my dad had one last idea. There's one final thing, which my dad has just mentioned, which could be a possibility.
Ooh, what is it?
This is like a blocker offer of vacuum. And this is supposed to go into this part of the solenoid here. Now the solenoid allows the air to pass through it or stop passing through it, and this solenoid is in charge of letting the vacuum through to open and close the flaps. Problem is, what my dad thinks, maybe he plugged the blocker offer on the bottom pipe here.
I don't understand how Flask is going up so quick. This actually makes no sense.
A vacuum on that side, and then this one will be going there, and it's essentially not doing anything. These two are just switched the other way round. So we're gonna see what happens if we switch them around on there, because he thinks it's going the wrong way round, and we're gonna see what happens. This vacuum stuff, nightmare. We managed to get to the vacuum line and switch it over with the engine still in the car. I then got the Autel and cancelled all the old codes.
I kinda wanna.
And went to start it again.
I don't know. I'm tempted to buy some of these.
That was it! That was it! Yeah! And do you know whose side it was?
On your dad's side.
So we both made wrong things. But no EPC
something like that.
limp mode. We
Let's
have
go.
got an RS6 out of limp mode. All that was left to do now was bolt the whole thing back together, and I could finally drive it on the Florida roads for the first time. The plan was, after putting it together, was just to clip straight to driving it on the road. But unfortunately, that didn't happen.
Oh my god, what now? Oh my fucking god, bro, there's no way.
It says start an engine and doesn't start.
Oh my fucking god.
No.
It's 2 AM in the morning.
No.
We don't need these jobs.
I'm not joking, look, you ready?
Oh my god, bro.
I'm going to turn it off in case it burns the starter out.
Bro.
That is the starter though.
What the fuck?
I said to you.
I took the charger off the battery.
I said don't celebrate.
Think the battery's flat?
What the fuck?
No, battery's not
a
flat.
chance that thing's rapid going up.
But that's not even making a noise on the starter.
No.
That's like it was when the starter had gone.
Yeah, it was, yeah. That starter motor only lasted a few turns.
What hey.
Just took all the hard lining out and everything.
I wanted to be 100% sure that it wasn't the battery. So I put a jumper pack on it and then went to try again. But has the reconditioned starter motor gave up already?
Oh man.
Literally running a minute ago before I put everything back together.
What does it say?
Starter. No.
Oh my god.
Are you joking? Are you joking? Starter does not turn, mechanically block or electrical malfunction.
Holy shit, dude.
This would have been so good.
If it worked.
This is the original Audi RS6 starter motor which has come off. This one has completely gone. To order one of these from Audi, it's back order and it's over 30 days. You can't get a second-hand one in America because you can't get an Audi RS6 in America. So I bought a second-hand starter motor off eBay, which was 50 quid. And because I don't trust it too much, I bought another second-hand starter motor as well, which was 60 quid. So I'm taking two, just in case one of them decides not to work.
What
we
the
landed
fuck?
in Florida, and with no time to waste, we wanted to get this second-hand starter motor fitted so I could finally drive the RS6 in the US as a plan. And if you haven't noticed, we are in Freddie's new workshop with the world's biggest hopscotch floor.
Wow!
Before we went ahead and fitted the second-hand starter motor, as it is a 9-hour job, we wanted to just double check it wasn't a connection fault. Here is a junction box, and the power from the battery comes along here and transfers into this big wire here, which goes along, down along here, down along here, down along here into the starter motor. Now, if there's a weird or dodgy connection here, then the starter motor isn't going to work. So we need to test whether we've got any. We need to test whether the power's coming here. So my dad got the multimeter out, put the red side to the positive and the black to a ground. And we had 12 volts. So there's no point in messing around now. We've got to start stripping this car apart so we can get the starter motor off. As you've all gathered by now, doing anything on this Audi RS6 takes a lot of time, and that is no different with this job. There's already a reconditioned starter motor on there, but for some reason it only turned on the engine 6 times. So maybe it's faulty. So the idea to get the starter motor up there is to lower the subframe down, which is what it says in the Audi book. So we're gonna lower the subframe down.
Honestly, so fucked.
Everything that's connected to the subframe, engine mounts, front crash bar, wiring, steering column, then we can get it out, hopefully get a hand in there to switch it. Because we're going to be disconnecting the steering rack from the steering column, we need to make sure we don't turn the wheel accidentally. So I'm using the broom to stop the wheel turning, then now I can safely disconnect the steering column, which I'll do when the car's next in the air. Another thing, we're going to be disconnecting the engine from the subframe, so we need this engine support bar to hold the engine in place so it doesn't just fall out of the engine bay. So we hook the engine brace onto the engine, send the car back in the air, and as I started working away at getting the starter motor off, I noticed something. Found something.
Oh.
Guys.
Is it bad?
Whatever this wire is here,
oh.
the ground wire, is not connected.
You're lying.
Oh my god.
No, you joke. No.
I've not undone that, I swear. I swear. I swear.
You haven't undone that, have you?
No.
It's not even connected. I'm not even joking, look.
The whole thing was because of one wire.
No way, dude.
Look, it's just tuning up there, look.
There's no way, bro.
No way.
No.
So we've just flew all the way home, waited 2 months, come back here to find there's one cable that wasn't plugged in.
Again, everyone's going to think we've made this up.
Plug it in and come on, let's connect it.
Do you reckon that's going to be it?
Yeah.
You reckon?
I do. So the starter hasn't gone.
Well, we don't know yet. We don't know.
No. We've got to have faith here.
If that's it, I'm buzzing. Right. This bolt right here could be our saviour now. Honestly, people are going to think we made this up.
I think we
if it actually works, if it works.
I think we should go get Freddie and tell him.
No, we're not telling him until it works. We're not telling him. In order for anything electrical to work in the car, it needs power from the positive side of the battery, but then it also needs a ground. And instead of running the ground wire all the way back to the negative side of the battery, they use the chassis of the car as the ground. It's just a much easier way of doing things. At the minute, we've got power running to our starter motor, but the ground wire, which was bolted to the engine mount, wasn't bolted.
Maybe it was in there before and just making a slight connection.
Oh, and then when we've bolted the whole car together, we've just moved it off.
Yeah.
So now my dad's added the nut to the ground wire. Could this really just be the issue?
Guys.
Yeah, is it plugged in at the top? This is a huge moment.
This is massive. This might be the biggest big moment we've had of the whole project.
Are we ready?
I'm ready, yeah. I'm excited. I'm excited. Come on, God. Oh.
Ready? I just can't. I can't do it.
My heart's going. Right?
I can't do it. Okay. Okay. A bit sick.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah. Oh. It clicked.
It clicks, didn't it? Yeah.
But it didn't click before.
So go again.
Yeah, why not? We've got 2 spare. No!
Yo!
It stopped. It stopped, but it did turn.
Oh no.
We're going again.
Oh.
Oh, she sounds good.
Holy.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Oh my god.
Let's go, man.
Can't believe it.
So you have to start it again.
Does it work? Because that was 3 times. Last time it didn't work after this. Let's go again.
Okay.
Dialed. Confirmed. We did it.
Let's go.
I can't believe that. I can't. Oh my god.
Did it start?
It's not good.
Huh? So when you go in here, and then you press this button.
What happened?
If there was one bolt that you leave off on the starter motor.
You didn't have the power wire on it?
The ground wire.
There's a ground wire?
There's a ground wire.
I thought it was grounded through the block.
It goes to the engine mount. I was taking the engine mount off. I was like, hang on, no. No way. All that's left to do now is bolt the whole thing back together. But I'm sorry to say, this is far from the end of the problems this RS6 is about to give us.
What?
Remember, we've installed an RS7 engine, and we're still not sure whether it's going to work 100% with the RS6, although we can't see why not.
Let's Let's go, man.
Oh, it does look good. Look at that. That looks mental.
Our next plan was to
Yes,
get the
sir.
RS6 to a dyno to tune it so it's suitable for the US.
Oh no. This could be bad. This could be the end of the car, bro.
Stop.
Oh my god.
I think the car's broke. I'm stuck in reverse.
Oh my god.
I have another issue.
Holy shit.
No gears.
Oh my fucking god.
No gears.
No gears.
Dude,
Reverse.
just scrap the entire shit at this point, bro.
Oh. No, just park now.
So
Nice.
we think the cable which selects the gears broken. We can't get it out of park. That's the issue now. So we can't even tow it back. So I think we've got to go get a jack from home, from back at Freddy's unit, jack it up, and see if we can get to the selector fork on the gearbox to put it into neutral. I loved this car for about 10 minutes then. I was loving it. Then as soon as I come to reverse here, the gear stick started feeling a little floppy.
Floppy gear stick.
Hey, so once I finish minibuses, I max this profile too, right?
It was really pushing
Holy
the
shit.
limits with me now. My dad went back to the shop to pick up a jack and was hoping we could lift the car high enough so I could get underneath it and check out the gear cable and the selector.
So, underneath here, here's the gearbox. And there's a cover, and there's a shifter arm underneath that. Just there.
We think there's an issue with the cable, but if I could just move that shifter arm, I should be able to get it in drive, or at least neutral.
What am I in? Neutral, baby! Yeah!
So the plan, I've got it in neutral. The car will start in neutral. It won't start in drive. So we're planning. I'm going to start it in neutral. My dad's going to go underneath, shift the lever into drive. We'll lower it down, and I'll just drive it back and not take it out of drive.
He's going to go under there while you change gear into drive.
What?
He's changing gear into drive.
So if you take your foot off the brake,
Dead.
no more Tony Armstrong.
Rest in
Perished.
peace, yeah. I had to make sure my foot did not leave the brakes.
Yeah, drive! You're in drive. We're in drive, we're in drive, we're in drive.
Tony, get out! Get out!
Tony, come on.
Get out!
And just like that, the RS6 was back on the road. But I couldn't take this thing out of drive. So it was straight back and straight in the ramp to have a look at the damage. I just don't know what to think anymore. At least it didn't happen at 2 in the morning. We knew exactly where to look. But to get to that cable is a bit of a nightmare as usual. Under trays have got to come off, the exhaust has got to come down, and then we've got to lower the gearbox mounting so we can get to it.
See this? Here's the gear cable, and here's where it connects. So underneath. See this? You see that?
Yeah.
That shouldn't be like that, but I'll tell you why we're not surprised is because when we put the engine back together and we lifted this whole gearbox down, it was still connected, and we noticed it was a little bit dodgy, but it still worked in the car. But classic, you just can't cut corners with this out here.
This gear cable and the plastic box is one complete part. And you can see here, just a piece of plastic which holds the cable is snapped off, which is what's causing our issue. And the only way to get to it was from the inside of the car.
Oh my days.
yeah, look at that. Look, it's a limp knob.
Good thing.
2 bolts down there. Bad thing. The other 2 bolts look like they're going to be like. Oh, could they be under that?
The other 2 bolts to release the plastic box were underneath the ashtray. And to get to the ashtray, you have to remove the aircon unit. Once you have that out of the way, I can pull the ashtray out of place and loosen the other 2 bolts to lower the plastic thing down.
Now this thing is completely loose and should, well, I can drop it down now and I should be able to get it from the bottom. There it is. There's the cable, and I've just got to disconnect it from, where's the shifter at?
So I've just got to disconnect the cable and pull down that black box and we'll have a look.
This is the broken part. Here's the cable, which selects the gears. And this
is broken there. So that was meant to attach to there, and because that's all broken, it's made the gear stick go all floppy. So you can't just replace a cable, because from Audi you have to buy the whole thing. Luckily, the breakers yard have one of these, but the issue with this is that this is broken. This has been changed.
Won't this be 2x supply now? Excuse me?
Little thing here.
Let me have a look.
So this thing,
or is it not in there?
You press on the gear stick.
It's not in there, then it's fucked.
So you press the button, that lifts up, and it lets you bring the gear stick back. But this one is snapped off on that side. But we have a good cable. Look, and that's what it's supposed to look like. So out of 2 bad ones, we should be able to make 1 good one. So I think we're just gonna...
Let's have a picnic!
Yeah. So here goes nothing. As you can probably already tell, we've got no experience in changing one of these at all. So a lot of this is going to be winging it as we go along.
How much is the cat food? It can't be that much,
When
right?
you pull this, it's just pressing the button, lifts it up to allow
Is it
you
in there,
to
bro? Please.
move the shifter forward. You know what I mean? And then when it goes down, pop in, can't get out of park. Now my shifter was good, but the one from the breakers yard wasn't so good. So we've got to dismantle the one from the breakers yard so we can put the shifter from my one into that one. Then we should have a complete shifter cable and a good shifter. And as long as we can figure out how this whole thing went back together, we should have a running and driving Audi RS6 at the end of it. Oh, yeah,
I might be able to get this 3 days.
very good, very nice. We think it's back together properly. To squeeze it back up into the car is a bit
3 days,
difficult.
right?
Again, the gearbox is lowered and you have to squeeze it past the prop shaft. Just being
If I just
careful not to
collect it
break the
every
cable
single
again.
day, every 2 hours,
Back up to its home. I'm gonna bring it up to its...
I just gotta remember.
And whilst I was doing this, my dad was connecting the cable to the gearbox, so we can see whether it works afterwards. I will have a working
Next
hour
time is
after
at like
this.
5, okay.
To get the ashtray in, the gear stick's got to go back. To go back, you've got to turn the ignition on. Turn the ignition on, you've got to put the ignition button in. To press the ignition, you need everything plugged in. That's what we've done. Here we go. Ignition on. Reverse.
Yeah.
Drive.
Yes, it's working.
But it's working on the dash.
Manual, drive. It's bloody working. It is working.
Let's
Okay,
go.
so if I turn the ignition off now, I should be able to bolt the whole thing together. And I was right. All I needed to do was put the whole center console back together, make sure everything works this time, then I can go underneath the car and fit all the strut braces, the exhaust, and the rest of the under trays. And then we need to go and get the car tuned for the US roads. Okay, that is hopefully the last time we ever have to put it in a ramp apart from doing a service. I think it's done. I think. To the dyno. Now, this was it. This car really defines hard work beats talent. But I hate to say it, this wasn't the end of the drama.
Oh my god, even more? How is it more issues?
So Max just flew past for that clip that you've just seen, and
He hasn't
What?
returned down that road.
Wait, what?
that's not a good sign. That's not a good
What?
sign.
It's happened again.
What the fuck?
No way. It's happened again. Oh
What?
my god.
What?
No. No, 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 no,
What?
no, no, no. Oh. No. No. You couldn't even write this at this point. No.
What?
No. It looks like the engine has done exactly the same as it did before. Oh no. No, no, no.
Oh no.
Believe this.
my god. I can't believe it.
It's the first time, really, I felt fully defeated by a car. I didn't want to change that engine again.
Oh, you're joking. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's all at the back of the car. It's all at the back.
Hmm?
Oh.
The fuck?
I don't even know what to do now. Engine very bad. Engine's gone. I'm not joking, it's gone. Same again. Looks like the same place. It's all come up the back.
Did it do the same as before then?
Same.
I couldn't even bear to work on the car at this point, so my dad started stripping it to have a look.
Never mind, we're still alive.
Barely.
Do we think it's a hose? If it's a hose, I'm buzzing. Well, I'm not buzzing.
If it's a hose, we're the luckiest people.
There's none in the exhaust. It's just
Things come through.
You're joking.
Is it? I found it.
You're joking.
Yes!
Show me.
Found it. Where?
Oh, yes! It's off!
Yeah.
One pipe, that was it. Look, here it is.
No way! Oh my days.
So it was just one pipe which had burst off. The relief was unreal. All I had to do is push it back on, fill it back up with a bit of water just so we can get home, and then the car could be back on the road once more. But we wanted to just check it wasn't smoking.
Oh, nothing! Yeah!
And we're back on the road again.
I've got a theory. Do you know how it didn't blow off on the first run when we did it yesterday? Yeah. When we hung the gearbox down to do the...
maybe it's just pulled it off.
It's just been stretched it. Been thinking about that all the way back.
Now we should be on the road for good. That's until its next test at Performance Destination, where the car will be ran on a four-wheel drive dyno and then tuned. Come on, RS6.
This is probably, everyone's probably screaming don't do it at this moment now.
We're gonna see what it runs as is, and he wants to do some revisions with it with his main guy back home. We'll see what it does as is, and then we're gonna upload the revision, see what it does after that, and kind of just get it to the point where it's dialed, where it runs good and he's happy with it, and you go back home and make some noise.
Here we go again. It's time for some tuning.
Just want the numbers to display.
First off, we're running the car as it is. Let's see what power it makes now with the RS7 engine in it.
Oh my god!
665 wheel horsepower. So we're
Wait,
looking around
what is that for?
740 actual horsepower. Now, this might be an anti-Matt Armstrong video where we go a little bit down, but we'll see what Phil's got in tune for us. He's going to add more protection to keep the same boost. Anything could happen now. So Phil at Mallory Performance is sending a tune to Desmond over in the US, which is going to be suitable for the US fuel here. And it was as quick as that. Let's see how it's running now.
I thought you were supposed to turn it down.
That sounded mental.
650.
650.
Now we're running 649 wheel horsepower. Phil's just brought it down a bit. We're safe.
Safety first.
Massive thanks to Performance Destination and Desmond for hosting us. And thank you to Phil back at Mallory Performance. I put all links in the description to everyone here. If you're in Florida, come here. If you're in the UK, you need to go Mallory. Now, are we going to go drag racing now?
I'm scared.
I think we're going to go drag racing now.
Yeah, this is scary.
Dyno wasn't enough. We're now on a runway. A huge thanks to Shane and his partner for letting us use his runway for the afternoon. Here comes the proper test of the RS6. This is it, the moment we have all been waiting for. RS6 versus supercars. Will the RS6 beat it? And will the RS6 hold out? Here we are at the runway. Let's do this. First race is my RS6 versus the one that got away, the Porsche GT3. Not really a supercar, but you've seen how fast this Porsche was from our previous videos. It's manual versus DSG, wagon versus coupe, four-wheel drive quattro versus two-wheel drive rear-wheel drive, 4-litre twin-turbo V8 versus 4-litre naturally aspirated flat 6. Who will win?
Whew. Let's find out.
The Porsche.
Ooh. I mean, the start was so.
But I think the Porsche's reactions were a bit delayed, so I think we should run that again.
Time for run 2. Makes you slower.
I've never doubted this car.
But now, it's
McLaren.
for an actual supercar, the McLaren 570S.
Oh my days.
570 horsepower, rear-wheel drive versus my Audi RS6. I'm not sure even if this is going to be a close race. This is it then. This is a supercar.
I agree, that is a supercar.
570S, 3.8-litre twin-turbo, rear-wheel drive, lightweight wheels, downpipe. He really wants this. Against the family car. Let's root for me now. If you've not subscribed, click subscribe already. Maybe it'll give us that extra bit of boost when we're getting down there. Come on.
Let's see. Come on. Oh, this looks crazy. This is a crazy matchup. Oh,
I'm making the UK proud.
No,
I'm
like...
making the UK proud, alright? I love this.
We're close.
You reckon you got him?
Give me 2 seconds. Take that. Take that. This time.
Oh yeah, that's the amount of hours I spent on this car.
I thought I'd done it.
It has to win.
I thought I'd done it, and then it just slowly started coming back, and I needed like the NOS button or something. I've turned everything off now. No aircon, no screen, everything's off.
No laptop bag.
No laptop bag. We're going.
Audi's got the jump again. Come on, Audi.
was hoping for a happy ending, guys. But saying that, this car is so good. To even come close against a supercar in a family car, I think we've done really well. So this is one of the issues why we're bringing it here. Sometimes the car will not start. Brand new battery on there, and
What?
all we need to start it is the jumper pack which we brought with us, but we're going to explain that to one of the Audi techs, but it's funny it's just happened now. Luckily, we're in the right place for breakdowns. We have the professionals, and later they're going to be grading my work on a scale of 1 to 10.
On a scale of 1 to 10, I would probably say it was a solid.
But for now, we need to get this car started so Audi can begin work to it.
Yeah, first time every time.
What is wrong with that? I don't know. Now, it's time for the handover. I'm heading into the dealership to check the car in, and it's time to take a step back and let them do the work. We've got a lot to do on it. We've got a lot of diagnosing, we've got a lot of work. PJ is going to sort us out. He's a great guy. We've got good vibes with Miami. I think it's going to go well.
What score do you think he's going to give you out of 10?
Solid 10. Feeling confident.
What do you think?
9.5.
9.5.
If he doesn't turn it off, it's a 10. Because if he has to turn it back on again, there could be an issue. Look at it! The RS6 looks unreal, but it's still missing a few final touches before we can call it finished. And the guys at Audi were clearly amazed by the car because you can't get this model in the US.
I mean, since you got this car, I've been like, wow, I wish, because this was the best chassis. The C7 and the C7.5 were my favorite chassis.
They can't get it here either, can they? No. This is the new RS6, the C8, and this is the only one you can get in America. I don't know how well they're selling over here, but you can't get the C7. The C8 does look quite nice though. So I can see why they've got this and not my one.
This looks really thin compared to your wide body car though.
Yeah, it does. It looks well skinny, even on the video, it's well skinny. America have always had the RS7 and the S6, but because my RS6 was never available in the country because they didn't see a market for it, it's now only allowed to be here for a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
And we're only allowed to be here for a year with that.
Yeah. So, oh, really? They let you in here for a year? When you rolled up with your tag, I was like...
An $800 for 4 days insurance.
Really?
Yeah. So
I mean, I'd do it, man. All roads here in Florida, dude, are straight. They're made to rip this thing, man. I mean, God.
So first job, after the drag racing and a lot of miles, I don't know if you guys can see, but on these brake discs, there's a lot of heat spots on there, and the pads are pretty shot. So we thought, whilst we're here, better safe than sorry, replace the brake disc and pads, which are pretty expensive to say the least, but let's see how far he gets first. First thing off are the wheels. But as PJ started work on the car, he noticed something a little strange.
On the US spec cars, even though we don't have the RS6, we have the RS7 and we have the A6 and we have the S6. The starter button is on the other side. So every technician figured that it was just over there because they only wanted to make one center console. Now it turns out that you guys have it on the opposite side too. I'm sorry, Audi, it's stupid because you gotta get on the other side of the car if you're in a situation like this to start it.
It's quite refreshing to hear that even Audi techs question some of the choices that Audi make when building these cars. But now both wheels are off, we can now inspect how much wear these brakes actually have. So you can see here, look at all the heat spots on the disc. I don't know how we've done that, I don't know how we've managed. This is the last time the car's in the ramp. To get the brake pads out, PJ pushes them against the pistons in the caliper, then knocks the pins out.
What's it like having someone else do the work while you just sit and watch?
On this car, a lot better. Once the pin's removed and the retaining clip, you can pull the pads out and you can see how worn they are.
I'm gonna hit it with my purse, okay?
Now PJ had a bet with one of the other techs that he'd be able to remove the disc without taking the caliper off. And he was right.
I was right.
Oh,
I was freaking right. No, I did it on camera, dude.
So if PJ had to remove the caliper, I'd have to pay for bolts, new bolts, because they're stretch bolts. But because he didn't, we're good. It's the one job you don't have to remove the engine to do, so we should be okay. Then out comes the new discs.
Yeah. That looks a lot nicer than the one that was on the car.
Yeah.
Is that gonna go on? It's a lot thicker.
You know what's the craziest thing about these things? Is they're not directional. So as you can see, they can go left or right, even though you would think that with the way the fans go, that it would be like directional. But since they gas to the inside or gas to the outside, depending on which side they're on, unidirectional.
You might notice that these discs look a little unusual for the normal brake disc.
Like a glove.
Instead of being round, they have this fanned edge all the way around. Audi apparently did this for weight reduction and potentially to help with cooling. And these type of discs are found on loads of other Audis and also on the KTM Crossbow. Wheels going on. Now we're about to find out whether it actually starts as well, but if it doesn't start, then we've got something else to try and get them to fix, because we don't want to fix it.
Doesn't start.
No, so the solenoid, you can hear the solenoid going, but then it will say like decharging battery, coolant fault, or something along those lines.
We just had an update. I don't know what it allows, but I could probably really quickly look at the measured value block.
As soon as you put a jumper on it, it will start up. Now this confused both of us. Like a junction box, which is the battery, the cable from the battery goes all the way to that junction box, and then it transfers from that junction box and goes to the starter. We don't know whether there's an issue in there, or that's why I was be interested to see whether we can get a power reading on that one there. And that's exactly what we did, and you can see the results. 9, 10. Oh, it's coming.
Is it really that low?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's climbing though.
But then I bet at the battery, I bet we'll have 12. Only 9 volts at the front, and on the battery, of course, 12.2. So it was losing power somewhere.
I had no idea what it was. We're locked out of, I guess, the European spec cars. So it's scanning it, but I had to put all the information in manually. It had no idea. That's a pretty good amount of drain.
PJ plugged in his diagnostic tool and could see the battery was being drained by something, but we still don't know what.
Drain. Usually with this generation car with engine off, at least the American spec cars, I'm not seeing those that high a number. I'm usually seeing somewhere in the single digits with the lights off, ignition on, everything off, you know, just sitting here parked.
PJ then read the codes on the car to see if there was any faults.
There's a lot of stuff going on here. I would need, well, you guys would say a cup of tea, but I would say, you know, I need a cup of coffee and just sit down a long time with this, because I don't know. I mean, obviously we're going to clear faults today and see what we can do. If you're only getting 9 volts there, though, there's some kind of issue with the cabling in this car. Yeah. Because there's a voltage drop along that cable or whatever.
So this cable, which goes to the starter motor, and this one, the ground, is joined up in a box in the middle, and we think the issue is going to be from that box in the middle to there. Because as soon as we're going to give this cable some power, I think we should start up. But saying that, if we give it power and it doesn't start up, it could be an issue further down the cable. Maybe the connection on the starter.
3 HP dead ass, bro.
I really don't know, but let's see what this comes up with. Give it a go. Yeah. And it starts, so I have no idea. Audi. Let's get back to that later, but for now, we've got to go off the 2-post ramp and onto the big 4-wheel alignment ramp, where PJ is starting to attach the equipment, which he has to improvise with because he never normally gets cars with extended arches on there. And this is a job that I've been putting off for a while. Even though when I bought the car, it didn't have any suspension damage, after rebuilding it, I probably should have got it 4-wheel aligned.
These are the mirrors. They run off the lasers that you see right there, and that's basically how you're going to get your alignment specs. It sees the angle. We're going to do a quick calibration,
and then the system will be able to tell us how far out these wheels are. But because it's so wide, I think it's confusing the machine.
Look at that. It has no idea who you are.
Unable to determine VIN.
Well banned. This meant PJ had to manually tell the system what the car was, then do the calibration, and after that, it will tell us how far off it is. Oh, we got some good green on the front though. Oh, there's a lot of red on the front. Oh, yeah. Okay. The red means it's out of tolerance, and green means it's in tolerance. And because we've had this front subframe on and off a lot of times, it is going to affect the wheel alignment, and that clearly shows in our readings.
I don't know how we drove in a straight line.
Now, we're never going to get the adjustment done to the factory specifications. That's because the car's much wider than usual and the suspension is lowered. But PJ's going to do his best to get it in tolerance. But what I wanted to know is, whilst PJ was underneath the car, whether he noticed anything unusual.
I don't see anything here that would put me on edge with the car. I mean, if somebody was looking at this thing used, I'd say, hey man, it's a 10-year-old car. What do you expect? This isn't bad at all. Believe it or not, you are not terrible. Your thrust angle is only out a little bit.
Time for the health check.
Nope.
No.
So we're dying to fix this, and it's got to be a connection issue. So maybe we clip to us in the future where you and my dad could solve this.
It's us from the future.
So it has an intermittent starting issue. Sometimes it starts, sometimes it won't. Let's see if my dad can solve
In
it.
the future?
I'm an Audi tech now. Went training yesterday, didn't I?
Audi Tech. Come on then, Audi Tech. We've got to fix this.
Yeah.
We think it's got something to do with that junction box, as I mentioned. And to get to it, we've got to take all this off.
There's some important electrical connections. I think that Matt might have put the cable in the wrong place.
No. Normally, I would say it's your fault, but Matt's not here to defend himself, so we'll blame Matt.
Oh, look, that needs cleaning.
What was that from?
That's evidence of another issue that we had.
No!
In our defense to this issue, on the particular day of putting the engine in, we took an engine out and put it back in 3 times.
We think the fault is in there.
And we ended up finishing the job at around 2:45 in the morning, which maybe explains the little mistakes like not tightening the ground wire up on the starter.
Oh! Oh, I'm fetching him! I'm fetching him!
Yeah.
See, this was a test.
Right.
This was. Do you know how I was saying all the faults in this car are self-inflicted?
Would you have left that loose, Freddie?
You know what? I can't say no, but like.
Wait. We need VAR on this. VAR. Who did that? What's going on here? No.
I don't think it was Matt's fault, Tony. Freddie, can you tell me who...
Listen, man, you come to my house and you use my facilities, and this is how you repay me?
I don't know, like, that looks a lot like you.
I feel like anytime I touch a car, you have to check my work, okay? Yeah. What's it say? HWBT, hard work beats Tavarish?
Well, it's fixed. Back to Audi.
This was it. Months of hard work, of rebuilding and modifying my dream Audi RS6, which has been all the way to America. What a story this car's got. And finally now, it's been assessed by Audi in Miami, and I'm about to find out what they think of it as an overall car.
PJ, you've been amazing on camera and around the car as well. Now, you've seen under the car, you've seen around the car. What we wanted to know is kind of general, what do you think? Are the panel lines okay? Is everything generally okay with the car? And just give us a score out of 10 of the sort of rebuild and the general build of the car.
You know what? Honestly, I've seen the car before. To see it in person is something really, really special, and I love it. It's one of a kind. I have to say, I looked over it, I looked under it, I looked in it, and I can tell just being. As long as I've been in the field with these cars, I can tell things have happened and things have been worked on. But underneath, it looks great. It looks better than most 10-year-old cars that I've seen. And it's a clean bill of health. Panel gaps look good. I told you there's some brands, some EV brands that I won't mention names, that the panel gaps are a lot better than cars I see brand new. Underneath looks fantastic. I told you all the hardware is there. I mean, it looks like it did an off-road stint and some things looked a little dirty, but everything is there and everything is intact. And I give it a clean bill of health. On a scale of 1 to 10, I would probably say it was a solid 7, maybe 8.
Solid, I'll take that. I'll take that.
You said it was going to be a 10.
Nothing is a 10 in my book. But I mean, there's some things that if I didn't see the hood up, or there's some things that I would have probably gave it like an 8.5. But I think it's a solid car, man. It's a solid runner, and like I told you, if you ever want to accept my offer and put it back on a boat, I'd be willing to buy it.
We'll see about it. So you heard it here. PJ's been amazing. Audi has been amazing. Hopefully now, this is the last that Audi will ever go on the ramp until it needs a service. Thanks so much for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, hit the thumbs up button, hit the subscribe button. I'll see you in the next video. Peace out.
The absolute...
This Ferrari hasn't been on the road in over 11 years. And after I bought it, I found out the exact reason why. And with that reason, it could mean the deal I got on this may not be as good as I first thought. Now, I know you, just like me, enjoy a bargain, especially when it comes to cars. And as petrol heads, try and find the best car we can get for as little money as possible, which is quite hard when it comes to a Ferrari. For a decent Ferrari F430, you're looking to pay above £70,000. But there's something special about the one that I bought. It's a manual, and manuals are like unicorns. In fact, I can only see one for sale in the whole of the UK, and it's nearly £100,000. But I managed to get this for way cheaper than that. But there's a catch. The lads have come for delivery.
Special delivery service.
Of a pristine condition Ferrari F430. Oh wow. I previously bought a Murcielago from a track experience company, and let's face it, I was kind of scammed.
What on earth has happened to this car?
But recently, I found out they were selling this Ferrari. So why would I go back to a place to buy a car where I was previously scammed? Well, I didn't. Somebody else did.
Yeah, so the window was down, so we had to like do it down.
No.
MacGyver here to hold the window up, so everything would fall out.
Oh my god! No!
So we were assured that everything is complete. There's the whole, everything for the car is here.
So it's a complete car, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for the work, guys. With my relationship with the track experience place being not so great, Freddie, Scott and Sam went down there to check some cars out without me.
It's gated and it's got the gate. I don't know where the knob is though.
And this time, with Sam doing the negotiating, he got himself a deal.
I bought this one.
You bought that?
I bought that.
So technically, Sam bought the car, but then delivered it and sold it straight to me.
Delivering another quality car.
So this is a Ferrari 430, which should have a 4.3 V8 here, not here.
Apparently engine went bang, and then there was a transmission that went on another car, so he stole the transmission.
Holy fuck.
Then the transmission got stripped to be rebuilt, and then no one put it back together.
So a lemon of a car, like most of the cars I buy really, but I still think at the price we got it at, it was a deal. For once, we've actually got a car that Hannah likes.
I do like it.
And so that means you can have the Ferrari. Quite suits you actually. So as you probably know by now, this car, well, it does have an engine. It's just in bits. Hey, that's my hat.
Everywhere one of their mechanics could go, says please do not.
So after they decided not to put this car back together, I think due to all the stickers on, it sat inside a shopping centre, a shopping mall if you're American, and on display to advertise the track experience. To advertise the track experience company. We've got valves, and to make it look legit, right now the car sits really high at the back because there is no engine, or there's not a full engine. in the back, and there's a piece of wood right at the bottom here. Can you see that? There. And from what I've been told, that wood was put there, and there was loads of sandbags put in the back to make it look like it had an engine that weighed it down. So when it sat in the shopping mall, it looked like a nice Ferrari if people could come and look at. Now we've got to save it. But first, we've got to work out what's worth saving. Is any of this stuff that came with the car even possible to put back together? I guess this is an oil cooler. Nice, okay. I found the gearbox. Here's part of it. There's so much stuff in so many different boxes. My dad seemed to find it hilarious. A lot of this stuff, I don't even know what it's for. And it wasn't long until we found somebody else's tools. You're up. Because there's some mollies holding some air. What the hell is that? I think the mole grips which were left there are clamping the hose for the clutch fluid to stop it pouring out anywhere. But hey, I'm not turning down some free mole grips.
Make a good table out of that.
The registration is MX05HCD.
What the fuck?
Let's check this out. The last known mileage in 2011 was 31,065 miles. And that was in 2011. So how many more miles has it done since that mileage record? If it actually has done that low mileage, this car is going to be worth a lot more than I paid for it once I've finished it.
Damn.
We have a light.
We got light? Look at the oil pressure. Mileage. Yeah, 32,338. The car has done 1,200 miles after 2011 and then ended up like this. How has that ended up like this? So the guys didn't lie about what mileage this car had done. But how the hell has a Ferrari with this low mileage ended up in this state? Got any door
Wait,
speakers?
2,642 seconds.
Oh no!
Someone locked it.
That's locked, isn't it?
It is locked, yeah.
Oh no! Oh my god, there is so much to do on this car. And I guess this is where the realization of what I've just bought has settled in. I've never owned, driven, or even sat in a Ferrari. And now I've got to rebuild one. A few things before we get onto that, what we figured out on here. So this bumper is all smashed up on the front, and as this car was like a display car sat inside a shopping centre or a shopping mall, there's no way they sat it inside the shopping mall on display with a broken bumper. So they've definitely there's been another Ferrari on track which they've nicked the bumper off and put this crashed one on there, definitely. And then the same with the rear bumper. Like this rear bumper is not even the right colour. There's no way they've put that on display. So I reckon they've kind of almost used this as a parts car, which also explains why they. I mean, like, oh jeez, there's no window regulator.
Why did he have mushroom built over them? What happened?
Another car. There's no door handles on the other side. There's not even any wiper linkage on there. So I reckon it's sat there, and it's been used as a parts car, which is unfortunate. But there's one thing missing here, which I think tells the story on why this engine is in bits.
Ooh.
The actual cylinders, that one, do you think that one's scored? Yeah. Oh yeah, that one is scored. You can feel it. So all these cylinders are meant to be smooth. This is what the piston goes up and down in, and the rings are meant to create a nice seal as they're going up, and this is scored so you can let stuff through it. But
I keep killing myself. This is not good.
Why this engine is out.
That's very bad.
The block looks okay, but what you can see is on the bearings, they've got this copper kind of look to them, so they've got really hot and wore away the bearings, which shows that potentially there was no oil getting to them. Pretty much everything that rotates on a car requires a bearing, and the crankshaft is no different, and bearings need oil. Oil is fed to the crankshaft bearings through oil journals. Basically, little holes in the crankshaft, and this creates a microscopic layer of oil between the bearing and the crankshaft to keep it moving. And if the oil flow stops, then bearing wear like this can happen, causing catastrophic engine failure. So one thing that we've noticed, or not noticed, there's no oil pump here. And the oil pump and the water pump on this car, after looking and doing a bit of research, is one complete thing. If the water pump failed, then the oil pump could have failed, and that could have caused the oil starvation, and that's why the engine could be apart. Maybe. I don't know. Now you've seen all that we've got with the car, let me tell you the price. From rebuilding Audi TTs in a restaurant car park, I never thought it would lead to this moment where I'm putting Ferrari F430 on the board that I bought for £60,000.
What the fuck?
Which may sound steep for what I've got with it, but
That's a good deal, no?
there's a saviour and a reason on why we pulled the trigger on this. Sam told me about this car when we was out in America fixing the GT3, and I knew the exact state it was in. And from my previous experience, I knew it was unlikely that the whole engine was going to be there, which almost stopped me from buying it. But then I showed the pictures to Freddie, and what are the chances? He actually had a spare engine in his workshop. We won't get this on a flight back, will we? How can I buy this off you?
Oh, I'll give it to you if you want.
You give it to me?
Yeah, I'll give it to you.
we could. Let's do that. Let's do that, and we've got an engine. Or do you have a gearbox?
I don't. No.
With Freddie giving us an engine, all we had to do is work out how to get it back to the UK. So we boxed it up.
I don't put any warranties on that engine. I have not opened it up. So, you know,
He's giving it?
You get what you pay for. You get what you pay for.
All done and ready to ship to the UK. So now I'm feeling pretty confident because not only have we got a Ferrari at a half decent price, we've got an engine as well.
Yeah, made it. 800 quid.
Hey! And here is the F430 engine all the way from Florida to the UK. But there is one catch with this engine.
Where is it?
No, Freddie scammed us.
Yeah. Two broken engines, but at least one's in almost one piece. This seems like the impossible rebuild, but for £60,000 with a free engine from Freddie, this could work out perfectly, depending on how bad this engine is damaged. So one engine which is seized, and another engine which is in pieces. If we can find out why this engine is seized, we might have a good chance on building one good engine out of two bad ones. If we manage to rebuild this engine and actually get it running, we should be Italian mechanics.
Oh yes, safety approved.
Let's find out what exactly is wrong with Freddie's engine. It doesn't turn over and it seems locked out. So we're going to start from the top of the engine and work our way down. First off is the rocker covers. It didn't reveal much there, so now we're taking the cover for the chain off. So this, it's either really clean or brand new. Oh no! Oh, that stinks. There's water in this engine. I don't know how close it got to the P1 at Freddy's, but it stinks. Could this engine be flooded? But it doesn't make sense. This all looks new. It looks like it's had new tensioners, new chain, and everything looks new.
Interesting.
It's like a smaller version of the Murcielago. Oil pump on the bottom here. Then you've got like a balance shaft, then going to the two camshafts at the top, two camshafts at the top. It is literally almost like a carbon copy, but a smaller version of the Murcielago engine. I think we could do this, provided we can work out what's actually wrong with this engine. But the good news, all this looks new. Do we trust it? I don't know. Before we went any further, I got the camera down some of the spark plug holes to see if there was anything unusual down there, but it didn't really reveal much. We couldn't see anything obvious, which now left us with no choice but to start stripping apart the engine even further. Now we're going to take the chains off. These are what keep the engine in time, making sure the valves open and close at the right time, and they don't get hit by the pistons. Once the chains were loose, we could then remove the camshafts from the top of the engine. This then revealed the head bolts. Big 12mm Allen keys to get the head bolts out. And of course, that was the next step. Rob, lift it up. But everything looked okay. Diesel in it, Dad put in.
Sleeves look good.
There didn't look like there was any damage there. Yes, the pistons and everything weren't brand new, but nothing looked damaged. And that goes for the other side as well. So, why is it seized?
Turns over now.
Yeah, let's try and turn it now. Will it turn? No. Freddy's still scammed us. We're coming for you, Freddy.
They give it for free, bro.
So the problem must be on the underside of the engine. So now we've got to strip the oil pump and the water pump off it and investigate further. We've took all of this apart and the crank still won't move. We think a piston is seized in here for some unknown reason. Possibly these two here, but it's a bit wet. Like, it is wet in here, so I don't know like where the water's got in and it seized it up. The rest of the engine does actually look alright. I mean, these bearings are not brand new, but they're not bad. But as I started to take the conrods off the crank, I noticed something unusual. Is that bent? That's bent.
Oh yeah.
It's sucked water up and it's bent, isn't it? Found it. Maybe this was a flooded engine because check it out. This conrod is bent. Look at the banana. You can see how bent it is. It's locked up the engine. The rest are all straight. When a piston is going up and down the cylinder, it's compressing air. But when water finds its way in there, it struggles to compress it. So as the piston rises to the top, it's the case of who's the weakest link. And that's usually the conrod, which would leave it looking bent like this. That's quite good news actually then, because we've got some conrods over there. We've got a bent conrod and now two engines in absolute pieces. Maybe Freddy didn't scam us. And that is what happens when you try and compress a fluid. Somebody is going to lose, and the conrod has lost badly there.
Yo, hello, Asta boy.
Let me explain the bumper situation. In fact, Hannah's going to explain the bumper situation. This is not the bumper that should be on a F430. This is a Scudder rear bumper, which is a little bit more.
Oh no, not this guy, bro. He's here ruining my shit.
Than a 430.
Fuck's sakes, man.
The bumper alone.
Just let me kill it, bro.
£345.20.
Not only that, this thing here.
Play together in what, bro? On what?
£1,263.72p.
And 72p. This is like over £5,000 worth of bumper, and it's got self-tapper screws in it. It's absolutely battered. Safe to say, I don't think we're going to be replacing it with a Scudder rear bumper. We're going to have to look elsewhere. Now the rear bumper, I don't think it's actually.
What do you want to play, Uncle?
But it is a 430 bumper. But how much is one of them?
3,100.
There's no gold? Excuse
And
me?
the diffuser, which is missing, which is what we're going to need to buy, is how much?
Oh wait.
how much is the?
The diffuser is £3,101. The bumper is £4,480. The carbon one 8,430.
Oh my! So we're not having a carbon diffuser. Okay, we've definitely got to find maybe some
What the
second-hand
fuck,
parts.
Skyblock?
I don't know.
I'm doing bosses right now.
What's supposed to be in here?
Mini bosses. I just got kicked though.
Well, the bumpers are.
Hey! Now, seeing as this car hasn't been on the road in over 11 years, it's gathered a lot of dust. So I thought it's only right that we cleaned it, which made me notice a few strange things.
Grey.
Bro, where is this guy?
And then on this side, silver and silver. Nice.
And now it's time we remove any evidence of
Dodge
it ever
Viper.
being a track experience car.
I mean,
Although
I like
its life
Dodges.
on track was short-lived, as the bodywork's looking pretty good for an X-Track car.
How good has this turned out? It's starting to look promising. For a 2005 car, the paint looks really good, bearing in mind it's been absolutely battered around a track its whole life. We've got a little, like, I don't know whether it's peel or, like, I don't know if it's rust, because I think these are aluminium, so I don't, that's a problem. Apparently, on the F430s, it's common for the lights to wobble. There's no exception on my one, because... It's so sticky. It leaves fingerprints in it.
But the time that it did
Bro, this
spend
is
on
impossible,
track
bro.
took its toll on the interior, especially as it was left to sit there for a long time. According to Google, only around 1,500 manual F430s were ever made, which makes this one pretty special. First out is the
Is that the
seats,
murderer or is
4
that the
bolts
boat?
holding them in, and one seatbelt which is connected to them. Then we can start attacking the carpet. And whilst my dad was working on the front of the car, he found something missing. What's missing?
Well, you see that hole under there, look? That's supposed to have a clutch master cylinder.
Oh, wow. Wow. The master cylinder is... Why would they take another master cylinder unless there was another manual? The clutch master cylinder is attached to the clutch pedal, and its job when you push
Where is
down
this
the
guy?
clutch pedal is to push hydraulic fluid through the clutch system, allowing you to release the clutch. Finding a second-hand master cylinder on one of these could be pretty hard, and brand new, you're looking at around
please, I need gold.
£332. Cheers, guys. Thank you. Thank you. So it's
I need
beyond
gold,
me
bro.
why
Oh my
that
God,
master
please.
cylinder's missing, but we'll worry about that later. For now, I'm cracking on
Where does the
with
gold
getting
go?
this interior back to how it should be.
It's not a full detail, but the interior has been absolutely transformed by about an hour worth of cleaning. It's definitely making me feel a little bit more confident about my purchase.
Okay, we have got Freddy's engine, which he kindly donated to us, which has a bent conrod, one bent conrod. And then we also have the original engine block here. We've got to make a decision now on what block we're going to use, because we've got to build up an engine for this Ferrari. Bad news about the original block is, in some of the cylinders, you might find
I could have clutched that shit up, bro.
scored. Now these sleeves, you can actually replace them.
Okay.
But in Freddy's block, these cylinders are all good. So I think we're going to use this block.
Wait, was there on cooldown on this or no?
Now I know the Ferrari fanatics
I actually don't
probably
know.
not going to like that I'm not using the original block. But for now, this is the most cost-effective option. So let's start stripping this one. And we've got a lovely new parts cleaner. Thanks, Motul.
So you want to join mini bosses? Because I can let you join if you want. I don't know.
How this engine was assembled.
Whatever.
Before we take this engine apart, we're just taking note on how it was put together, providing it was put together actually properly. But if you look at the bottom of the rods here, that's marked with a Y and then a number.
I'm
and then
dead.
on this side, it's marked with an X and a number. Then again, it goes to Y and a number, and X and a number. So it constantly goes Y.
Wait, no.
The
That's
last
a bad
cylinder,
move.
This one, it went with a Y on this side, but the one that's actually bent is also a Y marks conrod. As we couldn't really see any pattern between the X conrods and the Y conrods, and it's also really difficult to find any information on this engine online, which you'll find is a problem later in the video, I can only think of one person I could turn to.
We're trying to work out these conrods because they're all marked weirdly, like, so some have X on and some have Y on.
So if it's on the bottom of the cap facing you when you flip the engine upside down, I'm sure that's a batching number. To be honest, mate, unless you want to balance the rotating assembly, I wouldn't really worry too much because I'm pretty confident we get it on the Audis as well, where they're like a batching code. So you can look at it and you can go, oh, all the X's are like a certain weight, but it doesn't really matter too much as long as your codes on the side of the rod match. So as long as they're fine, mate, you'll be mint.
We have two
Okay, interesting.
crankshafts. One out of Freddy's engine and one out of the...
Holy shit, that was close.
engine.
Oh my days.
We need to make sure one of them is at least good. The crankshaft is a huge part right near the bottom of the engine. The explosion from the combustion pushes the piston and the conrod down, which makes the crankshaft rotate. Now, as we had a bent conrod on our engine, which seized the engine up, we want to make sure that that's caused no damage to the actual crankshaft. Because this part of the crankshaft is where the bearing sits, and if it's damaged here, it might not be getting the right oil feed or have the right clearances, which would cause engine failure all over again. Now what I'm doing now with a micrometer is measuring one side of the crankshaft, then the other side, making sure it's all even. And I'm doing this in two places for each part of the crankshaft where the bearing sits. All the engineer people are going to say this is not an exact measurement, but no, but we think it's pretty good. It's the best we can do with the kit we've got, basically. I'm confident with this one. Let me show you what I think a bad crank looks like. This goes straight over that, and I assume you look at that. I don't even have to adjust the micrometer. Look, doesn't go over that, straight over that. I mean, I don't think I'll be putting that one in. There's visual.
I'm kind of confused how I'm gonna get Ashwing parties, because like, who is doing Ashwing, bro? Who is doing that shit, bro? Nobody is.
That one is good. This one for the.
And I need 500.
Now the engine is pretty much completely stripped, so we're gonna clean it all up in the parts washer before we can build it all back up again. But to move forward from this point, we're gonna need some parts, and there's only one place I could think of where we could get parts fast. We're gonna come here and hopefully leave loads of Ferrari parts. Let's get shopping. We've took a trip to Eurospares, which have a load of new and used Ferrari parts. Their warehouse is absolutely massive. They even have full complete engines for sale. So we made sure to take a lot of photos of how the engine was assembled whilst it was on the rack in there. But we didn't come for an engine. One red bumper, one orange bumper, and a bunch of stuff which should help us build up the Ferrari engine when we get back. I don't know how much for, but we spent a lot. Now there's loads of parts on this Ferrari that we can cross-reference to different cars, and we can save a lot of money by doing that. But there's some parts like the bumpers and a lot of the seals and bearings which aren't cross-referenced. So they're the bits that we're buying today. And the total amount of parts we have here, it didn't look like much, but it's fitted into a Range Rover. £13,887.48p, which means we are now £73,887.48p into the 430. But
interesting.
we should have enough.
That's quite expensive, bro. Can you give me some money, bro?
We will find out. One very expensive trip later, and we're back. And now we can start building up the engine. I think what we're going to start with are the 2-cylinder heads. With this being a V8, there's 2 cylinder heads, 4 pistons each side. Here's one cylinder head, and here's the other. This one's upside down, but you can see here the exhaust valves and then the inlet valves on this side here. These are going to open and close.
Major Max takes like a day, so this is pretty easy, but I'm kind of curious if I'm ever going to do Ashwing.
To get the most power out of the engine, these have got to sit perfectly flat against the top of the head, and to make sure that we do so, we've got to take them all out, and these are held in here with little springs and these collets on the top of the valve. But we'll take them out and we'll go from there. Let's do it.
Thing is, I could do solo S-Rank, but that's gonna literally take 2 times longer.
Squashes the valve springs
I
down,
don't know.
and then once the valve springs are squashed down, it can get a magnet to remove the collets which hold the valve spring onto the valves. Once the collets are removed, we can release the clamp and then remove the valve springs, which will give us access to the valve. And this part right at the bottom, we want that to be super clean so it sits nicely in the valve seats. My dad's got a lot to get through, so whilst he was doing that,
But I
put the
should still be
Ferrari in the
maxed
lift
like
to
sweet,
inspect
but
the underneath of it. Found something else. I just noticed
a
there's
lot of
bolt in
downtime to
there,
do that.
a bolt in there, like these brackets which are like mounted to the chassis, and then on this side there's no bolt here or here, so the radiator is just completely free. So we're missing some kind of bracket on the top and the bottom there. Well, fantastic. Now, before I bought this car, I checked it out on Car Vertical, and everything seems all good. There's no records of it ever being in an accident. There's no outstanding finance, there's no mileage rollbacks, and it's never been recorded as stolen. But as this car was a track experience car for most of its life, it's unlikely that a crash would have ever been recorded. So I'm going to take a look over it and see if there's any signs of one. We're actually doing all right here. So underneath here, it looks like the standard suspension is adjustable coilovers, so we can adjust the ride height up and down. It's also looks like it's adaptive, so maybe it's got some kind of adaptive suspension to harden and soften it when you're in different modes. Everything here looks pretty good for a 2005 car. Anything on this side looks fine, and that side looks fine. Let's have a look underneath. Right, underneath. Guessing this is all part of a rear diffuser. What's all them? Look at all these bolts. They didn't want this falling off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, like a small scratch there, but nothing really that bad. Oh, a little bit of a corner miss in there, but yeah. With the valves now out of the cylinder head, we now have another job.
I just don't know where.
Valve seals.
I don't have Discord, so I don't know where to find people.
Stops any oil from getting on top of the valve or inside the combustion chamber.
Normally, when the oil's on the springs and everything at night, and then it runs down the stem of the valve.
Yeah.
It runs down the stem of the valve past the seal and then rests on top of your piston. So when you start up in the morning, it smokes a lot.
And they're in every single one. And that's exactly what will happen if we have bad valve seals. We'll get a lot of smoke on startup in the mornings, or really bad ones could just smoke all the time. But before we put new seals in, we've got to clean up the valves. Next step, now that they're clean, we've got to make sure they mate nicely on the surface around here. So we use this paste, which is kind of like grinding paste almost, and that's going to go in the seat.
Holy lag, man.
And we're going to grind it. Yeah. Yeah.
You see how that's all nice and clean. If you look at this one, there's a good one that's not very good.
Oh yeah, and that's all dirty.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you see how that's the seat?
Oh, now it's nice and clean. Ah. Yeah, all the power. Right, 32 to go. Well, 31 now. My dad and myself.
Actually, it's still good coins, so it's still like 50 mil an hour. I mean, that's not bad, right?
To the next step. Okay.
That's 50 mil an hour, no RNGs.
All we've got to do now, we're going to keep the same springs on there, but we need
RNGs, that might be a lot more.
valve seals. We've got this full seal kit. These are the new valve seals, and as I mentioned, they're pretty vital to replace when doing an engine build like this. My dad's using a socket to push the oil seal in place, and once the seal is sat in place like that, we can then push the valve in from underneath, and it should fit nice and snug. Then it's time for both the valve springs to sit on top of the valve, and we've got to compress this all to put the collet in place. Now, we saw a video on TikTok of a guy doing some kind of hack to get the collet in place using a socket and a piece of plastic, and we were dying to see whether that actually worked, because if it did, it would save a lot of his time fiddling around with the collets. Collets are in. Okay, plastic bag. And
I don't know, man. trying to think.
Yeah, go and squeeze it.
I could just rock it solo though, man. It would be like fucking
We failed
3
on our
days
first
though.
attempt, but on the second,
Yes!
hey, did it go? Did it work? Yeah! Once we'd sussed the hack out, we were moving quick time, putting all the valves, the springs, and the collets back on each one. And there we go. Every valve spring is in. That head is just about ready, but we need to test it to make sure a valve, well, all of them are actually properly in, because if the valve opens and it then drops it into the cylinder, it could be drastic, and we don't want to do that. So we're going to test them now by just knocking the valve down to open it and making sure everything stays in place. Is this how Ferrari would do it?
Yeah.
Whee! One cylinder head ready for the engine. We just got to do that one now. With the cylinder heads complete, we can then turn our attention to the actual engine block. And one thing we need to do before we reassemble it is make sure the cylinder sleeves are nice and smooth. At the minute you can see there's a lot of scratches and grooves in there, but nothing that can't be fixed. And to sort these out, we need to rub a bit of oil in the sleeve. And then my dad's
I don't know how I'm ever
gonna
gonna find people with this.
to hone out the cylinder.
Because I could do
And there we
the
have
grey
one smooth
and the RCM maybe.
Just another 7 to go.
I would need someone for the blue. That's it though.
All of the sleeves are nice and smooth. This engine is effectively ready to build back up. Let's go. It's actually a sticker gasket there.
And you think it sticks on this bit?
Few people is most ideal though.
Next gasket.
Does that have a sticker on?
No stickers on that one.
I'm trying to figure out like who in the guild would ever be down with.
Click.
Or is it beep?
Oh yeah. Beep. We're in a predicament. I've just ordered a workshop manual for the Ferrari engine, which is also a Maserati engine, but it only shows you torque specs and workshop procedures for serviceable items. So things like clutches, thermostats, auxiliary belts, nothing as big as this. And we've since found out that Ferrari don't give out torque specs or repair procedures for jobs as big as this, because it's supposed to be done by Ferrari and not just a bloke in a garage in Leicester. So if you're a Ferrari technician, then the comment section is open for you. We need your help, because I'm not sure Ferrari are going to help us, although we're trying to put one of their cars back on the road. And our next step is to do the piston ring gap. We've taught this to our spec.
I guess I'm just gonna prep.
But the next thing is to do all the piston ring gaps. That's what we've got to do
Keep
next.
asking around, bro.
But we
I don't
can't
know.
do that, one, without the piston ring specs, and two, without the piston rings. They haven't arrived yet, so we're stuck.
How can you order those items for a big strip down if they can't give you the specs to tighten them up?
That is actually quite true. How in the UK they can sell you structural parts for a Porsche, but they can't tell you how to fit them. So Ferrari must be able to sell you parts,
but then they've got to fit them.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Thanks to you guys, I've managed to get my hands on a workshop manual, but it is for a Maserati. But this Maserati engine is also used in the 430, because the Italians like to share, and later in the video we find that the French also like to share with the Italians as well. The cylinders are now ready for the pistons, but before we do that, we need to change the piston rings. There's 3 of them on this piston. The lower piston ring is called the oil ring, which stops oil getting into the combustion chamber, and then the
how
top
to
2
find
piston
people
rings
with
are
this?
used for
Like,
compression, to keep a nice tight seal in the
trying to
combustion
think
chamber.
here.
And if those were worn out, then you'd lose a lot of power and you'd definitely be burning a lot of oil. First, my dad's using an old piston ring to clean up the recesses of where the new piston rings will go. Then before we fit the ring into the piston, we're going to slide the ring in the cylinder. Now you'll notice a little gap in the piston ring. This is called piston ring gap. And this has to be a specific size. If the gap is too big, as I mentioned, you'll burn a lot of oil and we won't have the right compression. But if the gap is too small, then when the engine heats up, the piston ring will expand and it will have nowhere to go but to score up the inside of the cylinder sleeve. Our piston ring gap is all good, so now we're loading up the piston rings into the piston. And now that they're in the piston, we can begin to put them finally in the cylinders. This special bit of kit squashes the rings into the piston and then we can knock the piston into the cylinder. And we've just got to do that 7 more times.
I think here's that.
Oh, it's well heavier now.
I told you it's hefty. Your old dad.
We're moving, and now it's time for the bottom end bearings. The funny thing about these bottom end bearings is that they make different ones depending on the engine, and we've all got different sizes, different tolerances. The only thing we could do is look at the part number on the old ones and match them up, easy as that. But fairly simple to go in. The big end bearings slide in at the bottom of the conrod. Wow! 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 And once they're in the bottom of the conrod, it's time for the main bearings. These bearings are what the crankshaft rotates on. We have an issue, and we don't think it can be solved. So if the engine goes bang, and it's because of this reason, it's not our fault. Okay, so check out these bearings here, the main bearings. They slide from left to right, which doesn't look right, because then it's covering over the sort of oil gallery there. Like if that covers over, then the oil is not going to get through onto there. But on the old bearings, which you can see here, they've got a tab on the top here, big one, to stop it from sliding left to right. But on the new ones, they've got only a small tab compared to the old bearings. So this is going to be a little bit more serious than we first thought, and confusing. If you go on the website here, you can see that the bearing that we're after is 195307, which is also used in the Maserati engines. But if you click on the Maserati one, the part number has now superseded, so it's changed to 286832, which is the bearing that we've got. But if you click on the Ferrari one, there's no supersession to that part number. The part number has stayed the same, which in our heads doesn't make any sense, because why would they change it for one engine and not the other when the engines are exactly the same? Well, they might be exactly the same in my opinion. Now, we didn't want to run the risk of ruining the engine because one of these bearings has slid over and covered an oil gallery. So instead, we went back and ordered the original part number from Ferrari with the bigger tab on it. We have got, well, I've ordered the correct part number from Maranello Parts. It's come next day. Yeah. And it's got the big tab on. We're going to put these in. I don't know why Maserati have superseded their one, but we're going to ignore that, and we're going to put these in. At least now we can have some peace of mind that we're putting in the same part number as what came out of the engine. And once they were in, it's time for the crankshaft to go in.
What do you do now, Tony?
I don't know.
And it's back onto the other half of the big end bearings, which slide into the conrod cap, and then the conrod cap meets the rest of the conrod with some new bolts going in there, making sure to match the numbers on the conrod cap to the conrod. Can you not hear that, really?
Oh, God.
I'm trying to think, who the fuck
I'm in charge of
put me down
torquing
for this?
everything up because my dad can't hear the beep of the torque wrench. And the conrod bolts have a torque setting and then an angle you have to turn them to.
Oh, yeah, I could use that one.
Did you hear that? And once I've torqued all the conrod bolts up, it's time to prep the crankcase so the other half of it can join together. It says in the manual to run a bead of flange sealant across the crankcase in before it meets, so that's exactly what we're doing. And with the main bearings installed on the other half of the crankcase, we can now slide it together. That's why we needed the manual, because even these washers are machined on one side, so they have one way of going on, and we just whacked them all on. So I'm going to put it all on now the right way. all of these stages are super vital. One mistake here could mean the whole engine would have to come back out again and stripped completely apart. I'm adding all new seals into the oil pump and the water pump, which is built as one, and it's now joined back together. It's all together, it's looking good. We've got a new rear main seal to go in, which my dad's about to put in. Go on. Yeah. No. Okay, next on is the cylinder heads, right and left. But to time this engine up, we need to know top dead center of cylinder number 1, which is this cylinder here. Top dead center being when the piston is at the highest point, and then we time the engine up based on that. Now to find this, we've got a DTI gauge here, and we're going to turn the crank over and make sure we get this absolutely bang on TDC. The engine's going to have a little bit of float, which means the piston is going to be at the top even when we're turning it sometimes. So we've got to make sure we're bang on that. So this is how we're going to do it. First, my dad's going to turn the engine clockwise. And once this piston gets to the highest point, it'll give me the highest reading on the DCI gauge. I'm then going to mark it on our contraption that we've built here on the flywheel side. Then my dad's going to go back, turn the engine anti-clockwise, and as soon as it hits that same reading as before,
That's actually
I'm
good
going to
coin.
make another mark on our contraption. The top dead center will be between those two marks, which I've done with a really thick pen. I've not helped myself, but there's not much float in the engine, so boom. Time for the cylinder heads. Of course, you can't put the cylinder heads on without the head gasket. So on goes a brand new head gasket, both sides. I put the washers onto a screwdriver first, which helps me slide the washer over the stud. And I do the same for the nuts as well. 2 heads on, head bolts on, or head nuts on. You know it's serious when the glasses come out. Now the procedure to tighten the head nuts is 60 Newton meters.
Urchin
and once
again.
that's done, you then go
I
back
don't need more of those,
and turn
bro.
them an extra 90 degrees. And this has to be done from the middle, working outwards. And it is really important that we get this right. That extra 90 degrees on the 60 Newton meters of torque made these head bolts pretty tight. After that, I can then put in the valve lifters. I hope all of you guys watching are managing to follow along, because this is as hard for me to explain as it is for me to do. This is the second engine I've ever rebuilt. And now with the cylinder heads and the camshafts on, we can begin to start thinking about the timing of the engine. We've got it wrong.
That's good.
So we thought piston number 1 was here, then it worked all the way down, but we read the manual upside down, and piston number 1 is all the way over here, which means we've got the timing for the top dead center thing wrong. So if we got that wrong and then we timed it up, it wouldn't have worked and it would have broke the engine. So now we're going to have to do piston number 1, which is here, work out what top dead center is on there, so when the piston's right at the top, and mark it here, then we can begin timing the whole engine. Okay, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. So we're doing the same procedure as before, but this time the cylinder heads are on. And once we've found top dead center, we can now start adding all the chains, which keeps the bottom half of the engine in time with the top half of the engine. You can see we're using a photo that I took before we took it apart to put this thing back together. Just pure genius. This is a nightmare. There's a really complicated way of how to time this engine, and if I try and explain it, I'll lose myself. But in the most simple terms, we've got to keep this piston at top dead center, and then if you just come around here, the cams here, there's a little dot on the cam there and a little dot on the cam there. They've got to align. These dots have got to align with these little grooves here, both sides as well. And the way you adjust this top, so you wouldn't do these bolts, and that allows you to turn the cam without moving the chain and the whole engine. This is so vital because this controls when the valves open to let fuel and air in and to let the exhaust gases out. And if they open and close at the wrong time, they could be hitting into the piston. So we've got to make sure that this is absolutely spot on. Okay, if we've done this right, it should turn over now. So let's check it all still stays in the right place. So
It should be coming up now.
okay, keep coming, slow, keep going. Yeah. Yeah, that's on, that's on, that's on, that's on. We're on and we're timed up and it works. It actually spins. Can I go home now? Vital stage is done and it's on to the final pieces. I'm about to put on the chain cover. I've put in a new seal on it. I've run a line of sealant around the edge and a new gasket on it as well. And I can knock it onto the side of the engine. There's then 2 cam variator sensors which sit inside the head. And after that, I can put on the
I need to find that list, bro.
with the new gasket as well, of course.
Version.
I'm happy with that. I can't put the other rocker cover on yet because we're missing a sensor over here, but for a non-professional and someone who was building cars in a restaurant car park 4 years ago, to put a Ferrari engine back together and now it actually turns over is a pretty solid achievement, I think. But now it's going to get a little harder, and of course we have an issue with the gearbox, but let me take it back. Inside here is the remains of the manual gearbox, the original manual gearbox. And let's be honest, unless you're Rain Man, this is not getting repaired. Like, I just can't, we don't know if there's gonna be missing parts out of this. We have no diagrams out of this. We've got all the gears, the selectors, the shafts. I mean, I have no experience with rebuilding gearboxes. Do you?
Bit, but not when they're in that state.
No, so we're willing to accept defeat on this until we saw the price of a gearbox from Ferrari. It's expensive. In my opinion, it's expensive. A brand new gearbox after VAT would cost you over £30,000. So buying one of them was out of the question. So second hand, you're looking at £15,000 for a gearbox, and they're an automatic one. Of course, we've got a gated manual box, but then we figured
But you need 2. I want 2 of these.
That from the automatic and the manual are exactly the same. The only difference is the shifter. Well, we hope they're exactly the same. So I managed to get a second-hand gearbox for £4,000. There's an issue. Here it is. This came off a fire-damaged Ferrari in Poland, and there's a hole in the side. We're hoping it hasn't caused any damage to the inside of it, but this is the mechanism for the F1 gearbox, the automatic one. It automatically selects the gears with hydraulic shifters. I think if we take this part off, and of course the broken part off, we can make this into a manual box, and we would have a manual box for £4,000, providing there's no damage here. Buying this box was a bit of a risk, but so was buying the car, and some risks pay off and others don't. I'm just hoping that this risk does. I hope there's no more damage inside that gearbox.
I'm so confused here though, because
Oh, that's been in water.
Has it?
Oh, how did it get rusty?
It's been in water.
Oh. Maybe it isn't good.
Oh, it's the Titanic. The inside of the gearbox for some reason looked really wet, and not with oil, with water. So we had no choice but to start stripping this one apart to check for damage.
Oh, no.
Oh my god. Well, it's a good job we took it apart. Look at the bearing.
Oh my days.
So the fire's gone in there and caused destruction.
Absolute perished. Do you think the oil set on fire that was in the gearbox?
Oh, it could have. Because look, it's all black in here, isn't it?
Matt's
Good
facts.
call, which ain't good news.
Not at all, is it really?
Not when you're trying to build a gearbox house and it's set on fire.
Do these even turn?
Yeah, like that, all those bearings in here could look like that.
I think that was the car got it off.
That does not look good.
No. No.
Do you know when you're on eBay and you're looking
I need to see this.
Yeah, well, it's £4,000 as opposed to 15.
Yeah, it's $4 grand for a reason.
So now... Thank you. So now... Thank you. So now we have, well, 2 bad gearboxes really, and I don't even know where we're going to start or even finish with this. I've got to order loads of bearings for this, as I've got to order a lot of parts for the engine. But before I carry on with this, I mentioned at the start of the video that the French like to share with the Italian, and I'm about to find out whether that's true or not. When I picked up the Ferrari, it was missing a window regulator, and there was only a block of wood holding the window up, which was bad news. The good news was we have a regulator on this side, and the other good news is that we found the window regulator, but it's just missing a motor, and we've taken off the motor of this window regulator, as you can see here.
Oh, I'm trying to think here.
The part numbers on the back, and it's a Bosch motor. For a brand new window motor for the Ferrari, it's £178, and the cheapest one I could find second-hand was £120, and that's the wrong side. But I copied the part number into eBay and then found out that that motor could be used on a well-known French car, in my opinion, called a Peugeot 406. And here we have the motor of the French car, which there is some slight differences. But generally, it looks pretty... Oh, in fact, that one is a little bit longer. It may work, it may not work. The connections are slightly different, but they're only a 2-pin connection and a 2-pin connection, so we could make that work. But this one could possibly work. It's not exactly the same, but it could work. So this is where things get a little bit hard. Like, everything we've put on now was how we found the engine. So we've took it apart and we've put it back together, but everything from now on is stuff that we've not experienced before, and we're just going off diagrams. We're just trying to work out what goes in here, and then the inlet manifold goes on it. But for now, I think let's just carry on building up what we can in this middle section here. In the last video, we managed to rebuild the full Ferrari engine without any experience with Ferrari engines before. We're on and we're timed up and it works. It actually spins, which left us at this point here. But there's still a lot of vital parts to go on. We've got the NOx sensors, which sit in the middle of the engine, and 2 oil coolers. And on top of that, a bracket which holds a lot of things down. But we're just going off photos here, and we're hoping we're right. I think the next step to go on, we can get all the ancillaries on, because this engine sits the way it sits in the car now. So when all the ancillaries and the belt and everything is all at the front of the engine. So if we put the engine in and then try and put the ancillaries on, you're just not going to get to it because it's at the very front of the car rather than being at the back like the Murcielago. So I think next step is to try and fit alternator and everything like that. Let's try it. First thing is, nailed on that. Power steering pump, okay? We're gonna have to remove a bolt from the chain cover to hold the power steering pump in place. And I guess we're gonna learn these little things as we go along. Because we didn't take this engine apart, it is 10 times harder to put it back together. Once that bolt's in, there's 2 more bolts which hold it to the side of the engine. And that should hold it in place. Next thing is the aircon condenser. Now this doesn't just simply bolt to the side of the engine. You have to have it, they have a shim, and I'm pretty sure it's just an afterthought, but it looks like that, but we've had to make one because we're not buying one from Ferrari for probably like a tenner. The shim looks like this, and it's actually only £1.48, but with a 2 to 3 week wait, and I'm not waiting that long for it. Right. Puller, power steering, aircon, alternator. The alternator sits in the middle of the V of the engine. This adjuster at the back, see that? Oh yeah. Moving the alternator so you can line the belt up properly, so we probably should put the belt on as well. Next up is the belt.
Can't I just
Again,
run the
all
same
we're using here
mutations
is
for
a
like ages?
photo for
I think so,
reference,
right?
Because the only workshop manual we have is for the Maserati engine, which is slightly different. But we've just about worked out how the auxiliary belt goes on. Then we've just got to make sure that the alternator is sitting nice and true with the belt. And that should just about do it.
Tony Armstrong here, reporting live from Matt Armstrong's unit. Today we are
Oh,
rebuilding
yes.
Ferrari.
Don't say my name because nobody knows
Thank you, oh my days. Yo, W-Mans.
it.
Matt's
This
dad
is...
here.
Holy. Boy, average, who the fuck is that? New items. Oh no. Business. Optimum 40, Ashraf. Okay. Yeah, but this doesn't work though, right? I need to do this twice, everything, no? Uh... Okay, so I need... Yeah, but... This is what I actually need. I think maybe. Let me try this, bro. Because I have enough loneliness. Then let's see. You would have to do them twice. Wait for second to spawn. Okay. I see. Yeah. I think I have enough lonely lists, so I should probably get started on this. Let me see. Just take this out. Okay, so I have enough Ashref. I have enough Lone Lily. Okay.
Reporting live from Matt's unit.
There's this pipe which sits here. I'm not sure what it does. Do you think it carries oil? It's oil, isn't it? But we are missing a pipe, surprise, surprise, which goes from here to here. And if we order it, it's probably going to be 2 to 3 weeks. But, luckily we've just rebuilt an Audi RS6 and we have a lot of spare parts. This pipe was off the Audi RS6 and I think it can help us rebuild a Ferrari. It's almost perfect. So if we cut that down to size, we could use an RS6 hose on that. It absolutely works, and it looks the same type of hose as this one. So you watch that one blow up when we try and do like a gumball rally or something. My dad trimmed down the RS6 hose.
How many soggy buds do I need?
And it was a perfect fit. Sometimes you have to improvise. It's either that or wait weeks for the new part. And probably pay over the odds because of the Ferrari prices. Next thing to go on is the inlet manifold.
I have 0. Great.
Not at all.
Now this engine has port injection, which means the fuel injectors sit in the inlet manifold, meaning that the fuel is injected before the combustion chamber. So the air and fuel mixture is mixed before it goes into the combustion chamber, as opposed to direct injection, which is injected directly into the combustion chamber. There's pros and cons to both of these methods, but for now we're just worrying about the port injection because that's what we've got. My dad's applying some silicone grease to the seals on the injectors and then slotting them in place.
Shade wine? Have I even unlocked this yet?
Has a V8. There's one injector for each cylinders, meaning there's 8 injectors. So I'm doing the other side.
Okay.
Then I connect up all the electrical connectors to the injectors. Exciting times, it's time to take it off and we're on to the next step. One step closer to getting it in the car and starting it and hearing it for the first time ever.
What are you talking about?
What we're trying to do now is hang this up so we can get to this side, because now it's time for the clutch and the flywheel.
Whoa!
Right. Next up, flywheel. These are super light and quite small, but the lighter it is, the higher and faster it's going to rev. Not the higher, the faster.
I should have gloom guards.
And this has all been balanced because you can see all the little drilled holes here to make sure.
I had a lot of them at least.
We
Excuse
got
me.
this from Scuderia Parts. Shout out to them as well, and they've even
Yeah, I
given
got
you
enough
guys
gloom guards.
a discount code.
29
So
coconuts.
if you need any
That
Ferrari
is
or
crazy.
Maserati parts, you can go grab them, and I've put a link in the description with the discount code, as I mentioned as well. So they're helping me out, they're helping you guys out as well, which is good. New flywheel bolts and washer goes in here, and then we've got to torque these up. The flywheel bolts have to be torqued up in like a star-shaped pattern to make sure it's evenly pressed onto the side of the engine. So this is a twin-plated clutch, and it's got like a clutch plate here and another clutch plate there, I assume for smoother gear changes. We've got all new bolts for the
Is that
clutch,
possible?
and we apply a little bit of Loctite to them. Okay, so there's a line, so we're assuming that that line would line up with that because that's what it's balanced to. Correct. Once we've lined the clutch up with the flywheel, we can bolt it all
Yes.
together and torque all the bolts up, of course. Oh, spot on. It's looking pretty good now. And now we've got the clutch on and the flywheel. It's time for the gearbox. Or what's left of it. As I mentioned, we now have one gearbox which is in pieces and incomplete, and one gearbox which was involved in a fire.
Well, there goes $500,000.
And all the bearings or anything plastic inside have completely melted. But the thing is, we've got to make this work. We bought the Ferrari for £60,000.
Is it do I just dead plant everything, bro?
Of £18,000 on it. For a second-hand gearbox, it's £15,000, which is just going to push the build budget way too high. And a manual 430 at the minute is selling for around £100,000. On my right-hand side is the gearbox, which I bought from eBay for
Okay, so I need to just
£4,000. And on my left-hand side,
make like a
the
full
gearbox that I
farm.
got with the car, or what's left of it.
Yes,
And this
bro.
was stripped apart
Holy.
because there was something wrong with it. Now, everything on this side is completely burnt to pieces, and there's loads of little bearings which are just melted. And even if you look in the casing, it is fully black in there, and there's loads of little bearings in there which have set on fire. So I think our plan is to use the original casing and trying to make one good gearbox out of two bad ones. Here we go. Now there's two shafts in a gearbox, but we'll get onto that later. Right now we're looking at the secondary shaft, which came out of the fire damaged gearbox, and this one, which is the one which came with the car. Now if you look at this one which came with the car, the gear at the end looks smooth and rounded, and we think it looks worn, but the bearing above it looks
Okay,
in
so I
pretty
need
good shape. Whereas if you look at the fire damaged one, the gears look nice and sharp. So we're going to use that shaft, but take the bearing off the one that we got with the car and put it on the fire damaged one, if that makes sense. And we're also in Dave DTB's workshop here, hence why there's a Noble in the background. I didn't just buy a Noble. We're nicking Dave's bearing press. Ferrari 430. How did you have one of them in here? All the bearings have got to be pressed onto the shaft. And we need a pretty strong bearing press. So thanks, Dave.
I think that's
Once Dave
fine.
had pressed it on with a special Ferrari tool, we can then start assembling the rest of the parts which
Do
go
I
on
actually
the
have
shaft.
anything in my
As my dad
agronomy
took apart
though?
the burnt gearbox, he knows how this shaft
No, I
goes
don't.
back together, almost using it as a reference. If one bearing wasn't enough, on goes another bearing. All the bearings we're using off the one that we got with the car, because they look pretty good, if not new. Then to hold all that on, a bit of Loctite, and then a locking
Would that
ring over
give
the top,
me
which
enough?
we assume needs to be torqued up to
Yeah.
a top secret torque spec, which we're gonna have to blur out. You've done the proper torque spec?
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah. Right, now just a million more gears to go. After that, we can begin with putting gears on. The next gear to go on, we're going to use from the fire damaged gearbox, just because we were missing that gear from the gearbox that we got with the car. But the rest of the gears we'll be using from the one we got with the car, as they all look good. Again, both of those gears have to be pressed onto this shaft, as they're going to rotate with it. Right, so here's the shaft that we've just done. This is out of the burnt one, which has melted bearings in. That's the secondary shaft, which connects with that one like a bike. This is the shaft out of the gearbox that we got with the car. We're going to make this look like this, and then put it into that housing. If you've lost us, bear with. Now we're trying to avoid using anything from the burnt gearbox. So I'm looking at the gears that we got with the car to try and build up the primary shaft exactly the same as the one that came out the burnt gearbox. The primary shaft is the one that is spun by the engine, the top one in this diagram, and the secondary shaft is the one that sends the power to the wheels. And they're kind of interlinked together, but everything has to be spot on, and if something is 1 millimeter out, it can cause the whole gearbox not to work. Right now, my dad's building up the primary shaft, the one that is constantly spinning with the engine, as I mentioned. And we're just using the burnt gearbox primary shaft as a reference of how this thing goes back together. And at the minute, it's looking pretty good, as it seems we have all the gears and all the parts to make this shaft complete.
That's it, innit?
It's made up of so many bearings, shims and spacers, it is unreal. Such a complex job. Right, this shaft is completed, we think, and everything is the right way. Now we're going to put it inside the box. So this is the casing.
Check this next to the cactus, we need this.
This is a selector fork, and this is how you select the gears. So it'll slide into gear, lock that gear into place. I don't exactly know how this works. Like, I don't think anyone does, really.
No, I don't.
No one does. At least we're trying. At least we're giving it a go. And if it don't work, we've learned. And then we'll keep doing it until it does work. So inside the box, there's more bearings and a spacer as well. We're just hoping that this all works.
This is how they did it for Ferrari.
Both shafts go in together, interlinked. And then they needed a little bit of persuasion to just knock it into place. Which I did gracefully.
You just got
Ferrari.
6 of each, right? 6.
Once the two shafts are resting in the gearbox, we can continue to build them up with even more gears and the selector forks as well. And we know we're doing it right at the minute because we can see all the selector forks are all lining up. These forks slide forward and backwards to lock the car in gear or back out of gear. You can see how it works here, but it's still pretty complex.
That's promising.
My dad removed the gearbox filter and it was absolutely caked up. We still don't know the real reason why the original gearbox was taken apart, but judging by all that metal on the filter, it didn't look good. But everything that's gone back into the box now looks in good condition. And the final touches were done by Dave.
Meant to be potato, right?
Certified.
And just when you thought it was done, there's one more gear.
I did use 11, okay.
Figure out which way round this went on. Groove on
I can have a look. I can have a look.
Show me the groove.
There's the groove.
Oh yeah, that is the groove.
No groove on the outside, so this groove is going on the inside.
And if you haven't watched part 2, go watch that before you carry on watching this video.
Yeah, it's in the top right hand corner. And then here it is.
Here it is. Goes in there, like that.
Wow, look at that.
It's not fitted properly yet, but yeah,
that's how it goes. Reverse gear. And it reverses the whole thing.
Really?
We don't really know how it works, but at least we're trying to learn.
Because you're using another gear, it spins the shaft the other way.
Oh.
Yeah. How did we not know this from the start?
Whatever this
Ooh.
gearbox ain't got in now, it ain't never having in. I'm gonna dab on the haters.
Oh my days.
We're now onto the final pieces of the gearbox. After we spent such a long time working out how this thing went back together, and if it actually works, what an achievement it is. So not only rebuild the engine, but also the gearbox. But it's not only the engine and gearbox we've got to rebuild. There's something else. Supposedly, the gearbox is now all in one piece. But the thing is, with this gearbox, it's also a differential as well. So to actually drive the wheels, the gearbox will go in gear, and then it will spin the wheels here, and we don't have any. And I've just noticed, look, something got caught here. Ooh. So we need the differential, and we have one burnt differential and one differential in a lot of pieces. So next
Oh, it does actually.
I'm going to take
order
this
two at
apart
once.
and rebuild this.
Excuse me?
I think there's new bearings and everything on this, but there's parts we're missing off this. So I think, again, it's a case of out of two bad ones, make one good one, and we can whack it in. My dad's gone, so this one is down to me. Let's do it. Also, forgot to mention, these gears here, I think it's the pinion, maybe. So these are going to meet up with the teeth inside there. So we're making sure we've used these are the teeth from the burnt gearbox, and these are the teeth out of the burnt gearbox. So those two are going to meet. So I don't want to mix and match the actual teeth because they've probably been gapped to the right size or that type of stuff as well. We don't actually have any on the one that we got in bits, so at least we're going to keep these two together so they know each other. Let's do it. This is one burnt differential, which is complete, and this is one incomplete non-burnt differential, and it's the secondary shaft here which is going to spin the differential. So right now I'm
Those
taking
should
apart
be
the
enough,
burnt
I think.
differential,
Alright.
and I'm going to use all the bearings and all the good parts out of the good differential to build it back up again. Right, from taking one apart, I'm now about
Oh, I haven't analyzed this one yet.
this
Oh,
one back together. I have no idea what these do or
that's
what
perfect then.
they're supposed to do. So that is that way round, wasn't it? Yeah. So this is like it looks like a clutch plate inside the diff. That goes in there. Do you reckon it meant to go in a certain way?
I did think about that earlier, but I think these are evenly spaced. So I think
Yeah, so there's no... Okay, so that's in. There's going to be a lot of people that go, oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. But you shouldn't laugh at someone for trying, because we're trying.
There we
If
are.
it doesn't work, it's okay because it's my car, and if I break it, it's only my problem. So don't worry. Everyone that says I can't do it, I'm giving it a try. Okay? Here we go. Trying. Now I'm knocking on the burnt gear onto the good diff. And it all lines up pretty good. We're going to add some Loctite to the bolts.
Wait,
And
is there
again, we
anything
have
else I
no
could put
way
there
of
that I don't
finding
need
the
that many
torque
of?
specs for this
Maybe?
diff. We barely found them for the engine. So we're just going to make sure that they're all torqued up evenly. It's the best we can do. Is it a recipe for disaster? Well, I guess we find out when we finally start the car and try to drive it. Next thing is the big outer bearing. I've got to knock this on with a piece of wood because Dave's closed his workshop and we can't seal his bearing press anymore. But the piece of wood did it. After that, it's the outer casing, and these all have fresh bearings in as well. So it's looking good for us at this stage. We have to push this over the top.
29 coconuts.
And then there's shims, more roller bearings. These are the roller bearings out of the burnt gearbox, so I'm going to swap these over to the non-burnt gearbox.
That's possible? 29?
And pop them in.
Or is that too
More
many?
shims, and then it is all held in.
Is this humanly
with a
possible?
C-clip.
Let's see.
But we had a small problem on trying to get this C-clip into place. It was pretty difficult. We're struggling now. This casing here has to go on there like that.
Yeah, we can. Okay.
Then
How much is that?
C-clip here has
28
to go
cocoa
on top
beans.
like that and hold it all in
Do you have
place.
this?
But we cannot get it pressured down far enough. So we're going to try a different technique and actually start putting the diff inside the gearbox. Now, the way this is going to work is the engine spins that, and that rotates to turn the wheels, which, to turn the wheels, spins this pinion round here, like that, and the whole thing turns the wheels, and you get power sent to the wheels. The thing is, supposedly, this gearbox is in neutral, and if it were in neutral, when we spin this, because this is going to be constantly...
What's required with that again? Warp, desert.
And
what did he want? He wanted like a Shokunut, no?
I don't think it is, so...
A Shokuberry, right?
Something seriously wrong here. The only thing I can think is if we put this diff in, bolt it together, then spin it, and then if we start seeing the wheels turning, we've definitely done something wrong, because it shouldn't spin. But let's see, because this could be a game changer now.
Yeah, how do I get a Shokuberry?
That's fully in now. I've seen it just sink in.
Right.
Ah!
Oh, it's not turning it.
It's not turning it now.
So, do you think it just needed a bit of pressure, like a bit of resistance?
Well, the only way to find out now
Okay,
is if
crowd,
we put this case on, yeah, then knock it into gear, and then we can see whether it spins.
What do I need again? I need...
If you get what's going on, well done to you if you made it this far, because I don't. We
2 bedrooms, so I need 2 extra bedrooms.
This gearbox was built properly, and whether it all works. We should be able to spin the primary shaft without the wheels spinning whilst it's in neutral. The thing I have noticed, Matt, is it is still spinning. We'll see. Let's see if this goes in. Right, so it's little spacer. Then big boy.
Yep. And now, the moment of truth. This is just not ideal.
Right. I'm gonna persuade it. It's nearly on. With this screwdriver. Here we go. Boom!
What?
On.
But it's still...
There's a lot of easy ones left here.
Yeah, but I still... what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it on how it should.
Yeah.
Right. Put the bolts in. Let's tighten this up. I'm not feeling positive though.
You think it's still going to spin?
Okay, so I think I just need to wait extra for the actual maths. So if I need how many bedrooms?
Right, okay. When I'm spinning this shaft here,
14 bedrooms. Right. Instead of that, I just go for 16. Right?
That's neutral.
Is that 100% in neutral?
Wait, it's working. It's working. It's working.
This should actually work. Alright. Let's think about this.
It's not working.
No, it's not.
Something is wrong. It's got to be stuck in gear. Imagine if it was in neutral and you're pushing the car forward, it shouldn't turn this because that will be turning the engine over. And look, I turn the wheels forward, and it's turning the engine over. So it's stuck in gear. All those selectors are all in the middle, nice and free. Right, that's in gear. Yeah, I can't even turn that round. Like, the gear's so hard. We might have put a wrong spacer in, spaced out slightly wrong, and it's just catching it. If you know, let me know in the comment section below. If you don't,
please don't comment.
You're with me. Wait, full on plot twist. We think it works. Well, it does work. There's a thing called gearbox drag, which obviously there's no oil in the gearbox, and that's going to cause it to drag a bit in neutral. But check this out. We can actually get it to turn. Hannah's going to hold the drive shafts in place, and I'm just going to spin round the engine. Here we go.
This is going to work, right? Because if I add the max on top of the other one, right?
Yes, look at that. It's spinning.
Will it actually calculate correctly?
There's a lot of drag, but again,
oh, will this be retarded?
There's no oil in there. It works. Right, to get this into the Ferrari, we've got to attach the gearbox to the Ferrari engine. But before we do that, I've still got a load of sensors and a load of little things which still need to be
actually working.
To the Ferrari engine before we do so, and the same with the gearbox. So my dad's going to do the gearbox, I'm going to do the engine, and then we're going to put them together. Let's hope it goes well. Getting to anything on the engine whilst the engine's in the engine bay can be really difficult. So we've got to make sure it's all attached now.
Coolant temperature sensor.
On goes the coolant temperature sensor. And then there's all of these cam sensors to go on. All of these cam sensors are numbered. Ferrari do that. The issue is they don't number the wiring loom. And as we never took this engine apart, we have no idea where they plug into. And all of these plugs are the same. So you can easily mix them all round. Even the crank sensors can be mixed up with the cam sensors. So at the minute, we're just going to guess.
And someone has marked them here with their own marking. We have no idea what that marking means because we're now plugging it onto a sensor which we've bought. So there's no other marking. So we can only plug it in what we think is right. But if it's not right, then the engine literally will not start. Yeah, it's quite a difficult one, really. But I guess we won't find out until we turn the key.
Do you think we're in the right position?
No comment.
Meanwhile, my dad's over on the gearbox trying to remove the old release
Okay, here we go. Now let's try this. This seems quite difficult.
You can see here it pushing against the clutch to release it.
Hey!
I need to use 31.
Sometimes the bearing wears on these and they become noisy, or they can even start to have leaky seals, which would get
Actually, we might as well just start with the
clutch, which wouldn't be great. So on goes the new one. And then the last thing for the gearbox is the gearbox oil filter, which just goes in the back here.
8 brown shrooms. Where is this?
Just about ready. Just about. The only thing we're missing now is spark plugs and coil packs. We've got the injectors in. And then also one thing that we're going to have to put on before it goes into
Is this
the
brown?
engine bay.
No, this is very spawning.
We won't get to all these
So
here.
brown, right?
We have got
Jump 1.
special
Brown.
exhaust manifold.
Jump 1 brown.
Check these bad boys out.
2 brown.
These are Capristo long tube headers, which should actually increase the performance of the 430. That's
The
if it
fourth one, right?
starts. Scuderia Parts kindly sorted us out with these Capristo headers, and if the Ferrari does start, then we've got a full exhaust system on the way for it. But for now, the headers go on first.
That's the brown there. And red shrooms, we need how many? 11.
I would love
Yeah.
to put the engine in first and start it and see
Red.
if it runs, but you can't actually put the
Red.
engine in without the gearbox because
Red.
this gearbox is going to
Red.
go on. This bit on the top of the
Red.
gearbox, there's a
Into
canister
brown
on here,
there.
like a tank, which holds all the oil for the engine. So you have
Red.
to have that on
Red,
to put
red.
the engine in, which is
What's
like,
that?
the first time I've ever seen it because it's a dry sump. So this has got to go on next, I think. But we're moving.
This was an automatic gearbox which we convert into a manual. So a lot of the places where it had holes for sensors just have blanking plugs now, apart from this part on the diff which we missed out.
There's loads of oil lines going to this gearbox, and there's one missing here. Come here. Check that.
Actually, it's up here.
There's thread there, going in there. 2 oil lines going in here, which I assume feed
4.
the diff, and there's thread here as well.
Down
now,
there.
on the old case in here.
There's a brown around
We
this.
thought that was a line. It's actually a sensor. No, it's not. It's a regulator, isn't it? An oil regulator. And what the hell is that? We don't know what that is yet.
Around like
The
that.
big one is a regulator valve, which is
And
£300.
here, down.
£19.66
Down,
before that.
down.
Oh.
Is that it?
I'm gonna have to buy that, and then what the hell was that other one?
This one turned out to be a pressure switch for the E-diff.
Good news is
I know if these need water. Water, no. Or no. Water, no. Damn. Alright.
More expense added to a never-ending Ferrari build. But the good news is we can put these sensors on
So
with
this
the
should
engine in
work.
the car. So
I
right now we're
hope.
just going to attach the gearbox to the
I
engine.
can only hope,
and
man.
with that
I don't know.
done, we'll then be able to add the oil canister to the gearbox, which will allow us to
This should
insert
be
the
enough
engine oil.
for the other set.
There's a problem with that.
And this is the canister which holds the oil. Oh no! Oh!
What else do we need now? There's a lot of. Okay, so shade. This is the screen.
This pipe was meant to go to this part of the oil canister, but it was nowhere near. And turns out I didn't put the pipe on wrong.
Look, it's a completely
Yeah, cook the shuriken. Yeah, shade wine.
Look, this has got
This
two
is shade
parts coming
wine.
out the edge, and then some going down the bottom.
It looks like we've got an oil canister for a Ferrari
That's great.
360 and not a 430.
It's a wither balloon.
I painted that. I don't think that's
I don't have all I need for wither balloon, I think.
This is just getting too expensive now. Another setback. But luckily, I was able to order one, which should arrive soon. Time to apply some more parts. Vital part, starter motor. This is gonna go on right down the bottom here. And then...
I haven't checked this one in yet, so...
This should be the last piece to go on before we put the engine and gearbox into the car. So close now. So obviously we're still
14 soggy
missing
butts.
a few parts. Some should arrive today,
Right.
but our main goal is just to see if this car runs. And all we need for it to run is oil, fuel, and ignition. And I think we
15.
might have enough for that. We don't have that oil tank just yet, but it may come just in time.
Yeah,
See if we can
okay.
get it running. This will be the last time we see an empty engine bay. Before we put the engine in, we're going to take off the boot lid just to give us that little bit extra space when lifting the engine and gearbox into it. Then to get the engine high enough, we're going to be using the 2-post ramp. We're going to tie a strap around 2 of the engine mounts and then 2 of the posts on the ramp and then lifting it up like this. The same way we did the Murcielago. It's going to level out now. And then we're going to use the engine crane to pull up the gearbox and level it all out.
Okay. I have the after I have the shogunate when this is done. I have those when this is done. How this? How this?
Magic.
We'll have this. We'll have this.
In comes the Ferrari, and we're going to bring
We'll
the
have this if I
car
do this.
to the
We'll
engine
have
and
this.
gearbox.
Okay. That's good.
Then we can lower the ramp down, being as steady as possible.
Oh, it's so close. It's almost in.
And bit by bit, being careful not to hit any of the bodywork or trap any of the wires, we got it in. Yeah! Ferrari engine in, start it up.
Not quite yet.
Not quite. No, not quite. Because although the engine's in, it's not held in by anything. What we're trying to do now is the 2 lower engine mounts, just trying to get the bolts through it and line it up. Goes under here. And into the engine mount. Ooh. There's 2 engine mounts on the Ferrari, and they're both at the bottom of it. One here, and one here, which I'm doing up right now. After that, there's 2 cables we need to connect. One which goes to the starter motor, which allows us to start the car, which goes
And we should probably
just
keep
about
this
here.
though, right? How long does this take to die?
And the other one, a ground wire for the engine, which connects to the bottom of the engine here. Ferrari oil filter, come on. Luckily,
Yeah,
the
this should
oil
be
filter
fine.
is in a pretty accessible place, so it's nice and easy to get on. On.
I could have done that.
Boom. Next up is the fuel lines. There's 2 from each side. There's a tank there, and there's a tank there, and you've got 1 fuel line here, and 1 fuel
Alright.
line.
Okay, I
over
think you
here.
can go back to doing it this now.
These go into the fuel rail, where the injector.
That was a lot of work.
That's on. So that's both of the fuel rails on, and then we found something. We think we found the reason why the last gearbox was taken to bits, or another clue to why. So not only does the gearbox hold gearbox oil, but the diff has separate diff oil, which is controlled, well, it's filled up here. Then there's a separate pump here, but there's also, on this pump, there
A lot of downtime right there, but
here, there's something missing out of that, and we've later found the thing that's missing out of that is a pressure switch for the diff oil. So the only reason why that would have been taken out is if it's failed or something along those lines, and that's could have what's broken the diff. You can see here the 2 oil lines which lead from that reservoir and go directly to the side of the differential here. Now, if there was something wrong with the oil pressure, or even something wrong with the pump, and there wasn't any oil getting to the diff, that's what could have caused the whole thing to fail, hence why someone tried to take it apart and try and fix it. Luckily, the new pressure regulator has arrived, so we can screw that into the diff, and also the pressure switch, which sits on the side of the diff, has arrived as well. We just gotta hope everything actually works, or we could be taking this thing apart again. Moving back to get the engine started, we need to plug in both the ECUs. One's in. There is 2 wiring looms, one for each side of the engine. And as there's 2 wiring looms, there's 2 ECUs. The oil tank has arrived, so this goes on the gearbox. Fill up the oil through the top here, and all the oil sits in the gearbox, goes down through the bottom of the gearbox without going actually in the gearbox, and the oil pump sucks it through into the engine. And once this is fitted, we should be able to put some oil into the car and start it. 75W90. Gosh. First of all, in goes the gearbox oil. I probably could have started the car without this, but I didn't want to take any risks. After that, the separate reservoir for diff oil, which takes a special type of oil I had to order online, and I had no idea how much it took. Then I found out. After the gearbox oil and the diff oil, it's time finally for the engine oil.
Do you want me to give you the battery and I'll pass it in, or?
What we're going to try first is start it without the spark plugs or coils on. So there's no spark plugs there. That way we know it turns over and there's going to be no damage caused because there's no compression there. It's going to throw anything that's in the cylinder out of those spark plug holes. If that works, we're then going to see if we've got spark. If we get spark, we're going to put spark plugs in, and then it's going to start 5th attempt.
5th time?
Anyone who turns the key first time on a rebuilt engine and turns over and it starts up first time is a liar.
I think he's got a magic touch. I think he can do it first time. The battery doesn't go in there, does it?
No, that's where it was.
Yeah.
The battery just goes in the footwell?
There we go.
And the fire extinguisher just behind it.
We've got power, we've got power.
It's connected.
It's going up. It's going up. 3 bars of fuel. 4 bars! The fuel's going up.
You gained the fuel?
Wait, no, it's gone down a bit. I know what you have to do. Open the door. Close it.
And then we get more. And then we get more fuel. Yeah.
Full tank. Full tank. Oh no! Now we're 1 bar off full. This is it. We're about to turn the car over for the first time with no spark plugs in there. This should help up build oil pressure before we actually start it for real. But will it actually work?
Go.
Yeah, okay, stop. Sounds very rattling.
It's got oil.
The engine sounded terrible.
Go again.
Start. Very, very rattly.
I don't like that.
No.
I've got no pressure here.
No oil pressure.
No.
That stinks.
Yeah, the fuel's going to come out, but that does not sound good. No, it just sounds like the bearings are shattering.
I'm going again.
It just wasn't building up oil pressure. It really wasn't looking good. But then, things changed.
It sounded...
Oh, it sounded better.
Yeah, got pressure coming.
Pressure's coming, pressure's coming.
4 bar.
4 bar.
Oh.
It started to run silent.
Oil's getting round now, oil's getting round. Almost 5 bar.
Yeah, no towering, no towering. That was good.
That was good.
Yeah, over 5 bars.
So how much damage did we do by doing that? Because we couldn't have put any oil in the engine. So the engine was chattering there, which sounds like when you... Oh, fuel. The engine was chattering, which sounds like when you've got bad bearings. But that's because of no oil pressure getting there between the bearings.
Femboy Raid.
If
What?
it carried on like that, it probably would have died. But we put that lube in first.
What do you mean?
As it got oil pressure, it seemed to have stopped, but that was scary.
But
That sounded nasty, that did. Sounded like top end rattle.
What?
Yeah, we do cams at
What? A femboy raid?
Oh yeah, it's hydraulic tappets, isn't it?
What's a femboy raid? I'm so confused.
So
Thank you, femboy. I don't know.
got fuel and all the fluid.
We know fuel's coming through because I can smell it.
Yeah. So now we just need spark.
This is where we find out whether we've plugged the right.
This is the most interesting content, bro. Doing beastery.
What we need next is a spark to ignite the fuel going into the cylinder. So we're going to see if we've actually got a spark first.
The good thing about this.
Followers on the chat. Yeah, it's because some bots came all the time just advertising.
We know that this one goes to
4TQ. Doesn't that player do Blaze?
We've got a spark plug on the end.
Isn't that some Blaze player?
We should see a spark coming out of that, and I don't fancy touching it if I'm perfectly honest.
Yeah. Just a little bit, but it is.
Yes. We got spark. We don't know whether it's sparking at the right time though, and we'll find that out in a minute when we put spark plugs in the.
I've seen them do Blaze
So now we're putting
before.
spark plugs into all 8 of the cylinders. My dad's getting excited. We know we've got a spark. We just don't know whether it's sparking at the right time yet.
Coil number 8 in position. Now we need 7.
But we've got all them plugs in the right way round first time.
The chance
That's
of those
gonna
plugs
be
being in,
amazing.
yeah, the chance of them all being in is very slim.
Somebody will be looking down on it.
If it's right, I did it. If it's wrong,
As long as you did it. Yeah.
That's how
Alright,
we're going
bro.
from now on. If it's right, then it's my claim to fame. But if it's wrong, then we're going to blame my dad. Just because we can.
Alright,
So
bro.
now all the coils are going in the left-hand side of the engine, and my dad's put the coils in the right-hand side of the engine. When we turn the key now, it should start.
just in case.
That's optimistic that it's actually going to start.
4TQ.
Anna's turning the key.
Uh-oh. Is it happening?
Yeah, ready when you are.
Oh my days. Is it gonna start? Oh. Oh my god. Oh my.
Oh my god,
Let's go.
It fired first time. Right, well, I think this is a short video now.
It actually works.
No, yeah, because I didn't think it would be
Hallelujah.
smart. Yeah. I'm going to stand a bit further back because I got
Yeah, annihilated.
There was just fumes and everything going back here. Yeah,
Okay. The second try. Wait, that's some old ass fuel though, bro. It hasn't run in like 10 years.
It was only running on 4 cylinders then. There was only firing out this side. But everyone witnessed that was my side. That was my side.
Alright, bro.
I put the plugs on. I put the injector
Alright.
on. So
Did we check if there was a spark from this side? We didn't, did we?
No, we didn't check that side.
but it fired out of this side when it first started up. I can't believe it started up first. I said, oh, anyone who says it starts up is rubbish, but that started up better than the Murcielago.
Buzz in.
So the
Buzz in.
Ferrari actually started, but then it only started to run on 4 cylinders on the left-hand side of the engine. So now we've got to figure out why. First thing we're going to check are the spark plugs on the right-hand side to see if they've got spark.
Yeah, that's sparking.
Okay, so we've got spark, so what are we missing?
So we have got spark on the right-hand side of the engine, but is it sparking at the right time?
I'm going to go again, and we're going to give it some revs this time and see if that'll sort it, maybe.
Oh my days. Why is it actually running good?
We've got flames!
It's like the Mercer.
You can see by the excess of flames that it is sparking at the wrong time. So I went to go get the Autel to plug it into the OBD port to find out what was going wrong.
Oh, it's not an OBD.
So it looks like the Ferrari requires some special plug, not an OBD2. So we can't see what the ECU is telling us to. Well, we can't see what the ECU wants to tell us on why that bank is not firing or not firing correctly. So I think we're gonna have to figure it out the old school way and just like plug stuff in and unplug it. But then we found something. Yeah, so these are like the cam sensors, and these will be telling the whole car when the cams lobes are opening or closing the exhaust or the inlet. And if I've got these plugged in wrong, it could mess it up. Maybe we'll try and plug them in the other way around, but there's no way of knowing because the loom isn't marked up. So this is going to be very, well, we don't know. Could work, might not work.
This was Tony's side, so it could be wrong.
I know, that's the thing. So my dad's now going to switch over the cam plugs and just see if that makes any difference to the running of it. Here we go. Better? Instantly, it was better.
Yeah, there's no spark.
It was running on all 8 cylinders.
It's actually running.
I did that. Yeah, that was it. That ran way better.
Still flaming out there.
I forgot I probably shouldn't rev an engine when we've just rebuilt it, but got excited. That ran way better, and the throttle was doing what I want. I think goal 1 is to get this car running to temperature, so we know it actually runs to temperature. And we can't do that without coolant, and all these coolant lines aren't connected.
Good morning, Blue Fox.
First, then go from there, I think. Then we'll try.
Are you the person in the guild, bro?
Supercars, things aren't always straightforward. With the engine being right at the back and the radiators being right at the front of the car, the coolant has to run a really long distance between the radiator and the engine.
Do you need Ashbang Beast ready? I need people.
Then we move on to the tricky part, filling it. All the coolant lines.
Are you good at the game here? Let me see.
The coolant tank. There is a big like brace which this all sits on.
Yes, you need to do Ashbang. See?
Big coolant line on the bottom.
Do you want to do it with me next week?
To the top of the coolant reservoir.
I'm almost ready to do it. It's my last pisser.
We want to avoid putting more stuff on because if something's wrong, we've got to take it all off. Yeah? Boom. Now this is where it's a little tricky. We can't just pour in new coolant.
This is my beasters right now. Max.
Put this device in the
Gordon.
tank, and
Sure, alright, nice.
To blow air across
And then
this vacuum
Max.
filler. And with the air blowing across
And
it will
this
then
one,
pull
I'm
vacuum in
waiting.
the whole of the
I'm
coolant
waiting for
system.
the Vanquisher Pity, which is coming like
That should hold
soon.
vacuum. If there's no leaks in the system,
It's a part
it
of
should
Minister
hold
perk.
vacuum.
So.
Let's wait.
The T-cheese. What is this for?
Great news! It's held vacuum lock. Held in exactly the same spot. That must mean
What is this
we
for?
should
What?
have no leaks. But I have said it now.
Oh, I've just been
Now,
invited to
we're
a
gonna
party
use
for
the
no
vacuum
reason.
filler to vacuum fill the coolant. I don't know why I'm speaking like that. So at the minute there should be no air in the cooling system because we sucked it all out. And we know there's no leaks in the system because the vacuum is held.
No,
After
because
that, I connect up
here's the
this
thing.
part to the
How am I
vacuum filler
ever
and
gonna
put the
get
pipe in a
this
bottle
on
of
Iron Man?
coolant,
This is gonna
and using
take
the vacuum
so
that we
long.
pulled, it's now going to suck all the coolant out of the coolant bottle and into
These
the
2 hairs is
Ferrari.
gonna take
By
so long.
running the
That's
vacuum,
gonna be
this
like
should stop us getting any air
3
loss in the
months.
system.
Literally 3 months.
Right. Will the car
If
run
I
to
just do it with
temperature, or
one.
is it gonna smoke
You need to
like
literally
anything
do
because
multiple
the
mutations
head
at once,
gasket's
no?
gone or something like that?
Yeah, my mutations is terrible. This is my mutations, bro. I am. Let me see. Yeah, 8 out of 40, bro.
The coolant needed a little top up before we attempt again to try and run it to temperature.
The thing is, I can just run this passively, though, right? There's only one thing that was annoying. It's like the thunderling. The
On the
rest
good
is okay.
side, the Ferrari starts up and runs first time.
What? What is it? Is it bad?
The thing is, it is so loud with no exhaust. And if we were going to run this car to temperature,
I mean, it shouldn't take that long.
This noise for a long time, but that wasn't our problem at the minute.
I mean, yeah, 20, that's too easy. I could get it to like 15 in like a day.
Yeah, there's a couple cylinders which ain't firing there. So now the Ferrari started to misfire.
I finished the lonely
We need to
list,
find
so
out exactly what's
I
going
don't need
on
more
with
of
it.
those.
In the last video, we looked for the OBD port, and we seen at the back here, we thought this was the OBD. But
I haven't really focused garden at all because
Ratarossa says there should be an
I know
OBD
I'll
port
just do it when doing my alt account.
And he's right.
I'll just do
so maybe
both.
we can plug it in and we can see what the car's saying, but it's
This
decided
is just
to run
AFK
on
content.
only
And I need...
cylinders at the minute.
I also need Hoppity, so it doesn't
After I
matter.
plugged the code reader in, it was showing
this bullshit,
so
bro.
many faults.
I'm like
But
days
there
now.
is still a lot of stuff to go onto the engine. So instead of messing around, I made the executive decision to just start
Because
putting
I
the
assume
rest
it
of
takes
the
like
engine
3
back
months or
together.
something, you know? Like crazy amount of time.
There's a lot of
if you don't
sensors
use
and
Flask.
wiring on this car, and leaving just one thing unplugged could cause it to run how it was running. So I just want to make sure I cover everything off before we start jumping to conclusions. Because we need to get the car running right before we can run the car to
Yeah, my normal profile
Another
is
thing
like...
I'm about to do is
It's very
connect
close
up
to
the
max.
drive
I'm
shaft.
missing like
As we're gonna find
400
out,
Harpy.
the gearbox that we rebuilt is in
And then I'm
neutral as
missing,
it
yeah,
should be. But the
like
eagle-eye
2
viewers
days
would
of
have seen when we started
mutations.
it earlier that the gearbox was actually spinning even though it should be in neutral, which isn't the best of news.
My
I
alt
guess
account is
we'll
still
find
like
out
600
when we
hours to
start the
max.
car up
So,
again. This should save our ears so we can run the car to temperature without being deafened.
I feel like they should have
Inside
made a
here-
follow-up update to this though, because
inside here
there should have been a follow-up to the greenhouse ages
the
ago.
Capristo exhaust system to match the Capristo manifold.
I really dislike how there's actual mutations I can't even collect unless I use Flask.
Really hope we've got everything to fit this exhaust on.
Because when I go to bed, I wake up, I go to work, I come home, and then the mutation has despawned. That literally happened multiple times.
And they've helped massively
I don't know,
throughout
man.
this whole build. Now they're going to help us not be deaf. This exhaust system looks amazing. Let's just hope it sounds amazing. Now, Scuderia parts are the
I mean, the
UK
first one was
exclusive
the
dealers for
Thunderling,
Capristo
I think it
and
was.
Novitec. So if you fancy
Whatever
one
that is.
yourself,
The
check the link out in
Thunderling,
the
yeah, that's
description for some good offers.
absolutely terrible.
For now, I've got to fit the Capristo to my Ferrari. The sports cats went on first, connecting them to each manifold. Then it's the back box. And this fits to the car like no other exhaust system I've ever fitted. The exhaust tips with the pipes connected to them go up and under and connect
Right.
to the back box. And the back box is being held to the car by the rear crash bar. Really strange, but I guess it works. And the Ferrari is coming together nicely now.
Vet du motor här? Ja. Okej, så det är någon timme till.
In goes the
Ah.
lavender sensors. Yeah, not quite lavender sensors, but these O2 sensors could be part of the issue why the car's idling bad. This car has 4 O2 sensors, one before each catalytic converter and one after each catalytic
Yeah, you can
converter.
educate a
And
lot,
if the
but I just
car
want to
isn't
make
getting
sure
a
we don't
reading
ignite
from
the
them,
performance.
it would probably cause it to run rough. Now we're just going to put this in for now to hold the coolant tank because it's like a jigsaw puzzle.
No,
This
but
car
the
holds
issue is
the
you
whole
actually
thing.
can't educate that much. That's the issue.
Inside here are the air filters. Oh,
I want to
one thing I
educate,
thought about before we start it,
but I
have
can't.
connected the
I
drive
honestly
shaft.
can't
So
because
that gearbox that we rebuilt, if it's
I
actually
need to
stuck
wake up in the middle of the night for some of them.
I probably should raise it up in the ramp before I start it, shouldn't I? In case it jumps.
Or I need to log on before I go to work, which I don't
If the
really want
wheels
to do.
spin, it's not good. Here we go. Check. Okay. I think this
There's a
car
lot of
is
them that are like very okay
Look
though.
on here, the mileage is only 32,000 miles. So it's quite
It's
a low
just the
mileage,
Thunderling,
and as long
which
as we get
pisses
this
me off.
gearbox working, it is a genuine
It's the Thunderling that pissed me off because
Ferrari
I,
F130.
on multiple occasions on my main profile, I think I missed it like 3 times.
With a car vertical.
Because I went to bed,
Let's start it.
I didn't even use Flask or anything. I went to bed, wake up, go to work, and come home, and then it despawned because of the charge. It had too much charge or something. I don't know,
The
bro.
wheels are spinning and they shouldn't be. My dad's just told me to put my foot on the brake, and if the
I need to
car's in
swap
gear,
over. I need
it's
to
going to
do
end
so.
up stalling the engine. Let's see what it does. And it was all good. The gearbox was in neutral.
Oh, Dante,
So it must just be a
yo.
bit of gearbox drag causing the wheels to spin.
Yo.
Sounds sick for a V8.
Yeah, it don't sound like a V8, does it?
I need.
That
Oh,
sounds sweet.
Rayman is
Italian
working.
orchestra.
It just doesn't like idling very well, does it?
Well, your vacuum part's dropping it.
Yeah, well it is. The vacuum part's causing it to idle.
The beaster is the most toxic part though, because
Exhaust sounds mental.
I think
for a
to
V8,
do it, if
sounds
you
like
do
a
it the
V12. It's like,
most efficient way, you literally need to like focus it for like like 2 months or something.
Dab on the haters.
Dab on the haters.
I don't know.
What does that mean?
Now the
On
Ferrari
normal
has
property,
a
it's so
kind of
easy because
complex
I can
vacuum
just go
system,
here
and that's what we
and
think
buy
is
this.
causing the lumpy idle issue because we
There we
haven't
go.
connected any of it. This is an on and off
That's easy.
solenoid valve. And this solenoid valve plugs into this electrical connector here,
There we go.
and then some vacuum lines run to it. We assume this is in charge of turning on and off some sort of vacuum, which could be vital for getting the F130
Just this
to
beast you on
idle.
Iron Man probably
There's then
takes like
loads
2
more
months. I
vacuum
don't know, man.
lines that we need to connect up, and these ones at the
I
back
don't really
that we
know
need
the
to
full
plug
math
up
to all
because
the
those
stuff.
vacuum lines we use
So it's
for the
kinda hard.
old exhaust valves to open and close them, which we don't have anymore. Onto the last few vacuum lines, then we're going to see if we can get a good idle. Let's run it. Let's see if it
Yeah, because
runs
you need to
sweet.
share the mutation, no? You need to analyze one each.
That's loads better.
You need to analyze
That
one
sounds-
each, and then you need to also use one
Spoke too
for
soon.
garden, no
That
for the
sounds
pet.
loads better. Look at that's humming now. So the vacuum system seems to have fixed the idling issue. Now we can let it run to temperature. See, we're getting up to temperature.
Wait, what?
So since we've done that, I now don't
Wasn't
have. I now
this
when I put
batch?
my foot on the throttle.
Wait, what? I just got the base of the.
It's
What?
like suffocating. Before it let me rev it, but now it's like.
Wait, what? This is awesome. Hello, thank you.
It feels like there's some kind of restriction
Great.
when revving the car. But then something bad happened.
I needed that guy. Here is one.
Oh.
To just set up this farm, it costs like 300 coins.
Oh no.
Is that why it won't let me
Because of
revving
the
it?
stoplight metals.
We've got too much drag on the gearbox. Oh no. It seems like the car jumped into gear for no reason.
You got a drip. I think you got a drip out of the rocker cover. Your rocker cover's leaking.
Oh. And to add insult to injury, we developed a small oil leak which was dripping from the rocker cover onto the
And
exhaust
the
manifold.
gods, is that like a real thing? When is it meant to like show up?
We think it was in neutral.
Also, this guy. This guy ruined me last time. Bro, I don't understand. Where is this?
We've got that EDIF light. But I was trying to rev it and it was like really difficult
Wait,
to
what?
rev.
Where is this?
But we've never revved it since the wheels have been on the floor.
Sorry, I can't see like the smoke coming off the rocker cover leak.
Here's the plan.
I just never understood.
Put
Where
the
is
car in
this?
the air,
Oh my god, please,
car's
no,
in the
please.
air. Now I'm going to start it. The wheels might spin because they normally do spin in neutral. But
Wait, I'm confused.
if I
Where
can
is it
put my
meant to
foot on
be?
the brake and then accelerate and the engine stalls, we know there's a big problem.
No, I don't want to know the answer.
Come out then. Come out of gear then or whatever.
I just don't understand.
My foot's on the brake. No. It revs.
Oh, we're in the. Yeah, I missed it again. I don't understand.
Now it's because
It literally makes no sense.
Sounds good.
So what the hell caused
Like,
the
what just
Ferrari
happened?
to go into gear?
And just
why
like
is
that,
it
I
not
don't
in
get the
gear
imitation.
now?
This happened yesterday.
Really mind-boggling.
And this made me crash out and I lost 3 billion.
I was revving it and then the car moved. Look, none of this is connected.
I crashed out and spent 3 billion on the dice.
This can't be in
So now I'm gonna crash out and no.
So why did it move and then stall? Back on again and see if that helps.
Surely this is good.
That's better.
No.
Sounds nice. Any wheels spinning?
I really don't understand the implementation at all. How much is this now? It's gone up. Yo.
Oh, it's getting up.
Oh, what? There's.
So that seems to be fixed, and the car did run to temperature, but the problem is, it overheated. It looks like we've got an air lock in the cooling system. What solved it on the Porsche was running it with open. So it was going to start it, run it without the cap on, and hopefully it'll burp out any air it has in the system.
Yes. I mean, I haven't seen someone actually. Let me see, bro. Imitations.
What's up, y'all? The greenhouse is now out. So starting off with actually getting the greenhouse, you have to be garden level 7 at least. You need to talk to Sam, and she's gonna ask you for some enchanted oak and some other farming essentials. Then she's gonna ask for a blueprint, which you'll get from the carpenter visitor when he visits you. And then pretty much go into the desk.
Yeah, I want this sundial, by the way. Is that hard to get?
To modify it, you'll see at the bottom left is a button that says convert to green.
Yeah, here. Wait, what? Wait, it's inside of the... Bro. Are we dead ass, bro? It's inside?
But this didn't work.
It's inside of the guy. What the fuck?
Well, it's all on the floor now.
How's this one doing? Stage 11.
Why is it not going to the fans ain't even came on?
I don't think the stats are...
Wait, am I meant to right click it then?
No. So thermostat opens, lets the coolant go down through to the radiators, which explains why we didn't have coolant on them in the first place. And then when the coolant can go through to the radiators,
Bro,
the fans can
that's
go
so
on,
annoying.
Coolant down, and we won't get boiling coolant over like that. So
Time still clone. I'm halfway to max. Alright.
Where is the thermostat?
I need... Here's the thing I need. Sundial. Right?
So when...
Chlorinite.
So I was about to say, I had a problem like this with
I
my
want
laptop
this.
when I was 16 and
On my normal... Not on my Iron Man.
Yeah. Oh, what? Because MGs used to blow head gaskets all the time.
Yeah. Which is
I
probably
guess I don't need it, but...
Inside most engines, there's a thermostat. When the coolant gets up to temperature, the thermostat
Do you have that
will
thing?
open and allow the coolant to go to the radiators, where the coolant will be cooled down, and then the coolant will go back through the engine, keeping it nice and cool. We think the thermostat in the Ferrari might be stuck closed, meaning the coolant will never get cooled down. So what we're going to do is take the thermostat out and run it without one.
The most efficient way for the somebody mutation. This is why I planted earlier. But the most efficient way for the somebody mutation, that literally requires you to delete the crops. And if you do that, then yeah, you just stack. So we can. It just takes twice as long on Iron Man.
Oh yeah, so it's leaking.
So that's the history.
That makes sense why it's not working.
So the wax
I just hate these types of updates. It's just
meaning
waiting.
it would be stuck closed. So what we're going to do now is pop back in the thermostat
Wait,
housing
that's already
without
done?
the thermostat
Excuse me?
in it. This just means
Is
it'll
that
take
quick?
longer to run the car up to temperature.
Thank you, bro.
Why didn't you just put in a new thermostat when you built the engine, you dingbats?
There's a lot of things that we didn't put new in the engine, and the thermostat,
That one's
because we
big.
had one, we just thought we'd put it in. And it's very cheap, and it's easy to replace. So shut up, please.
He told me to shut up.
So in goes the empty thermostat housing. This is what they actually do on the race car.
Oh, yeah, this water bucket here also sucks ass compared to the other one.
It's actually going to go to the front of the
It's
car.
honestly so buns.
Sweet. Right. We should be able to run its temperature now. Let's put some more coolant in it. Liam, it's your job to assess any
leakages. Okay, I'm on it for you.
I don't know, man. The mutation though, it's gonna take a while.
80 degrees, normal temperature for coolant.
I'm not gonna care about my co-op though, I'm not gonna lie. This is my co-op. Does it show on the screen? Look at the days offline. Look at this shit.
The bottom radiator hose is hot, but the top of the radiator hose is cold. So I feel like there's an airlock somewhere. This is exactly like the Porsche.
I'm not gonna do anything there.
Coolant at the back, radiators at the front.
Gula is 21 days, 35 days, 35 days, 22 days.
We took a radiator hose off at the front and ran the engine to see if the coolant would come through. If we can run it with that little hose off and let the coolant come through, we might be able to get rid of the airlock, maybe. But
Did this go up in price?
We ran the car with the coolant cap off to see if it would burp out any air bubbles.
Everything is dead in price.
We then tried to jack up the back of the Ferrari. If we can get it as high as we can, all the air's going to raise to the top, so we're just going to give this a go now. But that didn't work. We then drained all the coolant and vacuum filled it up again, but none of this worked at all.
This is the good chest.
Okay. That is just not playing ball.
And this, I don't know, it seems like you need so many of dead plants. But for some reason it doesn't say that you need any. I'm just leaving them.
That's problem number one.
There's supposed to be a pump attached to the pedal, so when you
So like, the thing is, when I get to a mutation that I require multiple of, right? For analyze, and then to make a crow pet, for example, do I just keep it running longer then, I guess?
You should push fluid down here into your clutch. This is the first thing to go on. This is the clutch pump which connects to the pedal. And God knows why I didn't have one on this Ferrari, as there's next to no manual F430s in the UK. This just bolts to the firewall, just like this, and then I've got to connect the hose.
Will things run out though? I don't.
To the clutch pump.
Why would things run out?
This reservoir here is the brake reservoir. That's got .4 in it, and the clutch uses the
I'm able to log on every day. I don't think it should die.
Now the hose is connected from the brake reservoir to the clutch pump. I've now got to connect this clutch line, which will allow the fluid to go from the clutch pump down to the release bearing. After I've done that, I go inside the car and connect the clutch pump to the clutch pedal. It's a pretty fiddly job, and especially hard to film it as well. But now the clutch pedal is connected to the pump. Good progress.
Wait, what?
So far. So after you press the clutch,
Last 3 days?
fluid runs down the line all the way to this point here. Now, because this is a manual, we're going to need a pipe to push the release bearing to release the clutch. Whereas on an automatic, you won't have that. So this pipe is like gold dust. We couldn't find it anywhere, so we had to have one made.
If that's the case, then the beaster is fucking impossible, bro.
Thank you. Up here, onto that. And you can see it goes down through there and pushes the release bearing, which is good. And then it goes onto this.
Right.
Part here. Again,
How long
is our worst nightmare tonight. We have literally now got to tighten this up, put some .4 fluid in it, and bleed the system. So we're going to undo this bleed nipple there and push out all the air out of the system. Then we should get a clutch. Right, Liam's going to pump the clutch. When Liam's pumping the clutch, it's going to push that fluid all the way down to the back now. So we just got to make sure it stays topped up, else we're going to get a lot of air in it. Just keep pumping it.
You did a good job there.
Now the fluid is topped up in the brake reservoir, we can lift the car up and begin to bleed the clutch system. Oh no. Yeah, stop.
Is it just leaking off of that? Is it not? Does that pipe not work?
Pipe's fine.
What's happened then? Oh.
Oh, is that just coming straight out?
Oh yeah, it is. It's coming from the gearbox.
Oh no. It looks like the fluid is leaking from the gearbox somewhere. This is not good. And if it's coming from the release bearing, we've got to take the gearbox
Well, yeah,
off to
so
fix it. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. But we've dodged a bullet here because it looks like it's just leaking from these connections.
yeah,
which
yeah,
we
so
can actually
yeah,
get our
it should
spanner
stay.
onto. They were loose, they were loose.
Oh, thank God that's an easy fix.
We might be okay. Oh, that was loose. Who put the release bearing on?
I think that was your dad.
Clip back. My dad. Get him
Wait,
back.
but
He's
it
not
doesn't
here, so
say.
Yeah. Okay, just check this out. Press the. Look at that, doing the release bearing. That's brilliant. Okay.
Wait,
Now,
if
what we
this
need
is
to
the
do
case, then
bleed it.
this is
Liam was
terrible.
pumping the clutch, which was
That
pushing
the
the
mixture
fluid
makes
through
everything
the clutch
500 times
system.
worse.
And whilst he was doing that, I was cracking open the bleed nipple to let out all the air until
I
finally
don't know
we
how
get a
long I've had it.
half-decent clutch pedal. I think we got a clutch pedal. The next thing is to select the gears, see if we've got any gears. But to do that, these are the gear cables, which when you are shifting the shifter inside, it's going to move up and down and left and right.
check.
The thing is with this, these require loads of brackets to be on the side of the gearbox to hold these gear cables in place. And without them,
Age 25 hours.
we literally can't connect them to the gear shifter, which is over here. And the gear shifter, which to select.
I have actually been here for a while. 2 days.
Up and down, left and right, in and out. And we can't do that without these parts, and these parts are so hard to find. And we have actually ordered them, but it's going to be at least another month until they arrive, which is so annoying. So I think what we can do to see if it goes in gear is manually just put this into.
No, it's been done for 25 hours.
We're going in. We're just going to slide this shifter forward or backwards and try and put it in a gear.
Is this the case before I finish the B3? That is the biggest scam of all time.
The wheels don't spin, we know the clutch is working. And if we lift the clutch up and the wheels start to spin, we know it goes in gear. So that's what we're aiming for. So I'm going to try and get it in gear now.
If it's in sit, will it just stall?
Because I paid 300 million for this set here.
Nothing in the ramp, no.
Right.
300 mil for this.
Okay.
Oh, there we are. I think we're in a gear there. I think we've gone in a gear. I don't know what gear, could be reverse. This is the moment where we find out whether a gearbox has got some sort of hope. Some sort of hope whether we've
That's terrible if this is the case, because that will literally make the beasteries on Ironman terribly, so, like way harder. Like so much harder to get.
Wheels aren't spinning. Coming off the clutch. Wheels are spinning.
That would literally make it so much worse. What?
Yeah, I could drive out of here at least.
Come back in.
Okay, we've actually got reverse.
You actually built a gearbox.
I built a reverse gearbox.
No, because this literally means to get the basic B series, which I.
Gearbox works. Yes. Should we try another gear?
We can try.
Let's try another gear. Let's try another gear.
No, it was alright. It was smooth.
Oh, there we go.
That's in a gear.
That's in a gear.
That's in.
Is it reverse?
I'm in gear. No, it's not reverse because I've gone back.
It's gonna make the B series on Ironman like take maybe a year,
No, we're good, we're good.
unless you have prepped up a lot of flask.
Yeah, look how fast it's going.
If you prep up a lot of flask, it's possible. But... Right.
Yeah, go on, all the way. Let's hope you don't rattle and come off.
Yo, that's working.
Huh.
It's actually working. Look, foot off the clutch.
That's actually
Watch my speed
terrible.
I'm Bezin! 60 mile an hour!
It's like you're on the dyno.
60 mile an hour just did. Turn off. Oh. Okay, okay. I don't know whether this is successful or unsuccessful, but it's been eventful and we've made progress, although it's only been short. Cold start, it should start.
Because the amount of extra mats you need.
Cold start is the only start we can do because anything
So, like,
cold, it overheats. First time! I think maybe what we
So
should
just
do
leave stuff running until it dies then at this
is
point?
see if the water pump is actually pumping water through the system, because if it's not, there's our issue. If it is pumping through, we surely have an airlock somewhere, but could that just be safe? I think we should take off one of these pipes, then we see if water's coming out. So I'm getting fans in the car, I'm getting heat in the car.
It's void
It says
online.
to me, the coolant is circulating. So has it just got an airlock? I don't know. Let's see if it runs the temperature now. For the blowers in the car to get hot, warm coolant has to circulate through the cooling system and into the heater core. The engine's right at the back on this Ferrari, and of course the heater core is inside the car. Therefore the water pump must be working because the coolant must be circulating from the back of the car and through into the heater
Yeah,
core,
but that's not
which
really
is
the
why
issue
fans
here.
are warm. So it seems our problem lies
Because
elsewhere. The Ferrari's now run up
you want to see this, how bad this is gonna get? Okay, so here's what's gonna happen. Carol, look at this. To get this is for if you just have one, right? I have one. This is literally just one, right? For just one, you need 4 lone lilies, right? To build this up, and you need this to run. For this, how many stages? There's 16 stages. You can. Oh my god, this is sick. This is actually sick. No. So, because here's the worst part about this. For you to get the most value out of the somebody, you need to delete these other crops. Then you get 8. If you don't, then you get 4. So on Iron Man, you probably need to do 4. And you need 250 for Beastery. So if you need, like, let me see here. Wait, it's Lone Lily a normal crop? Or is this a... Wait, because this is a common. Wait, because... Need this. This makes 1. That's just 14. So you're telling me you can get... So you're telling me we need like 500 Lone Lily? Like 200? Something? Hey. This is disturbing. This issue changes everything. This makes it physically like impossible and under a year. Unless the only option you really have is going AFK with a full inventory flask on multiple accounts. But that shouldn't be a thing that's necessary. That doesn't make any sense. And then look at this. If you were to do this. So here is what you need for one bestiary, right? And this last, you can use the same one for like, I don't know, probably like 4 bestiaries, and you need it 25 times. So you basically need is 100 stoplights? If you do this the normal, the Iron Man way, you need around 4 stoplights. Yes, but are you Iron Man? How did you get that many stoplights? And are you using Flask? Yeah, but what happened? How did this? Do you get to this point though? Because I'm trying to think of this. Okay, so you're AFKing with an alt account, aren't you? Or did you AFK for the Flask? But doesn't it despawn the thing? Oh, is it not 3 days? I thought it was 3 days. Yeah, but so wait, Flash Trap never dies? Does the Cinder Shade die? Yeah, I have this too on my normal profile, but wait, you're using a bit too many now. Yeah, but do you use so how long can this stay down for? 5 days. So you need to prep Flask because it takes like 1 day for one clone. There isn't a Turtellini here, what? Yeah, so how did you get 50 Flask? What happened? Have 50 Flask, but only 204 roses. Yes, but 50 full Flask? So are you AFKing with a full inventory of... Oh. What are you even doing? What? Is there nothing to do? Sniper history? So you have the roast drag, right? I assume. Yeah. How many flasks have you used? Because I have 0. I have 0 flasks. And should I go for the roast dragon before I go for beastery, or should I do beastery along the way? Here's the thing, I don't really want to AFK for flask. So like, if I didn't use any flask, how many beastery could I get with like with one set of stoplights? Because here's the thing, right? I'm almost maxed on this profile, and I have no plan to play past max. Because I have another profile I need to play. But I don't want to AFK. Like, why did you add up this like this, man? Like, why? There's no skill, there's just fucking downtime. Oh my fucking god, bro. I just add stuff that takes like grinding instead of waiting. I'm trying to think. So I don't really wanna AFK 300 hours, so I don't really know what to do here. Because I have like 20 hours until max, I think, or 30 hours, apart from mutations. Hmm. I'm trying to think here because roast dragon. Wait, do I need absolutely every mutation for the milestones? Because for some reason I saw there was 45 mutations. I need 40 unique. I don't know if that's real. If flesh traps never die. If flesh traps never die, then you don't really need that much lone lily, right? So that's gonna save a lot of time. But that doesn't really matter because time to lock clone is still an issue. Yeah, flesh trap doesn't die. You need lonely for knock. Wait, what? Wait, what? Excuse me? What? Oh, oh, oh my. What the fuck? What the fuck? Ironman is out there complaining about dark auction, Shen auction. Bro, this is where the real issues is, bro. Like, what the fuck? This is the real issues. What is this? Emphasize the fuck that. I'm gonna leave it to empty class. I just wanted max level under 3,000 hours, and this might be an issue if I need to AFK, and I don't want to AFK. I don't know. Well, yeah, I'm close to max time stock on other accounts, but that's so easy. You can just buy it. The thing is, do I just go for Roast Dragon and then slowly work towards the speed theories afterwards and then hope they change something? I don't know. Along the way. I still need, yeah. Like, this is the most boring update of all time, dude. Like, who wants to do this? This is literally on par with Chocolate Factory. This is just boring. There's no fun in this. So how many Lone Lilies have you used? Because to be honest, I don't think Lone Lily is too bad because it doesn't require any focus. So, you only need 11 Noctilums? What? You only need 11 Noctilums? Wait, you only need... Wait, you need that few Lone Lilies? What? So you don't need 100 Lone Lilies? It's just a question. Lone Lilies despawn, right, after 3 days? Oh, that's nothing. What? I have like 10 loneliness already. What? Is this including flasking the other stuff though? So 50 loneliness. If I got 50, that would be okay. Because that's easy. That's like no effort. I like no effort. Because you just leave the plot open. I have 5 flasks because of the for the XP. I don't know, bro. What do I use 5 flasks on? I wanna see if I can get this thing in the rift. I'm still missing 1 talisman. I'm confused though, because if I could maybe AFK for flask. I don't know. I don't really want to. Because I could just leave the account in the background, right? Then that's full inventory, right? So you do 40 at once. But also, I'm in no rush to get the max level. I don't know. If flask method is effectively saying okay, so that's very good. That's very good. Hold on. Also this thing, bro. I want to win this. It's 120. So I should make flask. Bottle of Jira. Ooh. Nice. Bottle of Jira, man. Okay, so I'm trying to think. Because I'm not really set myself into this mutation thing. I just pay to win it on my other account. And I still am confused. I need bottle of Jira. How do I get this? There's probably so much on the island. Maybe. Surely. And what gift is the Jira thing from? Could maybe fill up my inventory while grinding, I don't know. Let's have a look. If I get rid of all this, what will happen? Uh, 20 in the inventory, okay. What are you doing Q-draw for? So I should get some flask, I guess. Oh my god, I have worthy in here. Yo, look at this, bro. 14 worthy, wow. Oh, okay. I have Anzac. Do I actually have something in here? Gifts. Wow, so many gifts. Surely. Wait, how? I don't even know how rare this is. Oh, he's not Iron Man. Wait, that's not gonna work. Oh. Fuck. Who is Iron Man, bro? Who is Iron Man and has gifts? Oh my days. Oh no.
So we should hear the coolant fans kick in to keep it running at the exact temperature.
And it's hot air! It's hot air!
One coolant fan has started to work, which is good news. Now we need to see if the coolant holds that temperature and doesn't get any hotter.
Right, it's just crept over 100 degrees. If that temperature goes down, we're onto a winner. If it keeps rising, we have a problem. Has that one come on yet?
Only green or red. Oh my days.
Have we ever had this one on?
I don't think that one come on. I think that side came on, but that side didn't.
But it kept rising. Only one.
Yeah, they can, but I barely have anything here.
Way too hot. It's at 120 degrees. What I found out through my research is that this fan is supposed to come on at a certain
For me to receive gifts, it has to be Iron Man.
Temperature doesn't decrease, then it actually
And I don't know which Iron Man has gifts.
That actually means. So the question is whether this fan even works. So I think the first step we're going to do is just put power directly to the right hand fan, and there's two relays here. That's for the left hand fan and that's for the right hand fan, I think. So if we pull the relay out, and then Dad's going to put power to it, and then we'll see if it comes on.
I would assume that the two big terminals are the power to the fan, and that's just the relay clicking.
So my dad's going to bridge the power using this wire, effectively cancelling out the relay's job.
That's one on.
And the fan turned on.
This one.
Oh, okay, so the relays are the other way around. That's what I said. So that's the fan, but that's the fan we know works. And now he's going to do the same for the other one.
I won't put that in yet. There you go.
Hey!
It works. Wait.
It sounds a bit sketchy,
but using my big brain, does that mean this is what the problem is?
it could mean that's what the problem is. But
Fort Museum. Why am I missing a museum? I swear there was something.
before you got here.
All right. Okay.
I have armor,
We're gonna switch
weapons.
the relays over, and that fan still
Hydro can.
With the other
Aquamaster Axe.
the relay
Aquamaster TM Hydro Max. Wow.
to turn that fan on.
Interesting.
It requires the coolant temperature sensor to turn that on. So when it gets to a certain temperature, which we know is working because the dashboard, it reads a certain temperature, it activates that fan. But when it reaches a further temperature, it needs something else, not a temperature sensor, but a temperature switch, which is just down here, like this switch right here. So there's a coolant temperature sensor, that, and that is the switch. All the switch does really is ground a circuit out. When one fan isn't cooling the coolant
it actually
enough,
fixed
the
it.
temperature of the coolant will pull down this disc here, pulling down the terminal to then create a full circuit which should turn on the other fan. To test this theory out, I've just disconnected the electrical connection.
That's crazy,
and my
bro.
dad is going to
Oh
bridge
my
the
days, this
terminals
is
together
dead.
with his wire
It's honestly
to
so
see
dead.
if the other fan comes on. Yes, the fan is turning on.
That's over, bro.
Both fans are on. So
Wait,
both
how
fans
can I
work, the
find
relay
someone for
works,
greens?
So the weakest link here,
Oh.
we think is that switch.
No.
So I'm straight on to order a switch, which was £78 plus tax, and it should be here tomorrow. But in the meantime, we've got a thermostat to change. The thermostat housing and the thermostat
I don't really know that many
directly after the
Ironmans, to
water
be
pump
honest.
on this engine, and at the minute there's not one in there because ours was
That's
faulty.
still- is he
All it
actually an
essentially
Ironman, bro?
does is stop the coolant flow going to the radiators
Oh, he
to
is.
cool the coolant down when the
Oh,
car's
please.
trying to warm up.
Please.
But then when the car gets to temperature, the thermostat
That's not it, bro.
opens, letting the
Ah.
coolant flow through the radiators and stay at the right temperature. Here's the new thermostat housing with the thermostat on, and one thing I've realised after watching this video, I've put a bit of gasket seal around it, but I've somehow completely missed off the seal. But we'll see if it leaks after we put coolant in. Thermostat housing is in. We're still waiting for the temperature switch, but one thing else we can do whilst we're waiting,
Wait, what's his name again?
these gear linkage aren't connected to anything. We've rebuilt the engine, we've rebuilt the gearbox, but we don't know whether the gearbox even works yet. We can put it into gear because we can move this around.
I saw him in Rift. I'm gonna check Rift again.
Video, but we don't know whether
I need to
we don't
find
know
him.
what gear it's going in. We don't know whether it works.
I need to
we don't know
find
how
him.
Select gears. All we need is the
He
stuff
surely
to
has
pull
gifts, right?
These cables onto the gearbox, and so we can move them all
I
around.
don't know how to find people with this.
Issue is with that. Apparently, according
see
to
here.
Google, only 1,500
Curse of Death, bro.
manual F430s were
Curse
ever made.
of
So
Death.
finding all the manual mechanism,
Ah.
like the little arms and stuff like that, was an absolute mission. And all of this is to build up the mechanism in the gearbox. Me and Liam are going to build all this up. I can't really explain how this works. We're probably going to get it wrong. Let's just do it. Now there's lots of arms and there's lots of bearings to make this work. And all we've got is this diagram to put it all together. So we're hoping with a little bit of common sense and mostly winging it, we should be able to work out where
he's
all
open
of
all
this
of it.
stuff goes. It's
open all
just
of it.
like
Oh,
building
me.
Lego. All of these arms mount to the side of the
Oh.
gearbox and need to be able to
Oh,
swivel
me, bro.
and move around when you move the gear shifter in the
Oh.
car, which will pull the cables either left, right or up and down. I
Oh,
have
that's
to do a
nice.
shout out to EAG USA for this part here, which mounts the cables to the side of the gearbox because they're no longer available from Ferrari. And this part is actually from a manual conversion kit, which Freddie has used, aka Tavares,
Oh,
on
yeah,
his
surely you have,
430
right?
Scuderia. And I think we've just about sussed it out. We've got it on!
Oh, no,
Look,
really,
we're not
no.
sure whether it's correct. We are not sure whether this is correct.
Oh,
but
I really know.
we're going to find out. Stage 1 is seeing whether it will go into gear
Oh,
with the car
man.
on.
This is
Stage
gonna
2
be
is finding out
bad.
whether it will go into gear with the car on. And stage 3 is actually
Oh.
moving it and driving it. Stage 1, start. Right.
I'm kind of late
my
to this, I
opinion,
think.
this
I'm
does
probably not
look
gonna
right.
find anyone.
It doesn't look right. Oh!
It's just not it though.
Oh!
Like,
Oh, it did something. It did something. It's really floppy.
It's an old car, man. You can't expect it to stay forever.
Yep. Something definitely didn't feel right with it. That second.
Something ain't right there.
So I was going to have to strip it apart to see if there was anything wrong. Because all this was taken apart when we got the car, so I'm just having a look, see if they've taken anything under here, which...
What just happened? I gained 0 FPS there.
Oh! I think only one cable's connected. Oh, there's something broken.
How do I find people for this?
Best possible way, what's broken?
Is there's something that's broken that's there.
Off the side, yeah.
Dead flopper.
So, and that cable there is...
Surely you will open my gifts and I will be gift. No.
So show that in action.
No.
I can see that, Leon.
Does that mean it's only going into third and fourth right now?
It's, yeah, potentially.
Oh, okay.
But then the other cable...
So
this is
that's
terrible.
Sideway.
Down there.
Yeah.
And this is sideways, but this bit snapped.
I don't know if you want.
Do this, it's not
No, because it doesn't work. It won't really work. Because you aren't Iron Man, right?
But now
So.
this is popped out, so we can't get third or fourth. So we need this part here, which
I don't know how this is gonna work.
Very difficult to find. So let's see if it goes in third and fourth.
I can give to you, but you
Yeah,
can't
send me up a
receive.
bit, we'll see if
I
it
can't
goes in third and
receive.
fourth.
I'll give it to you though. Where are you?
Ready? Third gear.
Surely I'm gonna gift it to you and I'm gonna get every single flask in the game, bro. Look at this. Look. Look at this shit, bro. It's gonna happen. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Look. You're gonna get so many. There. Oh.
So, problem is that. So let's see if we can find one for sale.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Surely, bro. Come on.
Has it?
Here he goes, drinking the pot. Yep.
Found one. It is strangely
Yep,
still
yep.
available from Ferrari, but at a price. £320 plus tax. So we're going to have to wait for that to arrive. In the meantime, the fan switch has arrived. So I can start to fit this, and then we can
Oh,
see if
wow.
we can get the car
You
running
got
to
0 so far.
temperature. It's got to work this time. It's got to run to temperature, and we're all good.
Starting
work,
up very
it would
good.
be that little red box thing.
Yo, this is awesome.
Red box thing?
That was plugged in on the side of the...
Red box?
So the little red box things that were plugged into the side of the thing.
The relays.
Yeah, little red box.
Yeah, so we got 0 so far. Alright.
Sounds good.
Now it's just a case of waiting.
You know, it could actually be better.
To temperature, and when it did get to temperature,
Oh my fucking god.
I'm hoping it stayed there, and the fans came on.
Holy shit. Oh
I'm
my.
hoping now that once the left side fan turns on, after a while it activates
What is
the right
wrong with
side
this
fan.
guy, man?
Come on, fans.
Holy shit, man.
This one's on.
Oh my days.
This one's
Look
on.
now, he's gonna come back. He's gonna come back. Look at him. Look at him.
Yeah, it's on.
Look at him, bro. Oh, wow, bro.
It should stay at temperature now then. Both fans were working. And with both of them working, it should keep the car at the right temperature. It's at 90 degrees. Bang on.
Surely.
Temperature.
Surely flask now, come on. Bro, I got none, bro. None?
It actually worked. So now we can start making this Ferrari.
I have an
look like a
idea.
Ferrari. Welcome to my bumper.
I
This
have
has
an
been
idea.
freshly painted already. The car will be all detailed and matched, but this has all been painted by the body shop. Cheers, body shop. We've just got to complete it all with
Huh?
all this kit, the front splitter and that. Which
Yeah, don't worry about it.
That again?
It was
I will have. Oh, we got one there.
It was
Yes.
like £100, yeah.
Nuts.
For that. It's like
That's the backup plan.
So I got to work with attaching the expensive splitters and all of the other parts which make up the F430 front bumper, like the front grills, and also the grills on the
Surely.
side as well. Whilst my dad got to work with putting the wiper linkage in, which we had to buy brand new second hand, and all the scuttle panels around the bonnet. And it was finally time to add the bumper.
I'm gonna play with a full inventory of flask.
Bumper on.
This is
Oh,
gonna be
the Ferrari's
awesome.
a good looking car, isn't it?
Can't
The
wait.
F430.
It is. That is looking nice. And what we've done is black. These are normally grey, but anything grey is going black because I feel like it gives it more depth. Again, like the Murcielago, the bolts slide through the inside of the tub, and then you have to add a nut on them. Then we can slot in the carpet.
Not too bad so far. We got one. Shit.
And would you look at that for a first fitment? It's
Fuck.
looking pretty damn good.
Booty
Now,
shields.
let's head to the back. Onto the rear bumper. Now this one is OEM.
Anal sex.
And it's also been painted in, I think it's called resale red actually. These heat
That
shields
looks
bolt onto
cool.
both sides, I assume to stop the bumper from melting. Then the top grille will
Come on.
also bolt onto the bumper. All of this I've had to order.
Please.
And as you've guessed,
Please.
and a lot of you are probably right on this, we've gone way over budget already. But I do think these manuals F430s will climb in
man.
price over the years.
Oh, no,
so
no,
all is
no,
not
no.
that bad.
What the
This bumper doesn't
fuck
actually bolt straight to it. These
was
are
that?
genuine Ferrari spacers
Wow.
because the stock bumper doesn't fit, and they all come in different sizes.
Wow.
Like here's a thin one, here's a fat one, and these.
Bottle of Girard. Bottle of Girard.
Nice to know.
That is so Italian.
Again, just like
For
the
rose water
Murcielago,
flask.
the rear bumper
Pair
uses
close
spacers.
the backup,
But that's
if
the quirk
required.
of these
Let's see.
older Italian cars, and that's the kind of thing I
Maybe.
like about them. They're kind of like a glorified kit car.
Maybe
Don't
you can
tell
clutch me
Ferrari I
up.
said that.
Maybe you can clutch me up. Can he? No, he has like none. He has
Just the
like
last
none.
couple of bolts now
No,
for the
he has
rear
like
bumper,
nothing,
and then I
bro.
can move onto
No.
the rear diffuser, making
My
an
backup is not
almost
gonna work
complete
either,
rear end.
bro.
As some of you may
No.
notice, I am missing a few reflectors
No,
and
my
registration plate
backup.
lights, but they're on order.
No.
I tell you what, this is a good-looking car. Every single
Fuck.
piece I put on now
That was my,
is
like,
making it a
I was
drastic
sure he would have
improvement.
some.
What once was to me
Oh,
felt like having
man.
an impossible build is slowly kind of feeling possible. But if you also said to me, Matt, the bumpers look a
Fuck.
different shade of red to the
Fuck,
rest of the car,
fuck,
then I
fuck.
kind of would have to agree with you. But remember,
Who
this
could
paint
have-
is like a month old, and this paint is like 18
Who
years old.
could
So
have
I think maybe with like a
this
good paint
stuff?
correction, we could probably get it pretty similar. Or I think afterwards, anyway, I've got to drop it down to the body shop, Allied Automotive, to touch up loads of little things on this car anyway. So maybe we just match it all in to get it absolutely perfect. But now, this Ferrari is really coming together. And to say neither me or my dad had any experience with Ferraris before this actually makes me really proud. It's just a huge achievement even to get this far. I guess hard work really does beat talent.
Oh man.
And if this car actually runs and drives, it goes to prove it. There is still loads of engine covers and everything missing on here, which we'll get to, but we're not finally finished yet. But I did say, I think I said at the start of this video, I was going to drive it.
Well,
So
shit.
that promise. Well, here goes nothing.
You can only get third gear.
Yeah, I'm going for third gear. So
Ha.
here goes nothing. It's not exactly finished, but I think it might be good enough
Okay,
just to
what
roll it out
kind
in
of
third gear.
back up
Some of you
plan?
might notice it's still got odd wheels on, the paint isn't great, there's no seats in it, but none of this is going to stop me from trying to drive it for the first time.
I know what to do.
that'll do. Stop.
Here we go. Trust me, I'm gonna stalk someone. Here we go. Is there someone here? Demon unscripted. You got it, bro. No, you got nothing, bro. We all know it. You got nothing, man. Yes, yes, you. Yes, you. Oh, yeah.
Third gear.
I generally don't know of anyone who could have. And there's no iron here. Oh shit. Who could?
I don't know what his plan is now because he's literally gone down a straight with no way
Peg
to
monster,
turn
come on,
around.
you got this. Bro. Are you RGN, bro? Peg monster, okay. Peg, come on, please. You have my back? That's funny gift. No, it's one gift, bro. Okay, she's. You got this.
It drove well.
You have 12 kids, man. No. Bastoin.
Now, we're going to attempt to try and get it into first.
Yeah, did you have something, bro? Okay, let's see. Give me. That's a Bastoin.
Is that it? That's not it, no. Go on. We might be too far. And no, not left. You're going to trap my finger. Are you trying to make me You've just got to go forward. Don't do any left business.
Oh, please.
That could be first
Go.
gear.
Come on.
That could actually be first gear.
Please.
It is!
Some. Excuse me, bro?
Oh my god. That sounds
What do you mean
nuts.
some? Come on, man.
Oh my god! It was well fast! It actually works!
How have you put together a gearbox that works? I'm impressed.
It literally was just, it was wheel spinning.
Yeah, that sounded nuts from behind
That
as well.
sounded sick.
What do you think of the Ferrari?
I think it's great. I love it.
Well, it kind of works. The main reason we couldn't really drive it is because this is limp. But we're going to make it stiff again because this little situation we got here, you see that's broken. So we can actually go backwards and forward into gear, third and fourth. But to move to the side, it doesn't really do it. The part that's broken, we've managed to order it, £380. No wonder it's broken because it's made out of plastic. Someone definitely could have 3D printed that for us. But £370, if you can 3D
There we
print
go.
that, you would have
Surely.
made
Yes,
£370.
that's one there.
The bit you can see is
That's one there.
broken in the
Got
middle
the G on
here,
it.
holds the gear stick
Yes.
in place in the
Look at this
middle.
guy, bro.
Without it, it's completely loose. The gearbox uses 2 cables to change gear. One cable to go forward and backwards, and the other one to go side to side. The gear stick won't go side to side because it just falls out of place. So to access this part and change it, I've got to completely dismantle the center
Awesome
console.
sauce.
Never done this before, funnily. I can see it sort of had a locking nut and then a threaded part on the back of the gear stick. So I'd undo that first, then unscrew this threaded part. Then after that, there was a C-clip on the side of the gear stick. Had to take out the C-clip.
It's actually
which then
happening.
had a bunch of washers,
Yes, another
a
one.
spring
Yes.
which keeps the gear stick in the central position, and loads more tiny little components. But I still couldn't get the plastic out. I've removed something from the side, something from the front, and last thing to be removed is this thing from the back. Flame!
Yes. You got more,
But
you
it
got more,
was
you got more.
pre-seased in there.
Come on.
Everything's
Jerry.
fine.
Jerry. Yes.
But
That's
eventually,
another one.
we got it out. After that, we had to pull the gear stick so it
That's another one,
disconnected
baby.
from the
Come
cable
on,
below
give me
it.
one more.
And once we got the gear stick
Give me one
out,
more.
I realised something else wasn't right. I put the gear stick into the new plastic piece. It was still sitting loose in there. And my dad noticed there was something else broken, which sits on the bottom of this spring here. You can see on this diagram, we're missing number 6. Another tiny part. The part. We've got one, and we've got an upgraded one in aluminium, and it's coming tomorrow. Fingers crossed it will be here. So now we can crack on with something else, and hopefully this is going to solve it. If it doesn't, we're in a big problem, but I think it will.
We're going to put the battery in. The one there, that says Ferrari on it.
I know you got more Jerry for me, bro. Come on, game.
Here is the battery cover, but I think I've made a very...
Oh no.
I made an error.
Tell me, what mistake has he made? What mistake has he made?
Can you not tell?
Come on. No.
I think he painted that black.
He has the greens. He has the greens.
I bought it black. Completely forgot the carpet's red. Well, it will be red when we clean it. So my dad got on with putting in the battery cover without any idea he would actually own this car soon. So maybe I need to get some fabric paint.
Yeah, he's
for
getting
black
like a Ferrari?
carpet to make it match. After that, there's more
What?
trims to go on the back of the Ferrari. These black things sit behind the grille and almost stop you from seeing inside the engine bay when you're behind the car.
Oh,
It just
dear,
evens
man.
things up a little bit. There's one for each side, and that's looking a lot better. Wow, that was... Whoa. Oh yeah, that's looking quite cool now.
Yeah, it looks better.
It's not all blacked out.
What do you think?
Oh, that looks so much better. There's also a few things missing from this rear bumper, as you can see. Reflectors and some registration.
Come on, bro. Jira, bro.
I
Jira.
didn't realise I was missing any of this when I built up the bumper. As if I had it before, it would be a lot easier to install with the bumper off. This is the wiring loom for the registration plate.
Jira.
Clip onto that, like that, like, you know, like boom.
No.
Boom, like
Come on,
that.
man.
You know, like that. And then the registration plate like loom clips into the engine loom at the back here. Then all I've got to do is slide the wires through this tiny little hole in the bumper, which then would come out where the registration plate lies.
I see nothing, bro.
Do you reckon it
I see no
matters
Jira,
which way I
man.
plug these? No. Each
I see
connector
no
goes
Jira.
onto the side of the light, and then we're going to test
See
it.
none, man.
It works.
What?
Doesn't matter which way it goes round.
And now that we know it works, we
See
can
no
bolt
Jira,
them
man.
into the bumper for good. And that is the rear bumper complete. Rear bumper is all
more?
put together now and is
One
complete,
more, yeah.
which
Come
is good. But there's still some more things we need to fix
Good
and
is surely.
eventually modify and improve as well. And that requires the cars to go
Yes.
in the air. For the next thing that's actually missing.
Just Jira. Good one.
We have an ABS fault on the dash, so when you're driving it, the brakes are going on and off, on and off, on and off, because it thinks it's skidding. And the reason of that is because there's a wheel that's loose, a wheel speed sensor which is loose on that side, and no wheel speed sensor on this side.
No, man.
It's supposed to
Give me
be
some
one
more.
there. I
Give me
have
some more,
ordered one.
man.
It's about 40 quid. It's off a Maserati,
No,
but
no,
same
no,
thing.
not like this.
That's meant to go there.
I think he's running out.
I didn't
No.
realise, and completely forgot, is that there's some kind of modified made bracket which mounts this to. So
Oh, no.
we haven't got that bracket. It doesn't look anything special. It's probably from £1 million from Ferrari. So we're just going to take that off and make the same bracket that side, and hopefully that works. Fingers crossed. Right, so you've got to replicate that, but a mirror image for that side.
Mirror image?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it'll just be the same,
but mirrored. Curveball. That ain't an ABS sensor. That's completely thrown me off now then. So that is a suspension control module.
Yes, more.
I don't exactly know how it works or what it does, but I know I'm missing one. So whether this is linked to the ABS in some way, I have no idea. But this Ferrari has some kind of special suspension which can adjust depending on what driving mode you're in. What these sensors have got to do with that, I have absolutely no idea. Right, before we find out whether we have any warning lights on the dash anymore, which hopefully we won't, but we don't know. I have noticed that this car still sits kind of high. It has got the stock wheels on, which we will be changing in this video, but I just expected it to sit a little bit lower. But luckily, these are on adjustable coilovers from standard, so we could just wind these down a bit, and it should hopefully make it sit a little bit lower, look a little bit nicer. So that's what we're going to do now, and we're just going to guess exactly where we want it to go. I'm sure you guys all know how coilovers work. I've noticed they come standard on a lot of high-end supercars, and this is good because we can adjust the ride height without having to buy expensive aftermarket suspension. All I've got to do is twist the suspension down to a ride height I think is going to work. Again, this is going to be complete guesswork, and I won't know how low it's going to be until we put the wheels on and lower it down to the floor. Another job that needs doing are the handbrake brake pads. There's a separate caliper here which is just for the handbrake. And whilst the brake pads look good in the actual brakes, the handbrake caliper brake pads don't look the best. So without knocking out the pin here, then unscrewing the top bolt of the handbrake caliper. Unfortunately, you can't get to the bottom one because the lower arm's in the way, but just by undoing the top bolt, it can slide the brake pads out on one side and on the other side. Then it's got to take off the actual brake caliper, which he's doing now, so we can remove the brake disc, which looks a little rusty, but is actually in good condition. Then the piston and the handbrake caliper is here, and you have to twist that back in with a special kit so you can fit in the new brake pads, which are obviously wider than the worn brake pads, which is removed. And there you go. In goes the new handbrake caliper brake pads. which are really small, but again, these won't be under much heat.
That's actually decent, bro. Honestly, man.
Now, this isn't the usual way you'll change the handbrake caliper brake pads, but it's just a lot of the bolts were rusty, and we didn't want to risk snapping them, especially as we wanted to get this on the road by the end of the video.
Actually decent, you know.
We'll see if the handbrake works.
Suspension is all lowered evenly. It's absolutely guesswork. I hope it's not too low that we can't get it off the ramp and we can't.
Surely you have some right? No, he definitely doesn't.
I guess we'll find out. We've still got to leave the wheel off on that
Yo,
side.
he definitely does.
Dad's still
He
going to do
definitely
the
does.
handbrake pads on the other side. But the time has come for me to fix the gear stick. Here is the piece. You know how much that was?
50 quid.
80 quid.
I'm not too far.
So that sits underneath the spring and it kind of goes in like that. See what I mean? Like it's got to go in there. So to get that out, I think we've got to knock that pin out of there, take that off, take the spring off, put this on and then put it all back together.
Sounds easy.
Alright. Yeah. Yes. One pin.
Little pin.
That is the smallest pin in the world. Oh, sensational. Then the spring. Then that. Now we've got to get his pin back in. And I haven't got my glasses. Oh. Oh.
What is that noise? Hello?
Look at that.
Whoa, stuff is nice, man.
One step closer to get the driving Ferrari for my dad, and he don't even
Ferrari.
Now I've just got to figure out how all of this gear shift mechanism went back together. First the gear stick goes in, which presses onto the cable at the bottom. Then I've got to knock in that thing at the back of the gear stick. Yes! And that's held in with a C-clip, which is really fiddly, and I hate these type of jobs. After that, there's this thing, which I don't know what it's called. That slides in from the side, and then there's a spring, a washer, and all of that goes in the side as well. And once that's in, to hold it in place is a C-clip. Another really fiddly job. Liam had to push it all in place, and because it's spring-loaded, he had to hold it down whilst I was trying to get the C-clip in place. But eventually we got it in. After that, there's this threaded part which goes on the front of the gear stick, and after that, we put the gated part on to see if it all works, and hopefully it does. Here we go.
It's pinged.
Second. Third. Fourth. Fifth. Sixth. Okay, it won't go in reverse, but we might need to like jig the car around. Sometimes it does that, doesn't it? Successfully passed to an extent. I'm going to bolt all this together, then we could adjust the cables to get the perfect gear shift. Mission success. Now the Ferrari is slowly getting there, but a lot of the components do look a little rusty and tired, especially underneath the wheel arches. But I think we have a solution for that. I called up the ice blasters.
I hope I didn't delete something good.
These guys can completely blast pretty much the whole car with dry ice, which doesn't make a mess, it doesn't get anything wet, and it does a really good job of cleaning and degreasing everything. And these guys are completely mobile. Just look at the difference it's made underneath the arches, and they even offered to do the carpets inside the car. I'm not entirely sure how this works, but it did a pretty good job. And I've left a link for you guys in the description below if you wanted to get any work done by these as well. So we can't get reverse. We think it's a cable situation. So these cables here, which move all the mechanism, they can be adjusted. And when we take the gate off the gearbox, we can get it in reverse because it allows you just to go over a little bit further, which is actually pushing the cable that way. We just don't know which cable it is. So I think all we've got to do is I'll sit inside, push it all the way over, and then my dad will adjust it until I can actually put it into reverse. I think that's the way we're going to do it. Ready? Oh, I'm in reverse!
Oh, fixed. Well done, Tony. You got it first try. He's that good.
Yeah, don't do anything. Because look, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. reverse.
Come on then, let's get it on the road.
Seats, door cards, wheels. Should we see how low it sits? Because then we can push it off the ramp and we can open the doors up then and properly get access in here. I hope it's not too low. Here we go.
Did you lower it?
So it needs to go up, put blocks of wood under it, then we can see how low it is. It is on. Right, that is the ride height. And those wheels are tiny. Why did they do that on old supercars in the day? Yeah, boy. Look at the back. How did we guess that? Almost level. Next up, it's the engine covers. These fit either side of the engine just to neaten up that engine bay a little bit more. There is a lot of other stuff which we can clean up in the engine bay, but we're going to be doing a lot of that stuff over on the Mark II channel. So make sure, one, you guys are actually subscribed to this channel and also the Mark II one if you want to see extra content. Once the engine covers are in, I moved back into the car and started reassembling the center console once and for all, which uses a few Allen key bolts and then the electrical connectors which connect to the hazard lights and the parking lights. Then I can push it all into its place. Only I seem to struggle a little bit when it comes to the ashtray. So I've been trying to get it in like that, but it probably goes like that. Some things just don't make sense on this Ferrari, but I guess that's the beauty of Italian engineering, and that's why we love these cars. Finally, I can bolt in the gated shifter, the part which makes this Ferrari so rare, and that tops it off nicely. This was one of the first things that come out, and it's finally going back in. We're going with the OG seats because we've kept it kind of OG, really.
Yeah.
Original gangster.
That's what you are, Tony and OG.
Everything is actually original like, we've lowered it a bit, which is a bit OG plus, but other than that, apart from the wheels. The exhaust is OG plus.
Yeah, that's OG plus.
But that's a necessity, isn't it? I did actually buy some aftermarket bucket seats for the Ferrari, but then changed my mind and fitted the originals. And the reason being, we've pretty much kept everything original on this car. And if we have added anything aftermarket, it's always been subtle. That'll help with the value of the car, and also if I do anything outrageous, my dad's probably not going to like it. But the original seats aren't even that bad. They're in pretty good condition for a nearly 20-year-old car. Just the final pieces now before we can properly test drive this car. I've just got to finish assembling the door card on the left-hand side, and then we can move over to the driver's side, which we were both really struggling on trying to sort this window regulator out. So we've managed to rebuild an engine, rebuild a gearbox, and the one thing that's defeated us is this window regulator. It won't lift the window up straight. That's how it closes. That's what we're gonna have to deal with. Unfortunately, we didn't have the time to fix this for now because we had to go to Wheelmania to pick up the new wheels. And there's a lot of other things on the Ferrari that we do need to get sorted to make it absolutely perfect. But for now, we just needed to get it on the road for the first time. The car's come a hell of a long way since we picked it up, and a lot of people probably never thought it would go back on the road. And to be honest, neither did I. My dad's about to get one hell of a car. That's if it all works and goes to plan. But even though there's still more bits to touch up, it looks absolutely unreal. It's crazy to think this is a 2005 car. Okay, my dad's driving it. First actual proper drive. The door card's rattling, that is well annoying.
Oh, the steering's wild out.
Oh my god!
What the hell?
Oh, it sounds good. Yeah, I think it's going good. It's quite scary when you've just rebuilt everything.
So they have that much faith in the Ferrari. Me and Liam are in the pickup truck following, so if it breaks down, we've got to get out with a jail-free card.
Yeah, this is a proper get out of jail free card.
But we didn't need the get out of jail free card because the Ferrari was driving great and looking great. Even if the steering wheel was turning right when we're going in a straight line. And it wasn't long until we arrived at Wheelmania. We're here, we've finally made it to Wheelmania. It's done its first drive. My dad's drove it for the first time, I've drove it for the first time. It's made it here. There's a few little issues here and there, but the main thing, the engine works and the gearbox works. And here we are at Wheelmania, of course, for wheels. Because these ones just are, well, one side's grey, one side's silver, and they're 18-inch. I think they're a bit too small. Let's go get the wheels.
Back in my bag and I gotta brag, I do this shit for real. When we was down and we had nothing, we had to share a meal. We put the shit in the drive with no steering wheel. Shorty throw that thing back in a pair of heels.
That looks nuts.
Like 20s all around, and then we've gone for a 9x20 on the front, and not too aggressive on the rear. We've gone for 11 between.
Let's go, man.
Yeah, so it's kind of like an OEM look. Like, it still looks like the original wheel, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's just better in every way.
Better, wider, bigger, better tyres on as well. It's keeping it OG.
OG plus.
OG plus, that's what
one.
we're going, yeah. Oh, no way. That is sick. MA branding, and you could get it all at Wheelmania. Could someone do that themselves as well?
Yes, so they don't their own initials, they could order forged and put their own initials on.
How about that? And with the link in the description, there's a 100% discount code there.
Whoa, 100%!
MA100. No, there is a WhatsApp number there, and if you guys message Jordan, he'll sort you out if you come from me.
Gotta get them on the car now.
Yeah, he ain't gonna let me drive it after he's got them on.
Oh yeah, because you'll be curbing that.
This is it. We all know it's the wheels which completely top off the build. And I think by going with these OEM Plus style wheels, it's going to finish off the Ferrari perfectly. But is my dad going to like it? We put a lot of work into this car, and Wheelmania are about to finish it off with these custom wheels. Let's see how she looks with her new shoes. Yes! Oh, look at the fitment. It's like we almost knew, didn't we? And there it is. An almost finished Ferrari F430. But one last thing. My dad has now got to fix all the broken parts on the car because this is yours. What? This is your Ferrari.
No, it ain't.
Yeah, it is, yeah. That's yours. but we're not fixing it anymore, is it?
This is all on you now, mate.
Yeah. It's mine.
Yeah.
You got a Ferrari, mate.
Yeah, I can't believe it. My dad has helped me build my dream car, the Murcielago. He's helping me build the McLaren. He helped me build the purple GT3 out in Florida. And little did he know, he was helping build his own Ferrari. The least I could do was let him have the Ferrari.
Go on then.
Wow. Who's coming over me?
Now he's got a Rolex and a Ferrari. Wicked, isn't it?
think that's the outro. Thanks so much for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, hit the subscribe button, hit the thumbs up button, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace out.
I've been watching Mr. Tumble.
Mr. Tumble?
And you know what he does?
What does he do?
Sign language.
Go on, do some sign language. What does that mean?
Hello?
Yes, oh my god, another one. Yes. One more Jira. Yes. Why we saw your RNG carry right now? Hold on. This is super lucky. Give me more, give me more. Brr. Yeah, I didn't.
Now, before I show you the cheapest Range Rover Vogue in the UK and why it is the cheapest Range Rover Vogue in the UK, let me tell you why I bought it. So as most of you may know, this is my GT86 and I use this as a drift car. But the more and more I get into drifting, the more and more I realise I don't actually want to be driving the drift car to events, then risk having a crash in it and then having to drive it back. So being the sensible guy that I am, I needed to find a car that I could tow a trailer with that I could put the GT86 on. And that is where I found this Range Rover.
What does that?
Say hello to what
Jag tror det var någon på domen, alla är här.
2015 Range Rover Vogue. Now, as you guys can probably tell from the title, this was the cheapest Range Rover Vogue in the UK at the time. And actually, to this day, I still think it is the cheapest in the UK. And if you stay to the end of the video or hit that subscribe button, then I'll tell you how much I paid for it at the end of the video. Now, it's pretty obvious to see why this thing was so cheap. It's been in a fairly bad accident, but actually I think it looks a lot worse than it actually is. But before we go through the damage and work out what exactly has happened, let me show you guys through the spec of this thing, because it is pretty cool. So this is a Range Rover Vogue SE. Now, they don't normally come with this rear bumper and the exhaust tips each side, but somebody's already upgraded that. The Vogue comes with a short wheelbase model and a long wheelbase model. This one is the short wheelbase. Now, the wheels have been upgraded to massive 22-inch ones. With this one, well, this one's knackered. Look at the huge split in this alloy here. It's bulging out all over the place. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be repairing this one. The Vogue has soft closed doors when the battery's charged. It has full 360 cameras in the wing mirrors, in the boot, and also on the front, which helps a lot for parking this massive beast. The front and the rear seats are heated and they're also electrically adjustable. Climate control in the front and of course the rear as well. Meridian sound system. It has a huge pan roof looking out onto the blue sky of Leicester. Armrest. When the battery's charged, this actually plays live TV with Freeview. Inside this armrest is a fridge. Underneath the bonnet, or hood if you're American, is a 3-litre V6 diesel engine. Apparently these are supposed to be really unreliable, but this one has done over 140,000 miles, so it's been really well looked after. It's categorised as a category S, which means structural. I have 2 keys and a full service history for it though. And of course, before buying it, I checked it out using Car Vertical, who has sponsored today's video. Car Vertical currently works in over 20 different countries, and it gathers data from places like car insurance databases, car crash auction websites. It's like the perfect tool for helping you to decide whether you're buying a decent car or a car with a little bit of hidden history that you may not know about. Wait, check out this monster of an armrest, and it even has a little compartment for your phone or something. That's sick. Anyway, back to Car Vertical. Check out this Range Rover Vogue that I found listed on Auto Trader. Looks alright, pretty good condition, but £32,000 for a 2014, and check the mileage, 59,000 miles. It's pretty low for the age of the car, but nowhere on the listing states that it's a category car or that it's even been in an accident. Let me show you exactly what's wrong with this now. Unlike most of the other cars that I buy, I actually know what happened to this one because I bought it off the person who crashed it. Now, when he crashed the car, and I'll explain how he crashed it in a minute, the trade insurance didn't pay him out the full amount that he thought the car was worth, so he actually ended up buying it back from the insurance and selling it to, well, me. We agreed on a price which I thought was fair, but I'd never worked on one of these before, so I don't know too much about them. And then Saving Salvage, who you guys may watch on YouTube as well, went and collected it for me and dropped it off out here where it stood for at least a month before I've actually touched it. So how did it end up like this, and what exactly is damaged? So all along the passenger side there is scratches just like we had on the C63, along here, along here, along here. There's a big dent in the door here. There's a wing mirror, which was a wing mirror. There's scratches all along the top, scratches down here, and a big dent in the rear quarter, which you can just about see there. Oh yeah, and the window smashed as well. The actual bonnet, the grille, and thank God the headlights look all in one piece. But the front bumper, well, it's got a little damage here.
Look that bad, to be honest.
And we're repping the spare wheel at the moment. As we move along the driver's side, the damage is kind of minimum, but there's still a bit. There's a dent in this door here, but I'm pretty sure that could be repaired. The door looks as if it's touching the bonnet here, and it's just kind of pulled back the bonnet, but I think, again, that can be repaired. But I'm not sure why it's sort of pushed back, or maybe the door's pushed forward. I'm gonna have to figure that one out later. Check that out, the door hits the bonnet nicely there. And moving on to the rear, it doesn't actually look that bad, but there is damage. There's the same sort of style scratches on the back here, and also the boot, you can just see it doesn't quite sit in line to this side. It's sort of moved over a little bit. Now I would open it, but we have no battery power at the minute, but we will get the battery power on, so hopefully we can start it. And inside it's your usual suspects, the driver's airbag, the passenger airbag, and the windscreen's got a big smash in it as well. And that's the stuff we can see, but we did have an issue getting it off the trailer, because on this driver's side front, well, let me show you. This wheel is pretty much free to move wherever. You can see it's pointing, well, towards me at the minute, and this wheel, well, that's straight. That is because if we can just show you underneath it, well, it's missing some suspension arms, and I think it looks as if the track rod is actually pulled out of the actual steering rack. Now I wanted to inspect that driver's side wheel to see exactly what's damaged so I know what parts to order, but the problem is we couldn't get the wheel off because, well, this was the locking wheel nut that we found inside the car, and it doesn't even have a center section in it. It looks like it's broken out, and that's all that we were left with until today. Now we actually called Land Rover up to see if we could get a locking wheel nut for this thing. Problem is they can't identify what locking wheel nut is for this car with the registration, and they told us there is 26 types of locking wheel nuts made for this car. But luckily we had the outer shell here, and that is marked with a C, and that actually helped. And that letter C was the actual key to finding out which locking wheel nut fits this Range Rover.
The letter C was the actual key.
£22, so now we can get the wheel off. But that still leaves the question on what exactly happened to this thing. How did it end up in this state?
Well, it crashed, right?
And well, long story short, he actually rolled it. Well, he half rolled it. It's been on its side, which explains the damaged wing mirror, the big dent in this door here from the amount of pressure on the side, the big dent in this door, and well, hopefully this can be fixed. All this damage here. He said he was driving down a country road at night and there was a car on the wrong side of the road, and it was either making the decision of hitting that oncoming car or going into the ditch, and well, he chose the ditch, which was probably the better option in this case. Now, the damage to the boot, he said, was actually caused by the people that towed him out of the ditch. He said that they opened the boot, not realizing that this thing is actually electronically controlled, so it opens by itself. They took the tow eye out of it, and then they tried to force the boot down with the hand instead of pressing the button, and by doing that and being a little bit rough, they bent the hinges on the top. I'm not sure of how much I actually believe of that, and I think it probably something is actually twisted in the boot, but I'm sure it could be fixed because there's nothing too drastic I can see structural wise on this side, but we'll find out when we start stripping the car down. Okay, will she start or will there be a pyrotechnic fuse because the airbags have gone off like most of the German cars were on? Let's find out. Come on.
Let's go.
Oh, she's gone. I don't know if you can hear her, it is very, very quiet. Okay, so we've just learned that Range Rovers don't have a pyrotechnics cut-off fuse like most of the German cars that I've been working on, so maybe bear that in mind if you're looking at buying a crash-damaged Range Rover where the sump's been damaged or something like that. But this is looking nice. Full digital display, says steering column locked. Obviously, we've got a bunch of fault codes, which we'll get to. And then, this is pretty cool as well. I think, yeah, it supposedly has TV in here, which it does. Yes, we have got TV. I'm not sure when that is going to be helpful, but we've got TV. She is running nice and smooth, nice and quiet for a diesel engine actually. There's no dipstick, so it looks like we're going to have to check the oil using the dash, but now we've got power and, well, I should be able to show you these soft closed doors. Maybe not. No. Right, let's see if we can get this boot open. There we go. And that one. Yes. See, that is how you're supposed to close it. Let's see if it closes. No. It's definitely something sort of bent on this side, which is stopping the boot from closing properly. See if we can push it over. No. 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 So I'm wondering whether the hinges are a little bit bent or something. It seems like it's pushed over to one side.
There we go. I think plan of action is to get this thing in the air and then check that damage on the driver's side front, see which arm's broken, get the wheel off, and then we'll take it from there. Maybe we can clean this thing up. Now, as the Range Rover doesn't move anywhere because of the suspension damage, we're doing this right where it stands. And my predictions were right. It looks as if the inner tie rod has pulled out of the steering rack. And the front suspension arm here is sort of disconnected from the ball joint. So first thing I'm going to do is get the old inner tie rod off. Here you can see where it's supposed to be connected and the little drumstick ball joint which is supposed to be connected into the inner tie rod. Next thing I need to get off is the front suspension arm. And this thing weighed an absolute ton, as you can imagine, for a really heavy car. Now for the meantime, I'm going to pop the ball joint back into the inner tie rod just so I can get this thing moving, but I have got an inner tie rod on order, and it's definitely not advisable to leave it like that. We don't want that thing popping out again. And lucky enough for me, a front suspension arm was in stock at the local parts place, so I'm going to install that now. Okay, so the control arm is on and the wheel actually looks, well, it looks okay. It looks like it's in a pretty straight line. I don't know why the wing has all moved back, same with the front, but there is a bit of panel gap there, so I'm assuming that I could just undo these and move this forward as well. Obviously we've still got that damage on the wing. Hannah's got in straight away because she thinks it's her car and it's actually my car. So I think we should be able to move this thing now, give it a little clean out, and then we can assess what we've got to do next. But if this actually moves and drives, this is going to be, I say the bargain of the century, but there's still a lot to do, including, well, all the airbags and this glass. But let's see if we get this started and move first. Oh, she's smooth. It's so weird having a car start up which doesn't make a racket of a sound with its exhaust. It's literally so quiet. So the rear belts have locked out. Luckily no curtain airbags are gone, but we are moving and it seems to be driving.
This is the weirdest thing.
I feel like I'm the queen in the back of the cheapest Range Rover in the UK right now.
How heavy it is. It is so smooth.
So this car is on air ride, so we can lift it up and down, which we're going to see if works. Oh my god! Okay, so you've done something on the front because it is really high. See if you can lower the ride height.
Oh, I did do it.
Okay, so what normal height selected? Yes, and this is sort of the low ride height. You know what? New suspension arm. New inner track control arm, and she's good as new. Okay, the arch lining's rubbing. Oh, there's so much room in the back. So we need rear seat belts, airbag kit, couple of doors. We need to see what's going on with the rear, and then it's on to the modifications, I think, for this car. But first off, we need to get this thing cleaned out. There is glass and it's just disgusting. Actually, this doesn't seem like it's going to be a long repair, fingers crossed, as long as we don't find any sort of structural damage. But whilst Hannah's cleaning this, let me show you what I got for an absolute bargain. So I'm pretty much convinced that this door is beyond repairable. Well, a good body shop probably could repair it, but it probably wouldn't be worth it. Now, the wing mirror, this has got cameras in there, it's got temperature sensors in there, it's electric, and it's got an indicator in there. Now, just check this out. Second hand, this is a driver's side. The wing mirror is £400. I thought, oh my god, is this going to be the whole story of this car? Is everything going to be really expensive for the Range Rover? So I thought, well, if the wing mirror is going to be £400 second hand, what is the door going to be? This is where I ran into an absolute bargain. Check this out. I seen this door pop up on eBay with the glass, the wing mirror, all the sensors, the camera in the bottom, and everything, for £250. As soon as it went on, I hadn't even looked over this car yet, and I just went and I bought it. This is an absolute bargain of a door, and you know what? I managed to find
a rear door as well. So I've already got 2 doors. And yes, there are a
Oh my god, I'm such a degen.
I'm sure we can
I'm such a degen, bro. Here goes every single thing I ever owned, bro. Oh my god. No, no. Please, no, stop. No, 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 no. No. Oh. Hey man, that was not too bad.
About Range Rovers, probably not
Surely,
excited about
right?
this, but this is amazing me. So right here I'm watching the TV, but on this side, you can't watch the TV.
Yeah, I'll win it back, I'll win it back.
Screen. 2 screens in one. That's so cool. So there we are, a nice introduction to the new project. I think it's actually in off-road mode at the minute, so the suspension is really high. But yeah, it is adjustable because it is on air ride, obviously. So the question lies, how much did I pay for the cheapest Range Rover Vogue in the UK? I paid just under £15,000 for this, so I'll let you guys comment in the comment section below. Did I pay too much, or was this an absolute bargain? Let me know. We may have a fairly big issue. Will she go first time? Come on. Of course, come on. So today we start the Range Rover project. So in the last video,
oh, this is so degen. I need to stop running dice, I think, guys. It seems to not be very worth it anymore. I don't know what I mean by anymore. I don't think it ever was worth it.
So it's had a fair amount of damage. And before we start, I want to address a few of the comments in the last video. Now, some of you guys mentioned that you think the chassis might be bent from when the accident happened because the boot is completely out of line. You can see it's literally touching the headlight here, and it's really far away here.
I need to hold right click trust.
Because that still could be a possibility, as we haven't really looked over the car properly yet. But I want to sort of give you my argument and why I had sort of a little bit of confidence when buying this thing. So this Range Rover has a huge pan roof. That means really the weakest part of the roof would actually be this glass. There's no flexibility in glass. It would just crack or smash. So if there was any damage to the chassis up here, which was affecting the hinges of the boot, then you'd expect to at least see some dents in the roof around here, down here, or at least a crack in the pan roof, which would obviously be the weakest point. The one thing that I have noticed though is the body line here should carry on onto the boot just there, and you can see it's dropped a fair amount on here, also been pushed over to this side, and then also along here the body line goes there and it's dropped down and also moved across. Now the Range Rover is really heavy, as you can imagine, and it has an equally as heavy boot. And again, thanks to you guys commenting, apparently this issue with the boot is actually a really common problem, and it has a sort of tendency to actually drop down over
What the
time.
fuck? The same dice, by the way. It's the same dice.
Fix, but we'll find out later in the video. Another thing that I was trying to show you guys was the soft close doors, and you guys said because I was slamming it, it wasn't soft closing, but it actually turns out this side, the soft close, doesn't work. But on the side which has got the most amount of damage, check this out. Open. Close. So there's definitely an issue there. Another thing that you guys mentioned is that you thought the engine sounded pretty loud. And on camera, you're right, it does. But my camera makes any engine sound really noisy. I think it's the mic just sort of enhancing the sound of it. But I can assure you, this is a pretty smooth engine for the miles that it's done. So with all that in mind, we've got so much to get through, including all of the airbags on the interior as well. So we might as well start fixing this thing and then truly find out whether this is the cheapest Range Rover Vogue in the UK, or would it have been cheaper just to go out and buy one which has no damage to it. Let's get to it. So first thing I'm going to jump on today is the boot. Obviously it doesn't close because it is so out of line. But you guys told me this is a fairly common problem with the boot because it is so heavy and it tends to drop off its hinges after a long time. So I've got to undo these 2 bolts here to take the spoiler off. Then that will give me access to the 2 bolts each side which hold the boot to the hinge. Turns out there was an actual 5th bolt for the spoiler which was in the middle, and with that bolt taken out I can then undo all the electrical connectors which go to the spoiler and lift it off the boot. And now I can access the 2 bolts each side, which attach the boot to the hinge. Hannah loosened the bolts off, and then I jigged around the boot till I could get it just about in line. Then we tightened the 4 bolts back up, popped the spoiler back on, and put it all back together, and prayed that it would work. So with a little adjustment, demonstrate, Hannah. The bottom boot closes, nice, and it is, well, it's just about in line, no issues there. And the top boot Will it close by itself? Of course it does. Fixed. This side now is pretty much bang on with the body line, but this side was struggling a little bit, and it's still it's still a fair amount of drop on that side, so it might need a little bit more adjustment, but it's good enough for today, and it does mean that the boot opens and shuts by itself with no issues. So it still is the cheapest Range Rover in the UK to now. Now, I'm not sure if I'm missing something, but to me this doesn't look quite right. So if you just see under the bottom panel here, you can literally fit your hand straight under there, and you can actually see, well, it's quite difficult to see on camera, but you can see the kind of wiring, the wiring loom for the boot directly under there. That looks like a huge gap, and surely that's not meant to be there, or is that just how they are? I don't know, but it just doesn't look right to me, so maybe we are missing something there. Okay, so next step is going to be the doors. Now, during that little commercial break, I had a little play with the dents on the rear quarter. And it's quite frustrating because I didn't film it, but there used to be quite a big dent in this rear quarter, which looked like this, but now... it's nearly gone. I think the thing is with this Range Rover, this rear quarter, the panels and everything, they're all aluminium, which makes them really flimsy and, well, I think quite hard to pull dents out, if I'm right. Check out this rear handle. It almost pops back into place, but one little touch and it's back. But instead of trying to repair these old doors, I've got 2 new doors to pop on. There's just 3 bolts to undo and the electrical connector which goes inside the door. There's 1 bolt on the lower hinge, 1 bolt on the upper hinge, and the bolt for the check strap as well. That way I can now lift off the door without disrupting any of the hinges, so it should just go back into place quite nicely and all aligned. And that's the same for the rear door. And as you can see here, all the hinges are left in place. So, pretty good news actually. Looking at the door and all the pillars here, it doesn't seem to be any obvious damage. The hinges look like they haven't moved in any way, and also they all look straight, and there's no sort of dents in here that shouldn't be there. All this work should be there, and all this, everything looks kind of straight. So fingers crossed, when we put on the new doors, it should all line up and should all be okay, but I don't know, maybe we need to do adjustment to the hinges or not. They might have been knocked out, but there's nothing obvious that I can see. So here is the brand new second-hand door that I got for £250 off eBay. Bearing in mind a second-hand wing mirror is around £300. There is one thing that I have noticed on the old door is that there's a little dimple in the door handle there, and then on this door, on the new door, it doesn't have that dimple. It's a slightly different handle, so I don't know what we're gonna have to swap off the old door onto the new door, but we'll soon find out once we plug it all in. This doesn't have a door card to it either, so I'm hoping all the locks will work and everything, but we'll soon find out. I reckon put this on and then we'll find out from there. So with the new door, I can just slot it over the old hinges and put the 3 bolts in that I used to take it out. Then I'm onto the rear door, which again I got off eBay for a fairly good price, and this one even has the same door handle as the one that's came off it, so all good news. The only thing it's missing is a window. Okay, so we may have a fairly big issue. So the front door lines up pretty much bang on. It's a little close around here, but this could be due to the wing because the wing is all bent, and as I mentioned, aluminium, it's so flimsy, but it lines up pretty well. Again, with this door here, it lines up pretty well all the way at the top. It opens nicely, it closes nicely. It's just a slightly different shade of blue, but it's not too noticeable. Now, moving on to the rear door, which is where the issue is. So this still needs glass putting in it, but we can take that off the old door because the old door glass isn't broken. But looking at the top here, again, it all lines up nice. The panel gap between both doors is pretty good. All the way down, no problem here. Again, at the back, it lines up even better than the old one. Even down here, and then this is where the issue begins. That door is closed, and it's literally boggling my mind on why it is so far out. Like this is really far. I can get my hand in between the door and the panel is that far out. Now we did have that huge dent in this rear quarter here, which I managed to sort of pull out. There is a few more little things that need pulling out, but it doesn't actually look like it's been pushed in that far. The line actually still lines up well. I've opened the door, I've adjusted this to see if I could push it further in, and still no look. The only thing that I can notice is that there is a small kind of, well, it's like a little crease here in the rear quarter, so it looks like it's almost been pushed in that point. And on the other side, this is the other side, but this side is completely smooth, so maybe it has been pushed in a tiny bit, but it just doesn't seem enough for the door to be out by that much. So I started pulling off more trim to find out if there was any more evidence that the rear quarter was dented or damaged in any way, and I found this crease under the panel here, but I don't know whether that is normal until I get off the driver's side as well. I also found these little circle marks here, which are for spot welds, so potentially the rear quarter could be replaced, worst case scenario. Now moving back over to the driver's side, when I took the trim panel off there, I could see that the crease was the same on the driver's side as well, so completely normal. So the next thing to do was to pull it into the unit to investigate further. I heated up the rear panel just to see if it would pop out itself, but no luck there. I then removed the arch lining to have a look underneath the arch, and well, nothing obvious I could see. So my next step was to heat it all up and just try and pull it out a little bit myself to see if I could get anywhere near. Okay, so I'm just progressively making this worse. I've never had any experience with sort of body shop work, and well, I probably should just leave it here. Which kind of leaves me with sort of two options with this, and the body shop guys may or may not know which one that I should go for. Option one, this can be fixed by a fairly experienced body shop. I reckon with a little bit of manipulation and some body filler, well, quite a bit of body filler, just to pat this all out, it could possibly work, but I don't know. The body shop guys will probably let me know in the comment section below. That probably could be filled up and made to look nice. I've seen a lot worse fixed. And option two, which would be a shame just because of this sort of gap, would be to buy a full rear quarter and spot weld it in, which would cost over £1,000. That's excluding VAT, so fairly expensive. But I don't know, I've got a fair amount of confidence with a bit of bodywork that you could get this door to sit nice and flush with this rear quarter without looking like there's anything done to it. Oh, and there is an option 3 which I completely forgot about, and that would be to kind of wide arch this thing, which we're sort of doing with the C63 anyway, and I don't really want to do it to the Vogue. I just want this, I think, a nice body kit, not a wide arch kit, would just suit this nicely, so I'm going to stick with the bodywork on this one. As for the dents on the driver's side, like these, I've got my guy Rob from Auto Dents, and he's came out and done the S3, and he's done dents on the C63 as well, so I'm sure he can come out and blast all the dents out on the driver's side. They are completely minor. So ignoring the rear quarter damage now, I popped over to the door that I just removed to take off the door card and some of the other electrical parts to move them over to the new door. Now I am going to replace this little computer here off the old door back onto the new door as well, just so everything is as original as I left it. And with that all installed, I could pop on the door card and then I could check to make sure everything worked. Why? And to my disappointment, the window did not go up and down. So my first suspect was the electric motor for the window regulator. Luckily, my old door has a working motor on it, so I'm just going to take the one off the new door and replace it with the one off the old door. And hopefully that should solve the problem. And on goes the old motor off the old door. Fingers crossed this time it will work. And what do you know? It worked, but not properly. It went down little bits by bits and refused to go up. I had to force it up with my hands. Okay, so we don't know whether this is the issue or not, but I've just had a look at the wiring loom on the old door, and it actually has a second plug for a little mechanism which mounts here, which actually goes to the door lock, which obviously will probably be the soft close. This door probably doesn't have soft close. I don't know whether that's got anything to do with the window regulator, but all I know is that if I want the soft close to work, which I kind of do, and I want the window to work, I've got to change over the whole wiring loom. So in 3, 2, 1. So here's the wiring loom off the old door. As you can see on this branch here, there's 2 sort of square connectors, and this one is off the new door, and there's only 1 square connector on there. So as the evening was drawing in, I had to reroute the old wiring loom out of the old door into the new door, which, believe me, wasn't fun. Along with the wiring loom, I replaced the lock and also the soft close mechanism as well. And this time, fingers crossed it works. Try it. After all this, please tell me it works.
Should I turn the car on?
Yeah, turn the car on. We're losing daylight.
Are you ready to walk fast?
Oh! Yes, it went up. And it goes down. No! How was that the issue?
The soft close.
How was the soft close the issue after all that?
It goes down on its own though.
Oh my god. Wow. Okay. How was that the issue?
Shot. This car is full.
One down, another to go. So it's time to strip down the old rear door so I could get the glass out of it and put it into the new rear door. Okay, it gets better. You won't believe this. I've just been working out how to take the glass out of that window so I could put it in the new door. My plan was to take out all the electrics and the speaker and everything and transfer it into there. Now, on this door, it did actually come with this bit bolted onto it, so I thought I'll take that off and have a look at where the window is. Turns out, there's a window in there already. So, actually, this door, which I got for £300, and that one for £250, was an absolute bargain, which came with a window as well. I didn't even realise that that came with a window. So that, well, the only one thing now is just got to find out whether it all works, because I'm pretty sure I tried to do this window up and it didn't work, hence why I thought it had no window in it. So, maybe I need to transfer over all the electrics, but I'll figure that out in a second. So first thing I noticed on the new door, this little computer has 2 connections, and on the old door, this has 1 connection. And also the wiring loom in the new door, the part number started with GK52, and on the old door, it started with DK52. A slight difference, but it seems that all the difference matter on this Range Rover. So again, it's the case of switching over the wiring looms. Now, because the window was down in the door, it made it very difficult to reroute the wiring loom, so I had to sort of plug it in and wind the window up whilst I was doing it. Okay, the moment of truth is here. Does everything work on the door? Soft close works. Yeah, we'll ignore this bit. Does the door lock? I think it is keyless entry, so I can't go near it with a key, but yes, it locks. Come on. And finally, to test the window, I'll start it up for this one. Window down. Yes! Come on! So I now know the inside of a Range Rover door like the back of my hand, and if anybody asks me to work on a Range Rover door again, well, the simple answer is no. But we have made some good progress on the Vogue, and we're moving in the right direction, and so far it has only cost me around £550 for 2 doors. Yes, they're a little off colour. I've just got a feeling that this part is going to cost me a fair amount more than £550. Or maybe it won't. Let me know in the comment section. Now, if you remember in the first video, this door used to hit this bonnet when opening, but now I've jigged it around a bit and it's perfect. It doesn't catch at all, and it lines up fairly decent. It's a little bit lower. I could do with a little more readjusting, but I've had enough of Range Rover doors at the minute. Another thing I noticed, I took the arch line out of here, and the bracket for the intercooler, well, it's non-existent. So, but we'll get to that when we strip the front bumper apart. And there's still a fair amount to do on this side. One thing that I have to change is this door handle from this one to the old one, because, well, that's got 2 lines in it, and the original one has just a little hole in it. Oh, and I've just found out, if you touch it, that actually opens and closes the car. Oh, look at that, and the mirrors fold. I didn't know it did that, so that's what that's missing on that. Oh no, it does still work. yeah, when you touch it, it does still work. It's actually locking the car. So, but I'm gonna have to change it anyway because, well, it just looks different. And also the hinges on this door are a little bit off as well. I'm gonna have to adjust them. As you can see, this door is a fair amount lower than this door, but I really do want to see a Range Rover out on the street to see how perfectly everything lines up and how big the panel gap is between the two doors, because I don't know how good it was from the start.
We are not playing the same. No, we're not looking to change. Hand on the wheel.
Now, we sort of gathered by now that the Range Rover has been rolled. Well, it's been half rolled into a ditch, and most of the damage being on this passenger side. And after fitting a new door to it, well, this door is closed, yet it still looks open.
The remote made it as far as a miracle. Anything less than
Now, a lot of you guys have been helping me out in the comments, which I'm so thankful for. And you've been saying that Range Rovers, panel gaps, and door alignments are never normally great from factory anyway. And you know what? You ain't half wrong. I only saw a brand new Range Rover sitting in a car park just a week ago, and well, the doors weren't best aligned. So me being worried about this door alignment here and the door alignment at the back maybe isn't as bad as I first thought. But I definitely think we can get it a lot better than it is. But as for this is definitely not right. Now, the response to the Range Rover content has been absolutely unreal, and I can't thank every single one of you enough, because it feels like we're all rebuilding this together. The problem is we have experts in the comment section, and then people who think they're experts. And to be honest, it's pretty difficult to work out who is and who isn't. So instead, you've got me, and as you know, I'm not a mechanic. I learn as I go along. So I will make mistakes, but I still can't thank you guys enough for trying to help me out on this. But with that said, there's plenty to get on with, including replacing the dashboard because of this airbag. So let's get this in the unit. So we'll go back to that door later on in the video, but if you remember from the very first video of the Range Rover, there was damage to this driver's side suspension. The inner tie rod had actually popped out. I managed to pop it back in for the meantime, but it's definitely not safe to leave it that way. If you look behind the boot here, you can see the little ball joint which pops into the tie rod. So I marked the track rod with a bit of Hypixel just so I roughly know where it goes, but more than likely the tracking is going to be way out on this Range Rover after the crash. Then I could undo it from the steering rack side and then also the track rod end side. Now that Hypixel mark should just give me a rough area of where I should adjust the new inner tie rod to, so I can get it just about right. And with the rubber boot and the bolt switched over onto the new inner tie rod, I can start bolting it on to the car. Trying to get it roughly where the old one was, but yes, this car will definitely need to be tracked. There's plenty more issues on this driver's side front end, including this intercooler, which is wobbling around all over the place. The intercooler actually seems okay, but the brackets around it are absolutely battered. But we'll address that again later in the video. Now I can move on to the door handle. This door handle, which came with this front door, is completely different to the other door handles on the car. So I'm going to switch it over from the old one. Pretty easy job to do. There's just a little grommet on the inside of the door, and then you can access a T30 bolt in there. You don't want to unscrew it all the way out though, because the bolt may fall inside the door and then you're in trouble. Just loosening it off will be enough just to pull the door handle out and then pop the new one, well, the old one, back in. Now I've got to move the C63 out of the way, and here's me wondering why the front indicator is not working. But again, that's going to have to be another video. Airbags. Now, a lot of people get put off when buying crash damaged cars if the airbags are gone. And that's because most of the time you need to replace the full dashboard as long as the steering wheel airbag, and sometimes, like in this case, the seat belts as well, because, well, they lock out like this. Luckily on the Range Rover, no curtain airbags have gone off. They usually go off if it's a side impact, although this was a side impact because it rolled on the side, but the curtain airbags haven't gone off, so that's lucky. Airbags. The steering wheel airbag, not so bad. The passenger side airbag, bad. Making it one of the most labour-intrusive jobs you can do, as the whole dashboard has got to be replaced. Now, before replacing any dashboard, I like to take out both front seats just to give me a little bit more room. You can see both the bolts here at the front, and there's 2 more at the back with a load of electrical connectors underneath. The front seat belts are actually bolted to the seats on this model, so they will have to be removed before the seats come out as well. But for some reason, during this accident, the front seat belts didn't lock out, which is good for me, really. With the seats out, we are now ready to tackle the dashboard. So the seats are out, ready to attack the dashboard now, which could be easy or it could be slightly difficult. So the only sort of cheat code to this is to buy the dashboard before, that way I can see where all the little bolt holes are, so I know where to expect them on that dashboard. And as I mentioned, I've never done one on a Range Rover, and by the looks of it, there are bolt holes absolutely everywhere, so God knows how this is going to go. Another thing that you may notice is that I have a cream or whitey coloured airbag for the steering wheel, and the one that's in the car, well, it's black. And that is because finding an airbag kit with all black dashboard and an all black airbag was actually really difficult, and the cheapest one that I actually could find was about £900, whereas the one that I actually got was £400, and that was for the dashboard and the steering wheel airbag. The only thing that I'm missing is the seat belts. But I'm just putting this off now. Let's crack on with stripping the dashboard. Now, whilst we're replacing the dashboard, we're going to be doing some upgrades as well, but first we need to get the old dashboard out. First off, we need to remove the steering wheel airbag by poking a little screwdriver in the hole, which will release the airbag from the steering wheel. And then there's just a few connectors on the back, which, well, I had a lot of trouble getting these off. They seem to have almost melted to the steering wheel, and I ended up having to break them out. But with the airbag out, there's just one bolt to undo the steering wheel now, and then I can start attacking the steering column. We need to get the clock spring off with the indicator stalk and the wiper stalk, as the dashboard won't lift over that when we're removing it. Now, with this car being fairly new and having loads of technology in it, there is tons of electrical connectors and so many bolts in places that you wouldn't even imagine. And it was just a case of working out where all the bolts were located. But finally, I managed to gain access to the 2 bolts which hold the clock spring to the steering column, and now I can slide that off the steering column. There's a few more bolts holding in the digital display and a lot of electrical connectors at the back, and the same for the head unit and the climate control. Now, normally I disconnect the battery when doing this, but you'll see why I had to keep the battery connected in a minute. Now, on the passenger side, I removed some trim to reveal some loose wires, which looked like there used to be a dash cam in the car or some sort. I'd love to see the footage of when it got crashed. Now, to open the glove box on the car, it's electronically controlled with a switch, so if I disconnect the battery, I wouldn't have been able to open it, and I wouldn't have been able to access some of the bolts. And believe me, there was a lot of bolts. But once I got the glove box out, and there was sort of 2 glove boxes, a lower one and an upper one, it revealed the main bolts which hold the dashboard to the actual body of the car. And most of them were pretty easy and straightforward to access, apart from 2, which were right at the back of the dashboard, and the windscreen was kind of in the way of getting my ratchet in. You can see me climb out here just to have another second look at where those bolts were. I eventually managed to get the ratchet in there and remove those 2 bolts, and finally get the dashboard out of the car.
Oh man.
So, I think I'm gonna need counselling after this one, because this is definitely the worst dashboard that I've ever had to pull out. There was bolts where there shouldn't be bolts, even worse than the Audi that we did. So everything went okay apart from the airbag, of course, and these clips, well, they just look like they've almost melted into the back of the airbag, and I had no other choice just to break them and get them out. And even if you look at the new one here, it looks a similar sort of story. This is it's really corroded as well. Now, there was a serious amount of bolts, but actually, looking at it, it's not too hard to work out what bolts go where. There's only really 3 types of bolt. You've got this bolt here, the 10mm, which actually held the dashboard to the frame of the car. You've got this part here, which held like all the electrical connectors, all the trims, and then this T30 here, which held pretty much everything else. Oh, and also, we've got a little upgrade to do as well whilst we're there, but we'll get onto that. So we're on the home straight from now, putting the dashboard back in, getting all the bolts back in and all the electrical connectors back in. I actually find putting the dashboard back in easier than taking it out. Because now I know where everything goes and where everything came out. The main rule for doing this is make sure you do it all in the same day, else you'll start forgetting where everything went. Okay, so we're nearly there, and this has been painful, this dashboard. Probably one of the actually the worst dashboard that I've ever changed, but now we're on to the upgrades. So this is the air conditioning sort of unit, the control, it powers all the heated seats and everything like that. Now, when they changed the Range Rover to the 2018 model, they actually changed this for a screen kind of like that, and to my surprise actually as well, this is looks like a proper DIY job. It's literally wood. This is actually wood. Anyway, that's beside the point. Now, effectively, this, well, what's inside this should be plug and play, if I can open it, yes, of a new AC display, which is a full screen, which will replace this one. Hopefully this is plug and play. I'm going to install it now. We'll put everything back together and then we'll test it out. Fingers crossed this works. Let's do it. Now, sometimes aftermarket parts, when they claim to be plug and play, sometimes they're not. But this one literally only had one plug to plug in the back, and we just gotta hope that afterwards it plays. But yeah, this was definitely one of the easiest things to install, and no, you do not have to remove the full dashboard to replace it. But that screen on the bottom has really updated the interior. Next up, the steering wheel can go back on, being careful that I put it back on the way it came off. And the cream/whitey coloured airbag, which I can't obviously connect up yet because I don't have the connector, so we'll just rest that in place. Next up, it's the seats. I was expecting the seats to be really heavy, but actually, for how big they are, they weren't too heavy. And there we go, one replaced dashboard and almost finished steering wheel airbag with the upgraded AC controls. But what do we think of that airbag? Can I get away with that colour? Time check, 11 minutes past 2 in the morning. This definitely took way longer than I expected, but look at it. Isn't that just satisfying? I am battered, and this is absolutely battered me. What are we thinking, though, of the cream airbag on the steering wheel? I'm not so sure. I don't actually think it looks out of place with the sort of light roof lining that we got going on, but I don't know, maybe it will look better blacked out. I'm pretty sure you can get these coloured, or we may have to buy a new one, and the black ones are a lot more expensive than the cream ones for some reason. But let me show you this. Let's turn it on. And check this out. We've got the screen at the top as usual, and now the screen at the bottom. How much more modern does that look? We can control the climate control, we can control the heated seats, not sure what that is, and the rear climate control and the rear heated seats as well. And these are the twisty little knob things, but that is looking a lot better. But as you guys may have seen, the job is not 100% complete yet. You know what? The more I look at it, the more I think I'm gonna need to get a black airbag. I don't know, I'm kind of going off it now. But yeah, as I mentioned, we're still not completely done in here because we do need these rear seat belts because they're completely locked out. And of course, these airbag connectors, which means that with both of them, we're still gonna have this airbag light pop on the dashboard. Now, I did mention that will pop back with the door situation, and some of you have left a few suggestions. So a few of you have mentioned that maybe this door has came from a different model Range Rover. Well, actually, it's came from a 2018 model Range Rover.
That's the last lap.
The doors and the arches are exactly the same, so it should just bolt on, no problem. The other theory is that this door could be bent or twisted, but it seems to all line up at the top and line up all here as well. There's no other issues with it apart from this part here, so I can't see it being bent or twisted. Now, I've had a little play around with the hinges on both doors and got them to sort of the best I could get them, and it is a lot better. The line on the bonnet lines all the way along here into this door now and continues onto here. So the panel lines all do line up, and now you can see that the door is just about, well, pretty much bang on throughout the whole of the car. It is literally just this part here. And to be honest, instead of buying a full new rear quarter, I'm pretty sure a body shop could pull that out. Which then leads me on to the problems with the intercooler and the brackets behind the bumper. Today, the Range Rover is going to be getting a little facelift. Now, the regular subscribers will know when I rebuild a car, I like to upgrade the parts where possible. This is an example on the C63. We bought a Black Series kit instead of buying like-for-like parts. And unfortunately, yet fortunately for me, we have a few damaged parts on the front end, which kind of gives us the excuse to upgrade this thing. But before we get onto that, we've got a bit of unfinished business with the interior. Now, even though we replaced the dashboard to change the passenger side airbag and also the driver's side airbag, there is some parts that we missed, and one of them being the rear seat belts. These locked out during the accident and they need to be replaced or reset. Now, to remove the rear seat belts was actually a bit of a pig. There's a bolt at the bottom of the belt, and then the whole mechanism is stored almost in the top parcel shelf. And to access the bolt at the bottom of the belt, I had to remove the whole rear seats. And with these being heated and also electrically adjustable, you can imagine they were fairly heavy and annoying to remove.
Look, I think it's time you start using your common.
But with the rear bench out, I could finally access the bolt at the bottom of the seat belts. With those bolts removed, I've just got to access the mechanism part, which is stored underneath this trim here. And believe me, to get to that wasn't easy. Pretty much the whole rear panels and trims all had to come out to access that mechanism. And when it finally gained access to it, there was only one bolt holding this seatbelt mechanism in. Once I'd undone that bolt, I can pull the mechanism out. There's one airbag electrical connector connected to the seatbelt mechanism. I can unclip that, and there we go, seatbelt out. Time for a quick hoover up and a quick freshen up with the Cloudburst spray. I use this stuff all the time. It gives such a long-lasting scent to your car, your house, the office, your shoes, whatever it may be. All of them replicating your favorite aftershave. I've put a link for all the Cloudburst stuff in the description box below. So if you stink, or your car stinks, or your shoes or your office stink, or something stinks, then spray it with this. Honestly, it's so good, and it saved us during that Monaco trip, keeping all our cars smelling fresh. Now, would you believe I had to strip out pretty much the whole rear of the interior just to get the seatbelts out, which were held in by one single bolt. And I found that they actually have another little baby battery here, which I assume is just the leisure battery for all the electronics inside the car. But wow. Now, the original plan with these was to send them to a company who actually reset them, and then they send them back. You can plug in and then they're all good to go. But actually, when I got them out and I checked the part number, which is on the side here, I found a set for 100 quid. So I thought, well, why just save the hassle? But that just means I'm just gonna have to remember how it all went back together by the time the new seatbelts arrive. Next up is the airbag. We know that these are pretty expensive, going from £100 upwards, and I didn't really want to spend that just to change the colour of it. So we've got Chris, who is an expert at painting. As you can see, he painted his car. Well, it was supposed to be green, turned out yellow. This is going to be black. So
this is going to be blue then, yeah?
Yeah.
You want it blue, is what you're saying?
Black, please.
Flask, bro. Flask is so expensive, dog. But I need to do this so I don't lose everything. That was awesome. Wait, I should not have accepted that. Excuse me? Oops.
And there we go, one airbag transformed from cream to black, and it cost me absolutely nothing because Chris is
Yo, hello.
So before I put the airbag back in, I've
Oh
wired
my
in some new
days,
connectors because if you remember when we changed the dashboard and the airbag, I had to break these connectors to get them out of the steering wheel because they sort of melted in. These ones are actually from a Mercedes. I couldn't find Range Rover plugs. Don't ask me how I knew how these would interchange. I just found them on eBay. They look the same. I hope they work. They've just got a plug into the back of this airbag here.
How you doing, man?
That should be it all for the airbag situation, minus the light on the dashboard and of course the seatbelts as well. Okay, so now we have a
Done B007.
looking fresh.
What?
Everything works. We do still have an airbag light on along with loads of other lights, which
What?
we'll get to, but the airbag light I think would be to do with the rear seat belts being out. But other than that, we're making progress. Oh yeah, and we also have a strange fault which I've not really come across before. I don't know whether this fault has occurred since I replaced the airbags or since I replaced the inner tie rod, but it's a strange fault, but I just feel like something needs to be reset. I don't think it's the clock spring because all the controls on the steering wheel do work.
Is this ready? Yep.
Volume up, volume down, the paddles work and everything works on the steering wheel.
Why am I not one tapping it? Oh my days.
But check this out. I can
Why?
turn one and
What's
a
happening?
half there. So, and then we go back to the center. When we're back in the center, I can turn about just over half, and there's a bit of resistance, a tiny bit of resistance.
Something for
and
you.
as soon as I just go past that resistance,
All right, bro.
there we go. We get a fault for stability control, IES, adaptive dynamics fault, and
What is it?
ABS fault, HDC fault. A lot of faults
Do you have a flower, bro?
resistance, but then it will still go.
Yo, you're rich, man.
Afterwards, it's just a resistance on that point. I just can't work out what's wrong with it. But now we can move on to the cool stuff and the stuff that I've been looking forward to doing.
Yo.
Now, what
Thanks,
we have
bro.
here is a full SVO body kit for the Range Rover. Now, the Range Rover SVO body kit looks a little bit like this. Now, the actual body kit wasn't expensive considering the amount of parts that you actually get with it. Around 1,500 quid, you get a front bumper, a rear bumper, a grille, side panels, and all sorts of stuff. And what's even better, everything here is all plastic, not fiberglass, because we all know how fiberglass goes. Now, this would have been a nice and cheap upgrade until I had one of my thoughts. Now, I could have easily bought a body kit for a 2015 Range Rover Vogue. Like
That was kind of
It would have
fun.
been a like-for-like swap.
I need to.
But instead, I bought a body kit for a 2018 Range Rover Vogue, and as you guys would know, they facelift the model in 2018.
Wait, so here's the thing. This guy. What? It was not there?
18, which means not only are we going to be fitting the body kit,
Fuck.
we're also going to be facelifting it as well, which is where it gets a little expensive. So So to facelift the Range Rover, of course we need to change the headlights, which we'll get onto. My worst nightmare. But before we even start attacking the headlights, we've got to get off the damaged parts. And a few bolts were a little difficult, as you can see me angle grinding them off now. I've got to remove the front bumper, which again was a pretty easy job. I'm just hoping that there's no damage behind the bumper that I didn't expect. There's a few bolts on the top of the grille that need to be removed. Once the grille's removed, there's a load of 8mm on the bumper, and once they're undone, I can pull the bumper away from the car, disconnecting the electrical connectors, the parking sensors, and the headlight
I'm going for one more though.
And luckily for me, the only damage, which I knew about before, was this front lower radiator. It's a little tatty, but it is working. It just seems the bracket that's holding it is shattered to a million pieces. And here's the new bracket, which was actually donated from a subscriber, so thanks so much for that.
No.
Okay, so the bumper is off, and luckily there doesn't seem to be any damage behind it apart from the intercooler bit, but we've sorted that now and that's all nice and secure. The intercooler is a little tatty, but it will do the job. It's not a performance car, so we'll definitely get away with that intercooler. I've never seen this before though. This looks like it electronically opens for extra cooling or something. I've never seen that before, but I'll tell you one thing, it is a good job that we are actually replacing these headlights because, well, none of the clips are intact, and that is just loose as anything. Now this is where the facelift part becomes expensive. On the newer Range Rover they have different headlights as opposed to these ones, and apparently a different bonnet along with different rear lights as well. And as you can imagine, the most expensive part out of all of those parts was of course the headlights. And believe me, I am not very happy with the price I paid for these. So these headlights are off the 20.
I'm selling everything for this now. Oh my god.
Secondhand, and if only they just plugged in directly into the 2015 model, but they don't, and that's why I paid the price I did. So these headlights look sharper, they've got nice daytime running lights in them, and they've been opened up and rewired to hopefully plug and play directly into the 2015 model. But as I mentioned, these are not brand new headlights. And just look at all these tabs which have been sort of glued together, and well, not the nicest of finish, especially around the back here. I don't even know what's happened there. I wouldn't be so bothered, but when you spend £3,500 for a pair of headlights, you expect them to be a little bit better. Why did I even start this? So we're on to removing the remains of the old headlights. The new headlights seem to take the shape of the old front wings, so we don't need to replace the wings. It's only the bumper, bonnet and grille that needs to be replaced. The new headlight just slots back into place and uses all the original mounts. And look at the difference. Completely modernising the front of the Range Rover. One more headlight to go. Now with both headlights in, there's a little wiring trickery that needs to be done. There's no instructions with these headlights. I'm just taking a guess here and hoping it'll work. There's a 2-pin connector which connects to the left headlight, which goes all the way along and then connects to a 2-pin connector on the right-hand side headlight. And then we have this wire here, a red fused wire, and then a blue connector and a red connector. The blue connector connects into the left-hand side headlight, the red connector connects into the right-hand side headlight, and then I'm assuming the red wire, which is fused, just goes to a live cable. And the only live cable that I can clearly see, which is obvious, is the little positive battery terminal thing at the front of the engine. So I'm just going to temporarily connect it up to there first, just to see if everything works. And then we can sort a permanent connection out. That is looking sick. Like, the headlights make such a huge difference to a car. Now we've just got to find out whether it works. We've got the most sketchiest wiring possible onto the positive part. But
don't worry, bro. I lost 5 billion in one day. One day, 5 billion. On dice. Do you like it? It's kind of fun.
Yes! Full beat. Come on! Yes! What a result. Now it's time to mount it.
I'm never gonna make it back though.
Under that
Like,
battery
look.
terminal connector, there is a stud and a nut. So I'm gonna undo that nut, wire in a little circular connector. I'm not sure what they're actually called. Slot that over the stud and then bolt it all to it permanently and hide it all away so it looks neat.
Other coins again. Okay. You got this.
Once that's all on, I can bolt the battery terminal piece down and you wouldn't even know it was there. Time to hide all the wiring. I'm going to use some loom tape on the other part of the wiring just to neaten it up a bit. Tuck it all underneath the trims and job is a good one. And there we go, the new headlights in, the expensive headlights in. You wouldn't even know that there was all wiring tucked under this, apart from this fused wire here, which sits nicely into this little box there. But it all works. Now, I was told by the guy who sold me this kit that if I was doing a facelift conversion, I'd also need a new bonnet. And at first, I couldn't really work out why I'd need a new bonnet. Looking at the newer one to this one, the bonnet
Sounds like a very good idea, bro.
the same. But check this out.
You should gamble it all the way. Come on.
Here, you can see it is coming.
Oh, this guy's funding me.
Short. So the actual bonnet is meant to sit on this lip here. When you push down the bonnet, it is, well, it is quite a bit shorter on both sides. So, I mean, I can only see the difference is going to be a tiny bit of length, unless something on the grill is different as well, but that's just unfortunate. And the actual hard part about this is actually finding a 2018 bonnet is ridiculously hard. There's quite a few people breaking Range Rovers, but no one seems to have the bonnet.
That's once again.
It seems like we're gonna have to wait for that. Now the first part of the body kit, which is the front bumper. This should make a huge difference, and there's loads of trims to bolt onto the bumper to complete it.
Oh, no.
Both sides.
Here, there you go.
The parking sensors and a bunch of other trims. Once they're all on, I can mount it up against the car just to see what it looks like for the first sort of fitting. Okay, so we're missing a few parts. Quite obviously, there is a grill which is missing. I thought the grill would come with the kit, but it seems obvious now that you just use the original grill, and this would be for a 2018 and mine's a 2015, so the 2015 grill doesn't fit this model anymore, so I've had to order a grill, and of course we need a bonnet. We also need these little headlight things, because I guess you would have used the original ones which you've taken off. Obviously mine's different, so that doesn't work. I still need to bolt on all these bottom bits as well, but overall as a first fit you can sort of see where we're going with this thing, and it is starting to look so sick. Like, this bumper is a lot lower than the stock bumper, so it's just making it look way more aggressive and lower.
This is very bad.
And that is just the start of it. There's still so much more to go on. There's things which go on the side of the door to make it look wider. I also need to get some little side steps for it as well. There's a rear bumper, there's exhaust tips. There's so much more. But check out those new headlights. They look so much better than the old ones. It literally has changed the front of the car completely already. If you bear in mind that this bonnet is, well, it's not the right bonnet, but that is looking so much better already. If you remember what I've shown you in the last video, I had a weird fault. When turning the steering wheel to the right, there'll be a sort of tight point just over halfway. And if you go past that tight point, then a lot of faults appear on the dashboard. Now, some of you have mentioned that this fault could be something to do with having a bent steering rack, and when it finds that resistance in the rack, that's when it brings up the fault, but I just don't think it's that. Now, the resistance in the steering is here, but once you go past that resistance there and all the faults come on the dashboard, there is no longer resistance, and if the steering rack was bent, I feel like I would feel that resistance still. There is still damage to the front driver's side suspension. You can see here that the camber is way out, but I still don't think this is to do with the fault. I think this fault is to do with the steering angle sensor, and well, let me show you why.
Blood on my fingertips and words on my tongue. So many verses I wish I would have sung. So with the trusty Autel plugged in, I went on to see if I could calibrate the steering angle sensor. Steering column complete. Press OK to proceed. Steering column calibration. Press OK.
Now the computer does a series of tests to make sure everything is working right, and then hopefully calibrates the steering, but for some reason it failed. So it seems to have found one problem, which might be the issue, it might not be the issue. It won't actually calibrate the steering angle sensor, because to calibrate it, it needs to go down and up, but it won't go in and out. Whether that's going to be the issue with the angle sensor or not, I don't know, but that's definitely an issue, and we need to have a look at that. So instead, I read the fault codes, and I found that there was a fault for the steering angle sensor module. So I clicked on this in hope to see some live data from it. Live data, there we go. So right now, according to the car, it thinks the steering wheel is turned 360 degrees. You can see that here, but the steering wheel is in a straight line, and so are the wheels. So if I turn the wheel one turn to the left now, we have a steering angle reading of 10 degrees, or wait, let's get it bang in the middle. Well, no, not quite. So that's where the car thinks is in a straight line, but quite clearly it's not. Now, I believe on the Range Rover, the steering angle sensor is actually built into the clock spring. So what I could have done when changing the airbags is accidentally turn it 360 degrees to the left and then put the steering wheel back on.
Please, game.
This doesn't mean that it's broke.
We can't stop here now. Gotta keep going.
Spin it round and see if it fixes it. So before I start messing with the airbag again, I'm going to disconnect the battery just in case.
Can't stop now.
And then I'm going to remove the steering wheel airbag so I can access the bolt which holds the steering wheel on, and then I can remove the steering wheel from the steering column and hopefully rectify my mistake by turning the clock spring.
Snork, I spent another like 2.5 billion, bro. I had to, bro. I've spent like almost 6 billion now on dice in one day. But I literally have to, bro.
Okay, so it's all on apart from the airbag, just in case we need to take it off again. I'm going to start it off, check the live data, see if now the steering says it's at 0 degrees, which is in the center. If it is, we're all good to roll. We can put the airbag back on. Let's find out. Steering wheel angle sensor, yes! We are at 0. So
I'm gonna make a comeback. Trust me. Look, it's the comeback, man.
No issue. Can we go all the way to the right?
It's the comeback.
No resistance, and we got. It was a self-inflicted mistake after all. My bad. I make mistakes. I don't know everything. It's bound to happen. One job done.
It's the comeback.
To the next one, which is the rear seat belts.
I believe in the comeback.
The seat belt has turned up in the post, but we can start fitting it. Now the rear seat belts are quite fiddly and.
You never know before you hit big, bro. You gotta hit big.
Nice and secure and fit it
yep.
properly to the car.
Yep. Yup. That's the comeback, man. Let's go.
Okay, so now the front bumper
Let's fucking go, bro.
is properly secured on, and it actually fits
all in.
Really nice. The
all in, bro.
Really nicely. It's almost better than
all
OEM
fucking in.
panel gap. It goes all the way around the headlight, fits nice and snug. We have the bottom splitter as well, and all the trims, which just fits really nicely for a £1,500 kit. I'm actually really surprised. Now, only recently it seems to have become a thing where you guys are sending me pictures on Instagram of panel lining
keep it up, man.
Like panel gaps of Range Rovers that you're seeing out on the road, and you're gonna end up getting me in trouble soon. But honestly, I had so many comments on the first video of this saying that this chassis was bent because none of the doors and the panels were lining up properly. But I've spent so long trying to line these doors up with the body lines whilst also maintaining a nice panel gap. This front one does still need to go higher. The main problem being the boot. Remember, we spent a long time trying to line this body line up in the boot, all just to find out that they actually leave the factory with panel gaps and body lines, well, just like mine. So next time you're out and you do see a Range Rover, take a look for yourself. I'm not saying the build quality is bad or that I could do better. There's some really good stuff on this car, and I actually do really like it. I'm just mentioning it to cover me from the people saying that the car's bent because the doors and the panels don't line up.
It's happening. There we go.
So the next part of the SVO body kit are these sort of door
get out of my way, bro. Get out of my way, bro. Get out of my way, bro.
In replacement of the ones that are already on there. So I got ahead and started removing them. I'm not actually sure what the new door panels do. I think they're just a little bit thicker and make it just look wider and lower to the ground. But it was fairly simple to replace them. Everything was all on clips, and there was just one bolt holding.
Get out of my way, bro. You're in my way. I don't know. This is for my backpacks, bro.
The panel here was actually stuck on with double-sided tape and clips as well. I'm just going to clip mine on and not use the double-sided tape just yet because obviously this door and most of the car has got to be painted.
Yep.
So
Get out of my way, bro.
back off again for that.
Get out of my way, bro. You are in my... You're boarding my profits. No. Get out of here. Get out of my way, man. He's ruining my profits right now.
There was really not too much. A tiny bit wider and
He's ruining my profits, man. You gotta get out of here. Get up and out of here, man.
The trim running along the bottom of the door. The front part is black, but the rear was silver. So I got the wrap out and started wrapping the rear trims of the car to make sure it all matched up. And there we go. It looks quite good. And just to cover my previous statement about the Range Rover leaves the factory
out of my way, bro.
gaps, it definitely doesn't leave with this panel gap. This is still something that we need to get sorted by a panel beater. Okay, so the little door panels are on and the little trims now have been wrapped gloss black and it's good. I'm not too sure what they actually do. I feel like they just give it a wider and lower sort of stance to the car. Next thing is the rear bumper. Now, I already think that this has had a new rear bumper sort of upgrade. So this new bumper comes with like a more aggressive style diffuser and
get out of my way, guys. It's happening.
Tips, just like the
Comeback is here.
AMG as well. But
bro,
this one, I feel like
get out, bro.
had an upgrade before,
this guy, bro. It stinks, bro.
With these exhausts each side, so perhaps, well, this
oh, move, bro. Nah, he's ruining it. He's ruining it.
And that's, well, let's get it on.
Okay, hey now, it's a new kid on the playground.
So to remove the rear bumper, it's a case of
he's ruining it, bro.
To access a couple of bolts behind them.
He's oh my god, this guy's pissing me off. He's ruining everything.
A few bolts underneath,
he's ruining everything.
Trims and an electrical connector for the parking sensors.
Bro, you ruined it all, bro.
I thought that'd be it, but
he ruined it.
There's a few clips underneath the sort of lower boot section. And then I can pull the bumper away from the car. Now on this rear bumper there's sort of fake exhaust tips which are connected to the bumper and it's the same on the new bumper, but this time they're twin.
Bro, why does he want me to look at his pants, bro?
Start attaching the sort of fake exhaust tips to the new bumper before it goes back onto the car. Now when fitting the new bumper back up to the car,
yeah, so basically everything I made from Diana and more has gone to waste, but I think it's okay. I don't know. No, it's kind of upsetting, to be honest. I don't know. I should probably stop.
And then we go again. And this time it worked. Connect up the electrical connectors for the parking sensors. Pop back in the bolts. And then I can pop in the center trim, which I assume is removed when
a lot of jittery though, right?
Yeah. And it's time to get the gloss black wrap out to wrap the silver trims to black to match the rest of the ones on the door.
Oh, this music though.
And we're finally getting there. Near enough, the whole body kit is just about on. We're just missing a few more parts. The new
again
is on along with all the wrapped trims and the exhaust tips, which we had to sort of cut down the exhaust to make that fit, but I can't see that being an issue. And we also need to black out the rest of the diffuser because this part here, which is I guess you remove for the tow bar, which we will need a tow bar eventually to pull the GT86, that bit needs to go black. Now to add on to the little door panels, we also have more parts which have arrived. Inside here are the side steps which go along the underneath of the car. I feel like the Range Rover isn't complete without the side steps, but I don't want to fit them just yet because I feel like it's going to be a nightmare to put in and out the ramp with those side steps on. Yet again, another upgrade from a 2015 model to a 2018 model, which I feel needs to be done on the interior. Something that I think is quite dated in here are these buttons on the steering wheel. And being that we upgraded the sort of AC control...
Yeah, so yeah, every single coin I have, I grinded for, and I'm just rolling dice with it. Is that smart?
And that's exactly what's in this
Is that a
box.
very
These
wise
are not
decision?
as bad as the headlights. These are around 250 quid, and they look exactly like the 2018 ones. They're not the 2018 ones, though. These have been sort of modified to fit the 2015 model, and there still are buttons on there. They just look a lot more updated, and they're illuminated behind it as well. Let's fit these to it, see what they look like, see if they work, but I think we're on to a winner. So to access these buttons, there's just a bolt at the back of one of the flappy paddles. Once you've removed that bolt and you've pulled the flappy paddle out, there's another bolt at the back of the actual button. You remove that. And I thought I was going to get away without removing the airbag, but I had to remove the airbag to get the button out. The new buttons have exactly the same connectors, so they should just be plug and play.
I guess that's enough for speed.
And you can already see one sort of
I guess that's actually gonna
already, which is
fine.
kind of worrying with the ignition off.
Yeah, that's actually just okay.
I've not bolted anything in yet. Literally everything's just plugged in. I just wanted to see whether it works.
This is actually fine.
Well, we already have an issue. When I press that one, this one's lit up, and well, that one
I
wasn't.
wouldn't mind
When
a
I first
few
plugged
more
that one in,
though.
That one lit up, and that one didn't. So we're gonna have to investigate. Verdict: I think is crap. So supposedly these are meant to be plug and play. The ignition's off right now, and then when you half plug in, like basically half plug in, it lights up, and this one doesn't do anything. But then when you start the car, this one lights up. The buttons seem to work, but they're all in the wrong order. It's definitely something to do with the wiring.
I wouldn't mind some more flats.
I'm actually meant to like de-pin and re-pin it. Looks like the old buttons are going back in to suss something out, but disappointing.
Nah.
Not only were these a waste of time, they were a waste of money as well. They are getting sent back. So it's back to the original buttons for now, but maybe we can find a way of retrofitting the new buttons to it, maybe with a new loom or something like that.
26, and then in there, this should be enough just for the stoplights.
Progress. She's getting there, and she's one step closer to being back on the road. But I don't know whether you guys can see the same thing that I'm seeing now. If you look past the multicolored doors, the panels which don't line up, and the rear quarter which is pushed in, I think she's going to turn out to look really good. The new rear bumper with the exhaust tips has really modernised the back of the car. I thought I was going to get away with just sort of keeping the pre-facelift taillights, but it looks as if, well, these ones are broken. This square isn't illuminating anyway, so we're probably going to have to upgrade them. But there's still plenty more to do and plenty more to be getting on with the Range Rover. Now, I do see some of you asking, why do all these upgrades and modifications when there's still quite a lot of bodywork to be done? So to repair all these things like the scuffs, the scrapes, the dents, and also the rear quarter being pushed in, the car has to go to a body shop. It will also have to go to a body shop to be painted as well. So it makes sense to kill two birds with one stone and do all the bodywork and the paint all in one go. And it's also a good idea to fit an aftermarket body kit first before it's painted, just in case you need to make any adjustments, because once it's painted, well, there's sort of no going back. Now, alongside some of the exterior upgrades, we've also upgraded some parts in the interior, including the climate control system. I think we should look at doing the infotainment system, but let me tell you about the steering wheel buttons. Now, in the last video, I tried to upgrade and replace the buttons which are on the steering wheel to the new 2018 buttons, which sort of look like touchscreen and they illuminate. They look pretty futuristic. But after installing them, I found they wouldn't work how they should work. Disappointing. And then after speaking to the manufacturer of these, apparently I've installed them wrong. Just like every male in the world, I didn't read the instructions. Now, apparently I was supposed to remove this little plastic tab on the back of the buttons here. Now, although when you remove this black plastic tab, it reveals nothing but a few electrical connectors which still won't be connected up to anything, I don't know how this is going to work, but I was going to give it a try anyway. As you guys know now, there's a bolt to remove the flappy paddles, and once you remove the flappy paddles, it reveals the bolt to remove the switches. But then you can't remove the switches unless you pop the airbag out first, which is what we've done. And there we go, both for the old switches out. Now, one of the next vital steps in the instructions was to make sure that the headlights are off. Then we connect the new buttons left side first and then the right side. Apparently, again, this is important. Now, I think the saying goes that active stupidity is doing something the same over and over again, but then expecting a different result. But this time, we've done something slightly different, but I still feel like it's going to be stupid. Apparently now, we just got to turn on the ignition, turn the lights on. Both of them have lit up this time, so we got further than last time. Turn the lights on, the volume works, that works, they work. So that weird plastic cap,
well, I have found out something.
Over some sort of electrical connectors which don't
I
connect
found
to
out
anything,
something.
has now made it work, and we now have the upgraded 2018 buttons. Now, in order for this car to get to the body shop when it's finally done, I'd like to be able to drive it there. And to drive it there, it needs to be safe for the road. And to be safe for the road, it needs to pass an MOT test. And just like the C63, there is loads of problems and things stopping this from passing an MOT test at the minute. Now, one thing that doesn't look the safest is the amount of camber that we have on the driver's side wheel. Now, I know when I first bought the car, it had a fair amount of damage to this front driver's side. The inner tie rod had popped out, the rear suspension arm was broken, and the wheel was obliterated. Now, even though we've replaced those parts, apart from the wheel, which we'll get to, we've experienced in other crash damage cars that it's probably best just to replace the full thing, because it only takes one tiny thing to be out a millimetre, and that could cause the camber and the full tracking to be out by quite a bit. So I went ahead and bought a full suspension leg with all the arms from eBay. And after unpackaging it, well, it seems a bit of a mess. And this definitely didn't look like a 5-minute job. Now, I think this job would have been fairly easy if it wasn't a Range Rover. Everything on this car is heavy as anything. First thing I need to take off is the caliper and the brake disc. I'm going to tie the caliper up here just so it's not hanging by the brake line to cause any damage. Then there's just one bolt holding the brake disc to the wheel hub. We can undo that and remove the disc. Then we're onto all the arms. First off is the track rod end. I pop the socket and the bolt back on just so I can give it a knock out of its location point. And then there's a few heat shield behind it stopping me from removing the track rod end completely, so they need to be removed before I can pull the track rod end out of the location. Then it's the big bolt for the drive shaft. I'm going to leave that to soak before pulling the drive shaft out because it was pretty tight. Then there was a long pinch bolt at the top of the suspension holding the sort of upper wishbone to it. With that undone, I can sort of pull the hub away from the drive shaft. And then there's a bolt at the bottom of the damper which releases it from the lower arm. And then a nut and bolt holding the front lower suspension arm on. And then also another nut and bolt for the middle suspension arm. Now, with this being so heavy, I called Hannah in to help me. And even then, I still had to go and get a little tool tray to balance it on. And it didn't come out easy. It needed a bit of persuasion. Now, this front arm here has already been replaced, and I'd like to swap it over onto the new one, but I seem to have lost my 36mm 12-point socket. So I have to switch that over when I've got a new one. But now I can start lifting up and fitting the brand new second-hand suspension unit that I got from eBay. The only thing that I'm not going to be transferring is that dodgy drive shaft that I got with it. And then it's just a case of doing everything, but in reverse order. Making sure to preload the suspension before I tighten all the suspension bolts back up. Okay, so we're all on and ready, but to me, it still looks a little cambered. Now, if you look a bit to the side, you can kind of see it's almost tilting in a little bit. I don't know whether that's normal or not. The one thing that we haven't replaced is this top wishbone here, which could be the culprit, but we do have another one down there. Very, very worst case. But what I'm going to do to make it a fair test is grab the wheel off the back, pop that on the front, and then we can compare the two and see if we're good or not. Okay, so here is the moment of truth. It actually doesn't look too bad how it is at the minute, but let's get it down and we'll see if we're in a straight line. Okay, so it's definitely less offensive now. You can still see a little bit of camber, but I don't know whether that's normal. The tracking is way out, and on this side, it's pretty similar, but we're not going to be able to tell 100% until we actually get it on like a wheel alignment, but it's definitely better. So I'll be definitely keeping this wishbone spare just in case. So quite clearly, we're still missing some parts of the front end. One of them being the grille, the other one being the bonnet, and of course a windscreen as well. And just like that, we have a new grille. This one is for the facelift model. It's just got different cutouts here, and it's a slightly different groove around where the top of the bonnet meets the grille. This was fairly easy to pick up on eBay. I think it was around 150 quid, so not bad at all. And it's all gloss black to match the rest of the trims on the bumper. So let's get this fitted, and then I'll tell you about the bonnet. Fitting the front grille is pretty self-explanatory. It just clips into place, and then there's a bunch
I'm missing the one important item, bro.
Which fit into the top. Okay,
I'm missing the fucking diagnosis tool, bro. With that ass, bro.
Completely different. It's starting to come together now. Look at that gloss black grille. That has got so much presence now on the front, but you may notice the bonnet's actually meant to finish here along with the headlight, and then the 2015 bonnet is just a tiny bit too short. I know some of you guys have mentioned maybe I could extend the bonnet by adding a part of metal on there and welding it or something along those lines, but because the bonnet is so prominent, anything like that would just stand out and maybe just look slightly weird. So I've had to buy a new bonnet. And when I mean a new bonnet, I mean a new bonnet. This was brand new from Jaguar Land Rover, not brand new second-hand. It was actually pretty difficult to find a second-hand bonnet, which was 2018 facelift for the Range Rover. There was plenty of Range Rover sport bonnets kicking around, and a lot of you guys sent me links to them, but it turns out the sport bonnet is different to the Range Rover Vogue. So I ended up ringing Jaguar Land Rover directly, and they got me a brand new bonnet for £965. It sounds expensive, but actually I think that's pretty good. Especially when you compare it to a C63, which cost me £900 for a second-hand bonnet. So now it's just the case of unboxing it and getting it fitted to the Range Rover. Let's do it. Now, the only issue when buying a brand new bonnet is that you literally get no hardware with it at all. So everything has to come off the old bonnet, including the bonnet latches, the sound deadening, and all the rubber seals around it. Also on the Range Rover, the washer jets for the windscreen are built into the bonnet. So all the pipes and the washer jets will need to be removed from that bonnet and placed on the new one. Before finally undoing the bonnet, popping it off, and then popping on the new bonnet, and then fitting all the hardware back onto the new bonnet.
Pas de problème, juste solution, pas de pilule pour protection. Y a pas de force dans la balance, car si tu tombes, c'est quand t'apprends.
Okay, looking good. The new bonnet is on, but there was a small difference. These were the washer jets which came off the old bonnet, and unfortunately, they're different on the new bonnet. God knows why they changed it, but the actual cutouts, which are sort of up here somewhere, are a completely different cutout to the old bonnet. So it looks like we're going to have to order some new washer jets because, of course, you can't pass an MOT without these. Yes. Look at that. That is so much better. The bonnet actually closes now. The fitment is better. Obviously, we're still missing the Range Rover badge on the front, but there's no point putting that on until it's painted. Now, what would be nice now is to put the rest of the interior back in and hopefully get rid of this airbag light. And I should be able to do that now thanks to this seatbelt, so let's get it all installed. Now, you guys have seen me remove and fit the rear seatbelts in this plenty of times over. Of course, we need to change the seatbelts because they lock out when the airbags deploy.
You need a cold shower to snap out of the illusion. I might be the one to send you to that conclusion. You don't even see it coming till shit hits the fan. Hey, you just walk around it all day long like it's a plan. Easy, easy.
And there we go, one working seatbelt. And a complete interior. Okay, now this could go one of a few ways now. First way, probably unlikely, but we start the car and there's no more airbag light. The second way, we still have an airbag light on the dash, but we plug in a code reader, cancel that light off, and then it doesn't reappear. And then the third way, which is probably the most likely, we have to take the airbag ECU out, which looks like this, send it off, get it reset, and plug it all back in, and then that should work. But well, let's find out. How is my look today? Airbag light is on and still on. Oh, it's gone! Yes! No! Oh, it came back. Oh. For a second, it had me. For a second. Option number 2, the code reader. Now, weirdly, I've scanned for fault codes and, well, 0 issues found. So it doesn't look as if my diagnostic tool can cancel off that light. So it looks as if we may be taking the airbag ECU out, which I think is located somewhere underneath here. I don't think it's too difficult to remove. But before I do that, I will try another diagnostic tool just to find out.
Look, tell me what's the vibes, what's the mood? Yeah, I just hit a Mikey for the juice. Yeah, ain't no capping, I'ma tell the truth.
Now from the driver's side, she is really beginning to look well. But as for the passenger side, well, that's a different story. Now if you remember in the last video, I showed you that these rear lights, well, the top one here is not illuminated. It should look like that. But inside this box, we have a solution. Right here, I have new rear lights, and these are actually off the 2018 model. Now, at first, I didn't think there was too much of a difference between the new one and the old one, and well, I guess I'm kind of right. There really isn't a huge difference between the two. They're obviously the same shape, but this one has 2 sort of squares in it. This one has a few squares and then some lines at the bottom. But the good news about these ones is that, well, I didn't have to pay $3.5 grand for them. But these aren't as simple as plug and play, and we're gonna have to do a little bit of wiring to make these work. The Range Rover still thinks there's a problem with the airbags, and whilst that light's on, well, we can't pass an MOT test. Now, in the last video, we used my code reader to cancel the lights to tell the Range Rover that all the airbags have been replaced, but it didn't work. But this time, we've got an Autel. This is a little bit more advanced than my code reader, and we're gonna see if that works. And after reading the codes, we can see 3 faults, 2 for the rear seatbelts and 1 other one. Now, as the rear seatbelts have now been replaced, I can clear the fault codes in hope for all of them to go, but one of them still remained, which is this one here, crash event storage, full and locked. So it looks as if we're gonna have to remove that airbag ECU, get it reset, and then we can pop it back in. I don't actually know if buying a new one would actually fix it, because I think it's got to be coded to the car. Now, I must apologise to you guys because I left you in the dry saying that I've got the new upgraded rear lights for the Range Rover, and then I didn't actually have time to fit them. Now, personally, I don't see what all the rave is about these new 2018 headlights. There's not really that much difference between the old ones and the new ones. But this one that's on the car is not illuminating the top square here. So when there's an option to replace and upgrade at the same time, you know I'm there. Now, seeing as we're continuing on the theme, to transfer pretty much everything from the 2015 model into the 2018 model, the rear lights are next. They're pretty easy to remove. There's just 2 Torx bolts, and then we can pull it out of its place and remove the electrical connector. Now, on the back side of the lights, they look pretty much identical. So just out of curiosity, I'll try to plug in the new one and just see if it works. But, well, no luck. So, time for some modification. Here's a diagram that I found online on the left-hand side. On the bottom is the wiring pins for the 2015 model, and then on the top is the wiring for the 2018 model. It's the same electrical connector, just Range Rover has moved all the pins around. So before I started pulling out the pins from the plug, I labelled up all the wires on what they were actually for. And then I could remove this little red tab on the inside of the plug, and that will allow me to pull the pins from the actual electrical plug. Now, as I've labelled up all the wires here, it's going to make my job a lot easier, because now all I've got to do is pop the wires back in the plug in the 2018 order. For example, the tail light goes in the top left, the brake light goes in the top middle, and the reverse light in the top right. Okay, so wiring is all done. Not feeling very confident because we all know how lights and my channel goes, well, more specifically me. I've got them all labelled up, so worst case we can all switch them around, but Let's see if that works. And if it does work, we've got to do it all again on the passenger side. So we just plug it in, same plug as the standard plug. Clips in nicely. Oh God, here we go.
Oh no.
Okay, ready?
Yeah. Yeah.
Side lights. Yeah?
Yeah.
Have we got side lights? Really?
Well, both of them are on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brake.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got one more to check the reverse light. Yeah! So surprisingly a success. I don't know why I doubted myself. New 2018 rear lights fitted to a 2015 Range Rover. Just the passenger side left to do, and it's all complete. Okay, 2018 rear lights are now installed. I can't actually believe that worked. I'm not sure either what the whole fuss is about the upgraded rear lights, but an upgrade is an upgrade and it looks a little bit smarter. Now I have another little cosmetic upgrade before we move back onto the mechanical fixing side of things. These are side steps, of course, for the Range Rover. Now I know we're going to get a few mixed opinions on these. We always do when we begin modifications, but I actually think they look pretty cool and they make the Range Rover look wider and a little bit more practical as well. These do look pretty sick and they even have the Range Rover logo stamped into the middle of them. Now let's get them fitted. Now I thought these were going to be a 5-minute fit, but well, turns out not. With this kit, you get 2 brackets for each side, the front one and the rear one. Now I assume these brackets screw into a place somewhere underneath the car, but looking underneath the car, well, it was just covered in this black plastic shield. So first things first, I've got to remove this black plastic shield to investigate where these brackets mount to. And once I got the shield down, it was pretty clear to see where the brackets are supposed to mount to. There was already a hole with thread in it ready to bolt the brackets to, so maybe I'm thinking side steps were an optional extra when buying the Range Rover, being that the threads are already there. And that now leaves us with both brackets mounted to the chassis. All that's left to do is bolt on the side step. And I did want to install the black plastic shield back on again just to prevent rust, but that wouldn't have been possible without making a few modifications with the angle grinder. And with those precision cuts, I should have been a surgeon. But at least now that allows me to install the black plastic shield where it originally was, just to save any parts going rusty. And that is job done. And there we go, one side step installed. Very good and very nice. Hannah is going to be the first one to just demo it out. This is where it completely breaks.
I'm going to put a stand on it.
Go on then.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god! Yeah, there's a bit of flex in the middle. Perhaps they're meant to be maybe a bit for show.
Okay. Well, it's still
it's not meant for two. Yeah, one step is fine.
I don't think you're supposed to bounce on it.
No, I don't think you're meant to bounce on it.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not heavy.
Yeah, but one foot, not 2 foot. And on cue, screen
hello,
with a
mortal
brand new
boy.
windscreen for the Range Rover. Of course, the old windscreen was
I'm doing
smashed
alright,
in
man.
the accident. Now, it's
How about
pretty
you, dude?
interesting the way they removed the screen.
Just
They
doing
used a tool
B-story.
on the inside of the car, then
Almost
thread
done.
this sort of wire to the outside, and then crank the wire tight, which breaks the seal for the windscreen, allowing them to remove it. Now the lads thought that this windscreen had been replaced before.
I thought you were
because they
grinding.
look at the state of the roof lining, and they say that would have happened because they didn't use the same tool that
Oh,
they
the heck.
used.
What
It
the
just
fuck?
saves any sharp edges touching the roof lining or any part of the panels. But with the old windscreen out, they can now place on the fresh new windscreen. And these screens aren't cheap. This was just over £500 for this.
Oh no, he just ruined the beat drop, man.
That's so much safer now.
That's good.
Now, clearly I haven't put the side steps on to make it safer or even more practical. It's just really for looks, and it looks so good now. Just little things like those little side steps have really brought out the width of the car, and oh my god, the Range Rover is starting to look so aggressive. I didn't think a Range Rover could actually look this good.
Your title is only Minecraft. Excuse me, what?
If you guys don't think the whole car should be satin black like the colour of the bonnet, I might just have to disagree with you. Now I'm getting distracted again with modifications. There's still more lights to work at on the dashboard. We still need to track down where the airbag module ECU is so we can remove that and send that off. We have 2 more lights on the dashboard, I think. One is the washer fluid, which I'll explain, and then also the tyre pressure warning light. Now this is the part where I regret my decision with the side steps. I actually couldn't put the car in the ramp because the side steps were covering over the jacking points. So I had to get back underneath them and remove them so I could put the car back in the ramp. But luckily enough, the side steps are pretty easy to remove now. Okay, so first thing, the washer fluid. Although it does seem like you might just need to top up the washer fluid, that's not the case.
No, that's not the title. No.
So underneath here is a big washer bottle which holds all the fluid for the washers that power onto the windscreen, onto the rear screen, and then also onto the headlights as well. This has 2 motors on it. You've got this motor here and that motor there. This one powers the washer jets on the back window, and also it powers the washer jets for the bonnet as well. Now this one should have pipes going over and down here, which connects to these 2 pipes, which are the ones which come out for the headlights. Hopefully you're still with me. Now this motor here, you can see, is broken the tabs off and there's no more lines. So first things first, we need to replace this. Then we can get onto the arch lining, which is another issue in itself. Removing the motor.
So yeah, I don't know.
Straightforward. Electrical connector off the top, and then it literally slides out of its position, and it's in with the new one the same way that we removed the old one.
That's just the game.
Just got the new washer pipes up and over the arch and connect them into the front existing pipes. These pipes don't hold a great amount of pressure, so they are just push fitments. And with them in, I can just tie them out away with a little zip tie. Okay, with the washers all plumbed in, the next step is the arch lining, and this is something that I've not really seen before on, well, arch lining. So this thing right here sits on the back of the arch lining at the top and has an electrical connector going into it. So I'm thinking, what on earth needs an electrical connector connected to the back of the arch lining? Well, actually turns out these sensors are on every arch lining on each corner of the car. So what it turned out to be is the tyre pressure monitor system transmitter. So this sits behind the arch like that, and then every time the wheel rotates, it gets a signal from the valve, which has a tyre pressure monitoring thing in there, and that sends a signal to the dashboard to tell you how much pressure you have in your tyres. I've never seen it on the back of an arch lining before, but you live and you learn. And that's the cool thing about working on different cars.
Yo, this story is laggy, bro. What?
With the transmitter in place and the arch lining in place, it's starting to look more complete under the wheel well.
This is fucked.
One thing that we found out in the previous video, after changing the bonnet, the actual washer jets for the windscreen were different from the 2015 to the 2018. So I ordered some new washer jets for the 2018 model from Range Rover, and these fit directly into the new 2018 bonnet. With all the new washer jets now all plumbed in, it's time to top up the washer fluid. And, well, we had a leak. And on that note, Rob from Auto Dents has just turned up, ready to do some paintless dent removals. There's a few dents in the Range Rover which I know Rob could take care of before it goes to the body shop. Rob quite obviously uses a paintless dent removal technique. Normally after working out any dents on a car, they wouldn't have to be painted. But on the Range Rover there's some pretty deep scratches and some pretty harsh dents on the body lines of the car. So Rob got it to the best he could before it went to the body shop. Which, to be fair, was really good. Look at this one on the wing. It's almost disappeared. There's a lot of jobs that I attempt myself, but removing dents is definitely not one of them. And finally, we have some new washer jet covers for the 2018 model because the 2015 model didn't fit. But surprise, surprise, the 2018 washer jet covers don't fit the 2015 washer jets. So the washer jets on the bonnet for the windscreen, they work. We've got some dents which have been pulled out. We have some bad news about the washer tank. It seems to have a little hole in which has sprung a fair bit of leak on the floor, so that's going to need to be replaced. And we also look like we need to order the new washer jets for the actual headlights because they don't seem to fit the new style washer caps. God knows why they changed them in a new year. We're now in touching distance of getting this Range Rover back on the road. And I wouldn't like the UK's cheapest Range Rover to go back on the road with 140,000 miles on the clock without having a nice service. So let's crack on with it. Now, although I actually do have full service history from the Range Rover, it has been sat for quite a while, so you're better safe than sorry. First thing out is the oil filter,
every lobby so laggy right now, bro.
Really easy to get to. Now, underneath, a lot of the stuff is covered over by this massive metal shield, which I can understand for an off-road car. And with that down, I can now access the sump bolt. After undoing the sump bolt, that will let all the oil out of the engine. And all over my workshop.
Oh.
Next up, the air filter. Again, really accessible and easy to get to. The old one really didn't even look that bad, but it's in with a fresh one anyway. After that, it's the fuel filter. This is a diesel car. We all know how dirty diesels can be. And once again, thank you Range Rover, because this was in a really easy position. And the new fuel filter was marked out pretty well, so it was pretty easy to put it all back together. And finally, last but definitely not least, the oil. We're going in with Miller's fully synthetic 5W30. I think the actual oil capacity for this car is 8 litres, but there's no dipstick to check. You have to go inside the car, click on the oil level, and what do you know? I've actually overfilled it. So back underneath the car I go to let a little bit out, and I can recheck it, and I'm about bang on. So it should now be good to start the Range Rover. Fresh oil in there, it should be running sweet. It may take a while to turn over because there's a new fuel filter on there, so there'll be a little bit of air in the system. Let's do it. Oh, straight away. Shit is running smooth as anything. So job well done, just time to put everything back together now. And giving the engine bay a quick going over with the MA detailer, and then finally the Silly Shine as well. Both of these products are available with a link in the description, but it's got the engine bay looking nice and shiny again, just like new. And there is another thing that has been bugging me before this car goes to a body shop, and that is the trim. Most of the trim on the car has been de-chromed to black, apart from this one on the boot. So I got out the Hexis de-chroming tape and started to de-chrome, in my opinion, that ugly silver trim.
I gotta give it a go, yeah. I gotta grind, working for money in the door, yeah. Stop wasting time, you wasting your time.
Yet again, another marathon of repairs and modifications, but it's one step closer to finally getting the Range Rover back on the road. The new rear lights, which for some reason on camera look kind of orange, but the black along the top follows along nicely to the newly de-chromed trim on the boot as well. The only thing that looks slightly weird, I guess, is the Range Rover badge as well, which again, I think that's gonna have to be replaced when this thing's painted. But now we're literally down to pretty much the final steps. I'm just hoping that this rear quarter damage doesn't come back up and sort of bite me on the ass and we have to replace the whole rear quarter. Now, when Rob came to pull the dents out, he looked at the rear quarter and he says what he thinks has happened is that it seems to have been pushed that way, causing a crease in here. So to pull it out, it needs to be pulled that way, closing the gap between the door and the rear quarter, and then also smoothing out this sort of line here. So fingers crossed that can be done by a body shop. I took a visit to some old friends, which were of course Alloy Fix. Now actually 3 of the alloys weren't too bad. A few scratches here and there and a few little scuffs, but nothing that Alloy Fix couldn't sort out. Whereas one wheel, well, it was split in the center, it had chunks missing out of the outside, and it was as good as a square. Once the wheel had been stripped down, we could see more in detail of where the damage was. And you definitely don't need a sharp eye to see it. The wheel was completely buckled with loads of splits, cracks, and chunks missing out of it. So first things first, was trying to heat this up and manipulate it into trying to make it a wheel again. Now Alloy Fix wouldn't normally take a job as big as this on, and I was happy enough just buying a new wheel, but they wanted to prove to me that a wheel like this can be fixed. Now after loads of heat and a lot of pressing, they managed to sort of get the wheel to a straight enough point where they could start to begin the repairs. This means prepping the surface ready to weld up all those cracks in it. Now I don't actually think I'm going to be keeping these alloys for the long term, but if we can get them looking nice and fresh as a temporary wheel, then I'm going to be more than happy with that. Now that the wheel's welded up, there's a few final touches just to get it looking nice and fresh. They're just reburring the inside of the wheel here to make sure that when the tyre goes back on, it sits nice and flush. And with that done, you can see here the welds are almost invisible now, and it's starting to look like the other wheels that we have. Time for it to go in the oven to bake, ready for its powder coating session. With it left to bake, it's now time to add the powder coat. Now I know a lot of you may be disagreeing with the colour here, but I've gone for the ultimate gloss black on these alloys. But as I mentioned, we may not be keeping these for the long term, but I think gloss black will look smart for the meantime. And there they are, fresh out the oven. They are looking brand new. Time to put the tyre back on and get this thing balanced.
They picking sides, they crossing the line. I stick to the truth, I'm one of a kind. Gave it a God and follow his signs. Now all of a sudden I'm stuck in my prime.
And what a job Alloy Fix has done. For a set of wheels which were sort of out for the count, they were well and truly battered. Now, I know black alloys aren't necessarily going to be everyone's cup of tea, and I don't think they actually go too well with the sort of navy blue original colour of the car. But I think they will go well with the colour that I'm thinking of going with on the Range Rover. This wheel here was the one that was the most damaged, cracked, bent, buckled, and all sorts, and now you literally wouldn't even tell that it was anything like it was before. So again, a huge shout out to Alloy Fix. They've been supporting us since day one, and if you guys wanted to get your alloys refurbished or painted, I've popped a link for them in the description box below. Remember to mention me when booking in though. Now I'm hoping by the end of this video we can drop the Range Rover off to the body shop where it'll finally be painted and also the rear quarter damage be fixed as well, fingers crossed. But there's a few things that we need to do before we can actually get it on the road and to the body shop. And one of those things is this airbag light on the dashboard. Now we replaced the passenger side airbag along with the dashboard and the driver's side steering wheel airbag. But the airbag light still remains because there's a fault stored on the airbag module, which is inside this center console somewhere.
It's gonna be a rough one.
Completely strip apart this
I'm not
center
very
console
excited.
to try and find the airbag module so I can remove it and then send it away to get reset, and then hopefully that should fix the airbag light. And once that fault's fixed and the bodywork's done, you'd never know that this car's been in an accident. So this is a big mess and took way longer than expected, and I'm still not even there. So this literally got to the point where I had to call the airbag team up, who are going to be resetting the airbag ECU on this. They told me the ECU was somewhere underneath this center console, and as you've seen, it's a much bigger job than I expected, and it's still not out. So I called the airbag team and they had to confirm with their fitter just to make sure that it was underneath this center console. He replied saying that yes, it definitely is in there, but it's one of the worst jobs that is done, and well, it couldn't be any more correct. I now have wiring looms all over the place. The car is actually in neutral because I've had to remove this little red tag here, which puts the car into neutral if you can't start it. But yet still, I can't remove the center console because there's a gear selector just underneath, which is something to do with this, and I can't quite seem to know how to remove it. But the good news is I found the airbag ECU, and that is right at the front, just underneath the center console there. But look at all these wires. I don't know how this is all gonna go back together.
Sometimes we just crying, but we'll keep on trying. I know we'll be okay, 'cause we got unconditional love.
Oh, all that for that. Wow. We've got it. Finally, this thing is
Okay, I'm done crushing out. I'm done crushing out. Okay.
Now, the only thing I haven't really considered here is that I'm not quite sure whether the Range Rover is going
I did crash out. I had to, bro.
Without that airbag
I had to crash out
because well,
real
right
quick.
now it's at the front of the unit, and also we need to get this thing to a body shop. Okay, airbag ECU now in my hand. Will it start? Oh, fig. No. The handbrake is on. Oh. Sometimes trial and error is the only way, but it looks like it's not going to start with that airbag ECU disconnected. So let's connect it all back together and we'll start again from scratch. Okay. Finally, so airbag ECU has to stay in to start the car, so it looks like we're gonna have to do that last, and well, we might as well leave this like this mess at the minute.
Chase your tail light, I'll be under your skin.
Okay, so as we've got everything apart inside the car, there's another whilst you're in there job to be done. Now, the whole Range Rover build has been a sort of whilst you're in there job. I mean, we had a bumper which was damaged, so whilst we were replacing it, we changed it for a 2018 bumper. We did the same with the headlights, we did the same for the bonnet and the grille as well. And whilst I was in there, I thought, well, we might as well just change everything from a 2015 model to a 2018 model, including the rear lights, the rear bumper, the door panels, the side steps. I also did the steering wheel controls to the 2018 model ones, and whilst replacing the dashboard, I went ahead and whilst I was in there, changed the AC screen to the upgraded one. But there is one more thing that we're missing, and I think it's needed. And that is a new infotainment screen which should have Apple CarPlay and loads of other bits and bobs. Now, this screen isn't actually that bad. It's got most of the things you need on it and more. I mean, even now we've got Freeview and we're watching Channel 4, but this has got everything. There's sat-nav, there's USB input, and there's auxiliary input as well. And the coolest thing, I think you've got a two-way screen. So right here, I can control the sat-nav and see where I'm going, where the passenger can watch the TV. The only actual issue I see, which isn't really an issue, we're just being picky here, is that compared to the new AC screen, this screen just looks dated. Now, the new screen, fingers crossed, should keep all of those features and even have more. So let's get on with it.
Yeah.
Now, I was just hoping that this new screen would just be a plug and play, but it turns out it wasn't the case. Removing the old screen was pretty easy though, as we've done this all before when replacing the dashboard. And here's the difference between the old screen and the new screen. Now, to make the
Why he's using a firewall, bro?
a lot of parts off the old screen, including the two electrical boards which are at the back. There's loads of little screws which are holding this thing in, and all this stuff is really delicate, and I've got to be careful not to break or snap anything. Once we have both the electrical boards in, it's just a case of switching them off the old screen
almost died
onto
there.
the new screen. And they're all connected up with like an electrical ribbon.
The lag is amazing.
Once that's done, I've got to install an aftermarket speaker, which is for the phone. and also an aftermarket microphone. I'm going to store these just behind one of the trim panels here, which should be in an okay position. There's then a blue electrical connector which connects to the CD player, and we have to sort of bridge off that because that's got something to do with the GPS, I believe. And then other than that, it's pretty much just a plug and play from there. But there is a lot of wires to sort out and stuff behind the dashboard, and I could definitely do a lot better with the wire management, but if it works, it works. And now with all the wires connected up, I've just got to install the screen back onto the dashboard. And because the screen is a different size, that means the old trim panel doesn't actually fit it, and you have to replace the old trim panel with the new one that's supplied with the screen. Now the old trim panel is sort of glued to the back of the trim, so it makes it really difficult to remove. And of course, I managed to break some parts of it, but everything's fixable in the end. And now the new screen is looking so much more modern, especially with that AC screen as well. What a marathon that was, but it has definitely updated the interior. So obviously the center console is still all disconnected, but all the wires are connected so we can drive it and get it to the body shop. But we've just left it loose because we still need to replace that airbag control module. We've got the AC display on the newer upgraded one, and now we have the new upgraded sort of main display. I have managed to break the chrome trim around here, so I am going to have to replace that at some point, but I was bound to break something. But check this out. So these buttons are upgraded, and check this out, we've got a completely new display on here. So on the new screen here, you can scroll through loads of different options, including this one, which I don't know why you'd use, but you can see obviously the speedometer and the revs as well. You can download loads of apps, including Netflix, YouTube, and everything like that. I can actually watch my latest video on here because I'm that vain. And the part that I think I'm using most, Apple CarPlay, and the screen quality is actually really good. We've got Spotify, Google Maps, phone, text messages, the whole lot, which is absolutely sick. And I forgot to mention as well that we can actually resort back to the old view, which gives us the TV and all the other views that we had. So I really have gone all out and done a full 2018 conversion on a 2015 Range Rover, which was completely unplanned at the beginning of this rebuild. And now she's really looking one of a kind. I mean, you would not even know that this was a 2015 Range Rover, apart from the wonky registration plate on the back. There is just a few more little things that we need to do before the Range Rover can finally head to the body shop. And one of them is the headlight washers. Now, if you remember in one of the previous videos, with the new 2018 bumper, we had to buy the 2018 headlight washer caps. And the headlight washer caps didn't fit the headlight washers from the 2015 models. So we've had to order new 2018 headlight washers so the 2018 caps can fit to the washers, if that makes sense. So in go the new headlight washers here, which do exactly the same job as the old ones. It's just that now the new 2018 caps will fit on top of the headlight washers, just like that. No more need for masking tape. And then it's just a case of putting it all back together. On the first ever drive on the road of the Range Rover. Now, I bought this car for myself, but I seem to be kicked out of the driver's seat by Hannah, who seems to have taken a liking to it.
Well, first impressions, it's very, very different to the RS5, and that's probably the most obvious thing I've ever said. It doesn't go around corners very nicely, I have to say, but the ride is so much smoother than the RS5.
Well, thanks for that, Hannah, because I wouldn't know, because I'm sat in the RS5 and you are driving my Range Rover, which you seem to have claimed. But the question is, how does it go?
Yeah.
I actually really like it.
Well, I'm glad Hannah's enjoying it, because from the outside it looks absolutely but hopefully not for long. And finally, the moment of truth, we have arrived at Cars and Colours, who are going to be hopefully repairing this rear quarter damage along with a bit of paint as well. So remember, this rear quarter damage was the sort of main worry of the car. It's sort of been pushed in. We're hoping that they can pull this out and then give it a lick of paint, but very worst case, if they can't do it, it looks like we're going to be replacing the whole rear quarter, which, well, it might be the only option. The guys at Cars and Colours have been using a jig to pull the quarter back into place. This takes a tremendous amount of skill and patience to get this thing right and to get all the door shuts back to where they're supposed to be. But nevertheless, the guys prepped it, painted it, and now it's ready. So here it is. It was worth the wait, I'm telling you. So it's original.
I think it's like 2 days grind, 1 day grind. I don't know.
Because it's that clean and shiny. I don't know if you can see the speckle in the paint, but now the bonnet's painted, the front bumper's painted because obviously I have the 2018 body kit. All the scratches and dents they're all gone. It looks like a completely different car. And the biggest thing, the biggest part of it that I was really struggling on, don't know whether I was gonna have to replace the rear quarter or not. Check this out. The rear quarter looks brand new. This car has been completely transformed, so a massive shout out to Cars and Colours. It was definitely worth the wait, but there is still a little bit more to do on the Range Rover, especially inside, and the tracking is doing it as well.
Yeah.
Now, even though the Range Rover now may look complete, it's far from it. We're going to be making this thing our own. But before we start making it our own, there is a few more things that we need to do to fix this thing. Now, if you remember, before we went to the body shop, we left it still with a fault on the dash, and that fault is that airbag light there.
Holy lag.
Dashboard replacement and a seatbelt replacement, we still have that airbag light on the dash, and that is all due to the airbag ECU, which sits behind here, because remember, we left this all loose so we could access it, and what a nightmare it was to access. But this is still all loose, so we should be able to get to it. And whilst the Range Rover was at the body shop, I ordered a brand new second-hand airbag ECU. This has the exact same part number as the one that's installed there. Remember, we needed the airbag ECU in to be able to start and run the car, but this one doesn't have any crash data stored on it, so hopefully when we put this in, we should have no more airbag light on the dash. Let's do it. Now, as we've gathered, Range Rover have put the airbag ECU in such an awkward place, right underneath the centre console. Now, unlike the Aston Martin, we can't cancel the crash data off just by using the diagnostic tool. This airbag module can be sent to a company and they can reset the crash module, but for the sake of 60 quid for a second-hand one, I just bought that. I'm going to plug it all in, bolt it to the car, and before we put the centre console in, we're going to check if it works. So everything is plugged in. Everything important is plugged in, but we've not bolted anything in yet, just in case we need to take it all out because this airbag module doesn't work. Let's see if it's cancelled the light off. Please don't let me get whacked with an airbag. There's still an airbag light on. No, it's gone. Oh no, it's came back. Airbag light has gone. That's it.
Oh.
Yeah, boy. Airbag light's gone. That's completely gone. We've got a few more faults here and everything, but they should go off once we drive it. Job's a good one. Let's get it all bolted back together, and then we can start making this car our own.
Let's go.
Someone actually mentioned it in the previous video that taking this center console out, you should actually remove the seats to do it. And I can see why that would be a lot easier. But we managed to do it with the seats in. And the interior now is looking complete. But I'm getting excited now because it's almost time to make the Range Rover stand out from the rest.
Yes, sir.
The blue paint is good and all, and it looks absolutely sick, but there is one thing that, one, is going to protect it, and two, is going to make it more like my own. Yes, we're going to be wrapping it. When I say wrapping it, when I say we, I mean me. Chris is going to be helping, or trying to help. We're going to be going for a completely different colour. Well, you guys are going to have to see what you think of this. Let's get down the colour of the wrap that we're going for. Here we go. 25 meters of Hexis wrap. This is a big car. Now I know what you're thinking. Why would you wrap a car which you've just had fully painted? Well, in actual fact, it makes sense. We're going to be protecting that immaculate paint job, and at the same time customizing the car's colour to exactly the one we want without having a permanent effect. I've had this colour in mind from the start, and it'll be interesting to find out what you guys think of it.
Oh.
That colour, of course, satin black. This is the exact same satin black that we used on the Bentley. What a throwback that was. I think this is going to look so good on that. And there's only one way to find out what it's going to look like, and that is to get it on. Let's do it. Now the cool thing that I like about a wrapped car is that it's easy to look after, and you can pretty much choose whatever colour you want and still have the option to resort back to the original look. Now I'm back on to wrapping the Range Rover, and I'm starting it in no particular order with the rear quarter. In fact, the whole Range Rover is a pretty flat car. There's not many curved shapes or sharp lines in it, so it should actually be fairly easy to wrap, but we'll soon find out. And what's actually helping, it's been one of the hottest weeks of the year so far, and with this heat, it's helped the wrap to be a lot more flexible when bending it and twisting it on the car. Chris has never wrapped a car before, but he's come along to help, and a good place to start if you're wanting to learn how to wrap is a front wing. So that's what he's going to be attempting whilst I do the rear door, and he seems to be getting the hang of it. But definitely one of the most time-consuming parts of wrapping is cutting the edges. You've got to make sure they have a really nice finish. So using the other panels as a guide for the knife is a really good idea to get that super straight line.
How does it not fall off? Am I stupid?
Wing, but I'm going to go at it with the knife just to make sure all the edges are how I want them. And with the rear quarter, the
Isn't
rear
it just
door
paper?
and the front wing done, the only thing left to do now is the front driver's side door.
Interesting.
We are smashing it so far. Like literally in one night, we've got, well, behind this is a spare bit of wrap. We've got the rear quarter, that door done, the front wing. Chris has been on the other side as well.
Glassed it, honestly.
Well done, Chris. I think I'm the best rapper in the world. Now, three of us are going to man this bonnet. It's a big bonnet. Let's see how it goes, but it is coming together, and you can kind of see.
That's
what
so
it's gonna
sick.
look like. It's going to look sick. Let's get this bonnet done. Now the bonnet is huge on the Range Rover, and we could just about do it with one piece of wrap. That's if we stretch it right.
If I'm being honest, loving you the hardest thing to do.
So having three people to do this was definitely a lot of help. And now we're really starting to get a feel of what this Range Rover is going to look like, all satin blacked out.
Holy.
With the bonnet done, it's onto the front bumper, one of the most trickiest parts of a wrap job. But before we start wrapping the bumper, we've got to remove it to take off all the trims from behind it, just so we can tuck the wrap nice and neatly behind them. Liam and Chris have been substituted for Hannah at this point, but I'm sure they'll be back for a helping hand. One of the most important parts about wrapping is making sure that you post-heat it. The wrap loses its memory at around 90 degrees, so when you heat it all up to that temperature, it shouldn't lift off. now moving on to the passenger side and the rear of the Range Rover. Now for me, learning to wrap a car is all about experience. I've wrapped so many now without any lessons on how to do it. It's all just been a self-teaching progress. And the more you do,
that's
the
pretty
better
cool.
you seem to get at it.
Yeah, obviously.
Only thing left is the door handles and the roof. But not all of that will be going satin black. We want to mix things up a bit. The door handles are going to be going satin black in the centers, and the parts which are chrome are going to be going gloss black, just to break it up that little bit.
Nice.
Chris has gone away and painted the mirror caps gloss black for me because they can be a bit of a pig. And now it's onto the roof, which again, we're going to be doing gloss black.
Ooh. Is there a difference on gloss and satin black?
We are just missing the Range Rover badge there, but I think we've just about done it and it looks so good. If that weren't worth a subscribe, I don't know what is.
What? What is happening here?
Now that is way more of me than the blue. The blue was nice, but the satin black has completely murdered this thing out, and it definitely looks now like one of my cars. How crazy does that look? Going from what it looked like at the start of this series to what it looked like now. The finish on this satin wrap, although it's not even the most expensive wrap, it's actually really nice finish to it, and with the gloss black matching all these little sections here, just pops it so well with gloss black wing mirrors, which Chris painted over there, and then we've got the gloss black on the top of the door handles, gloss black on the bottom. It just looks so good. It looks so weird without the Range Rover bag, I do admit, Range Rover badge, but we will get that one sorted. That is in the post, but oh my god, that is absolutely mental. But it's not mechanically sound just yet. There is still a few more lights on the dashboard, all to do with that traction control. Now I believe the traction control light is coming on because of the tracking on the car. One wheel is completely pointing left, the other one is going straight, so the steering wheel is all over the place, so the steering angle sensor is just having an absolute nightmare. So this car will need to be tracked, but before it gets tracked, there's somewhere we need to visit first. Now we couldn't finish a build off without, of course, going to Wheelmania, and well, you guys know what we're about to pick up. Of course, we've came here for wheels, and we've got straight into it. Kevin, what? He's not bothered at all. 23 inch. So what's on there at the minute? They do look quite nice. The 22 inch, but we've gone up a size to 23. Of course, Wheelmania have done all the sizing, the dimensions, and everything to make the fitment absolutely perfect on the Range Rover, as they always do. But there's only one way to find out how they're going to look like and what they're going to fit like on the Range Rover, and that's to get them on. So let's get these outside.
Damn.
This This is it. Wheelmania have absolutely topped off this build. This is so good now. Like, everything is how I imagined it when I first picked up this car. Check this out.
Yeah, when I blow up, I'ma soar high like Peter Pan. In real life, be living out my dreams. If I'm waking up, it's in a foreign land.
23 inches of goodness we've got there. They don't even look too far from the OEM wheel, but it still gives it that extra little OEM plus fitment that just looks absolutely perfect. We could have gone for 24 inch, but then that would mean we'd lose a bit of the tyre, a bit of the comfort, and of course that is what the Range Rover's about. But let me know what you guys think of the new alloys. I think they look absolutely sick. So even though it is my car, but Hannah seems to have claimed it, Hannah is now, no, not from here. Let's go to the other side. Let's go to the other side. Hannah is now about to see them as well.
Okay, can I look?
Yeah, you can look now.
Oh, that looks mint.
Looks wicked, doesn't it?
Oh, I love it.
That is, you can't even tell that it's, you've gone a size up, I don't think.
The only thing that I'm thinking,
right,
they look really easy to clean.
Yeah, they do look easy.
Wow.
Looks so good, doesn't it? Let's get it back to the unit. What a way to finish a crazy build off. The cheapest Range Rover in the UK. Now, if you would agree, does not look like the cheapest Range Rover in the UK. Did I go slightly over the top with this one? Yes. Did I spend way too much than I originally first thought? Yes, but was it worth it, and did I learn a whole lot from building this Range Rover? Oh yes. Everything from dashboards, panel alignment and stupidly expensive headlights, this Range Rover has had it all. I originally bought this car with plans in mind to use it as a towing car for the GT86 when we go to drift events. So of course the next thing that needs to be fitted is a tow bar, so we'll get onto that. The badge has now came, and you wouldn't know that this car is a 2015 plate apart from the registration now. We've got the upgraded rear lights, we've got the full SVO body kit, the side panels, the side steps, the front bumper, the headlights, the grille, the bonnet, and then also everything inside here, including the infotainment system and the AC controls, and also the steering wheel controls. I probably could have repaired this car for around £5,000, bringing the total cost of the car and the repair to around £20,000, leaving a 2015 Range Rover actually a pretty good deal. But I've well and truly made it my own, and because we're keeping it, I can't see an issue in that. Could I have just gone out and bought a non-crash damaged 2018 Range Rover for the amount of money that I spent on this?
Damn.
But probably. But it was all worth it. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. If you've enjoyed this video, hit that thumbs up button, hit that subscribe button, and I guess I'll see you in the next video. Peace out.
Heard of Jay-Z?
No.
You don't know, well, he's like married to this girl called Beyonce, and he's like best mate.
Marcus Rashford is known for doing a lot of good things on the football pitch. Hit it well! Oh, amazing! Oh, that's Ronaldo-esque! And off them.
He received his MBE at Windsor Castle.
But driving isn't one of them.
This is the aftermath of a crash Marcus Rashford had as he was leaving the Man United training ground last night.
I get it. Marcus Rashford is a petrol head just like myself, and he likes expensive cars. But there's one car in particular that I was mainly interested in. His Rolls-Royce Wraith.
Mansory conversion on base of the Rolls-Royce Wraith. Whoever spec'd this car should win an award. I really like it.
This is one of the most expensive cars Rashford owns. He bought it for £700,000. And I've just bought it. Only issue is, it looked far from what it did when it was new. 56 seconds, I'm still winning. Anna's gonna kill me. This is the most expensive car I would have ever bought if I win this. Oh my god. 30 seconds, I'm still winning. 5, 4, 3, 2. I won it. Reserve met. Oh my god! I just won Rashford's old Rolls-Royce Wraith. Mansory edition as well. But as I mentioned, it looks far from this now. It looks more like this. But that's only part of the story. There's no way he's picking it up with a forklift. No way. Oh, it actually looks quite nice. I was expecting it to be worse. Oh my god. Oh, it's actually well nice.
That is sick.
Here it is. What once was a beautiful piece of British engineering. But now, far from it.
Look at the size of the key.
That is cool.
It's massive.
How's it looking back here?
It looks a bit like a banana.
Oh my, it does. You couldn't see that on the photo.
How many miles did it do?
1,000.
1,000?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
No!
No, what? You joking? Oh, he's kept them, innit?
What's that?
He took the umbrella. He took the umbrella.
Oh, that's the biggest disaster.
I bet that umbrella's not cheap. Oh my. Matt, the suspension's a mess.
Let me see. Oh.
Oh, it's going up. The damage was way worse than I first thought.
Oh my, look at that.
This is bad.
Oh yeah.
This is bad.
It's like the M3 all over again.
Oh no. This is bad here.
Look at that.
I think we might be losing a few nights.
What is he actually like going for at this point?
I agree, yeah.
This is the most expensive car I've ever bought. And when buying at an auction like this, you're buying blind. You can't go and see the car before. But that was the risk I was willing to take. This will probably be
What is
my
he actually
only
fishing
opportunity
for?
to ever own a Rolls Royce like this.
Who
And
the
seeing it
fuck
being
knows
picked up
what
by
he's
a
going for?
forklift.
I honestly don't
I
know.
think we've bitten off too much now. More than we can chew.
No, I think we can do this. It's just going to be very expensive.
Yeah, not out of my pocket today.
But there's no turning back now. I've got to do this.
We should strip this down.
I can't believe it's carbon fibre.
Carbon fibre bit's broke. Oh, perish.
Now there are going to be little ways we can save money when rebuilding this car, and we can find that
I guess
out
I will
by
just
checking
never-
part numbers.
Oh, it's a BMW diffuser.
BMW, what the hell?
I
As
guess
most
it's
of you
'cause
guys
he's
might know,
kept his coins,
BMW
maybe?
owns Rolls-Royce, so a lot of the parts on this are from a BMW.
BMW.
He still has some high class left.
So dirty. What is this as well?
Oh.
I don't...
Texture, man.
Painted it in.
That's
What? Guardian
That's
suspect?
painted.
Excuse me?
That's painted in. So what is Mansory? And why is it all so freaking expensive? Chorus Mansory started adding extras to his used cars he had for sale, then added a premium price to them. And they sold. Soon after, Mansory was founded. They made everything in-house from
I'm
alloy
just kinda
wheels,
confused what he's
interior
going for at
trimming,
this point.
engine tuning and carbon fibre body kits. They work with all the top luxury brands like Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Ferrari and Lamborghini, some even noticing increase of sales because of Mansory. A regular Rolls-Royce can be completely customised for the buyer, making it a one-of-one car,
that's not ever wrong.
separating it from the rest, which attracted many celebrities. And now somehow, I own one. Now, I've tried to get crash damaged Rolls Royces before, but it's virtually impossible in the UK because generally they tend to be category B, meaning that they can no longer be put back on the road. What Rolls Royce tend to do is if they can't repair it, then they don't want anyone else touching it, especially people like
He's
me.
just one of a
how
kind,
is it
bro.
This time, I've managed to get my hands on a wrecked Rolls Royce, and one this rare as well. This one hasn't got as far as the insurance, so it doesn't have a category on at all. Now, I've got two theories.
Fair enough,
as to
bro.
why
I
this
only have
happened.
like.
If you're an insurance company and
30,000
you've
yards.
insured a £700,000 Rolls Royce and it's had an accident this bad, you're going to try and do your best not to pay out. I certainly wouldn't want to pay out. Also, how old's Rashford? 26. Who's insuring a 26-year-old on a £700,000 Rolls Royce? Please let me know. Now here's a recreation I made on what it would look like if an insurance assessor came out to inspect the damages after the accident to see whether they were going to pay out or not. Now, after I inspected here, you can see some residue on the screen. Sticky residue. And also some sticky residue on that screen. I have my suspicions that the windows on the front could have been window tinted, which is actually illegal in the UK. And if the insurance thought this to be true and thought it could be why the accident happened, then it could possibly cause them not to pay out for the car. Were the windows tinted that bad, and did he try to pull them off and get away with it? It's all speculation, but I will certainly not be paying out. Now another theory which we've seen happen on my old Porsche GT3 is that when the insurance pay out such a high amount, it's then in their best interest to try and sell the car for as much as possible. And by not putting a category on it, it makes the car more valuable for people bidding on it at auction. But again, this is all speculation.
Just close that door.
Oh my god, there's no brakes.
Stop! That's glass going in the interior.
Do you know one thing that I can't work out? He plays for Man U, which is a red team, and the rival team is Man City, which is baby blue. Outed Rashford there. Sorry, mate. The damage is, I'll be honest, it's worse than we originally thought. It didn't look that bad in the photos, but
Yeah, that's cooked.
beggars can't be choosers. And let me just go through the damage of what we can see at the moment, and we think there's a lot more. Let's start at the front. The front, the bumper's missing, a wing's missing, radiator's missing, arch lining's broken, the suspension's perished, washer bottle's gone, rear quarter not savable, half a wheel, drive shaft's gone, rear arm's gone, lower wishbone's gone, suspension's gone, wiring's gone, brake line's gone.
Wouldn't it be easier to say the things that are good on it?
Yeah, probably actually. My dad's probably right, because there was a lot of damage on this Rolls Royce, including structural, which I didn't account for. Not to mention, a lot of the parts which are damaged are Mansory, which are going to be extortionate. But one thing I wanted to check which wasn't damaged was the engine. Oh my god, okay, so battery's here. 100% it's going to have a pyro fuse, and it's going to be, well, you'd think it'd be in this thing, wouldn't you? What is this contraption? What is all of this? So if you've not watched one of my videos before, the pyro fuse is the fuse which breaks out when an airbag goes when you're in an accident, which cuts the power going directly to the engine from the battery, which no longer allows you to start it. The only way we can find out whether it's gone is to try and start it. So what my first step is going to be is just connect up the battery, then head in the car and check we've got power to everything. Oh, ignition comes on.
Oh, look at this. That looks like a BMW's interface.
That does look like a BMW. Right.
It looked in there.
I am going to press start, but I'm doubtful.
Come on, I've got faith.
Did that just crank?
I heard that, yeah.
That just cranked.
Yeah.
Go again, go again, go again.
Oh no.
I swear it just cranked.
That's not good, is it?
It cranked and then it didn't.
Yeah,
I
it
swear
just
it
clicked.
just cranked. So has the pyro fuse not gone? Or have we just got low battery? If the starter motor cranked, then it means power's getting to it. And if power's getting to it, then it means the pyro fuse is all good. But I wanted to check, because if an airbag's blown, then the pyro fuse should have been blown. So I started to take it off now. Right. Money's on that, that's the pyro fuse. So a good news will be the pyro fuse is gone. Bad news, the pyro fuse hasn't gone. There's something wrong with the engine and why it won't start. I'm going to pry this open.
I wouldn't.
Why?
I think it's alright.
Oh look, we can see, yeah. Look there, it's got a connection. We could see that the pyro fuse was okay. There wasn't any break in the connection. Oh no.
Don't break that. So we just got to get a good jump then.
We think maybe the starter motor wasn't getting enough power. We found more places under the body to jump start the car, so it added the jumper pack to them, and then was gonna have another go again. There shouldn't be anything stopping us from starting this now, so I'm gonna try. We had a crank. The starter motor did try to crank the engine, but it was almost like it was seized. Before this video, we rang Rolls-Royce, and he said if there's any problem with the engine, this car is a write-off. The engines are so expensive. I could have swear on the auction listing it said runs.
I'm sure that
It says starts.
starts, yeah.
It says starts. My next step was to get the code reader out to see if there was any fault codes on there. We're in.
You got scammed again?
See what faults we got. Once I plugged into it, I could then talk to the car and see what the problems were. And I could see a low battery voltage. We've got 12 volts, which if it was anything like the McLaren, it needed like 13 to start. But other than that, all the faults that were appearing on the screen were all to do with the airbags and the parts which were missing off the car. Nothing too sinister. Can I clear these codes? Is that going to help us start it? Codes have been erased. So we just assumed that it just doesn't have enough power to start. So we got an even bigger jumper pack and gave it another go. But no luck. We resorted to YouTube to see if anybody else had the same problem. But then we remembered that not many people work on a Rolls Royce. Sure, I think the auction place have
Scammed you.
yeah, there's no way they've started it because all they would do is attach a jumper pack and start it. No way they started it. The only person who would probably know if this thing starts is Rashford. Oh, okay, time to jack it up and see if the engine turns over by hand, because if it doesn't,
It's going back.
it's going.
Now the back isn't looking so good. Oh no.
Now we had the car in the air, we could go underneath it and try and get it turned over by hand. And if it does turn over by hand, we know the engine isn't seized. This is the bolt on the crankshaft we're trying to get to turn. Well, the good news is there's no oil under it. Oh my god. Look at this. The subframe has completely snapped. Oh, that arm is completely snapped. Yeah, this is the first time seeing underneath it. Oh, there's hoses which go to nowhere. But the good news is, my dad managed to turn over the engine. So we know it's not seized. Okay, so it is turned. It does turn, it's not seized. But it was still confusing us on why it wouldn't start. So we called someone who might know.
But there is a changeover relay for when they're charging, so if the relay's not set right, then you don't effectively get vehicle electric. So
Big shout out to Simon at McLaren. Relay in here, which if the battery voltage is low, won't give you any electronics inside the car, even if we put the jumper pack on it, unless this little thing here is an actual charger. You get a Rolls-Royce charger and you plug that into that, and that flips this kind of relay over to allow it to have voltage even though it hasn't. He told me to trick it, put a magnet over it. So apparently by putting the magnet on it, electricity should be able to pass from the battery to the car. Magnets. Got 2. Oh, did you hear that? Listen, listen, listen. You can hear the relay clicking. The relay's just clicks over then.
This has to work.
That's so dumb. I don't even understand how that works.
Come on, Rolls Royce.
Come on! Come on!
We might need a bigger magnet.
I don't get it. We're still going with the theory that we didn't have enough power. So now we had 2 jumper packs at the back of the car and one at the front. I take no responsibility for any electrical fires now. We ready? But it still didn't work. We left the battery to charge overnight, come back when it was fully charged the next day, and tried again.
It did a bit more this time than last.
So my dad bought his Citroen with a diesel engine, and we tried to jump start it with that. Nothing. We wanted to see whether we could put power directly to the starter motor, but it was in such an obscure place we would never have got to it with the jump leads. We then went in the boot and checked all the fuses, and they were all good.
Something's stopping it.
On the fault scanner, there was no faults related to any engine start problems. We had to go back and check even more wiring, but it was all good. And then I just called the auction place.
But it said vehicle would start on the auction thing, and I didn't know whether we could speak to someone who managed to get it started. Like, we didn't know if there was a special way of getting it going, because we cannot get it started for the life of us.
Get Stephen to give you a call back. He's probably the best person to talk to. Is that?
Yeah, that'll be fine. Whilst we waited for them to call us back, I checked the voltage after the pyro fuse, which was 12.9 volts, and before the pyro fuse at the battery, which was around 12.9 volts as well. So that was good.
I get it to go. Do I get to keep the car?
That's what Hannah
Yeah,
said.
I'm gonna rev the Citroen whilst he's doing it to give extra boost.
Extra boost. How much brake horsepower the Citroen got?
I don't know. Too much for you.
Nothing.
No matter what we tried, it wouldn't work.
Oh, it's nearly mine.
Oh! But then for some reason, we were getting closer.
Oh, come on.
It's so close. I reckon this is going to do it.
This is mine. I know what it is. It's the brake. It's the brake. I pressed so hard on the brake then and it nearly went. It is the brake pressure.
Go on then, slam it.
Look. Oh, maybe it won't. Can we have more brake pressure, please? Yes! Yes! This sounds sick! Yeah! Yes!
It actually started, and it sounded great.
Sounds good.
Sounds unreal.
Of course, we had to test the Rolls-Royce myth out on balancing a coin on the engine. And it actually worked.
No way!
So good.
Oh, at least it runs. Now, I think the problem was caused with the brake pressure. You have to put your foot on the brake to start the car, but if the car doesn't have any brake pressure, then it won't start. The rear caliper had broken off, but we had mole gripped the line so we could still get brake pressure. But maybe it wasn't enough. But here you'll see why that maybe wasn't the case. Because it didn't go again.
Well, we know it started once. Right, it's got a bit late in the evening and we've still not got it in. We need to get it in there and we need to go from here to there, but we have got rollers because everyone always says, oh, you should get them, but it doesn't really work when your wheel looks like that. We're going to try and put the pallet truck under it. Oh! Oh my!
Oh my god! Oh, look, you broke the door! Oh, Chris!
That damaged the door!
Oh!
Look, and this was all...
no, look at that.
my...
Look what it's into the wing!
Oh my! Oh!
Now we had to get the rolls inside the unit. Our first step was removing all the broken suspension on the back left, including the disc and the handbrake, because the handbrake cable was the only thing holding the wheel hub to the car. Once that was removed, put the trolleys underneath the Rolls Royce and started dragging it in.
sir.
We actually had to use the
Come on.
Citroen again to pull it inside. And then we
Yeah,
just
that
had
car's
to
a W.
improvise once we got in. This was a lot harder than it looked. Well, first thing I've noticed, something is just completely missing. All of the under trays, which are not going to be cheap, are they? Front subframe is completely gone. But look at this as well, already. BMW, it's off, everything is BMW, so we should be able to save a lot of money from the start. Oh my goodness, what is all this wiring for? Okay, interesting. Engine looks okay. No leaks.
That does not look good.
Oh no! Okay. Yeah, exhaust is perished.
What it should look like.
I think it's a Mansory exhaust as well. Like, I think in this section there's supposed to be like a silencer or something, and with it being Mansory, that is. I dread to think how much this exhaust costs.
For the past hour.
Oh wow! There is a huge hole in the fuel tank.
We can smell fuel.
Yeah, definitely. How did it even start with like no fuel? It must all be like collected down here.
That is nuts.
It is BMW, so like we could probably get a lot of this stuff from BMW. The thing I'm worried about is the actual chassis of the car. Like, this is a lot of damage for a 30-mile-an-hour crash. Look at that arm. That's supposed to look like that.
So,
yeah, that is fully perished. Diff's gone. Rear subframe is all gone. Like, the whole subframe is gone. Like, there's no oh, that's how we started, because there's like two tanks, or it might go small at the top and over there. One drive shaft's in here. Other drive shaft. The exhaust is not even connected.
Oh yeah, the drive shaft's supposed to be there.
Yeah, no, that's gone. This is the air tank for the. That doesn't look Rolls Royce either, does it? Zip tie. Strange. This is the air tank for all the air suspension, which I assume is also broken. Now the thing is, when I saw this car come up for auction, I didn't have much time to think or prepare. I didn't really look at how much the Mansory parts would cost before I bought it. But later, I'm going to call them to find out. So what I've learnt about Mansory is that you buy the car new, you send it to Mansory, and then they modify it and add Mansory parts specific to that customer, and each one is authentic to that customer. So me getting the front grille for this is not going to be possible for me just going on eBay. And if I don't buy Mansory parts, the reason why this car is so expensive is because it's Mansory. So I think we have to replace it with Mansory stuff, depending on the value of it. But I need to explain why I paid so much for this car. Before I decided how much I was going to pay for this car, I checked it out on Car Vertical, and if you actually check here, everything is all clear. Like, there's no mileage fraud, there's no outstanding finance, and it's not recorded as damage, which is the biggie on this car. But the good thing, it will still show me the photos of the damage on Car Vertical, which is kind of bad for me, but it's good for a buyer because they can see it wasn't an accident, but it was unrecorded. It can still see all the photos of the damage there. But everything else seems all clear. I can see all the mileage records of 1,135 miles, but everything else is clear, which is why I paid £185,000 for this car. The most expensive car I've ever bought, and it is in this condition. Now, before you think I'm going crazy, if you go on Auto Trader and look for a Rolls-Royce Wraith Black badge, the newest you can find is a 2021, which is 2 years older, and they're still selling for over £220,000. But to top that, take a look at how much a Mansory one is selling for. €635,000. So I think providing we can get the parts, we could still be in the all clear with this build. After I won this car, the auction place was contacted by Mansory to say whoever won this car, get in contact with them. I guess we'll just ring it and we'll take it from here. We're doing it as we go. Hello, it's Matt Armstrong calling. This salvage auction that I bought a Mansory Wraith from.
How are you?
I'm good, thanks. I'm good. We might need a bit of help. What is the deal with buying the like-for-like parts on it? How much is it going to cost? And can we just buy them to fit on ourselves? And like, where do we even go from there?
They're not stock parts, so they will need ordering. I reckon for 4 to 5 weeks, I reckon I can probably get you them.
Do you know, like, in a generic ballpark figure, do you have like any? Because like, we honestly have no idea what this like is gonna be. So, like, example.
Before you bid on the auction.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I mean, what I can do is I'll send you the price list.
Yeah.
So you can have a look at it. I'll be honest with you. The issue is with stuff with that car, like the forged carbon is extra. So I'm gonna have to. I mean, there's just nothing I can do around it really. But,
yeah. I'll catch you in a bit. Bye. Right, PDF incoming. I don't even know where to guess. Like, it ain't gonna be 20 quid, is it? Here it is. Here it is.
Get Hannah to reveal the price to you.
This is a huge moment because honestly, we didn't know what to expect with these Mansory prices.
Oh my god.
How much is what?
No, I was just looking at the little pieces.
How much is a wing?
You know, just the little like bit that goes around there. It's about that big.
That forged carbon fibre bit.
Yeah, £2,600. Euros.
That's £2,000.
And then this one.
And we can't get it anywhere else.
eBay.
How much is that one?
£3,200.
For that?
Yeah. This comes separately.
No,
you're lying.
I'm not kidding.
How much is that?
1,300.
What for that? Where are they getting these prices from?
No, it's for that.
Oh, okay, that's £1,000.
£1,300.
Mansory kick plate.
4,400.
What?
You know, when I was working non-stop, I would have to work like over 2 months to buy a kick plate. 2 whole months of working my old job to buy a kick plate for a Rolls Royce. That's disgusting.
Just this little bit.
Just that bit?
Just the top bit.
Yeah.
2,900.
The parts were extortionate. But to keep this car as a Mansory car and to hold its value, we need to replace it with the Mansory bits. This is going to be so painful. And I guess if you all want to follow this journey, now's the right time to hit the subscribe button below the video. Mansory floor mats. €3,200.
Each?
€3,200. I'd rather make floor mats out of money.
Look at that one,
The parts list was like a designer clothes shop or a jewelry shop. To me, they just didn't make sense. But that's the whole point of a Mansory Rolls Royce. It doesn't make sense. But it'll be a pretty cool car if we can pull it off. Right. I want to...
Yeah, it's just crazy.
The auction out just to see the extent of the damage behind it.
I would never pay the... Yeah, well, yeah, of course I wouldn't, but still. 4K, 4,000 for Matt.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my, it gets worse.
Oh my god, there's a gaping hole. On the plus side, I think it looks better than the M3 we just did. If this went as far as the insurance, it's 100% a category B. Again, because Rolls-Royce will say, we don't fix it, we're not going to fix it, we don't want anyone else to fix it, especially people like me. But we're doing this. Like, we're doing this, and I think if we manage to pull this off, it will be an unreal build. And genuinely, I think... I have been shopping when I first got this car, because what we've seen is this says BMW Group, but if you put the part number in, it doesn't come up with anything, because I think they put Rolls-Royce part numbers on it to stop you from doing this. But check this out. Inside this is an experiment. On eBay, this was £350 for the complete rear subframe, wheel hubs, suspension arms and everything like that. We took a gamble on it. thinking it would be the same. This rear subframe has come off a BMW 6 Series, if I'm right. This is going to be option number 1 on rebuilding it. We'll find a lot of BMW parts and cross-reference it. I do have another option, but we'll get onto that. Now I want to see whether this rear subframe and all the arms are the same as this Rolls Royce.
Oh.
The way it bolts up looks all the same. That rear arm looks like that, doesn't it? I think it's the same but different. There are a few things which were exactly the same, like these drop links and lower arms, but a few things which had a bit more strength on the Rolls Royce parts. But we could be onto something here.
So is this a success or a fail?
I think we've failed successfully because it's close.
But no cigar.
No, I think it would fit.
I think it will fit.
Fit, but you've got to put the strength. There's more strength on that than there is on this.
Yeah, there's a few different things which have changed. So I think this is going to be a whole challenge throughout the whole build. Now, option 2. One of the most craziest options, but I think it could work. Instead of buying parts from the main dealer or trying to buy second-hand parts, which is going to take us a long time to rebuild this, check this out. On screen now are the older generation non-Mansory Rolls-Royce Wraiths, which devalue like mental. They do. The pre-facelift is now going for, well, under £100,000, which is still expensive for a car, no doubt. It's a lot better than £500,000. This is the older model. The only difference between the older model and the newer model is the facelifted headlights and bumpers, I believe. I could be wrong though. Would it not be worth it for me to buy the cheapest one in the country, around £90,000 to £94,000. We use that as a parts car to build that up. We will still have to buy the Mansory parts, and that will allow us to buy that and still be in profit.
Has Hannah said this is okay to do?
We're not telling Hannah.
Right, okay.
Now, ideally, if we could find a crashed older model to buy, it would be a lot cheaper and we could use it for parts. And we wouldn't have to take a good car off the road. But the good thing about buying one which runs and drives from a garage is that we have the option to finance it or take a loan out to buy it. We effectively could pay monthly for a car that we're using for parts, then sell any parts that we don't use, and when the Mansory Rolls Royce is done, there'll be enough profit in it to pay off the parts car. We will still have the engine and the gearbox left over, which could amount to £20,000 or £30,000. We'll still have an interior.
I just need his gun, bro. I need the dice gun, bro.
£10,000. So we could slowly make our money back, but we will be taking a good Rolls Royce off the road. What do we think? This is it. This is all we have left. At least we've got under trays. But one thing I never knew is that it's carbon fibre. Like all the parts of the car is made out of carbon fibre, and it's still 2.5 ton. Rashford has watched the video, and then his team have reached out to me and they've given us some vital information. When I first picked up the car, we were really struggling to get it started.
Come on, Rolls Royce.
Come on!
Actual last dice, right now.
Everything. Over and over again. Something's stopping it. But then...
That's it.
I know what it is! We eventually got it started. Yeah! Now we thought the reason why it wouldn't start the first time was to do with the brake pressure. You have to push the brake down
That was
before
gonna
you
be
press
it,
the
but-
start button. And with the brake line ripped off at the back, we wasn't getting much brake pressure. But we clamped the brake line after getting it started the first time, and it still wouldn't start. But now we found the actual reason of why it wouldn't start. The car has a ghost. A ghost immobilizer is installed by a third-party company, and it's there to prevent theft. Even if someone was to get in the car with the key, they wouldn't be able to start it unless they had the special code to enter in before pressing the start button. But now, I've got the secret code.
Come on, please. Just let me give back the 200 mil.
We're gonna see if it starts up after I put in the secret
Just need
code.
200 mil.
Matt, don't look.
That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it.
It did the hazards!
That's it. That's the
How
result.
did we start it last time without the ghost?
Oh my days.
We were out there for hours. We were out there for hours trying that. Well, that's one problem solved. Anyway, now I think
We've got a lot more to get on with.
Well, that's one lot of weight off my shoulder, but let's not forget this car is really badly damaged, and I worry there's even more damage that we can't see yet. I don't even know where to start. Like, this is going to be a whole new experience. I've never worked on a Rolls Royce before. Who has? I think we're going to learn a lot as well, but all of these damaged parts have got to come off because, well, they're not staying on.
First bolt.
We're going to start stripping off the bottom of the car, including the exhaust, which my dad's onto now. And then we're going to remove everything that's broken. And after we get all of that off, we should be able to measure the chassis points to see if everything is straight. Off comes the exhaust, which is a Mansory exhaust. £5,500 just for the rear part. And the front part is also damaged. I'm hoping we can get this repaired.
And you know what? When he was a kid, he was a Man U supporter.
I was as well.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Glory supporter.
Maybe I should have been a Mansory supporter instead, because off come more damaged Mansory parts. And now I'm on to removing the heat shielding, which could unveil even more damage underneath it.
Whoa.
But luckily this time, the boot floor looks okay in places, because on the edge, it is all pushed up, and I don't think this is going to be fixable. Along with the rear subframe as well, which is completely ripped apart. And you can see here, a drive shaft has been ripped out the differential. As I mentioned, the plan is to get the rear subframe off so we can inspect the back of the car. So now my dad's undoing the prop shaft, which transfers the drive from the engine to the back wheels, or the differential. And with the differential loosened, we can lower it down. It is out and doesn't look like any damage underneath. Look at this, look at the fuel tank. It was, I think they call it a saddle because it looks like a horse saddle. No, it goes on a horse. I think that's what we call it.
Any footballer puns for horses?
Horses?
Or saddles?
Not really, no. I don't think so.
Sadler, is that a...
No.
Adam Sadler, that he's... no.
The fuel tank is another thing that's damaged. We can see a hole in it here. We're going to have to get back onto that later, because now our concentration is onto the rear subframe.
Actually,
We've got to disconnect all the wiring which is connected to the subframe from the chassis of the car, so we can lower it down without breaking any of it. Along with the wiring, we also need to disconnect the brake lines as well. And one thing I've never seen before are these hydraulic lines which go to the anti-roll bar.
What should I do for money again? I don't like the
suspension because the car is so heavy. But as these are attached to the chassis, we're going to have to take them off. There should now be only 4 bolts holding this subframe to the car. And this is what we're most worried about.
Yo, I have lost over 5 billion coins the past day to high class. So you're asking kind of the wrong guy, but look.
This one's worrying.
I mean,
that looks very... look,
you should be farming. Is there any reason to why you're not farming?
Yeah, should we get it down then?
Farming is good.
Yeah, it's not looking promising at the minute. Look how bent that bolt is. I can only hope that the bolt took most of the strain of the accident and it hasn't pulled the chassis out of line. Now I've got the jack underneath the rear subframe and we can start to lower it down.
Do you farm or no?
It away from the chassis of the car. Oh, right. This is what they use in the body shops.
Farming does not make 30 minutes an hour. It makes way more with max gear.
We need to measure the points diagonally across where the subframe bolts to the chassis. And if we get the same measurement each side, we know the chassis hasn't moved. 89.6. And now we're going to go from the right to the back left.
Come on.
It makes more, bro.
We didn't have to move the tool
if you do pest on garden,
it's the exact
it's like
measurement.
50 mil an hour or more with the good gear. If you do optimize or pest.
Do anything there, which is good news. It's actually great news. None of these mounting points for the subframe have moved.
You should definitely get some better gear.
I thought they would have, with the amount of damage that's on the actual subframe. You can see here the broken parts which have pulled off it. But we still have that structural damage in the boot floor here to deal with.
What requirement is melon armor?
So we're going to be ringing Rolls Royce later to find a price. Do you know the exhaust is off?
Yeah.
Or squash, I don't know.
I wouldn't be a YouTuber without starting it with
Without the exhaust on?
Yeah, I think we need... I just want to hear what it sounds like.
That's what you used to do when you were 17 with a Fiesta, not a Rolls Royce.
Let's see what a straight pipe Rolls Royce sounds like.
Do you have coins to upgrade?
Just doing the ghost. I don't know how loud this is going to be. Oh, it's not that loud.
Sounds good.
Now we all know what a straight pipe Rolls Royce sounds like. I guess we're ticking
Do you have
things
any
off
coins or no?
this. Now we're going to inspect the damage to the boot.
How did it get that damage?
It hit a lamppost.
It didn't spin.
It did, it hit the post. And then it was straight to the back of the net. Now you see, when you try and close the boot, it doesn't line up at all. And we can see the boot hasn't moved on the hinge. So at the minute, we're guessing that the hinge is either bent or it's moved wherever it's bolted to inside
my
the
investments
car.
doesn't matter
So I'm going to
because
start stripping the
I
carpet
lost
out,
like over
see if we
5
can see
billion
anything
the
further.
past
What
day
the hell is all of
on high class. So
It's like
yeah,
a
I'm kind
PlayStation
of just broke.
2.
Everything is gone.
Oh no!
Oh, it's damaged.
Do you reckon
I
that
need
still
to
work?
make
Now
this.
I've got a better look at the hinge and I
Let's
can see it's bolted to the rear parcel shelf. And to get to those bolts, I've got to strip the interior out. But I just generally think that that hinge is bent. And then we've got all of this to sort out. There's a lot of damage underneath all of this electronic stuff, which I think most of it is to do with the sound system. So we're going to take all of that out, taking mental notes of where it all went back together, and now I can see the damage underneath. If you've seen the videos before, you'll understand that the car is built up of all different sections. So look, you can see a section there. That's a cool little section. Like even the back of the seats are all in sections as well. And the way to fix all of this is just to work out what section is broken and replace that section.
Does this not
the
go
only issue
inside
is this
at all?
is structural damage, and we don't know
What the fuck?
whether
You can't keep this in?
Rolls-Royce are going to sell us any of this. And if they don't, now what I'm doing here is trying to call Rolls-Royce to try and order a rear quarter, because sometimes
How much is
manufacturers
this to make
won't
it?
sell
Oh,
you
no.
structural parts unless you're a registered repairer, like Aston Martin and Porsche in the US. And I've got a funny feeling Rolls-Royce is
I'll
going to
just
be
buy
the
it for
same.
rollers.
We're looking for a rear quarter for it. Is that something that you can sell to us?
Yeah, I wouldn't see it being a problem. The quarter panel, it is shown available from Rolls-Royce, so essentially when we order we can get them in 2 working days. The price is $8,959.91 plus the VAT.
Oh wow.
Why does it not show up?
What, £100?
A lot.
8,600
plus VAT.
Plus VAT for just that.
Obsidian.
For just that.
Ooh.
What's it made out of? Gold.
How can it be that? £600 just for that, and then we need all them bits at the back.
Are you regretting this yet?
We are in Manchester, home of Manchester United, and we have some goodies and a few stories to tell. In the back, there's some parts of the Rolls-Royce Mansoura. That has been a great story, and that has been a win. That's been a win. Now about to take a loss. We think we may have found the bumper for the Rolls-Royce Wraith, but I'm gonna have to pay for it, and there's a story behind this. Let's go get it first. So after the first video went out, Rashford's team reached out to me to say they had some parts left over from the car in his lockup. Now apparently after the accident happened, the car got trailered there and a lot of parts were hanging off it, so they took them off to keep them safe. Some of which stayed safe, but one thing that didn't was the front bumper, and it ended up getting listed on eBay for cheap really. Bearing in mind this Mansouri front bumper wouldn't go on any other Wraith, but someone still bought it and I don't blame them. It was a bargain. But before we get back to that, let me show you what I got from Rashford's race. A Mansouri bag, which included a Mansouri car cover, worth €690. A flannels bag, which included Mansouri floor mats, worth €1,500. A Mansouri forged carbon fibre front grille surround, worth €4,900. a Mansory boot floor mat worth €760. A Rolls Royce Wraith front grille with the Mansory inserts and badge. Price unknown. A Mansory wheel cap worth €129. The Black Spirit of Ecstasy. Price unknown. Now I want to say thanks to Rashford's team for giving us all of this because they didn't have to. But this has saved us so much money. But they also gave us more information on the crash. The original, the actual
I'm not going to lose everything anymore.
From the Rolls Royce. We're going to explain the story. But there is a...
Yeah,
look, is it,
that's a relief.
A dent. It is slightly damaged, but all of this, we know how expensive all of this is. So we have saved a bit, but again, let me explain. So it turns out the guy who bought the bumper off eBay was also bidding on the car and wanted it just in case he won it, which obviously he didn't, so he then listed it on Facebook Marketplace for £3,000, which to be fair, is a fair price. This thing's worth £12,000 without the extra bits on it. So then I bought it. But in my opinion, someone's been a little naughty here and the bumper should have stayed with the car all along. And then your extra bits, like this carbon fibre bit on the side, €4,600. So it's €12,000, €4,600 for the pair of them. That front splitter is extra. I don't even know. It's probably going to be around £20,000 for this front bumper. On top of that, inside all of here, they are like daytime running light things.
I need to sell this stuff too. I think, I don't know.
One thing that we still don't have.
I want to sell all my cosmetics.
They didn't have them.
We still don't have the umbrellas.
Who's got them?
Someone's got them. Someone's got the umbrellas. I will not stop until we get those umbrellas. Next thing we've got to remove is that broken fuel tank from underneath. Because a lot of the stuff is bent.
Darren Ben!
I then removed the filler pipes to the tank. Oh no!
It says it had no fuel in.
Well, it should have fuel in the filler.
Oof, man.
Put water to do with the mess.
Oh, Jerry. Oh my god, finally.
Oh,
please.
that's very messy.
Wait, no, this is my Iron Man.
Okay,
Never
the
mind.
football puns are getting worse by the minute.
Oh my
With
god,
the hoses off, we can now start to lower the tank
Iron
down.
Man, bro.
Remembering to disconnect the electrical
Doesn't
connectors
matter
which
anymore.
go to the fuel pump which sit in the tank. Now,
No,
I
I
mentioned
don't care
earlier
about this now.
that Rashford has seen the video and his team said he's a little upset because the crash wasn't his fault. And I believe him. The insurance actually paid out and it wasn't his insurance that paid out for the damage. It was the 75-year-old lady that caused the accident. Let me explain how the accident happened. This was the road where the crash happened. Now further up, the lane
Did someone
splits into
crash
two.
in him?
Now from my understanding, the 74-year-old was driving in the left lane and Rashford moved into the right lane. But later down the road, she went to merge into the right lane and hit Marcus's car, sending him into a spin and smashing down the posts here. Luckily, both of them were okay, but it was deemed the 74-year-old lady's fault.
So, if the insurance paid out, how come it's not categorised?
Oh.
That is a whole different story in
That's
itself.
weird.
And there's apparently a legal loophole. We found someone who can explain that for us. But before we get onto that story, we've got a front subframe to remove.
What?
Because you can see here, it is completely ripped apart. And a lot of the arms which attach to it are pretty bent as well. First thing off are the wheels. Then we can remove the arch lining. More structural damage. I didn't even spot this. Look at that. Oh. After that, front caliper is coming off and all the brake
It looks
lines
like
and
I'm gonna have a bit too
connectors
much
that
of
connect to it.
this stuff,
Remember, this car's
actually.
only done 1,000 miles. So a lot
But
of it
I
is pretty
don't
much
mind.
brand new. So we want to keep it that way so we can reinstall it.
I don't mind that, to be honest. It's better to have extra than less.
Then I'm going to be taking the brake disc off, again, which
Yeah.
is pretty much brand new. And my dad's undoing all of the hydraulic
I'll just
lines
let this
which
go
into
overnight and then
thing
see.
underneath the car, which we still
Tomorrow.
haven't worked out what it is. And now I'm undoing the bolt which connects the steering rack to the steering column inside the car. So at the minute, the engine is resting on this subframe. And if we start lowering the subframe, the engine's going to come down with it. But the gearbox,
Minus 60,
which
okay.
is attached to the engine,
Not bad,
is
not bad.
mounted here to the chassis of the car. So it's still kind of all as one. We want to get the subframe down, but leave the engine in. Now, what I'm going to do is undo these two bolts here.
I need.
The two
Oh
bolts which
wow.
are connecting the
Never mind.
subframe to the engine. So now I can
Come on,
separate
man.
the subframe to the engine. Problem is, there's nothing holding the engine at the top of the car, which is what we're going to have to figure out in a minute. So we'll loosen these out, and then we can lower the car down to support it from the top. Usually, you'd use this for this job. So usually this would go across the top like that, sit on a wing, sit on the other wing. You hook, and you hook that to the engine mount, and then this would hold the engine up in place whilst you take the subframe down. But the issue is this is resting on this carbon fibre wing, and I don't fancy putting all the weight on this carbon fibre wing, although it is pretty strong.
Yeah, but this is like 800 kilos that's got to go on it.
Yeah.
No, we're not risking it. Don't even think about it.
It's pretty strong.
No, it's not.
Oh,
it's
it's
not.
so
It's not
laggy.
gonna take 800 kilos.
Yeah, but it's not 800 kilos it's taken, is it? Really?
What, 400?
It's like it's distributed throughout the whole bar.
So 400 that side and 400 this side.
Well, not exactly, no, because then the gearbox is being held to the chassis, so it is distributed quite even there. Safety at its finest is happening right now.
What?
Supported on the chassis there, and not supported on the chassis there because we're lazy. We need to take the wing off. More to the point, we've got to take the door off, and we've got to mess with the side we don't really want to mess with. Reinforcement wood is underneath, holding that, and then we're gonna crank it up like this. Now this bar is supporting the engine from the top, and I'm hoping our reinforcement wood will be able to hold it. Okay, happy with that. Ain't going nowhere.
I forgot to go to the other side of the garden. Excuse
and
me?
start disconnecting the bolts
I'm
from the
retarded.
subframe to the chassis of the car. And there's quite a few
We
of
get
them.
to go here.
Because the front subframe is going to be super heavy, my dad's got the gearbox stand to hold it. And now we're going to make sure everything's disconnected before we undo the final bolt. After that, we can lower it down. Look at that. That's a V12.
Held up with a bit of water.
Look at that. It's a good job we checked this, because what's probably happened from the accident, these engine mounts are oil filled to cushion the blow of the engine.
Now,
Look at it. It's just flying out of that. So that's going to need to be replaced. But that sometimes happens in an accident, but it's a good job we've done that, because after a while, you might, when
Nice.
you accelerate, you might hear a little...
It should be done tomorrow then.
Bet that ain't
With the
cheap.
coconut and the other one.
Look. The actual engine mount.
Awesome.
It's a good job we've done this.
Oh my god.
Look at that. It's actually broke the cast aluminium engine mount. And do you know what? So if this couldn't hold it, but our blocks of wood could hold it. So it's absolutely perished, these. So as we expected, there was more hidden damage. And I'm guessing these engine mounts are not going to be cheap. But what I want to know is, how is this car not registered as damaged even though the insurance paid out? Well, we called someone with some inside knowledge.
There's no legal obligation to put a category up. There's no law about this. It's actually a code of conduct, and it's a code of conduct that insurers have signed up to if they're members of the ABI, which is the Association of British Insurers.
So yeah, the insurance legally don't have to categorise a car. Now the reason for this, if I get this right, let's say you own a rare Ferrari, then there's a waiting list for them, and someone hits into the rear bumper and damages it. Now the only thing the car needs is a rear bumper, but because the car is so rare, it's going to take over a year to get the rear bumper. And in your insurance policy, it says that you will get a like-for-like car hire for the time that your car is in for repair. And this isn't financially viable for the insurance. The car will be in for repair for over a year, and in that year the insurance will be paying for the customer's car hire. So what they end up doing is writing off the car, giving you a full payout for the car, but then they don't categorise it, because then when the car goes to auction, it's likely to reach more money, so the insurance hasn't taken as much of a hit. So you essentially think that by them not categorising the car, they're doing that to benefit the second-hand sale at the auction.
That's exactly what they've done. There's no question they've done that one.
He then went on to explain how the manufacturers can have an influence on the category of the car, but I can explain that on the Mark II channel. So make sure you subscribe to both
I'm on there right now.
Now let's work out how we're going to repair this thing. The steering rack here seems okay, apart from the trap rod end.
I'm on that channel, bro.
That's broken. This arm's broken. The The suspension.
I'm actually getting close to done with B3.
That side, and this actual
I believe it, man.
well. Like, it's broken
That's
from
awesome.
underneath. This is gonna, and then we need engine mounts as well. This is gonna be so expensive to do, and then on top of that, we do need the Mansory stuff. I've got myself into it now, so there's no turning back. I genuinely think our option with the other car is going to be the best. I think there's no other way around it.
What the fuck is this?
Guys, this is Sue. Right, I didn't want to have to do this, but we've got the all clear from Hannah. Because we haven't. This was the only thing we could do. This is a Range Rover, an older one.
It's not a Range Rover.
A Range Rover, yeah. A Rolls Royce. Sue is a Range Rover.
He's not a Range Rover.
He's upset. He keeps getting the wrong car.
Sue is a Rolls Royce. 2015. She's 9 years old. We had no other option. I tried to find crash damaged Rolls Royce. Can't find them. They all get category B, and when they're category B, they can't be put back on the road. And to buy a category B car, you have to have a license, a breaker's license. We tried to find one with flood damage or an engine problem. We couldn't. This, financially, is our only option. Now, if you look, older Rolls Royces devalue a lot. The 2015 model going around £90,000, which is still expensive for a car, no doubt, but it's a lot better than £350,000. And I got Sue for £97,000, and this is like, I can't even express how much of a squeaky bum this is going to give me now, because from the moment Sue goes in this ramp, she'll be stripped apart, and there's no chance of me ever getting that money back. It goes against everything I've ever done, but from the amount of cars that we put back on the road, I'm going to have to take a loss on this one, I think.
It's the only way, financially, Rashford's one makes sense.
The thing is, it isn't all plain sailing from here. The reason Sue is cheaper is because she's the previous model. So you notice the headlights are the pre-facelift. So the front bumper's different, the headlights are different. There's a few things which are different, but generally, we're hoping the front subframe, all the suspension, the doors and the rear quarter are going to be the same, which are the parts we need. On top of that, the parts we don't use, we can sell, which is really high value stuff. We're just hoping people need them. The engine's worth around £30,000 as it is with the gearbox. We're still going to have the whole interior. We should be able to gain our money back through selling the parts that we don't use. This is £97,000. The Rashford one has cost me £184,000. We're yet to find out how much all the Mansory parts are going to cost. But previously, we did find out from Mansory. And now Sue looks like this. She's looking very sorry for herself. But I still feel okay about this, because I think we're doing the right thing. We've got the front subframe off, the rear subframe off. You probably would have seen us do that.
What the fuck?
Channel. Now we've got to work out what parts are good off Rashford's old Rolls Royce and what parts are good off Sue. And then we're going to switch and swap the two, because this has done 50,000 miles and Rashford's one's only done 1,000. So we want to save as much as we can off that. Let's get these cleaned up.
Yeah.
Now the good news is, the parts of this Rolls Royce do look the same as Rashford's one, even though it is an older model. It looks like the only thing they've changed on the facelift is the headlights and the front bumper at the minute. But we also want to avoid using the older parts as much as possible. All the stuff that we're going to be replacing on this, onto the Rashford car, so because the Rashford car isn't categorised, it's still under warranty. So if anything goes wrong on this, still under warranty. Not that we would ever do that, Rolls Royce, not that we would ever do that, but if anything does go wrong, we could potentially take it back. Now that would be pretty cheeky, and we just gotta hope that they don't watch the videos. But it's unlikely that we'd need to take any of this back under warranty, because most of the parts we're using are just aluminium parts. Nothing really electronical. But now both of the subframes are all cleaned up, and we can go and work out what we're gonna keep and what we're gonna replace. One thing that we are gonna be changing off this side is the suspension. Normally, on a regular car, you'd have a spring and a damper, but on this Rolls, because it is so flaming heavy, but also you're meant to feel like you're on a boat and it's meant to be really cushioning and soft, and that's why they have air suspension. I think this is going to be perished. So from Rolls-Royce is going to be extortionate. Sue is going to be sacrificed for that one. That is a bit of kit in it. I think it's bent. I think it might be a bit bent.
Darren bent.
We then got to work with taking off the stuff we didn't want on the Sue Rolls-Royce, like the steering rack and the right side suspension, to make a bare front subframe ready to go on the Mansory Rolls-Royce. Another thing that we found broken in the last video was the engine mount. So the engine mount normally sits up here, and this is literally the only thing that the engine is mounted to on the subframe. And look at this, this is all broken cast aluminium. We don't actually know whether this is done by the accident or this has just actually happened. But another thing, it's oil filled and it's leaking oil out everywhere. So that's another thing that we're going to change, because that is fully broken. And do I trust the other side? Absolutely not. It's actually the engine mount bracket that's broke. I've unbolted it here with the 4 bolts holding it on, and I'm going to replace the engine mount bracket along with the oil-filled engine mount of the old Rolls to put on the Mansory one. And being that the driver's side cast aluminium broke, I'm also going to be replacing the passenger side one as well. Now moving back to the subframe, we're replacing all of the hydraulic lines, making sure we maximise all of those parts which have only done 1,000 miles. Okay, we should now be able to lower the car down and marry the subframe up with the car and get the bolts in. Then we can concentrate on getting all the rest bolted up. Let's do it. Down comes the Rolls-Royce onto the second-hand subframe. We've got to line the subframe up with the bolt holes, but before we do, there's a few electrical connectors to connect up first. Then we can start putting the bolts in. Once we've got 2 bolts in, we can start to lift the Rolls-Royce up.
Staying up.
Ish. We've made progress. The good thing about that is because the subframe, which is straight, has now gone on to the Rashford car, we can tell that the frame is nice and straight because the subframe bolts up to it. If it was all bent, the subframe wouldn't have bolted up to it. So, one savior done. It's the back we're a little bit worried about. So far, so good. The last 2 bolts for the subframe to connect to the front. But after we put this bolt in, we found more damage. Is that all bent? Oh, this could be bent, you know. Look, this bit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really bent.
That's bent. That's not lined up. And then also, look, this is bent here. If you stand back a bit, Matt. That's bent. So this is why we got another car, because all of this would have just added up. It would have just been a fortune. But it's a good job now we can just go to Sue and get all this. It looks like this lower crash bar's bent and the bar which connects that to the subframe. So we're going to need to replace that. But before we do, I'm going to put in the 3 bolts each side which hold the engine mounts to the subframe. And once I put them in, I can start to put in the anti-roll bar.
He's rocking an FB.
This is the biggest anti-roll bar I've ever seen, and it has hydraulic fluid going through it. I assume just to stiffen the suspension up because it is so heavy. I've now mounted the anti-roll bar to the subframe. I've just got to connect up all the hydraulic lines to the anti-roll bar, and then to this point underneath the car where all of them meet. After that, I've got to make sure I put the bolt in which connects the steering rack to the steering column. Time to lower the car back down, and I can now take off this engine support bar because the engine's just being supported by the subframe now. With that off, I'm over onto the left-hand side of the car, putting on the heat shield, connecting in electrical connections, not forgetting all the plastic guards as well. We need to make this car look as new as it actually is. I've got the second-hand suspension strut off Sue, cleaned it up and put that into place, and then the wheel hub connects up to the top arm. After that, on goes the brake disc, and then the brake caliper. Making sure I remember to connect all the electrical connections and of course the brake line. But then I found something a little bit different. I've accidentally put on the disc from Sue onto this, and you can see the brake pad isn't quite all the way on the disc, and you can see the heat shield is sitting higher than the disc.
Does it not fit?
And then when we had a look at the actual Mansory disc, which is, well, it's actually a BMW disc, you can see there, the lip here is a lot shorter than the lip on here. So we're hoping that by just changing the disc it's fine and the wheel hub's not different, but I'm going to switch the discs over and hopefully that'll work. So did Rolls-Royce change the discs on the new facelift model? Guess we're about to find out. Yeah, look at that for a measurement. Look, that's way bigger. So they've upgraded the discs, but that's actually longer, innit? So they have upgraded the discs, but now I'm worried that the wheel hub is going to be different as well. So I'm putting on the original disc onto the second-hand wheel hub now. Yeah, that's better. So we've learned one thing. They upgraded the brake discs on the flat badge or the newer model, either one of the two. So if you've got a Rolls-Royce at home, at least you know that. So it's good news. The wheel
thank you for letting me know, bro.
And the only thing they seem to have changed is the brake disc. Now we can connect up the bolts to the top of the strut, and we've got a few more things we need to replace. This lower part here, which is bent, this lower front crash bar, which is also bent, the horn as well, which is pretty much dead, and also there's supposed to be a lower radiator there as well. Alongside that, these coolant lines are supposed to lead to a coolant bottle, which sits behind the wing here. So we're back over on Sue to strip her apart even more. We've got to work away at getting the front end completely stripped apart so we can access the radiators and all the parts we need. Look at that! Hey, perish. Sue's a fake black badge because this, on a black badge, all of this is black and this is chrome, and look, someone's painted it and someone's painted it. So they're a big fat phony. Hey! And she disappears underneath. Cap goes up. Just so everyone knew. I bet everyone wanted to know that. We're making progress. And a lot of this stuff which is being removed from Sue is still worth a fair bit of money.
Big moment!
Which is good news for us. Off comes the grille, which is now give us access to the rest of the bumper.
Ooh, you got it. Well, I didn't think I'd take a bumper up like that.
There we go, Sue bumper. What's the good news?
This isn't bent.
And it looks the same.
And there's a radiator.
There is. It looks the same, yeah, it looks the same. You're all right. And then what about this, though? What do you think?
That looks
the same.
Flat, if you ask me.
Does it look the same, though? Because it's a different headlight.
Definitely looks the same, other than the fact it's straight.
So what you're saying is Rolls-Royce facelifted the cars and charged their customers 60-70% more than the previous gen model for the sake of 2 headlights and a bumper. Is that what you're saying, Matt?
Yeah.
You said that, not me.
Some discs.
Oh, and some brake discs as well.
Don't you know what I'm doing, Matthew?
I know, but you tell the viewers. Tell the viewers.
I am taking this radiator out of Sue.
What?
It's come off the post. Here we go.
Front lower radiator is off. Now we're removing the headlight so we can get to the bracket behind it that we need to replace on the Mansory one. It seems even though Sue does have different headlights and a different front bumper, everything underneath seems to be the same as the facelift one. I've got the front lower crash bar off and my dad's working away at getting the coolant bottle out. And once he's done that, we're back onto the Mansory one. And we can now take off the broken parts and switch them over for the good ones. Now I'm actually going to find out whether all of these parts are the same. Because if they're not, I'm in some pretty big trouble. First thing I'm changing is that lower crash bar. That is all in and it was the same. The only thing that's different is this radar sensor, which they don't have on the older model. But the funny thing is, this is off the older model and they've still got the hole to put in for the bolt. So it's almost like they knew they were going to put that in. Well done. There's one win The second win will be the horn, and that is exactly the same, of course. Then we're moving on to this bracket here, which holds the headlight in place and also the wing. And it's looking good. It looks exactly the same and fits in the same way. Now onto this lower radiator, which is part of the charge cooling system, I believe. This radiator actually bolts to the headlight bracket, and sure enough, it all fits up good. Next up, the hoses here, which run to the coolant bottle behind the wing, are broken. So my dad's got to remove them from the Mansory one and go get them from Sue. This is the first time I've ever seen a coolant bottle which sits behind a wing, but maybe they just ran out of space in the engine bay. That big twin turbo V12 certainly takes up a lot of room. Now my dad's put the second-hand hoses in and the second-hand coolant bottle. He's realised that where the coolant hose runs to the filler pipe, the bit on the pipe is actually broken. So he's gone and got the one off Sue, and now he's got to replace this as well. You can see at the bottom of it here, it's just all snapped off.
This is why we got Sue.
Oh, that's a bit quick on that one, wasn't it?
We'd have had to wait to order this.
Yeah, so we would have got to this part here, thought we could build it up.
Yeah.
And then try to order that.
To wait another 5 days for delivery and all that stuff, and then put that on and found something else.
Yeah.
So everyone's saying, why have you brought a donor car? It's so we can bring videos faster.
And so we can say Sue.
That's right. Another benefit of having a donor car. If we find parts which are broken, it doesn't cost us any more money and we can get them instantly. That should be everything on the front, which should allow us to run the car, apart from all the fluids. But the back has got nothing on still. And one thing that we need to put on is a fuel tank. If you remember in the last video, we noticed the fuel tank had took a beating. It had a huge dent in it, a hole, and a lot of the brackets holding it were bent. So this is another thing we need to change.
Hi.
I'm going to start by removing the filler lines on Sue's fuel tank. And then me and my dad can slowly lift it down.
Got it. 1, 2, 3. Down.
Who put that much fuel in it? Is it you?
Yeah.
Now, Matt, I'm going to ask you a question. This tank unit here with the pumping, has done 50,000 miles.
Yeah, that's getting deleted. We need to put it in that one.
That one.
Yeah.
Swap it.
Yeah, swap it.
How do you change it, Tony?
That ring locks in to those.
So what tools would Rolls-Royce use?
A hammer and screwdriver.
Oh, look, it worked!
There you go.
Oh my god.
Look at those wires.
That looks like it's a level sensor and everything. Yeah, but normally it's all connected to that. All in favour of voting to keeping the old fuel pump in? Yeah. Definitely changed it. It's brand new, this one.
1,000 miles.
1,000 miles. It's just got a bit dirty going from over there to here. Let's get it in. That fuel pump looked like it was going to break from the moment we set our eyes on it. So we decided not to change it. But I think it'd be pretty rare if a fuel pump were to fail. Especially the one in the tank. But hey, who knows? I'm plugging it all in now, and then we can raise the fuel tank up and start to do the tank strap bolts up, which hold the tank to the chassis of the car. Then I can go in and connect up the filler hoses and make sure all the clamps are tight. And that is one second-hand fuel tank in. So just like the front, the back strut is also broken, bent, perished. So we're going to replace it off this one and put the Sue one on. I'm not sure that's actually how you properly do it.
There's got to be a better procedure for that.
Now the only thing holding this strut to the car are the top 3 bolts, and we thought they'd just be inside the boot, but they weren't. Oh.
No. I haven't even looked, and just based on your reaction, I know what's going to happen.
Do you know how he gets them top bolts?
Interior out.
Yeah, the inside. Right, in we go! The worst thing is I can't even take out the front seats to do this because we can't open the doors because the car's on the ramp. Right, I've got a plan, Matt. We're going to have to do this as a team. I'm going to have to start trying to get this out. You're going to have to pass me the tools because I'm not getting in and out with the tools, so...
So I'm a tool lady?
Yeah.
You're joking. How do you get them out?
So it looks like to get to the nuts which hold the shock absorber in, we've got to remove the rear parcel shelf. And to remove the rear parcel shelf, it looks like we've got to remove the rear seats. But when you go in the boot, there is literally no nuts and bolts holding the rear seats in. So surely everything must be done from inside the car.
T30. This is what he needs.
I found one T30 which was holding the bottom part of the seat in, but then I think the whole rear bench was a complete unit.
Oh, secret door.
Oh, secret. That's it, it's these two bolts and these two, and I think we might be out. Now, whilst we're trying to figure it out on the Mansouri one, my dad's trying to figure it out on Sue.
You don't have to take this out.
You don't?
No.
Oh, okay.
You have to take all the back seats out, parcel shelf off. What? So, should we shut this?
Yeah. It seems they figured out the exact same thing that we figured out.
Another secret door.
Everything has to be done from inside.
How are we going to get this out?
The rear bench was complete, and the only way for us to get it out now is through the windows. It's lucky that the Rolls Royce has pillarless windows.
Smashed it. Next stage is, I think these will just hand twist off. This is all for one suspension strut. You imagine the hours labour Rolls Royce charges to change this suspension strut. I feel like this is going to be blocking it.
Oh, it's got to take the headliner out as well.
Now it seems that the B pillar trim is blocking the rear parcel shelf coming out. There's another thing we've got to remove.
Funny guy. Oh! Wow. Okay. All this for a strut. I can't believe it.
And back over at Sue, there's progress.
Oh yeah.
Holy
And
shit.
now I've figured out that I've got to remove the rear door card to get this parcel shelf off, because that's also blocking it in. This is an insane amount of work just to get to 3 bolts holding the strut on.
Hey!
Can you see him?
No.
Oh. What are you celebrating for?
Now, even though I've got the rear parcel shelf off, I still can't access the nuts. They're all under this sound deadening.
He wants the nuts.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm on it.
Give me nuts.
Banged it.
They're right here all along.
Finally, I got to them.
Yeah! Strut out. Look at that.
And back over at Sue, it seems they were struggling.
You having a good day, Tony?
What's the hold up over here?
Hey! Come. There we go. Needs a bit of a clean up, and she can go on. What a job that was. Just for 3 bolts, which could have been the other way up. Why didn't they just make this bigger and then have the bolts facing downwards? Why? They obviously don't want to people working on the car.
Now we have the brand new second-hand suspension strut. Now my dad's going to guide into place on the Mansouri rolls, and I'm going to put the nuts on the top. And speaking of brand new second-hand, that's a nice t-shirt you can get for yourself with a link in the description. With that strut in, we can turn our attention to the rear subframe. We're going to try and use the original differential because it's only done 1,000 miles, and anything original of the Mansouri car because it's almost brand new. So me and my dad are taking off the differential of the second-hand subframe and taking the brake discs off, along with all the handbrake mechanism as well, and replacing it with the Mansouri one.
It's a good job we took this one apart because look, it's also cast aluminium.
Help with my boss, no thanks. I do not need
What,
to
this
help
ain't
with
even
that,
the
bro.
side that was on the accident. Do you reckon old Rashy boy's been doing some handbrake turns?
In the rollie?
Yeah, do you know, to impress the girls?
That's been moved. That's been tried to move with the handbrake on.
Another good reason of why we have a donor car. More unexpected damage to the Mansouri one. But now we have the subframe all ready to go back onto the car, and we've tried to make it as light as possible to make this job as easy as we can. So we're going to lower the car down, try and get the subframe bolts through the subframe and bolted to the chassis, then add all the rest of the suspension to the subframe once the car's in the air. And so far, our plan seems to be working.
So far.
Optional extra.
You've upgraded it.
Upgrade. First upgrade done. Good news, subframe is lined up with the original mounting, so we know that we've got a straight subframe and a straight car because they both join together. Bad news for me though is that when you check this car out on Car Vertical, it still shows the photos of it damaged, even though it's a fully clean check with no outstanding finance, no mileage fraud, and no records of being damaged.
We explained why that was in the last video. Now I'll explain further, but we've still got the rest of the components to put on this subframe. So let's do that and I'll explain further. Next up is that huge anti-roll bar with the hydraulic lines which go to it. We put the anti-roll bar on the subframe and now I'm connecting up the lines. Again, we've used the roll bar of the original car. Next up is the differential, again of the original car. We've got it on a gearbox stand and we're going to push it into place and then tighten up all the bolts on the subframe, which kind of went to plan. Oh, do you know what I just thought?
That's not going to be able to lift in without...
Take your bolt back out.
Because I put in the diff first, I was unable to put the prop shaft in afterwards, so I've got to loosen the diff back off to get the prop shaft in. Then next up, I can start putting in all the rest of the suspension components, again of the original car on the right hand side because it wasn't damaged.
Just the technique. Remember how we said Rashford's been doing some handbrake turns?
You know, it's not actually that bad to do major outlaw.
I thought that was bolted to it.
It's pretty boring, but it doesn't take too long.
The bit that's broke off.
It's like 10 hours.
No. Gotta use Suzu.
Could be worse.
You've got to replace the whole hub. I can't believe it. Whoever does the casting.
This cast iron thing is not very good, is it?
Yeah, whoever does the cast aluminium on this, that's 2 broken bits that have failed on this rolls. The engine mount cast broke, and this handbrake cast broke.
So it looks like we're going to have to change the whole hub just because of this brake here. It's making me more and more thankful for Sue.
Right, the whole rear subframe is in. Now, we didn't expect to use a lot of this side, so hence why it's dirty. So I think we're probably going to get all that ice blasted and cleaned up so it looks nice and clean like the other side. But we are a little bit doubtful of this rear diff now because after we've like kind of spun the wheels, it don't feel very smooth, and we're wondering whether when the drive shaft's been ripped out of it, whether it's damaged it or not. We know there's no oil in it left, so we've got to fill the oil up now, and there's a special way to do that, and I think that's what I'm going to do now. Then we've got more fluids to put in before we can drive this. Did that loosen or break? Oh, it went. Okay, if I'm right, but I am guessing because I don't have any Rolls Royce manual, you literally just fill it until it starts coming out. And we're going to need a syringe for it. Oh, gear oil stinks, smell that.
Ooh.
Rough, innit? Right, got the diff oil. Then we just inject it in. That's one in. That's what they do at doctors, isn't it? Oh, I think that's coming out now.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely coming
Yeah,
out.
that's coming out now. Didn't take much. It all out.
How much do you think they would charge you at Rolls Royce to do a diff service?
That's like a £3 grand service, that. Boom.
With the oil topped up in the diff, it's time to pay attention to more fluid the car needs.
I've got a feeling this is similar to the BMW M5, where you can't just bleed the brakes. You can't just bleed the brakes normally because underneath here, inside there, there's like some massive ABS pump thing, and like all the air seems to collect in there. So before we had to use the code reader to bleed the brakes. What I'm going to try and do first is a regular way of doing it, and then if that doesn't work, we'll try the code reader way.
First step is to take the cap off the brake reservoir and top the brake fluid up, of course, with Valvoline brake fluid. Being that we're Team Valvoline, once we put the Dot 4 in, it's on to the next step.
Easy bleed, aka Mr. Push.
Now Mr. Push, as I like to call it, is going to screw onto the brake reservoir, and you can see a pipe coming off that cap into the Mr. Push bottle, and then another pipe coming off that, which goes down and connects to the valve on a tyre. And it's going to use the air from that tyre to pressurise the brake system.
There we go. Oh look, it's already pushed a load of fluid through. So that's putting pressure through there. Now I believe it goes back left, back right, front left, front right. We just got to crack the nipples on.
So air is being pushed from the tyre down this line here into Mr. Push's bottle, which is full of .4 brake fluid. And then another line is coming off Mr. Push and into the brake reservoir. All I've got to do now is go around the brake calipers and crack the bleed nipple off. And Mr. Push should push all the air out the brake system. You can see it working on the back right, then the back left, then I go to the front left and the front right. Making sure I crack both bleed nipples on the front calipers, because there's 2 on each. It's really full. You going to test it?
Be nice to us.
This interior needs a right clean.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, let's see.
See if we can get a hard caliper. We're going to have to plug it in. Or we just do it. We're going to have to plug
2 minutes.
it in, and then we'll see. I think it's going to be the same as the M5, where we have to plug it in and go through some special procedure, but could be wrong. But yeah, like all brake fluid was coming out every corner. We've seen it. But still air in the system, and I think the air is in that ABS box. So the next step was to plug in my diagnostic tool and see if we can bleed the brakes electronically. I think maintenance, condition-based service. But it looks like my diagnostic tool doesn't have the option to bleed the brakes electronically, unlike what it did when we had the M5. I even tried scanning it as a BMW to see if I could trick it to thinking it was a BMW, and then seeing if it would bleed that way, but it didn't work. So my only option now was just to keep going through and doing a bleed procedure myself over and over again.
Yeah, it's just like...
It just wouldn't work.
It's like there's no brake pads in it.
It seems there was no air in any of the brake calipers anymore, but I think the air was getting trapped in this ABS pump, and I couldn't think of any other way to try and get it out. The only other option was to try and start the car, then bleed the brakes with it on, but for me to be able to start it, I need to add the coolant in it so it don't overheat. Next up, coolant.
Coolant.
Again, not a simple task of just pouring it in. We've got coolant reservoir for the engine there, which actually goes down and goes into this big tank on the side, and then also a coolant tank for the charge cooler system. On the BMW M3, we only had to vacuum fill this side of the coolant, the engine side, and we just poured it into that, and that actually works. So I'm going to go with that theory. Let's vacuum fill that with coolant, then we should be able to run it. Then we'll try doing the brakes. Oh, and we've still got that in as well, which is power steering, and I think the power steering fluid uses the same fluid for the anti-roll bars as well. I've never heard of it before, but I think it does. So out comes the vacuum filler. We've used this endless amount of times on the channel, and if you don't know what this does by now, I would suggest just subscribing to the channel, because we use this on a regular. Also, if you subscribe, it'll keep you up to date on this full build. Anyway, the good news is, it looks like the whole cooling system is holding a vacuum, which means we have no leaks in it. Now we're taking our Valvoline coolant, making sure we get no air in the line, and we're going to connect that up to the vacuum that's been pulled from the cooling system, and now it's going to suck all the coolant into the cooling system, which will make sure we won't get any airlocks. And with no airlocks, it means the car won't overheat. So far, it's looking good. We're then going to take the vacuum filler off and top the rest of the coolant up, and then pour in the coolant to the charge cooling side. This cooling system is just for cooling down the 2 turbos which are on this car, and I don't think this needs to be vacuum filled. Then after that, we just need to add the hydraulic fluid for the steering rack and the anti-roll bars. Right, so we'll start it, see if it runs to temperature, bleed the brakes. Yeah, if it runs to temperature, we'll bleed the brakes. If we can bleed the brakes, we can put the wheels on, and we can roll it out and then start attacking that door. I think we've got a bit of brake pressure.
Oh my god, so close.
I think so. So is it ignition on? Just needed to top up a bit more of the hydraulic fluid now that it's ran around the system, and then we can check the brakes again. Both sides coolant's good. Should we try and bleed the brakes again?
Okay.
It's really spongy though, isn't it? Like we've got no brake pedal.
Oh my.
Like we've got nothing. I don't know how much difference it would have made bleeding the brakes with the car on, but quite clearly, no difference at all.
Ah, why is it not working?
No.
I might break the pedal.
There's got to be a procedure with the auto. Gotta be. Have you noticed that everything we've done has been really anti-DIY? Like, it will stop. It will stop, but it ain't gonna stop. Like, it'll be enough to roll us out. So even though we haven't managed to get the brakes bled properly, I still wanted to attempt to move and drive this car. Being that now we've got the front subframe, the rear subframe, and the differential on, and the new fuel tank, it should technically drive. So I've gone and got the wheels off Sue, and then we can lower the car down and try and move it for the first time since the accident. The thing is as well, we haven't plugged in any of the rear suspension, so it has no idea what it's doing with the ride height. Time to roll it forward for the first time since the accident.
It's working!
And so far, so good. It's driving, but the back end of the car is so high. Is that going up?
It was a second ago.
This side's gone up. That front's gone up. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look, it's like leveling itself. Yeah,
Oh, no, it's slammed at the back now, look.
Yeah, it's gone out.
It's doing a wheelie.
Yeah.
It's gone from literally like that to like that. I don't think you're supposed to drive Rolls Royces without that thing plugged in.
No, I don't think so. I also think you're meant to have airbags in. You're also meant to have brakes. And also, what's going to be an issue, if we drive, this is just going to sling open. So, all in favour of taking it off.
Aye.
Now we're going to need to replace this whole passenger door anyway, along with the wing mirror and the glass as well. The only thing that's worth keeping off this door is the door card. So before we take the door off, I'm going to remove the door card first, making sure not to break anything, because I'm pretty sure this Mansory interior is around £33,000, however outrageous it may be. Now that I've got the door card unclipped, I need to remove all the electrical connections from it, and I can start removing the door from the car now. First step is to disconnect the electronics from the chassis of the car. Then there's the bolt for the check strap, and then one bolt which holds the top hinge, and one bolt which holds the bottom hinge. I'm just about got the door off. And now, she's ready for the first drive. It's time for no brakes in a Rolls Royce and one door and a really dirty steering wheel.
It's moving.
It feels massive.
This is the first time you've drove a Rolls Royce race.
Yeah, it feels massive.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? You don't know where the rest of the car is. It's out the unit. Oh, it's actually made it out.
Yeah! Yes! This was it. I was actually driving Rashford's old Rolls Royce for the first time since the accident. What a car! I've got no brakes. Every warning light on the dashboard is a joke. But we're cruising in Rashford's old Rolls Royce. Yeah! Now it does look a mess, I'll agree with you there. But what an achievement so far. To actually get this thing moving. We're one step closer now.
It's good.
So it's driving, it's rolling. The first time I've ever driven a Rolls Royce Wraith. I didn't imagine it to be like this, but hey, you can't pick and choose, can you, at all? Now this is where things are going to get a little tricky. It's not just bolt on, bolt off parts anymore. This time it's structural work, and we need to make sure this is spot on, well, because it's a Rolls Royce. I think I'm going to work from the front backwards, but the first part of structural damage is this sort of little frame here, and you can see it's been pushed, I think, by the wheel, and well, it's bent all of this in, and the bracket which holds the wing as well. I assume if I put the wing on it, it wouldn't line up right. Now, the issue is with this, it comes in 3 sections. You've got like a bottom section, a middle section, and a top section there. And all of that was £850, which it is expensive, but I feel like it's probably worth it to buy those parts than cut them off Sue. So for now, I've got to try and get this off without causing any more damage. And this is the first time I've kind of tackled structural parts alone. So, wish me luck. So you're probably wondering, why buy a parts car if we're not going to take these type of parts off it to use on the Mansouri rolls? Well, the procedure for taking these type of parts off is pretty critical, and the risk of damaging them whilst doing it is pretty high. And we think we've got a better chance of selling Sue, our parts car, if it is a complete chassis rather than cut up into pieces. So for the sake of the extra 800 odd pound, we think it was worth just buying these structural parts from Rolls to use on it. Now I've got everything away from the structural panel that we will be changing. We can see how this thing is put together. All these little circles you can see are spot welds. And that's what's joining each panel to one another. So we're going to have to drill these out. This piece on top is in the right position. So I'm going to try and keep this here and not actually move this anywhere. And all of these spot welds here, I'm going to try and, well, I don't want to ruin this top piece. I want to get this bottom piece off without causing any damage to this, which I think is going to be difficult. This part is steel. This bit here is aluminium. This is all cast aluminium. It's really strong, and you can see how the spot welds go from spot welds to, when they get here, into rivets, because you can't weld steel to aluminium. So instead they use rivets and bonding. So I'm hoping I don't have to re-rivet it all. I'm hoping it's just literally I get away with just taking out the spot welds and replacing underneath. But I guess we'll see how it goes. First off, let's try and remove this whilst keeping this in place. I'm going to be using the belt sander to do this. Because this panel is effectively scrap, we're not too worried about damaging it, and a quicker way rather than drilling the spot welds out is to use the belt sander. But on top, because we want to keep this panel, I'm going to be drilling out the spot welds instead. By doing this, it means I can reuse that top panel as I mentioned. Once I've drilled and sanded the spot welds, I can use the spot weld chisel just to wedge in between the joining panels to try and separate them. The lower panel also connects to the chassis leg as well. So the spot weld chisel is getting wedged in between those two there. And slowly but surely, we should be able to pull it away from it. I then thought it was going to be a little easier if we just get the saw out and cut the panel into two pieces. Then I could break away the bottom part, but the top part was still a struggle to get away. Out came the wire brush to get away some of the seam sealer, which revealed rivets. All of these bigger circles here are rivets, where it's riveting an aluminium panel to a steel one. So it looks like I'm going to have to drill some of these out, which is pretty easy because the rivets are really soft aluminium. I'm then going to use some heat, which should soften the panel bond connecting the steel panel to the aluminium panel, and then go at it and try and wiggle the steel panel away. And it's off. Okay, I've been body shopping. Good news and bad news. Good news is that I've managed to keep this all intact and we can reuse it. It's still got the nice OEM paint and all the original fitments. Bad news is I need rivets. Now you see this part here is steel, and when that slots in behind here, all of this is aluminium. Can't weld steel to aluminium, so instead they use panel bond and then they use rivets in there. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or 10 rivets. I think I need 10 rivets. And the rivets are exactly the same as the BMW ones. If we order them from Rolls-Royce, one, they're more expensive, and two, they take longer to come. So I've ordered them from BMW, and they should be here today, which means we can start refitting the new one into there, and that should be a pretty fast job. We just need to get this paint. I think that's where we're going to struggle.
Rivets.
So come already! Way! How much are they? How much?
£13 for 10.
What?
£13 for 10, that's good. Now we can continue building that front up. Body shop. So I'm hoping to leave this panel in place, and now that the rivets have arrived from BMW, I've started to clean away the parts where we're going to be welding and drilling holes in the new parts we got from Rolls. These are holes for the rivets. These are holes which we're going to use to plug weld one of the panels to the other panel. Hopefully that makes sense. Anywhere where we're welding, we're going to make sure it's nice and clean from paint. Weld through primer so it doesn't rust from the inside out, guys. Of course, the weld through primer comes out, and then Freddie flew over to make sure I was using the right PPE. That's what good friends are for.
Don't we need PPE?
No,
No.
The weld through primer doesn't stop there. We've got to make sure that we put it on the chassis leg as well. Okay. This part is going onto the aluminium, or as Freddie's here, aluminum. We're gonna,
9 minutes again.
We're gonna have to put panel bond on it as well. So, look at that. Boom. Do you know what? This is the point of no return. Once this is on, it's on now. So on goes the panel bond in kind of messy fashion, but we got the all clear from Freddy. Once we got that on, we made sure it covered most of the panel where it's going to be joined into the aluminium part using the brush, and then we can slide it into place. Clamping it down with the mold grips and making sure all the holes line up with the ones that we've drilled. I'm now knocking the aluminium part so it's snug against the steel part. Then it's time for the rivet gun to come out. Powerful enough. Oh yeah, that's well good. There's plenty of rivets to put in.
That's so easy, I could do it.
Go on then.
What, you want me to do?
Go on then. Go on then. Cameraman reckons he can do it. Yeah.
Right. Maybe it's not that easy.
Boom. And that should be all the rivets in place. They're not the same rivets used in the factory, but these are the exact rivets Rolls or BMW use to repair panels. Which I think actually are stronger. Come here.
Sounded good.
Oh. Can I just FaceTime Jack right now? Dude, that's good. That's good. Right, that's it. Mic drop and I'm out. So now I'm going to be plug welding the new panel onto the old panel. And as we did a lot of this on the BMW M3, I'm starting to get a lot better at it. It's good that we've kept this top panel in place because I can be pretty confident that everything stayed in the right place when we're welding the new one on. I've then just got to spend the rest of my day welding up all of these panels. And it's looking pretty good. Once I've done all the plug welds, we've then got to start cleaning them up. Just sanding down the top of the weld to make sure it's nice and smooth and flat. Almost like OEM. Well, as OEM as I can make it look. After that, we're going to mask up the area because we don't want to get any paint on the engine or anything around the engine. Get out the etch primer, which is used for the bare metal. This should prevent the welds from rusting in the future. And once I've primed the area, I can start using the seam sealer. This is applied between two panels to seal the gap, to stop any water or dirt getting in between the two. And I'm trying to make it look as OEM as possible. But the key here is just to make it do its job. Alright, to be fair. That's good. Decent. Yeah, I think that once that's got a bit of paint on, OEM. There's also some sealing to do at the bottom. I'm just putting this sealant anywhere it was before I took the panels off. And once the sealant is dry, I'm going to run around it with the paint that I got mixed at the body shop, which is a pretty good match. And finally, wax oil. This is going to be sprayed inside the panels to stop it from rusting from the inside out. I'm buzzing with that. Like, that is the first thing I've done with, like, not any other help.
I think you've done a good job, to be honest.
Thanks, Matt.
That looks so, yeah.
Look,
No,
that's not...
Just don't look too close, like, it's alright, isn't it?
Just it's close, but the thing is, it's covered up by a wing. But the job's done, it's sealed up, it's painted. I'm well happy with that. And the only thing as well, it's only up from here. Imagine in 5 years' time my repairs. If that is year one. Okay. Now we need to pay our attention to the rear quarter. Originally I was looking at replacing this. And we know some parts will need to be replaced, like this structural part at the back here. But we think the rear quarter may be savable. And we're about to find out. If we're going to have to replace it, it's one, ridiculously expensive. We know it's around £10,000. If these guys can get this quarter looking flat, it's going to save a lot of money, a lot of time as well. And then we've just got to do the structural stuff in there. Let's do it. So the guys have come down from Allied Automotive where I get my cars painted, and they're going to see if they can work their magic on the rear quarter. But before they get to it, they've got to put on a boot which lines up straight with the panels, and at the minute, the original one doesn't. So off comes this boot, then they've got the boot off Sue to install next. Going to tighten this up and see if it all lines up. But it didn't.
Okay.
As we suspected, really.
That's why we got this.
And it's quite odd actually, because it doesn't look bent to look at it, does it? It seems that one of the hinges has bent as well, which is not surprising. It's took a pretty big hit. So we're going to remove that hinge and then install one of the hinges off Sue, our parts car. And hopefully now, once we install this, we should get it all aligned. And this is really going to help when they're trying to repair that rear quarter. Back on goes the boot, and there's actually shims between the boot and the hinge, which I was shocked to see on a Rolls Royce. But once they've got them in place and the bolts in, we can lower it down and see now if it lines up.
Instantly fits so much better than the bent hinge. Bit of alignment to do. I think we'll be good.
So this thing is a... What did you call this tool again? A profile tool. And what the lads did, they put it on there and they get like the exact profile of the car. Well, he said not exact, didn't he? He said ish. And then they go on the other side and try and get it close to as possible. You can see how far out it is ish.
That way one. That should be like that.
Yeah, it's not horrendous, is it?
No.
This is what the good side looks like, and the bad side, well, it's far from it. But the guys are going to see if they can do any bending, pushing and pulling now to see if we can get it somewhere near, and then we can make a decision on whether we think this rear quarter is repairable. This rear quarter is made out of steel, so it's a little bit easier to manipulate than something like an aluminium rear quarter. They're putting the tool in the boot now and started to push out all the damage in there, and you can see how much it's moving here. Slowly starting to get somewhere. Verdict is, rear quarter's fixable. This part underneath, not fixable. But we can get that from Rolls Royce. I can't remember the price on that specific part, but we buy that structural part underneath, drill it all off, replace that, and with that off, this should be able to get this rear quarter back into shape and match it up.
This is supposed to have one line in it. It's got like 3. That's
Yeah,
going to be crazy.
it looks better like that. I think it looks better.
It's the Mansouri Armstrong edition.
Oh, yeah. You can't look at both sides at once. Knowing that the rear quarter is now savable, I've moved back onto the front and I can start putting back together all the parts I took off before fitting that structural part. Look at this. Look, come over here, come over here. Bolts line up, yeah? Yeah. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Bolts line up.
Good work.
Thanks. Thank you. Professional. Right, let's bolt it all together, let's carry on. Maybe I should stick to fixing, not driving.
Yeah, 100%. You ran out of talent there, didn't you?
So it's good news that the strut braces lined up to the original positions. The plan is to start building up everything on the front of the car now, so we can start to add the front grille, the bumper, and all of the other stuff on there. And so far, so good. Thanks to Rashford's team, we've got the grille and we've noticed something inside the grille as well. Look at that. LED strip which lights this up. I don't know what that's going to look like. The one thing that is different off suit to this is that you've got some kind of like sensor. I think it's for the adaptive cruise control or something. But that's got to go in the back of the grille, like here. This sensor is for the adaptive cruise control, and I kind of like the way Rolls-Royce sort of hide it away in the grille. Once I've bolted it in, just sits in the top right-hand corner of it. Unlike BMWs, where they're just plastered right in the center of the grille and look pretty ugly. All I've got to do now is bolt it to the car. This is on. Looks like it's really far in front, doesn't it?
Yes. Guess it has that surround on it, doesn't it? And it's to make room for.
Oh, and then the Spirit of Ecstasy goes in there. But I want to see if these lights work. It looks like there's more. Look. I reckon there's more. Oh, it's going to be in the lower part of the grill as well, isn't there? Can we see if these work? I'm going to press the button.
Big reveal.
Ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? That looks sick.
Are they on?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Yeah, that's 5.
Whoa, that's actually sick.
Yeah, with that
I
blue
didn't think
paint.
I was going to like it, but look, when you see the blue, you can see the blue tint as you go round. No, that is actually wicked. Well done, Rashford.
How much do you think that was from Mansouri?
We seen, didn't we? I swear it was like $5 grand.
It was worth it, to be fair.
Look at that. It's the little extra things Mansouri do to make their cars stand out, and it is pretty cool, even though it is a little expensive. Okay, here's the Spirit of Ecstasy, and also Rashford's team gave us this as well, which is the cap, which goes, look at that, forged carbon fibre to cover up when it's at the top, so, okay. Not only have I got to fit this Spirit of Ecstasy, I've also got to make sure it's in the right position and lined up with the grille surround. Otherwise, when she comes out, she could hit it. Next up, the Mansouri forged carbon fibre front grille, which does have a very, very small nick in it here. That'll polish up. The hardest thing about this is that we've got to get the grill on and then line up the Spirit of Ecstasy so she don't hit her head on the way out. Oh, there we are. That is in, but this, like, carbon is really rigid, and as soon as you push that in, it's clipped. It starts trying to come out, but what we noticed, there was a bit of tiger seal on the back of the clip, so I think to permanently fit it, what they've done is put tiger seal on the back of the little trim bits here, which you can see, these little bits here. Put tiger seal on there. When it's wet, push it in, hold it down like that, and then it will set in and hold it in place a bit better than what it is now. But it's roughly in line, the forged carbon fibre bits there. There you go. Hey, that's not too bad actually. I think the bonnet's loose. The bonnet is loose. Look at that, it's looking better already. Made a mistake. This actually clips in to the bumper, so this has got to go on afterwards. So I'm gonna. But before we put the bumper on, the headlight's got to go in. Rashford's team sorted us out with the headlight, which was good. I think we forgot to show this on the day that we got there, but we've had to. Well, my dad repaired some of the tabs.
Look at that one.
So, yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was either that or another £3,500 for a headlight. So I think we don't even know if this works.
Let's hope it does.
But as we started fitting the headlight, we noticed something was wrong. Oh no. So they did change something.
Oh, that's good of them. I'm glad they did that.
So it looks like something is different. It's just that bottom bracket.
That bracket there is fixed
Oh,
on this,
it's
but
welded.
it's welded on. They screw it on this.
It looks like there was a difference between the headlight bracket on Sue and the headlight bracket on the Mansouri rolls. We measured the length of the one which come off Sue, and the one which come off the Mansouri one was a lot shorter to obviously fit the facelifted headlights. This is the part of Sue, and this is the part of Margaret. You can see it's pretty much identical. So it must just be this bit coming off it, which is a bolt-on bit on Margaret, whereas this is all welded on Sue. So that must be like, look, that's all welded on there, but this one can bolt off. So I'm going to put this one on, and then my dad's doing a bit of bending over there, and we can go back and see how we can get on. So back on goes the original piece which was on the car in the first place, and then was going to have to try and bend back the headlight bracket which was bent in the accident. Round 2. We've got this back into place, a little bit of bending, twisting and manipulating back in. We've left it quite loose so we can move it around, and now we're going to go for attempt 2 to put the headlight in. Here we go. Second time looker. Oh, we don't have that bracket on yet. Attempt 3. Big moment. Headlights on. We want to see if Rashford scammed us with a bad headlight. Oh, okay. That's the side light. Yeah, side light's on. Grab headlight. He didn't scam us. Now, we've got to put on this bumper, but on the bumper, this is absolutely crazy. Like, you know the stuff which there's all lighting and stuff, and like we're trying to work out what's aftermarket and what is actual Rolls Royce, but I think we are missing a few bits of it. See all these little boxes here? These boxes, I'm pretty sure these are like Mansory stuff, and there's going to be extra lighting and LEDs all over this. But look at the amount of plugs. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 plugs for a front bumper, and all it's got in it is 2 indicators and 2 daytime running lights. First step is to find out where all those plugs went and plug them in. Second step, line up the bumper. Now there is a little bit of damage to this front bumper, but it seems to have got away pretty lightly, being that the accident was so bad. But all of this damage will be repaired once we get the car painted.
It does look good.
It looks like way more like... Whoa.
It looks a lot better than the stock bumper as well, actually.
You can see why. I feel like Margaret ain't an appropriate name for her with that bumper on.
Maggie.
No. I feel like it needs to be... What's like a gladiator name beginning with an M?
Mary.
More electrical plugs to plug in, and then it's back on with the forged carbon fibre grille surround. This front end would have cost Rashford over £30,000.
Big moment. That looks good, doesn't it?
Looks wicked, doesn't it?
What a car.
Look at her.
Can't we see if Margaret comes out the front?
Should we see if it comes out?
We're about to see if Margaret comes out.
Right, here we go. I think it'll come out or break the grill. Here we go.
Yeah! Oh! Yeah, sort of. It's out. It's like...
Well, what's up with that?
Just
it
needs
doesn't...
a bit...
There we go! Hey! That's perfect.
The wipers have come on as well. Yeah, look at Margaret chilling there. Oh, look!
Yeah, it's the same.
Lights are on the bottom. Yeah. I don't know why the wipers have come on. See if she goes back down, okay?
Oh, what? Oh, oh, no, stop. What?
Where's that coming from?
Yeah. Oh, that was good. Yeah, that works. Yeah, it's not perfect.
It just needs going back a bit, back into the...
It's got character though, because you get out. Inside here is one for the grille lights, and inside here is one for the daytime running lights. So if I click both of them, this is just like an extra flex if you've got a Mansory Rolls. Boom, boom, boom. Look at that. How can you not see you coming now? All of these lights are on at the bottom. There's like daytime running lights here, daytime running lights here, and then there's just every light imaginable underneath. Oh my days. It's Mansory, isn't it? It's just meant to be absolutely wild. Next step. Let's get this door on, so then the guys can sort the rear quarter out. And also we'll do the airbags. But to get the door on, we've got to move it off the ramp. To get it off the ramp, we want brakes. Now, Matt went to Rolls Royce and got a bit of an insight on how we can do the brakes without using the diagnostic tool. Now, even though in the last video we got the car running, we couldn't get a brake pedal. We bled the brakes multiple times to try and get all air out of the brake system, but no matter how many times we did it, we still had a soft, spongy pedal.
Yeah. That's not happening.
Now, when you push a brake pedal in a car, it pushes a piston inside the master cylinder, which then pushes hydraulic fluid